श्री अयोध्या धाम में प्रभु श्री राम के भव्य मंदिर का निर्माण और फिर शिखर पर सनातन की धर्म ध्वजा। 500 वर्षों की प्रतीक्षा पूर्ण हुई और त्रेता युगीन अयोध्या नगरी जीवंत हो गई। वर्ष 2025 में 29 करोड़ से अधिक श्रद्धालु अयोध्या धाम पहुँचे। पर्यटन बढ़ा तो उद्योग व्यापार को गति मिली और रोजगार के हजारों अवसर सृजित हुए।
विकास का कार्य हुआ और जगह जगह से लेकर के पूरी अयोध्या राममय है। जैसे त्रेता द्वापर में सस्ती थी, उसी तरह योगी जी ने अयोध्या के मठ मंदिर का सुंदरीकरण कराया।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के प्रयास फलीभूत हो रहे हैं। राम नवमी पर अद्वितीय सूर्य तिलक की दीप्ति, नए उत्तर प्रदेश का संदेश संपूर्ण विश्व तक पहुंच रहा है।
आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है नया उत्तर प्रदेश। यूपी का संकल्प $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, भारत की जीडीपी में 9.1% का योगदान।
हमने तय किया है उत्तर प्रदेश को एक विकसित राज्य बनाएंगे।
एक्सप्रेस वे प्रदेश, 7 चालू और 15 विकास के विभिन्न चरणों में एयरपोर्ट, 12 घरेलू, 4 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संचालित, 1 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहित 8 निर्माणाधीन, धरातल पर 15 लाख करोड़ के निवेश। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर से गरजती ताकत और जेवर से उड़ान भरती आकांक्षाएं। आज यूपी देश का पहला राज्य है जिसके पास सबसे बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क है। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में लंबी छलांग लगाकर हमने निवेश का नया इतिहास रचा है। डबल इंजन सरकार, डबल रफ्तार, विकसित भारत 2047, आत्मनिर्भर युवा, आधुनिक आधारभूत ढांचा, विकसित भारत का इंजन हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप, MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप जीरा सिप, प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप, MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
महाशय धर्मपाल जी के 130वें जन्मदिन पर MDH मसालों पर पाइए 10% एक्स्ट्रा। अब स्वाद के साथ बचत भी। अब पाइए बचत ही बचत।
खाने में मेरी क्वीन के लिए क्या है? किंग मटर पनीर, किंग बैगन भरता, किंग वेज पुलाव, किंग पालक पनीर कोफ्ता।
ये सब किंग क्यों?
क्योंकि ये सब बना है MDH किचन किंग से का बॉस।
MDH किचन किंग, असली किचन किंग।
MDH।
महाशय धर्मपाल जी के 130वें जन्मदिन पर MDH मसालों पर पाइए 10% एक्स्ट्रा। अब स्वाद के साथ बचत भी। अब पाइए बचत ही बचत।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, हर चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
चमकी चाट है इसकी जान, हर जुबान पे ये छाया।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
मसाले सच सच, MDH।
महाशय धर्मपाल जी के 130वें जन्मदिन पर MDH मसालों पर पाइए 10% एक्स्ट्रा। अब स्वाद के साथ बचत भी। अब पाइए बचत ही बचत।
आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है नया उत्तर प्रदेश। यूपी का संकल्प $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, भारत की जीडीपी में 9.1% का योगदान।
हमने तय किया है उत्तर प्रदेश को एक विकसित राज्य बनाएंगे।
एक्सप्रेस वे प्रदेश, 7 चालू और 15 विकास के विभिन्न चरणों में एयरपोर्ट, 12 घरेलू, 4 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संचालित, 1 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहित 8 निर्माणाधीन, धरातल पर 15 लाख करोड़ के निवेश। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर से गरजती ताकत और जेवर से उड़ान भरती आकांक्षाएं। आज यूपी देश का पहला राज्य है जिसके पास सबसे बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क है। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में लंबी छलांग लगाकर हमने निवेश का नया इतिहास रचा है। डबल इंजन सरकार, डबल रफ्तार, विकसित भारत 2047, आत्मनिर्भर युवा, आधुनिक आधारभूत ढांचा, विकसित भारत का इंजन हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जलजीरा जीरा सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जलजीरा जीरा सिप
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
एमडीएच
आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है नया उत्तर प्रदेश। यूपी का संकल्प $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, भारत की जीडीपी में 9.1% का योगदान।
हमने तय किया है उत्तर प्रदेश को एक विकसित राज्य बनाएंगे।
एक्सप्रेसवे प्रदेश, 7 चालू और 15 विकास के विभिन्न चरणों में एयरपोर्ट, 12 घरेलू, 4 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संचालित, 1 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहित 8 निर्माणाधीन। धरातल पर 15 लाख करोड़ के निवेश। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर से गरजती ताकत और जेवर से उड़ान भरती आकांक्षाएं। आज यूपी देश का पहला राज्य है जिसके पास सबसे बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क है। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में लंबी छलांग लगाकर हमने निवेश का नया इतिहास रचा है। डबल इंजन सरकार, डबल रफ्तार, विकसित भारत 2047, आत्मनिर्भर युवा, आधुनिक आधारभूत ढांचा, विकसित भारत का इंजन हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश।
महाशय धर्मपाल जी के 130वें जन्मदिन पर एमडीएच मसालों पर पाइए 10% एक्स्ट्रा। अब स्वाद के साथ बचत भी। अब पाइए बचत ही बचत।
आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है नया उत्तर प्रदेश। यूपी का संकल्प $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, भारत की जीडीपी में 9.1% का योगदान।
हमने तय किया है उत्तर प्रदेश को एक विकसित राज्य बनाएंगे।
एक्सप्रेसवे प्रदेश, 7 चालू और 15 विकास के विभिन्न चरणों में एयरपोर्ट, 12 घरेलू, 4 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संचालित, 1 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहित 8 निर्माणाधीन। धरातल पर 15 लाख करोड़ के निवेश। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर से गरजती ताकत और जेवर से उड़ान भरती आकांक्षाएं। आज यूपी देश का पहला राज्य है जिसके पास सबसे बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क है। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में लंबी छलांग लगाकर हमने निवेश का नया इतिहास रचा है। डबल इंजन सरकार, डबल रफ्तार, विकसित भारत 2047, आत्मनिर्भर युवा, आधुनिक आधारभूत ढांचा, विकसित भारत का इंजन हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश।
खाने में मेरी क्वीन के लिए क्या है? किंग मटर पनीर, किंग बैगन भरता, किंग वेज पुलाव, किंग पालक पनीर कोफ्ता।
ये सब किंग क्यों?
क्योंकि ये सब बना है एमडीएच किचन किंग से आपका बॉस।
एमडीएच किचन किंग, असली किचन किंग।
एमडीएच
आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है नया उत्तर प्रदेश। यूपी का संकल्प $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, भारत की जीडीपी में 9.1% का योगदान।
हमने तय किया है उत्तर प्रदेश को एक विकसित राज्य बनाएंगे।
एक्सप्रेसवे प्रदेश, 7 चालू और 15 विकास के विभिन्न चरणों में एयरपोर्ट, 12 घरेलू, 4 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संचालित, 1 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहित 8 निर्माणाधीन। धरातल पर 15 लाख करोड़ के निवेश। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर से गरजती ताकत और जेवर से उड़ान भरती आकांक्षाएं। आज यूपी देश का पहला राज्य है जिसके पास सबसे बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क है। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में लंबी छलांग लगाकर हमने निवेश का नया इतिहास रचा है। डबल इंजन सरकार, डबल रफ्तार, विकसित भारत 2047, आत्मनिर्भर युवा, आधुनिक आधारभूत ढांचा, विकसित भारत का इंजन हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश।
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NewsX. I am Guwahati. And yes, it is election day, even as war rages in the Middle East, a ceasefire that is yet to be ascertained on what exactly will happen India's democracy now moves along, chugs along, and the elections that are taking place are the first series of state elections of 2026. Today, it is the time for the people of Assam and the people of Kerala to have their say. In a couple of weeks' time, it is going to be the chance for the people of Bengal, Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. It has been a hectic polling campaign in Assam and in Kerala. It is the fate of Himanta Biswa Sarma that's at stake. A lot of controversies have happened in the past few days. If you've been watching, they are part of any election cycle, whether it is about the consuming of beef or passports, or indeed the voters, ghost voters that have been struck off the list, 90 lakh in total across several states. How is this impacting the electoral cycle? Let's pick up the conversation in Assam. Simultaneously, if you're tracking developments in Kerala, well, it is the last bastion of the left governments in Kerala. The BJP, of course, is not going to be in a position to be forming a government in Kerala. So do we have the ironical situation that in a Congress versus left fight, which is still on in that southern bastion, they will decimate each other? Will the BJP open its accounts in a meaningful way to make a statement? Let's pick up these conversations. Sambhav, my colleague, is standing by. He's in Jorhat in Assam. Belly, my colleague, is standing by in the Kerala capital of Thiruvananthapuram. Let's go off to Belly Thomas first. Belly, let's speak to a few people, figure out what's the mood on the ground in Kerala this morning.
Rishabh sir, I am at the lower primary school here in the Thiruvananthapuram's epicenter constituency, Nemam. Sir, if you can tell me what are the issues like in the constituency?
No issue. Okay.
Very okay. Sir, what do you think the issues are there in this constituency?
No issue.
No issues. Everything is all good. You're happy with the government?
Yes.
Okay. So, if you can say, what are the issues with this constituency?
We are happy with the government.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, this is not the time to discuss election issues. No, we are in the queue. Let us vote.
Okay. So, would you want to say, like, what are the issues that you face in this constituency, and what would you like your representatives to work on?
It's not a point of issues. It's a point of progress.
Okay.
You can't say the issues are solved, so there is no. We can stop progress. Progress has to be on. You compare yourself with the outside states, and when you come in out here, you make an assessment. Yes, these are the things that are missing in this particular constituency. Yes, I would like progress in this state in every way.
Do you think any kind of issues like the Sabrimala issues will have an impact on?
It should have. It is a religious issue, and when you have a majority of people from a particular community and who believe in their faith, yes, it will have an effect on their voting pattern. I presume that is a normal thing that happens everywhere.
So do you think the NDA is kind of emerging as a third front when it's always between LDF and UDF in Kerala?
Yes, it should. We just can't have two governments switching places, and we should have fresh blood, I think fresh ideas. And we have to accept the fact that it's a democracy. You can't keep somebody down. And I think it is a progressive state like Kerala. Yes, a third alternative is called for.
Okay. Sir, what do you think the issues in Kerala?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Sir, what are the issues that you find in your constituency? Okay. So he says that there is no issues in this constituency and he's happy with the government here. So what do you think the issues are there in your constituency?
Right now, actually, I'm not commenting such things. I don't know whether I'm not following politics. Right.
Okay, you're just coming here to vote.
Yeah, yes, sure.
So, what are the issues that you want to be changed by the elected?
Any issue? Okay.
So you're happy with the?
I just come here to vote, cast my vote.
You're happy with the government?
No. It doesn't mean that I'm not. I'm happy with the government. Okay. Currently, there are many issues which we'll talk later.
Okay. So, what are the issues that you see in this constituency which you want your representatives to work after getting elected? He doesn't have an opinion, is what he said. So, what are the issues in your constituency?
Yes. No. I don't find, especially, I don't find any issues as well.
So, are you saying that you are happy with the government and this government will get re-elected?
No, I cannot specifically say like that. There are some little issues.
Are you looking for a change, basically?
Yeah.
You are? Okay, fine. So what are the issues that you see in this constituency?
No issue.
You're happy with the government? Okay. So what are the issues that you see in your constituency?
We need a change.
Okay, you need a change. So that is one group of people. Will go ahead. Ma'am, what are the issues that you want to be changed in this?
Opinion, no opinion.
No opinion. Ma'am, what are the issues?
No opinion.
Okay. Ma'am, what are the issues that you see in this constituency that you want your representatives to work on to rectify them?
So far, I don't see any issues.
Okay, so
I'm happy. I'm happy with them.
Okay. So you mean to say that you're happy with the ruling government and it can get re-elected? Is it what you said?
Yeah.
Ma'am, if you can tell me what are the issues in this constituency?
I'm actually satisfied with this this ruling government.
Okay. So it's always LDF versus UDF in Kerala. So what do you think about the third front, NDA, the BJP coming into the picture?
So far, they had not started. Many are trying to give them a chance. Currently, I am satisfied with this government.
Okay. Ma'am, if you can tell me, like, what are the issues in your constituency?
We are waiting for a new start. Let's wait.
So you're looking for a change, basically?
Yeah.
So what do you think of the NDA government coming?
We'll see.
Ma'am, what are the issues?
No comments. No comments.
No comments. Ma'am, what are the issues? Okay. Ma'am, what are the issues in this constituency? Oh, she doesn't want to talk. So,
okay.
We are here.
I think, Belly, excellent job. We've got a flavor, and that's the reason we have our reporters on the ground, all right? Because we have these distended conversations in studios far away from what the pulse of the people actually who are about to press the button to vote are saying. And it is reasonable to ask them what the issues are in the constituency, but you get a flavor of the mood. I think that flavor summary you've just got is typical of what there is in Kerala. There is, to this day, in 2026, a loyalist vote for the left government. Remember, when it comes to social parameters, Kerala is a high-performing state. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, this morning, standing in line to vote as well. Belly, back to you.
Sir, I'm on live. So I'm just...
Yes, Belly, I understand that, of course, Rajiv ji is unable to comment while, of course, he is within, I think, 100 or 200 meters of the polling booth. So he's about to cast his vote over there. He has led a strong campaign when he was contesting in 2024 to take on the Congress's Shashi Tharoor, who has won that constituency several times. That battle came close, but it was not good enough. He's back there trying to push the fate of the BJP in Kerala, and they'll be hoping to not only pick up vote share, but also in a meaningful way have a representation in the assembly in Kerala, which will it be a historic one if it were to happen. But as I was saying, you're getting a microcosm, right, anecdotal pulse of what people are saying. There is a loyalist vote base for the left in Kerala. As I was saying, Kerala is on social metrics, a high-performing state. Many people have returned recently from the Gulf, maybe not for the election, maybe due to the hostilities going on, who will be voting in this election. Many people from all over the country are returning to Kerala to cast their votes. It's going to be a very, very interesting battle. So a certain percentage of people saying, you know what, we don't have any problems. Life is pretty good. Or as good as it can be, given our relativistic comparison with other states. Thumbs up for the left government in 2026. Last bastion of the left. Remember, they're nowhere to be seen in the contest in Bengal as they once were 10, 15, 20 years ago before the rise of Mamata Banerjee. But there are a few people saying they want change, that this has to be about the future of the state, not the present. And what that change will be, that's going to be an interesting one, because either way, you would say the Kerala battle is not going to be happy news for the BJP, which can only count vote share, meaningful representation as history. But for the left, it is a matter of survival. Now, before we get our guests in joining us this morning, let's across to the big battle that is taking place in Assam as well. In Jorhat, where it is none other than Gaurav Gogoi, who is now taking on an assembly constituency fight, trying to revive the fate of the Congress in Assam, a state in which his father dominated the politics for many, many years. Can he pull off a miracle against Himanta Biswa Sarma? In Jorhat, my colleague Sambhav is standing by. Meanwhile, in Guwahati, where we have another BJP versus Congress head-on fight, I have my colleague Nibid standing by. Sambhav, what's the mood on the ground in Jorhat?
Well, voting is begun at Jorhat. I'm here at one of the polling booths in Jorhat, and I am here with one of the voters. And ma'am, what are the issues in mind while you cast a vote? Either in Hindi or English में आप
Assamese যিটো পাৰ্টিয়ে নহওক আমাক উন্নয়ন লাগে সকলোতে যোৰহাট নগৰী আমাৰ হিতেন্দ্ৰনাথ গোস্বামী ডাঙৰীয়া আৰু বিকাশ শইকীয়া মিত্ৰজোঁটৰ যি প্ৰাৰ্থী আগবাঢ়িছে ঠিক তেনেকৈ আমাৰ কংগ্ৰেছৰো যি ধৰণে আগবাঢ়িছে আমাৰ উন্নতি লাগে আমি সেই কামনা কৰি আজি আমি ওলাই আহিছোঁ
कितना दूर से आप यहाँ आए थे और किन मुद्दों को क्या दिमाग में था आपके जब आप वोट डाल रहे थे
আমাক মানে উন্নয়ন লাগে আমাক
हाँ 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 सर आप यहाँ पर अभी वोट डालने आए हैं क्या मुद्दे हैं व्हाट आर द इश्यूज इन योर माइंड व्हाइल
I have to speak in Assamese. It's my language.
आप इंग्लिश में भी बोल सकते हैं स्पीक इन इंग्लिश
सर मैं असमिया में बोल रहा हूँ आसलते देशर जनसाधाৰণৰ কাৰণে एक महान दायित्व और कर्तव्यबोध বুলি ভাবো জনসাধাৰণৰ মনৰ जो अभाव अभियोग जनता जो चाहिए वो हमसे देना होगा हम लोग से देना होगा আমি আমাৰ মনৰ এখন চৰকাৰ বিচাৰো যি চৰকাৰ থাকিব বিশেষত বৰ্তমান মানে যথেষ্ট ট্যালেন্টেড প্ৰাৰ্থী আমাক লাগে শিক্ষাৰ ক্ষেত্ৰত সকলো ক্ষেত্ৰতে শিক্ষিত আৰু তেওঁলোকৰ কুশৃংখলিত এখন চৰকাৰ আমি বিচাৰো যিখন চৰকাৰে জনসাধাৰণৰ আশা মনৰ কামনা পূৰ কৰাৰ লগতে দেশখন ডেভেলপ কৰিব
I'll request my video journalist to pan the camera and show you the visuals of the ground zero here at Jorhat. This is one of the polling booths here. I'll try to connect with few people here and आप में से हिंदी इंग्लिश कोई समझता है बोलता है हाँ बताइए सर आप किन मुद्दों को what are the issues in your mind while you are voting here
We are thinking about our state development. That is our main motto. That is our
state development.
State development, yes. This is the main aim.
Keeping infrastructure and others.
No, that is okay. पार्टी जो हुई उसका कोई मतलब नहीं लेकिन हम लोग से चाहिए देश का डेवलपमेंट यही है मेरा That's all.
मैं कुछ और लोगों से महिला I'll try to connect with some women voters here. Ma'am, आप वोट कास्ट करने आए हैं. What are the issues in your mind?
Actually, vote is the हमारा fundamental right है ना इसीलिए हम आए हैं वोट देने के लिए.
It's 7 a.m. in the morning and this is the first queue and you are here. कितने दूर से आप आए हैं और क्या-क्या issues हैं mind में?
नहीं हम तो यहाँ के लोग हैं. इश्यूज तो बहुत है ये अभी बताने का टाइम नहीं है इससे अब तो बहुत देने
I'll try to connect
okay,
with
Sambhav, I'm just going to interrupt you for a second because we have breaking developments coming in and guess what the person that the Assam police has been hunting for several days in New Delhi has come out to speak, none other than Congress leader Pawan Khera. He has come out and hit out not surprisingly at Himanta Biswa Sarma, the sitting chief minister. He says, and I quote, the opposition parties' questions on multiple passports and foreign investments linked to his wife are not being addressed. Rather, I am being intimidated. He goes on to say that this company that was registered in Wyoming in the name of Sharma's wife, Rinki Sharma, so he's reiterated the allegations about the London addresses, the addresses in Dubai, in Dhaka, in Wyoming. So Pawan Khera has emerged. It has turned out to be a bitter fight, as you all know, that has been going on for the past 1 week. Himanta Biswa Sarma, in his defense, has come out and said, well, this has nothing to do with my wife. Somebody has set up a ghost company, a fake company, in the name of my wife to create these allegations because it is a political conspiracy to target him via targeting his family. He's been deeply upset that his wife and family members have been roped into the politics, and then counter allegations against the spouses of other politicians have also happened. It has been one of the ugly fights. I don't know whether this fight is going to withstand the time of post-elections, and will it matter in a week's time? Maybe, maybe not. Let's just quickly touch base in Guwahati, the capital, with my colleague Nibir before we go to our guests. Nibir, what's the pulse on the ground there?
Well, currently we are at the Borbari High School polling center in Guwahati. It's early hours. People are initially coming on to this very particular line to check whether their names have come up in the voter list and what number polling center number they are going to. We're going to show you the glimpse of the mood on this polling center. People are coming here, and firstly they meet these agents and check the numbers, and some of them have also submitted their mobile phones here. Following this, they go inside and they cast their vote on the polling line. You can see here the physically handicapped people are assisted here, and people are submitting their phones and checking their details here. And after which they go inside to the main line where they are voting. We are going to speak to some of the voters who have showed enthusiasm early morning and coming up and to cast their valuable vote, to get you a sense of the mood here. And this is a very crucial elections for Assam, 126 seats. Currently we are in one of the constituencies within Guwahati, which is the Dimoria constituency, newly formed constituency after the delimitation. Kora vote dile? Angoli to dekhao. Camera dekhao. So you can see here we are with an elderly gentleman. Apnar khura naam?
Bijay Mudiar.
ভোট দিলে
ভোট দিলো
কি কি বিষয় লৈ আপনি ভাবিছে ভাল হ'ব
মানে মই ভাবিছো যদি সরকারখনে রাইজৰ যদি কামখিনি ভালদৰে কৰে সেইকাৰণে আমি সালিজাৰে চাই পেলাই ভোটটো দিয়া যায় যে এই মানুহ ভোট দি তো লাভ নাই যদি দেশৰ উন্নতি নহয় তাৰ কাৰণে ভোট দি কি লাভ আছে
আমি নেশনাল চ্যানেল হয় আপনি হিন্দীটো কৈ দিও অলপ ভালকে
हम जो सरकार का अच्छा काम करेगा वो भी हमारा भी आदमी को अच्छा होगा जो आदमी अच्छा नहीं होगा तो वोट कैसे देगा सरकार जो सरकार अच्छा नहीं होगा तो काम नहीं होगा।
तो कैंडिडेट देख के आप वोट देंगे?
कैंडिडेट नहीं, जो कैंडिडेट काम करेगा वो भी देना पड़ेगा।
अच्छा, काम देख के
पड़ेगा।
अंकल आपका नाम?
महेश्वर विश्व।
आपने वोट दे दिया? पहले तो अपना दिखाइए, चिन्ह दिखाइए। तो सुबह सुबह वोट देने आए हैं, ये इतने बहुत सालों से आप वोट दे रहे हैं, लेकिन सुबह फिर से आए हैं, तो ये इलेक्शन में वोट देने का जो प्रथा है सुबह सुबह आना, ये आप रखते हैं? किन इशू, किन विषय को लेकर आपने वोट दिया? किन इशू इम्पोर्टेंट है?
আমাৰ দেশৰ কাৰণে যিবিলাক কেণ্ডিডেটে কাম কৰিছে সেইবিলাককে আমি ভোট দিম।
तो ये कह रहे हैं कि देश के लिए जिसने काम किया उनको वोट देंगे। थैंक यू हमसे जुड़ने के लिए। आप यू कैन कैरी ऑन। सो आप देख सकते हैं द काइंड ऑफ एंथुजियाज्म दैट पीपल हैव अर्ली मॉर्निंग इन आफ्टर वोटिंग। अंगुली तो दिखा दियो, अंगुली तो वोट दिया, अंगुली दिखा दियो। सो दे हैव वोटेड। आपका नाम?
राजेंद्र इमरी।
वोट दे दिया?
हाँ, दे दिया।
सुबह सुबह आए वोट देने के लिए?
हाँ।
क्या इशू देख के वोट देने आए? क्या इशू इम्पोर्टेंट है?
ইছ্যু মানে বহুত কথা, এইটো মানে কি এইটো পাব্লিকৰ কাৰণে বহুত আমাৰ তাতে পানী চানী ৰাস্তা চাস্তা প্ৰব্লেম আছে, এইবিলাক সমাধান নহ'লে
रास्ता प्रॉब्लम। तो आप देख सकते हैं पीपल आर कमिंग हियर। आपका नाम?
विनोद पटवारी।
आप पहले तो वोट दिया आपने, पहले अपने स्क्रीन में दिखा दीजिए। हाँ, सुबह सुबह आपने वोट दिया है, एंथुजियाज्म है। क्या इशू आपके लिए इम्पोर्टेंट, क्या समस्या आपके लिए इम्पोर्टेंट?
डेवलपमेंट है, डेवलपमेंट सबसे बड़ा इशू है, और असम का जो डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है इसको और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम लोग वोट देने के लिए आया है।
तो विकास आपका सबसे बड़ा
विकास जो हुआ है इससे हम लोग सोचा है विकास तो बहुत हुआ है असम में, और ज़्यादा विकास होने के लिए हम लोग आया है इधर। और हम लोग का जो प्रेजेंट गवर्नमेंट है बहुत विकास किया है, लोगों को नौकरी मिला है, इसका बाद
गुवाहाटी का आप वोटर है, गुवाहाटी में जो एक अर्बन डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है, क्या कितना और आप चाहते हैं कि इसका और
लास्ट 16 इयर्स में मान लीजिए लास्ट 10 इयर्स में जितना डेवलपमेंट हुआ है, इतना डेवलपमेंट लास्ट माने आफ्टर इंडिपेंडेंस इतना हुआ नहीं था, लेकिन जितना हुआ है वो लास्ट 10 इयर्स में ही हुआ था। हम लोग यहाँ से इसमें हम लोग ब्राउन एंड ब्रथाप है इधर, और हम लोग देखा है यहाँ का जो डेवलपमेंट है। पहले वो स्कूल आप देखिए, जो स्कूल है ये थोड़ा 1 महीना पहले ये बनाया है ये स्कूल। अभी जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बहुत अच्छा बन रहा है, शायद हम लोग सोचा है आगे आने वाला जो गवर्नमेंट आएगा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बहुत होगा और हम लोग का शांति सुरक्षा हम लोग का मिलेगा।
धन्यवाद।
हम लोग का जो सुरक्षा है, सुरक्षा बहुत बड़ा इशू है। सुरक्षा इसीलिए बहुत बड़ा है, जो थ्रेट है, जो इन्फिल्ट्रेटर जो आ रहा है बाहर से, इसके लिए हम लोग का बहुत थ्रेट है आसामी सोसाइटी के लिए। हम इसीलिए हम लोग बहुत दे रहा है इन लोगों को रुके, और जो घुसपैठिया है ये लोगों को बाहर कीजिए।
आपके लिए घुसपैठी इशू इम्पोर्टेंट है।
That's an interesting take, and you heard it there. You know, ladies and gentlemen, in many decades of now observing this, and think about it, all of us vote. When you're voting, what's that last thing? Many people show up pre-decided. Okay, they know who they're voting for. All right, because who they're voting for isn't going to change. It's about tradition, loyalty, family, all votes for the same party, or maybe the candidate generally is the party. Okay, but in a larger context, there are a lot of people who show up in the morning, okay, still in two minds. And those votes matter because the politicians talk about many things. It's about perception building. So what are the issues that I mentioned? I mentioned that the biggest issue in the past 3-4 days was who's eating beef, who's got which offshore property, whose wife is involved in which offshore dealings. These were the conversations that the politicians are having. When you hear the voters, what do you hear? You hear road infrastructure, water infrastructure. But yes, you've just heard from one voter who's concerned about the identity of Assam being affected by people coming in from outside the state, potentially outside the country. I'll come back to all of you in just a bit. Let's open up this conversation. Rahul Ishwar joining us this morning. Shekhar Vijayan is with us as well. KV Lakshmana and Pradeep Kumar all with us. Rahulji, let me start with you. A very interesting state assembly election that is taking place. Can you put into context for us? Because in a lot of social metrics, Kerala is one of the best performing states of the country, but it is also the last bastion for the left in this country. What are the biggest issues as you see them?
2 or 3 submissions. First, Kerala is a space where in India, every community is well represented. We have around 50 to 55% Muslims, around 17 to 19% Christians, around 27 to 29% our Muslim community. So all communities are equally well presented. There are 4 voting blocks. They have usually determined the elections for decades altogether. One is the 15% forward caste Hindu community led by the Nayars. Then there is the backward caste Hindu communities led by the Idavas. That's 27%. Then there is a Christian community, even though they are 3 or 4 major denominations, they are around 17 to 19%. They are 27 to 29% Muslim community. And historically, LDF or the communist had the mainstay with the Hindu backward communities because of their historic reform measures like land reforms and many positive things that they have done in the past. Congress historically has been a consolidation of various caste community parties, including the Nayars, the Christians, the Muslims. And BJP is an emerging force who is weaning away Congress Nayar vote base plus adding some Christian community vote base. So this is the communal or community equation in Kerala. Second, Kerala has 10 years of Pinarayi Vijayan government, so there is amount of anti-incumbency which is natural for any government. Issues like Shabarimala, emotive issues like Shabarimala will definitely play a part. Shabarimala is very well respected among the Hindu and the other communities also. It's a very secular, pluralistic space where crores of Hindu devotees or first go to a mosque and church to offer their respect before going to a temple. That has been Kerala's secular pluralistic culture. So Shabarimala issue definitely will have a say, and local candidates are going to be another issue. So it's going to be and IPL 2020 is happening in Kerala. Kerala is going to be the photo finish. All the other states we can say somehow the other person has an advantage, but Kerala is going to be an absolutely last over, perhaps even a last ball finish that's going to happen. The best case scenario for the Congress and UDF is somewhere around 78-80, 70 or 71 or 72 being the leadership position or the pole position that they have to achieve. The best case scenario for them will be somewhere around 78 to 80. Even if 10 seats change, that means at least 1 or 1.5% vote change, the LDF can still come back with a Pinarayi 3.0. See, BJP's best case scenario is around 1 to 5. Their grandest possibility is somewhere around 5 to 10. With Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji in Nemam, there is a very good chance that Sri Rajiv Chandrasekhar can win Nemam because he has been a very charming candidate. He has resources. He has really fought it hard. On the other side, there is the educational minister, Sri Shivankuti of Kerala. So there is a close fight, but he has a chance. Spaces like Palakkad, Nemam, they are going to witness heavy fights. The real competition here is for the Hindu votes. That's going to happen because majority of minority is with Congress. And where will the majority of majority be will be a great question because CPM is also eyeing that Hindu majority in the name of secularism. And Congress is eyeing the Hindu majority in the name of Shabarimala and the other things. BJP is also doing so. So it's going to be a very close fight. Kerala being one of the most educated, most positive, all the human development indexes are high. So breaching Kerala or even having...
Rahul, quick question. Have you seen a lot of people returning to the state, not only from other places in the country, but other places in the world to vote?
Yeah, yes, there is a trend, but there are 2 or 3 other factors like you earlier said. One, because of the Middle East problems, many people came back for security reasons and also to vote. And Kerala people are very political in the sense positively politically conscious. Even in social media, Malayalis around the world do campaign. Even if they are in US, UK, Australia, and Malayalis are a very global kind of a people. You know, they are in every nation in the world. So they're very politically opinionated. There are some sections of people who came back, very politically aware state. That's the reason why left had an upper hand. Because left had some good policies in the past, even though they are grappling with the anti-incumbency factor at this point of time. So it's going to be a very tight fight.
Okay, it's a tight fight because we don't know. The good news is, and that's the good news we can share on election morning. Let's hope it lasts through the course of the day. That given politics in Kerala 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 7 years ago, where it become, forget ugly, it had become lethal. Blood was being shed. That the election campaign, the political contest has been largely peaceful. Largely, I say. And that's good news. That's good news for any people who don't want people hacking at each other, killing each other, and revenge killings going on, which we've seen in the recent past of political history in Kerala. Let me get Shekhar into this conversation. Shekhar, I mean, there's a lot at stake. Let's not underestimate it. It is on the shoulders of Pinarayi Vijayan. And as Rahul has pointed out, there's 10 years of anti-incumbency at a point where the rest of the country has completely rejected the whole concept of left politics. I mean, there is no contest in Bengal which is coming up where the left parties can still claim their own. It's become a Mamata versus BJP battle over there. How important is this for the left parties, the CPM, the CPI and the others?
Rishabh, thank you for having me over, and good morning to all my fellow participants. Rishabh, I think Rahul hit a very interesting point. Kerala is very, very politically conscious. Like as we talk, I'm in Palakkad and I see people really going to vote in front of me, which is also goes to show that the political climate here is changing. It's going to be a very close fight between the 3 parties. But as you spoke about, LDF, I think what's important is you're talking about 10 years of governance, and who's the other leader inside? Nobody has a clue other than Pinarayi Vijayan. It's about fatigue versus change, and that's what is going to happen, or fatigue versus continuity. In terms of welfare politics, in terms of governance, in terms of the people who really love the party here because of the work which has been done, and as against the other 2 parties which are breathing down the neck. So it's going to be a very, very close contest. It's almost like a T20 game. We are talking about votes. We're talking about youth coming in and also voting. The voting percentage is also high in Kerala. People talk about elections. People make informed opinions. People are very social media savvy here, and I think that would make a difference. But in the case of the, in the case of LDF, I think what's really important here is what is the leadership they have. Other than Pinarayi Vijayan, do they have a strong leadership phase? Who's the leadership phase in Pinarayi Vijayan 3.0? If they get elected again. The second thing is with UDF coming to UDF breathing down neck, or even BJP, trying to get into the vote shares. It's going to be a little tough for them. But I think what's really going to be important here is going to be, development politics is going to be about whether they understand the pulse of the state, which is God's own country, whether they understand what people really want. We also see that there's a strong identity politics also in Kerala. People stand with the LDF because they've been standing with them for the last so many years. But I think change is also important. Change is only constant in life, and I think that's going to happen. I also believe in elections which is happening right now, as we talk in Kerala or in Puducherry or in Assam, it's the regional players which really make a difference here. The national players are trying to come and make a dent, but the regional players have got regional leaders here. The only problem which the UDF could have is the fact that they don't, the LDF could have, they don't have a strong leader after Pinarayi Vijayan, and which could be a cause for concern.
Okay,
but I think
so let's put that question to KV Lakshman. KV Lakshman, do we see then an overall leadership crisis, not only in the LDF, which we don't know where the future is? I remember the days of Oommen Chandy, when the Congress was a major fighting force. We've seen that Kerala used to pick one or pick the other. Pinarayi Vijayan is bucking the trend. Can he do it? Or is it because, doesn't seem to be an option? The BJP is obviously not an option. They're in it for vote share right now. So, is there a stalwart option from the Congress that makes the difference in terms of people's mind as they go out to vote?
Like always, for the Congress, it is an election that they can lose. It's not that LDF has done any badly. It's performance-wise, it is like my previous colleagues have all mentioned, that on the performance front, it has not been found wanting at all. And being a highly educated state, people do understand where it stands. And for the BJP, it is too early days. I mean, although they've been working for the last 4 or 5 decades, Kerala is still a far battle. So this particular election, I think eventually what is going to happen is status quo will prevail. Like in Assam, BJP is likely to make a comeback, and West Bengal is a tough go for BJP. Tamil Nadu, I think DMK will somehow make it, and likewise in Kerala, LDF may just scrape through, not because of its own, also because of its own performance, but also because of the Congress leadership tussle. So so many factional fights within the Congress may weaken it. Like it lost 2-3 elections, it was supposed to have won very easily, like say Haryana. So I think we can depend on the Congress to defeat itself.
Okay, so let me put that into context. Now, we've had Kerala where Wayanad has voted first for Rahul, then it has voted for Priyanka to send them to the centre. And let's face it, it's not because Rahul and Priyanka have a great history of working for the local people in Wayanad. It is primarily to send a message to the centre that we are supporting the Congress party in Kerala. That was the message, KV Lakshman. Why is it going to be different that no, we've changed our minds, actually we prefer Pinarayi Vijayan?
No, but when it comes to local politics, local state level, they have their own preferences. It's not that at the national level, obviously the people in Kerala or say Tamil Nadu were not voting for BJP-led front in any manner.
Okay,
So
fair enough. Let me put that before I head back into Assam. Let me just touch this topic as voting is continuing in Kerala. Let me put that same question to Pradeep Kumar. Pradeep ji, I mean, is this then bad news for the Congress that they don't seem to have the face to make the difference as people go to vote? Will that be the deciding factor, you think, or is it simply that there is, people just like what Pinarayi Vijayan is doing?
No, certainly Congress will make a difference
but not as expected. It will be very difficult for Congress to, dig into the Kerala's base of the LDF. It's very, very difficult. They have gone into the hearts of the people because of their performance. And people very, very conscious politically. It's very difficult to change their mind. So Congress will not make a much difference in Kerala. And it is very difficult to talk of BJP.
You know, if you say it's difficult to talk of BJP, they get 11% of the vote. There comes a hinge point where a percentage of vote, 2% of vote, generally it's when you hit your 20s, that you get 20% of the vote, 1 in 5, rather than 1 in 10, when you start winning seats. And that can go from a few dozen to a significant margin. So yeah, 1 in 10 Keralites vote for the BJP historically, heads up. Not enough to win seats. But still, 11% of the vote in 2021. Okay, breaking developments coming in. No surprises as we shift the focus to the battle in Assam, where now the BJP's Assam unit is hitting back at the Congress. They're accusing the party of circulating forged documents issued by foreign governments to influence the assembly elections. They've told voters, be cautious of people who are trying to foreign governments trying to harm diplomatic ties and interfering in India's affairs. So you all know where this entire passport, offshore account, Wyoming company controversy has boiled down to. It's about whether the Congress party has scored a hit in casting some doubt that you never know what Himanta Biswa Sharma is up to. Does he actually have his family's offshore accounts? Whether they managed to cast the doubt, real or unreal, or in fact, whether the nationalistic agenda which the BJP in Assam is putting out, that no, this is foreign interference. There are people out there, the George Soroses of the world, quote unquote, who try to interfere and who want to give a leg up, and the Congress is in cahoots with them. And let me put that question then to Mr. Kumar. Mr. Kumar, you know, at the end of it, it's perception building. Now, generally, if you speak to voters on the ground, they're not talking about offshore accounts. They're talking about water and literally roadways and whether the school building has been redeveloped or not when it comes to an assembly election. Do you think this perception building battle has any consequence in Assam right now, or is it simply about Himanta Biswa Sharma, for him or against him?
See, if all the allegations of Congress is baseless, accept it. But the open threat of Himanta Biswa Sharma against Muslim, which has gone viral, and even a petition has been moved in the Supreme Court, what about that? How do you expect an elected leader, that to chief minister, openly threatening with a gun to shoot a particular community? How could it be expected from an elected leader, that to a chief minister? That should have never happened. And this is going to have some impact on the election.
Okay.
That is why already Muslim leaders are campaigning against him. And no one can deny that it will not have any impact. Forget about other issues. I am only talking about this issue.
Well, it's the oldest game in the book, okay? It's called polarization, okay? It's called divide and rule, all right? It's not new to us. The reason politicians do it, because unfortunately it works. We wish it didn't, but I remember a very senior politician telling me when I was starting off that it is very difficult to get emotional about a road, okay? It's very difficult to get emotional about a chauraha. It's very difficult to get emotional about a building or a bridge. And if you are voting on emotion, and sometimes you're voting on emotion, you're voting because you want to cast your vote because you're upset about something, okay, or you're afraid about something. And emotions matter. We are human beings. Often many decisions, if you just look at cool calculation, think about it yourself. How many decisions in your life that you made in emotion which you later on feel that you could have been more cool or calculated or practical and weighed the pros and cons about it. The truth is, human beings are not only governed by the pragmatic practicalism, okay, utilitarianism of what life should be. This road was built, therefore my assembly councillor gets my vote, or this road was not built, therefore I should not vote for him. Don't get emotional about a road, okay. So that's the truth. You get emotional about your fears. You can argue the same thing happens in all democracies. I mean, the American democracy is a global example of what the heck is going on over there, including the language that is currently being used. But at the same time, there exists a statistically proven, scientifically proven truism. It's called the wisdom of the crowd. That once you have a sample large enough, something happens in societies that a wise decision is often taken. And you can choose to either believe one philosophy or the other philosophies. Do emotions matter? Yes. But then comes back to the same thing, and let me get Shekhar into this conversation. Shekhar, in a different part of the country where the politics is a lot different, where it is very much about the BJP, where it is very much about the BJP led by Himanta Biswa Sarma, a former Congress person who went to the BJP and has completely redefined the politics not only of Assam, but many would say of the Northeast.
Totally.
When it comes to Himanta Biswa Sarma, can Gaurav Gogoi take him on?
See, Rishabh, you were talking about American politics, and I was thinking Himanta Biswa Sarma is almost like the presidential elections, if you look at it. He's almost the face, very charismatic, very mercurial, very assertive, has a larger-than-life persona. And I think BJP is banking on that a lot for these elections this time. I think what they're really looking at is how does Himanta portray himself. And he is very emotional, the way he talks, the way he responds, very combative. I think that's really required, because they're trying to assert the identity here. So he's the face of BJP in terms of, identity politics, which is going to drive the core narrative about, the NRCCA legacy. Regional identity continues to influence voter behaviors a lot there. Like you said, it's about emotions. It's about emotional intelligence, right? It's about what really works here. It's also about organization versus emotion in the real battle. BJP is quite strong in Assam. They have got the booth strength, while the other parties they're trying to convert sentiment into vote. And all these things, we were talking about what Pawan Khera was doing. These are all tricks. I think all the political parties play on each other. I think by now the voters know this is surely going to happen before elections. Ultimately, when you go into vote, you know very clearly who you're going to vote for. In the case of Himanta Biswa Sarma, he has that personality. Even in his interviews, he comes across as somebody who calls a spade, is very frank, very outspoken, very larger than life. And I think BJP is playing it in that way. He's also somebody who's very clear about what he really wants to do in terms of governance, in terms of understanding voter sentiments, in terms of knowing what his long-term vision is. So that clarity is there, and I think that clarity is what is required for voters.
Yes, and no shortage of emotive issues in the world. So let's get back to Rahul Ishwar before I take a very quick break. Rahul, obviously, you and I have been discussing this for more than a decade due to not only the role that you played, but Sabrimala is an emotive issue. Okay, it's very difficult. Then the reason we are struggling in the courts, because when it comes to a matter of emotion, when it comes to a matter of faith, of interpretation, how do you come to a clinical answer? And the courts are honestly, the battle is going on because that is clear-cut answer is difficult, because it's an emotive issue. The war in Gaza has been an emotive issue for the minority community in Kerala. I'm sure the war in Iran is an emotive issue as well. So what do you think right now is sparking the emotion? Like I said, how many people are getting emotive about the Vizinjam port?
Yeah, two quick points. One, there is a beautiful Kerala model of emotion. See, in Sabarimala, we were all emotional, but we were never communal. And one of the first parties to support Sabarimala was Muslim League. And it was a heartening sight to see our Muslim brothers with their green flags coming out on the streets and supporting Sabarimala. So my submission is that everywhere in India, we can definitely be emotional, but there need not be a Hindu versus Muslim angle. Many times politicians from any party try this just to consolidate one community. See, please remember, polarization is wrong. Consolidation is good. And we can positively consolidate. And Kerala has seen that in Sabarimala, where nearly 19 out of 20 MP seats, went against CPM because there was a positive emotional consolidation. Yes, emotions do sway votes, not only in India, but world over. But that should not be against anyone. It can be for someone. It can be a pro vote, not an anti vote. So my only submission is there needs to be positive consolidation as Hindus, as Muslims. Even during freedom struggle, we were emotionally consolidated, not polarized. So I would submit there is always a difference between consolidation and polarization, and we need positive consolidation and not negative polarization.
It's a good positive note, and I promise you, before the last elections that happened in Kerala and Tamil Nadu 5 years ago, I was sitting here doing telecasts about port building in those states. Very happy to see some of the ports have already been built. I mentioned Vizhinjam, but how many people out there are going to vote because the state and the center work together with none other than Adani Enterprises to build the port, which is going to make Kerala one of the largest transshipment hubs in the world in the next few years. The economy of Kerala is about to transform, because if you think of Kerala, what do you think of? You think of primarily tourist economy. Okay, Tamil Nadu still has an industrial base. So you think of tourism, you think of religious tourism. It's going to be one of the most important ports, not in India, in the world. The concept of transshipment in India is going to change in Vizhinjam with the sheer amount of scale. But do you get emotional about it to go to vote? I don't know. Let's take a quick break and be back in a couple of minutes.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, हर चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
चमकी चाट है इसकी जान, हर जुबान पे ये छाया। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन एवं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के सतत प्रयासों का सुखद परिणाम है विगत 9 वर्षों में उत्तर प्रदेश का नवनिर्माण। आज प्रदेश में सशक्त मातृशक्ति, समृद्ध अन्नदाता, सपनों को साकार कर रहे युवा निखरते प्रदेश का प्रतीक बन गए हैं। उद्योग एवं अवसंरचना का अभूतपूर्व विस्तार हुआ है। गरीबों एवं वंचितों को आधुनिक उपचार से लेकर आवास प्रदान किए जा रहे हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री आवास के लिए मैंने फॉर्म भरा तो उसमें मेरा नाम आ गया लॉटरी में। मैं उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ।
प्रदेश के सांस्कृतिक और आध्यात्मिक पुनर्जागरण की आज वैश्विक पहचान है। सुदृढ़ कानून व्यवस्था है। उत्तर प्रदेश में भय मुक्त परिवेश है। 15 लाख करोड़ से अधिक के निवेश धरातल पर उतारे जा रहे हैं। समृद्धि का नव संदेश, नए भारत का नया उत्तर प्रदेश।
खाने में मेरी क्वीन के लिए क्या है? किंग मटर पनीर, किंग बैगन भरता, किंग वेज पुलाव, किंग पालक पनीर कोफ्ता।
ये सब किंग क्यों?
क्योंकि ये सब बना है MDH किचन किंग से का बॉस।
MDH किचन किंग, असली किचन किंग।
MDH।
महाशय धर्मपाल जी के 130वें जन्मदिन पर MDH मसालों पर पाइए 10% एक्स्ट्रा। अब स्वाद के साथ बचत भी। अब पाइए बचत ही बचत।
Thomas, and I'm covering the 2026 Kerala elections for NewsX from Thiruvananthapuram.
Hi, my name is Brian Anthony Thomas and I am covering the very 2026 West Bengal elections from the very Kuch Bihar seat.
Hi, I am Ranik. I'm covering 2026 Bengal election for NewsX from Nandigram.
Hi, I am Anand Singh and I am covering 2026 Kerala elections for NewsX from Wayanad.
Hi, I am Nibir Deka and I will be covering the Assam elections 2026 from 5 constituencies of Guwahati for NewsX.
Mamata Banerjee has proved that she has become an elected autocrat.
People of Kerala have increasingly started seeing the BJP in its true colors as a development party.
बंगाल में सत्ता परिवर्तन करके बंगाल में लोगों का जिंदगी में परिवर्तन लाना ही हमारा उद्देश्य है.
It's a complete cheating what Mamata Banerjee has done for the people of Bengal.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to big breaking developments coming in, which is going to have global ramifications. Iran has announced the reopening of the Straits of Hormuz, but with significant caveats. I repeat, within 24 hours of the 2-week ceasefire that was agreed to between the United States and Iran, the Iranian IRGC has now announced the reopening of the Straits of Hormuz, but with 2 important caveats. Caveat number 1 is that they've issued a statement regarding sea mining of the traditional channels through which ships have been traversing the Straits of Hormuz. This is being reported by AFP news agency, and the caveat is that they are saying, and I'm going to read the statement, that the alternative sea routes are to be used because of a warning of sea mines through the traditional routes. Let's keep that information flying on our screens. I repeat, the IRGC Navy has announced the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz with the caveat that there are sea mines in operation, which means they have de facto asked all shipping to go through a narrow channel very near the coastline, which is dominated by the IRGC at this point of time. Remember, even in the past 24 hours, only 7 ships have managed to traverse the strait. Just 7 ships. The normal transshipment rate through this waterway a month and a half ago would have been 120 to 130 ships a day. Now, this means that there are alternative routes that Iran is suggesting. The second caveat, which remains the unknown, is whether ships of all national flags, which means of all countries, not just some specific nations, will be allowed to traverse, and if they are, will they be asked to pay the $1 per barrel toll. So, a ship carrying 1 million barrels or 2 million barrels, which is what these large ships carry, whether they'll pay the million or have to pay the 2 million, and in which currency they'll have to pay the toll. So, that remains the unknown. But the big breaking development that is on your screens right now, that an alternative route for the Strait of Hormuz has been announced. Iran says it is reopening the strait, but because in the main waterway there are sea mines, they have offered an alternative route. My colleague Shivani is standing by to break this down on a map for us. Shivani, over to you.
we have the Strait of Hormuz on a map over here, and we are tracking the live vessels that move through here. So this is the traditional route that you can see on your screens. This is between the Ladakh island, and over here you can see this is the traditional route that is followed for oil tankers from the Persian Gulf. They move towards this area and then they move out of the Persian Gulf. Now if we go a little up, this is the Ladakh island, this is Bandar Abbas, and this is Kashim Island. So what the IRGC in fact is suggesting, that the routes now, or the oil tankers, if you zoom in a little bit, if we can zoom in a little bit over here, you see a red tanker. So this red flag shows that this is a tanker that will actually pass through this route. This is a very narrow strait and controlled by the IRGC. So this is the new route, or the alternative route, that the IRGC in fact wants all the oil tankers and all the fuel tankers to actually take. So they have stated that below that there will be anti-ship mines present on the traditional routes. So this is actually the route that they will have to follow.
Okay, there you have it. That's the interesting take over there, and it's not irrelevant, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, it is a big decision, but with the caveats of what might eventually just become a new normal. Whether it has already become the new normal, difficult to say at this point of time. Now, let's open up this conversation de facto, and let's try to digest this very, very quickly of what this actually means. I remember only 7 ships have traversed the strait in the past 24 hours since that ceasefire was announced. The average would be 120 to 130. 7 ships does not qualify as a normalization. Alternative routes means under Iranian control, potentially means under Iranian toll, which leaves the room open that if any ship does try to go past the traditional channels, will they A, face existential risk of sea mines as the Iranians claim, and which is probably true, and will they come under attack if they do try to break through the Straits of Hormuz through the traditional route without going through the alternatives that are being offered by the Iranians. Let's open up this conversation. Himanshu Bhatt joining us. Himanshu, but on prima facie, the news is the Straits of Hormuz have reopened. But do the caveats of the sea mines, of the potential tolls, basically render this meaningless?
It's basically, it's something like this. The game has just opened up. Now, both the sides are making their, cards clear. Now, this is going to be something, a bone of contention in the coming days. You said, you yourself said, 7 ships have passed. That's not even the 10% of the total traffic on every day which goes through that. Now, what is going to happen is, the second caveat is going to be very, very interesting. Whether they are going to charge that toll, what they have claimed, If at all, any case of that comes up, that will be again that bone of contention, and it will lead to a conflict again. Because there are going to be some countries which are not going to pay that, which are not going to be ready to pay that toll. Because once you pay, or once the world makes it a common point as new normal, you said, once it happens, what happens is, it is an acceptance that Strait of Hormuz becomes a property of Iran, and which the world doesn't want it. Leave aside US and Israel. So many people in the world also do not want that. So, I have a very strong feeling that this ceasefire may not last for more than 48 hours. Because there are so many points, with the caveats after caveats coming. And you do not know exactly where the mines are. And if an accident happens, what could it lead to? These are the things, which need to be thought about. So giving a big headline, Iranian forces right now, IRGC has given a big headline to us, Rishabh, that, we have opened the Strait of Hormuz. But with this condition, with this condition.
Okay, all right. Can I get my producers to put the screen here on the screen there? This is a statement which has been issued by none other than, in fact, the Iranian Consulate General in Mumbai. And I'm reading the statement. It's a statement from the Iranian Navy, which is the IRGC Navy. They say, and I quote, "Due to the past war situation and possible anti-ship mines in the main traffic zone of the Strait of Hormuz, per attached map," that map is on your screens, "all vessels are advised to coordinate with the IRGC Navy and use alternative routes until further notice." They add a description of the route: inbound from the Gulf of Oman northward via Larak Island to the Persian Gulf as per map. Map is on your screens. Outbound from the Persian Gulf passing south of Larak Island towards the Gulf of Oman as per the map. So let me describe that to you. If you can see the pointer on your screens, these are the two alternative routes, the two channels for inbound traffic and outbound traffic. This is inbound, which is going north. So all ships entering from the Arabian Sea via the Gulf of Oman into the Persian Gulf, the IRGC is saying that you are to enter from this channel, which passes between the Iranian coastline, the main coastline, and Larak Island. Larak Island is here. Okay, this is for inbound traffic. So they are saying, yes, container vessels are welcome to re-enter the Persian Gulf. And the outbound traffic, which is south of Larak Island being here, this is the lane at the bottom of the Larak Island, south of the Larak Island, which they say is for outbound traffic. The center part marked in the circle between the coordinates A, B, C, D in this map that has been released by the IRGC, this would have been the traditional channel. It's only a 2-mile wide channel from which ships were traversing the Straits of Hormuz 6 weeks ago. This entire area, they say, is sealed. And now they don't say it's because it's mined, they say because of the possibility of sea mines. Now you leave that for interpretation to yourself. So in effect, you can argue that the Straits of Hormuz are reopened, but has the status quo ante really changed? The answer would be not much, because you still have to get in touch with the Iranian Navy. The Iranian Navy, which is the IRGC, Revolutionary Guard, will guide or escort these ships. There is no official statement because the toll, remember, is not an official toll. Okay, it's an unofficial toll for people who have been coordinating with the IRGC so far, 7 ships a day. Now, whether that toll goes away, and does this mean that ships of other flag carriers will also be invited? Because the one thing that could have changed was that the Iranians were only allowing certain flagged ships. So we in India got some ships out, the Chinese have got some ships out, few other countries have managed to get some ships out. All the other ships have either been stuck or, as we've seen with our oil tankers off the coast of Kuwait, have actually been targeted by the IRGC. So will the Iranians go that all ships are welcome to traverse, but because of the sea mines, you have to go through the routes that we are giving you. You will have to go through coordination with us, you will have to go through an escort with us, and potentially for your own safety and for the costs incurred for the services that we are now offering, we will be charging that $1 per barrel kind of concept. So is the normal Strait of Hormuz open? The answer is no. But is it open to potential shipping from elsewhere? We are picking up that conversation as we speak in this rotating conversation. I don't know if Commander Bhushan Dewan can hear me. Commander Dewan, can you hear us, sir?
Yes, Rishabh, I'm with you.
Okay, so you have a summation of what has been announced by the Iranians in this statement, sir. What do you make of it?
Basically, this is, as you rightly mentioned, this is only a way for the Iran or IRGC to exercise control over passage of ships. Let me tell you, practically near Larak Island, the depth is around 15 to 20 meters, which is not enough for the VLCCs, which require clear 22, 25 meters depth. Besides this, that Larak Island thing is cannot provide a long passage where the VLCC can turn around. Turning radius is not enough. However, Suez Bank requires around 15 meters that could pass barely. But others, like LPG is 45,000 tons, those could pass. But what I'm seeing is the point is that IRGC wants to exercise control through this back door, and maybe on the ground they will take a call to allow some VLCCs 2 million barrels to pass through the normal Hormuz also. And they will say we are doing it under our control because we know where the mines are and where they are not. So this is a simple backdoor entry.
Do you think, sir, that they have left a navigable zone open in the sea mining operation that they have potentially conducted? They don't confirm it, but you and I both know they've done it. Do you think that they've left the navigable zone, that they might have the maps and that potential exists at least?
Yes. No, they're very clear about it, that where all the mines are. The mine laying agency, whichever navy it is, clearly knows the position of mines. That is the first thing, because their own ships also have got to pass. So that is not a question of doubt at all. But question is, it is risky. And another question is that big ships can't pass. As you rightly mentioned, VLCC 2 million barrels, it can't pass. 7.5 lakh barrels, 7.5 lakh barrels, Suezmax, that can barely pass. So I can see on the ground the drama playing out as follows: that IRGC will say, yeah, we will take a call. We will escort you with our pilot. Normally pilot boats are there. And we will let you pass safely either through this new route, alternative route near Ladakh, or through the old Hormuz we know best. And for some time, of course, the truce is only for 14 days. For some times, this will be tightly controlled, not much passage through Hormuz. And after 3-4 days, they may say, we have cleared the mines, so now even Hormuz they are opening. So to send a message that the whole thing is under their control. And another thing is that, as you know, our viewers may know also, Straits of Hormuz touches on the north side Iran territory, on the south side Oman territory. And there's a conflict who owns Hormuz. But Ladakh is on the north side, as you have seen on the map also. So there's no conflict about that part as far as Iranian control is concerned. But certainly this is a ploy to charge money, first to exercise control and thereafter charge
but
money.
will somebody take the risk? Will a non-Chinese flag carrier, for example, be willing to take the risk of contacting the IRGC and going through them? Will some of these ship-owning companies say, okay, let's go for it?
No, surely, because the businessman wants to do business. And they know, I'm sure they know, if I was running a merchant ship, I know if IRGC assures me I am on safe wicket. And because IRGC would really want this new alternative route also to flourish, to be accepted widely. So therefore, IRGC will be doubly cautious to see that ship doesn't run aground, ship is escorted out carefully. So with that perspective, I as a business merchant ship owner would be very happy to use this, and IRGC in any case is controlling it. I have to contact them even now. So I'll be quite happy to do it.
Okay, so here's the summation of what you're hearing. Commander Devan, just stay with me for a second. The summation is that in the channels that have been opened, the maps of which, and this is literally a photocopied map which has been uploaded by the Iranian consulate in Mumbai. It has the coordinates as well of the channels. You can see the top right of your screens are the latitude, longitude coordinates of the channel for inbound traffic to the north and of Ladakh Island, and for outbound traffic to the south of Ladakh Island. Now, the summation seems to be is that not all ships can traverse the water which is not deep enough. Some can, not all can, which means that potentially some of the ships, if not many of the ships, and that's a reality check, that cannot leave. Commander Devar, is that correct? So some of the ships are just stuck and they might be stuck for months.
Yeah, but there again, after a few days, IRGC may help them to come out under saying that under our tight control, we know best where the mines are. and we are shepherding them, escorting them out of the straits, Persian Gulf, through the straits.
Okay, so that leaves the one big question which I have to ask you, Commander Dewan, is that if any other ship, would a merchant captain try to risk it? Would they try to go past the normal channel?
They will not. They will not at all.
Would that primarily be because they take the sea mine seriously, or would that primarily be because there is no guarantee that the ship will not be attacked?
Yes, they will. I am certain no businessman will take a risk when they are quite happy. Whoever is exercising local control, and they will be quite happy to go by their words, because they are not in the business of fighting with IRGC. So they will just, if IRGC is saying so, they'll take a cautious approach and let's pay the money, let's get moving rather than getting stuck there.
Okay, all right. So another practical question. Okay, it is still 20% of the world's oil, 30% of the world's fertilizer, helium, everything which you and I know cannot be moved by pipeline, it cannot be moved by aircraft, it cannot be moved by trains, it can only be moved by ships. Now, which of the world's merchant naval fleets would be willing to go back in? Who would want to go back into the Persian Gulf?
I think in first 2-3 days, I'm certain IRGC will try to see that Hormuz comes alive. Initially, it comes alive through the alternative route to signal to the world that IRGC is in control and see safe passages there for smaller ships. And after 3-4 days, they will say, now we have cleared mines from main channel also 3 kilometers wide each, inward and outward. And therefore, they would like to see Strait of Hormuz being open as normal so that they can tell the world, see, IRGC is in command, technically also on the ground. Okay. And
Okay, Commander Dewan, quick last question before I let you go. In a practical sense, can you see any tactical or strategic logic in Iran in the medium to long term ever reopening the normal channels?
Yes, they will. I think they will, because VLCCs, like 2 million barrels means Iran earns $2 million in yuan or whatever. But so they would like it to be open once the IRGC has signaled to the world that they are in command, they are in control of Hormuz. They'll certainly like to open it as soon as possible after some time, when they know, the world has come to know that IRGC is in control.
Okay. Proof of the pudding is in the eating. 7 ships have traversed the Strait of Hormuz in the past 24 hours since the ceasefire was announced. If that number upticks, becomes 20, 30, 40, the normal was 120 to 136 weeks ago, then we'll know that this is the new deal. This is the new normal in the Straits of Hormuz. Thank you, Commander Bhushan. Let me get General Dwivedi into this conversation. General Dwivedi, quick thoughts. So the prima facie big news is that Iran has announced that they are reopening the Straits of Hormuz with the caveat that you have to go through the channels that they are going to pilot you through, because the main channel is sea mined. Do you think this is going to change something, or doesn't change much actually?
Thank you, Rishabh. First and foremost, Strait of Hormuz had emerged as the center of gravity of this whole war, or the war zone. The second issue is, Rishabh, after the agreement or ceasefire and how the negotiation progress, 2 things are going to happen very certainly. One is that the whole architecture of West Asia is going to undergo a change, because the geopolitics are going to actually get reshaped. And let's not doubt, Iran has emerged a stronger entity now than before the war. Second point is, as I said, the Hormuz is a state, center of gravity. Therefore, Iran is going to control Hormuz now. Of course, they will ensure that the ship passage is smooth and they're back to the normalcy as far as the traffic is concerned. But as far as the control is concerned, Iran is going to ensure that it has certain degree of sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. That's what the change I expect. But the one thing is very clear: the erstwhile status quo is gone. There will be new status quo, new protocols, and this waterway will now have the imprint or the overarching shadow of Iran. Rishabh.
So, as things stand at this moment, there is no ship of any measure with its transponders on that is traversing the Straits of Hormuz. There is a lot of local trade going on between Larak Island and Bandar Abbas, which is the main Iranian port. But the big announcement has come. So, if you take it at prima facie value, ladies and gentlemen, Iran has announced that it has reopened the Straits of Hormuz, with the caveat that, sorry, the main channel is mined. So, you have to go through this via Larak Island, which is very close, very much in Iranian territorial waters, incoming towards the north of the Larak Island and outgoing to the south of Larak Island. Whether this means that the toll will still be charged, almost certain. Are they making a public announcement? No. They are saying all ships are welcome to contact the IRGC Navy, and we will guide you through this channel. And you can well imagine that they will charge a toll. Proof of the pudding will be in the eating. As a merchant navy captain from a merchant navy fleet, under the advisement of your government, whichever they might be, would you want to run the risk of trying to break the blockade, knowing full well that there are sea mines and potential attack that could still happen? The answer is no. If you were to do it, you would have done it weeks ago. Why do it now? So, the main channel is not going to open. Will the Iranians allow ships of all flags, all nationalities, all firms to utilize this route? The consensus seems to be that it is in the Iranian interest to do so, because they will earn a toll for this. They will also prove that it is safe to traverse these two channels that they have created. So, it seems that yes, they would allow them, but probably for a certain fee, and to make the point that the strait can be opened and closed at their whim and fancy, very much under their control. We are going to keep on tracking these very important developments, because yes, prima facie the Straits of Hormuz have been opened. Prima facie this has to have an immediate relief impact, not only on oil prices, but for every single human being all over the world who's had to bear the brunt of it. But how long will that fundamentally change, and whether this now becomes the new normal? It seems that in the near term, at least for the next several weeks, if not months, this will be the new normal. So, the Straits of Hormuz, ladies and gentlemen, are potentially open. Ships are yet to traverse them in any large numbers. We'll keep you updated. I'll take a quick break for 1 minute. We come back on the other side and pick up election coverage.
आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है नया उत्तर प्रदेश। यूपी का संकल्प $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, भारत की जीडीपी में 9.1% का योगदान।
हमने तय किया है उत्तर प्रदेश को एक विकसित राज्य बनाएंगे।
एक्सप्रेसवे प्रदेश, 7 चालू और 15 विकास के विभिन्न चरणों में एयरपोर्ट, 12 घरेलू, 4 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संचालित, 1 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहित 8 निर्माणाधीन, धरातल पर 15 लाख करोड़ के निवेश। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर से गरजती ताकत और जेवर से उड़ान भरती आकांक्षाएं। आज यूपी देश का पहला राज्य है जिसके पास सबसे बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क है। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में लंबी छलांग लगाकर हमने निवेश का नया इतिहास रचा है। डबल इंजन सरकार, डबल रफ्तार, विकसित भारत 2047, आत्मनिर्भर युवा, आधुनिक आधारभूत ढांचा, विकसित भारत का इंजन हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप, MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप जीरा सिप, प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप, MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
A
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
महाशय धर्मपाल जी के 130वें जन्मदिन पर MDH मसालों पर पाइए 10% एक्स्ट्रा। अब स्वाद के साथ बचत भी। अब पाइए बचत ही बचत।
We have also promised to the people of Assam that we will invest rupees 5 lakh crore.
In my book, somebody who is elected as an MLA or an MP is elected because he chooses to serve the people and solve their problems.
इसके पहले 2 बार मैंने चुनाव जीता यहाँ से, MLA और MP। यहाँ लोगों का घर घर तक मेरा संपर्क है।
विकास के सिलसिले में जो सुनहरा मौका मिला है, इसकी वजह से आज दोनों वैली जाग उठा है। वो लोग का साथ मेरा इंटरेक्शन भी हुआ था, तब ये पता चला जो लोग चाहते हैं जो एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए कुछ करें।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. I'm Rishabh Guwahati. Well, we're tracking dramatic developments coming out of the Straits of Hormuz nonetheless, but there are equally important things happening back home in India where 2 states in Assam and Kerala, elections are on and people are in lines to cast their vote. Pinarayi Vijayan, there on your screens, the sitting Chief Minister of Kerala, who's hoping to buck the trend and be the bulwark for the left parties as he has been for the past decade once again, and reform a government in Kerala. He's being taken on by the Congress, which has the only fair shot of replacing him. But the BJP, which, believe it or not, 1 in 10 Keralites voted for the BJP last time around. Will that change? Will they get a handful, a meaningful presence in the Kerala Assembly? We'll find out very, very shortly. There's other big battle going on in Assam where it is pretty much Hemanta Biswa Sarma show being challenged by Gaurav Gogoi of the Congress party. Can he do a miracle for the Congress in Assam? He's contesting himself. My colleague Nibir Deka meanwhile is standing. Gaurav is fighting the seat from Jorhat, but in the capital Guwahati is where my colleague and editor Nibir Deka is standing by. Nibir, you've been speaking to people on the ground. It's very useful for us in the studio to get a pulse of what they're thinking when they're casting their vote. Are they thinking beef? Are they thinking passport offshore? Are they thinking, security risk? What's the issue, Nibir, that people are telling you? Let's listen in.
Absolutely. We are here since morning and in Guwahati, and 5 constituencies of Guwahati go to vote. Today, speaking to a lot of public also who are casting their vote early morning. A lot of senior citizens and women have turned up for the vote, and the proper security facilities have been also taken care of while these votes have been casted. We are going to speak to some of the voters who have been lining up since morning, but also we'll get to show you the sense of the polling centers. Is proper security facilities have been taken up and proper casting of vote is being conducted
Nibin,
so
let's
far.
speak to people. You can translate for us. There's no issue. Please go ahead, speak to people, and you can translate for us.
Sure. Surely we are going to speak to some of the voters. But what did you say? Dile niki?
নাই নাই হয়
কি ভাবি কি সমস্যা ভাবি কিনে ভোট দিব হৈছে কি
মানে এটো আমি যেহেতু চৰকাৰখন যোৱা চৰকাৰ খুব ধুনীয়াকৈ পৰিচালিত কৰিছে যিখিনি মানে অঘৰী লোৱা ছোৱালী বহুতে চাকৰি পাইছে এইবাৰ পাব বুলি আশা কৰি যোন চৰকাৰে আহক মানে ল'ৰা ছোৱালীখিনি চাকৰি পাব লাগে কিন্তু আমাৰ ছোৱালী দুজনী আছে কিন্তু 2-1 নম্বৰ কাৰণে কিন্তু পোৱা নাই
মানে চাকৰি আপোনাৰ মেইন ইস্যু
মেইন ইস্যু নহয় মানে গোটেইখিনি সমস্যা সমাধান হ'ব লাগে আৰু হেতি আৰু
So she's saying that the jobs have been given to the youth this time, and she's banking that these jobs continue to go in. Dada, namaskar. Vote dile? Haat kon dekhai diyo. Sir dekhai diyo. Ki issue loi ise vote dibo? Ki bhabi vote dibo ise?
Aisa ki bata?
They are very shy people here, but they have all come up amid the rains that we are witnessing since morning to cast their valuable vote. A lot of the youngsters also there. Hi, can we speak to you? What's your name?
My name is Vidit.
Vidit. Okay, and you have casted your vote. Please show us your finger. Yeah.
I'm here to go.
Okay. So, what are the issues for you? We thought before casting your vote.
So the issues predominantly, I pretty much like the Himata ideology towards the people and the vision that he has for Assam, and that was my primary indicator of what was the deciding factor when I decided to cast my vote. His ideology towards the
And as a youth, what are your main issues as a youth that you see going ahead in?
So what I can see very clearly is that employment is being focused. I can see semiconductor facility getting installed. So employment as per my age is a very important factor and will be a deciding factor for people like me across Assam to make their important decision regarding the vote.
Okay, and what is the responsibility of the other youths? Because we also have to appeal to the youths to come and vote because they are very important for democracy. So what is your appeal to them?
I have two appeals. First, at least vote. You should ensure that you exercise your democratic right. That is my first appeal. Second is be very, very diligent in terms of what party you are voting for, what factors that you are considering for, because this vote will decide the next 5 years that Assam will gonna have for you as well as for other people.
Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, so there you have it. We have spoken to the elderly, we have spoken to senior citizens and also to youth. Amid these rains, Rishabh, every time it is polling season, we always see the rain here in Assam. This is a very common trend, and you can see people here waiting in the line. This is the male line and the female line. They have been segregated. Public are waiting. Security facilities have been given. You remember, this is one state which had AFSPA once upon a time, and very lower voter turnout during the agitation
days.
Right.
But now stay with me. We are having a lot of disturbance with your mic. Apologize for the audio issues there. We'll get that fixed. But you got a pulse of what's happening on the ground. Let's hop across to the other side of the country, where in the capital of Kerala, in Thiruvananthapuram, my colleague Belly Thomas is standing by. Belly, over to you.
Well, I am at the lower primary school in Kaudiyar's Jawahar Nagar here in Nemam constituency, and we have the voters standing here. Sir, what do you think the issues are there in your constituency, and what do you want your representatives to resolve?
There are no issues as such. We are living in a very peaceful life, very developed. All are literate enough to understand the issues, so we know how to proceed with. So presently, whoever are in the power was okay, and whoever is yet to come is also for the development of the state.
Okay. So when it comes to the Kerala politics, there are only two alternatives for the people, one LDF and UDF. Now the NDA has come as a third front. Like, what do you have to your comments on that?
I don't want to comment on that, okay, because it's a voting day. It can have a kind of implications, so which I don't want to comment on.
Okay. So what do you think the issues are there in your constituency that your representatives who will get elected this time would sort it out?
I'm not very sure because I don't live here right now. I'm from Cochin, but I feel there could be a lot more interaction from our representatives. For us. I feel it's very peripheral right now. I think there will be better governance. I'm basically looking for a change in this edition of the year.
Since you're looking for a change, what do you think of this NDA coming as a third front when the Kerala politics always were dominated by two fronts, that's LDF and UDF?
I think it's an option is needed definitely. We have tried both, but it's a third option. So I think it's a fair thing to have. So for people to look for one more option, right, as to what are the possibilities. We don't know yet, what they can also do. Yeah, I think that's what it is.
So you said you're not from here. So what are the issues that you have in your constituency back in your place?
I live in Cochin, so I think it's a lot of unplanned development happening there. So it's very the traffic issues, the roads are not very planned, the building licenses are just given. So those kind of issues are definitely there. I think better planning, and that's what we expect our representatives to do. To make policies. For example, in Cochin, the traffic buses are really crazy. The private buses are really crazy. They just go very fast. There is nobody controlling any of them. So I guess there are a lot of things that bring in governance and all that can be done. So yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. So what do you think?
Okay, there you have Belly. Thanks. You just stay with us. Let me quickly open up this conversation to the battle that is going on. We'll pick up on the thought in Kerala, which is exciting. Mithun Vijay Kumar joining us in the broadcast. Bipin Sharma, Himanshu Bhatt are with us. Mithun, let me start with you if you can hear us. What do you make of this? Because Kerala is a conundrum. It has some of the best social metrics in the country, and you heard a couple of voters over there who are very, very happy with the state of affairs. Peaceful life, they say, is what we want. We are a good example. Mithun, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Yes, please. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
See, I think in Kerala this time, if you see, the LDF's campaign is built on the promise of continuity. They're promising on their record of healthcare and welfare. But at the same time, the UDF is pushing back hard. They are calling this election a correction, highlighting issues like, corruption and the rising cost of living. But the major issue this time is the missing youth factor. I heard some people, commenting. But I think one of the major issues that Kerala is facing is the missing youth. And this is perhaps the most unique issue in 2026 because thousands of young Malayalis have moved abroad for studies and jobs. And for those who stayed here, unemployment is the number one issue. So both the sides are promising, high revenue enterprises and IT hubs, but the youth are asking for immediate results and not for long-term plans because till now they have not seen it. And when we speak about the Kerala model that is built by, the left and Congress, then we have to ask this one question: why is the youth running away from Kerala? In 2026, Kerala's biggest export is not, spices or rubber; it's our children, because of the, LDF's trade unionism and the UDF's lack of vision. There are no jobs here. So we have built a state where you can, get a degree, but you can't get a salary. All our brilliant engineers and nurses are forced to build other countries because these two fronts have failed the state to a good extent. And now we look at the other issues in Kerala, the financial black hole. The LDF government has pushed Kerala into a massive debt trap. Actually, we are borrowing money just to pay interest on previous loans, and meanwhile the opposition it spends its time in internal power struggles instead of holding the government accountable. So both parties have treated the state treasury like a private bank account, leaving the common man.
But Mithun, you say that, and in some cases it becomes a cliched truism that people look for employment outside the state in other parts of the country, or as you and I know, in the Gulf area. Many of them are back home, incidentally, to vote in this election because of the current crisis that is going on in the Middle East. A war is on. But Mithun, there are many people who are very proud of what the state has achieved. You know, the social metrics are excellent, and they are reflective that they don't want the levels of development that we see. They want living their livelihoods in the concept of how they perceive their culture, how they perceive their piece of life as important. So for the people who are very proud of what Kerala has achieved, they are perfectly happy with the status quo.
See, I think it's just a larger narrative that people in Kerala are very happy. We have very good metrics in terms of education, healthcare and all this. But if you look at the reality, I don't think people are so happy about what the situation of Kerala is currently. There is corruption. If you look at the scams, the number of scams that have happened in the last 10 years and each scam leading to some of the highest offices in the state, I don't think people are happy about it.
Okay.
Just because the state has good, metrics in terms of education doesn't mean that people are getting jobs. And people and
okay,
young,
both can be true. Both can be true. You can be proud of the legacy of Kerala as a shining example in social metrics in India, and at the same time, you can hope for a new deal, for a better future. It is possible. Now, how is that going to be delivered? Well, the one person who's trying to challenge that. And he fought in Thiruvananthapuram against Shashi Tharoor less than a year and a half ago. Rajiv Chandrasekhar speaking to us this morning. He is currently contesting from Nimom. Let's listen into what he's saying. Okay, there you have it on your screens. Extremely important election, he says. The Congress and CPM are forced by the BJP to talk about development. The BJP and NDA's strong show in this election will change the political narrative. There you go, listen in.
I'm part of it as a candidate in Nemam, and I'm happy and I'm very pleased to be and honored to be a part of it as the chairman of the NDA as well. So on many levels, I'm extremely honored and privileged to be participating in this very, very important election in Kerala's political history. And I am requesting every voter to come out, participate in these elections, vote in these elections, and make your vote about change, make your vote about the future of Kerala.
Sir, do you think the politics in Kerala will change?
I am 100% sure. Already you can see parties like the Congress party and the CPM forced to talk about Vikasanam. 6 months ago, 10 months ago, they were talking about everything else. They were trying to create controversies, they were lying through their teeth, trying to distract people. They are forced by the BJP NDA to start talking about Vikasanam. They don't have a vision, they don't have a plan. That is a different thing.
Okay, there you have it. The issues are well and truly known. Rajiv Chandrasekhar is contesting for the second time in Kerala. He fought the Lok Sabha, is fighting for the assembly. The BJP has won the odd one seat in the past. But in a meaningful way. Can that be 5? Can that be 10? We don't know. There comes a time when vote share is not enough. You can go from vote share of 10, 11% to 13, 14% and it won't make too much of a difference. But vote share, when you hit a certain mark, generally that's in your 20s, suddenly you start winning a lot of seats in the parliamentary system. So the BJP vote share has crept up. 1 in 10 Keralite voted for the BJP in 2021. It's very difficult for people to understand that. 1 in 10. You need that to be 1 in 5 for you to start winning seats. That's the truism of parliamentary democracy in India. So is Rajiv Chandrasekhar making a go of it? For sure he is. Let me put this up and pick up the conversation with our other guests as well. Bipinji, what do you make, before I come to Assam, what do you make of the battle in Kerala? It is existential for the left, but at the same time, if the Congress can't pull this one off, can't beat the left parties when everybody, including Mamta, has, that's going to be, pretty heartbreaking for them.
Well, Rishabh, thanks. And secondly, no second thoughts about that. You see, because just with the objective of keeping BJP out of power, Congress does not mind playing the second fiddle. So in the process, what is happening? It's actually losing out its voter base and its identity. So you see, definitely, the high-stake battle, And as far as LDF is concerned in Kerala, it's aiming for a hat trick. For UDF, it's a fight for a comeback. But then, as far as Assam is concerned, that is one state out of these 4 states and one union territory that is going to polls. One state is Assam, where the picture is quite evident that it is going to go the BJP way. And Himanta Biswa Sarma is the man to watch out. So I think, again, because of course West Bengal is not going to polls today. So it's Assam and Puducherry and Kerala, which are the, states to be discussed upon. So I think very evenly poised as far as Kerala is concerned. But then the key point here is that the issues should not be sidelined, because normally what is happening in the last few years that because people participate with all the enthusiasm in the world in this festival of democracy. But then, when the politicians go out in the election rallies, then the discourse is not up to the mark. That leaves the voters very disappointed.
But Bipinji, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about the Assam contest, because if we've been watching the news for the past 1 week, you'd think the biggest issue in Assam is whether you can eat beef or not. You'd think the biggest issue in Assam is whether Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife has or has not some company in Wyoming doing some business with some other offshore account somewhere or the other. You'd think the biggest issue in Assam is the voter lists. Are these the biggest issues?
Absolutely, because there is this talk about the timing factor that, if you talk about the opposition, they are leveling all sorts of allegations about SIR, the very exercise of SIR, that how come mass exclusions of voters have happened. So that is one contention. They have all the right in the world, the opposition. But then the counter allegation which the BJP is leveling is that how come all these skeletons are tumbling out of the cupboard? Because that's very pertinent, and that we must discuss, that how come just during the election time, all these people now are coming out in the open. I'm not talking about Epstein files, but other people who are leveling all sorts of allegations, whether they are baseless, that time will determine. But then, this is not expected. The voters expect the politicians, all these stalwarts, to discuss the key issues, the issues of unemployment, and the roadmap should be discussed. They should come forth with their roadmap, how they can actually...
You're right. That's what you would want in an ideal world. And Himanshu, but the lesson of 2025 was that when it comes to the assembly elections, it's back to local politics. That was the lesson of 2025. The second lesson of 2025 was that people are buying into this idea of double engine. They would prefer it. They would prefer the concept of not having state and center fighting and leave it to one party. That was the lesson of 2025. Lesson of 2026 might be different. You can argue that Mamata Banerjee is pulling it off in Bengal for the 4th time potentially running. But is there an overarching emotive issue? Do you see one, Himanshu? But I don't see it. I don't see some national prerogative. I don't see the war in the Middle East, security, terrorism, China. All of these were national issues. So it's down to local politics. So this is more about Himanta and Pinarayi than it is about anything else.
Yes, it is more about Himanta Biswa Sarma and Pinarayi Vijayan than anything else. And for a state like Kerala, let me make one comment. And that is for people like BJP, for the parties like BJP, which has done absolutely nothing there, not on the political map. They need a critical mass to make an effect in the politics of Kerala. Right now, what they have is about 11.4%. You very correctly said 1 out of 10 voted for BJP. But if you look, when about 1.5 out of 10 voted for BJP in a local body elections, they were able to get their mayor on. There is a very critical mass, and which is shifting. So when you look at the figures, I was just looking through the figures of Kerala when you said that. The difference is about 3% of votes between LDF and UDF for who is going to rule the state. Now, we saw that in Gujarat, I think. We saw that, what is called a critical mass effect. AAP may have won just 5 seats in Gujarat, but with 15% vote share, they have eaten it off from an opposition party, which resulted into opposition party being decimated. So playing a kingmaker for BJP this time in Kerala is going to happen. If BJP manages to score its vote percentage to about 16-17%, what will happen is one of the two combinations, LDF or UDF, is going to lose very, very heavily.
But are we misjudging? Are we misjudging? There is a lot of practicality in the argument, okay? There are emotive issues. We were discussing Sabrimala, literally the court case is on yet again because it's a matter of faith, interpretation, a lot of complications over there, gender and belief. But in a practical sense, Himanshu Bhatt, there is the Keralite who feels pride in the fact that they are the antithesis, that they are the alternative. There is a state with a political alternative. I'll give you an example. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi have done zero development work in Kerala. They are not from those constituencies. They haven't nurtured those constituencies, nor were they dynasties from those areas. Nothing. But they won votes in Wayanad. Not once, but multiple times. Okay, Rahul won, then Priyanka won. Because there is a Keralite who wants to be different, who wants to be. Are we underestimating that flavor?
No, but there is a similar way. It can go other way also. Now just imagine Narendra Modi fighting a seat from Kerala and also winning very handsomely. If you see his public shows, the way people were gathering even in Kerala, it says that. So this could happen. What I'm saying is, there is definitely a shift. They have a third option. This is for the first time. And don't forget that one thing, Rishabh. Gen Z of Kerala is more than 50% outside Kerala. And they certainly have an effect back home.
Okay, so let me pick up that thought. Because, politics in parliamentary systems, okay, presidential system is slightly different, but in parliamentary systems, it is what Himanshu Bhatt was talking about, critical mass. You keep building, and you are nowhere. And suddenly, as was the case of Narendra Modi's victory, the first one, that you had the BJP under Vajpayee and before since the 70s, building, and then suddenly the entire history of our modern political times is completely changed. There are many people in the next 2 or 3 years, literally, who will become first-time voters, and all they have known is Narendra Modi as Prime Minister since the time of their birth. So suddenly the political history changes, and that's how parliamentary systems operate. But Mithun, you were referring to the same point, okay, that there is a different nature of the vote as well. That is not about politics. That has to look at the state and the future of the state. I mentioned, we've been discussing on NewsX the Visakhapatnam port. The Visakhapatnam port is going to change the way India functions. Now that is a collaboration between the state, between the center, that is a left government, a BJP government, and the port is being run by the Adanis. It's being built by them. So when it comes to that port, all of them have come to work together. It's going to change the face of India. But are these the emotive issues in elections, Mithun?
See, I think for many of the Malayalis, the major issues would be, better facilities, infrastructure, roads, job opportunities. And I think for the first time, you might see that, many Keralites are looking towards BJP also as a ray of hope. And, the Suresh Gopi effect that we saw, the historic win in Thrissur actually proved that, BJP can win in Kerala. It actually shattered the myth that the state is, impenetrable for a third front. And people have seen that, a BJP representative actually brings central projects directly to the doorstep, bypassing the state's red tape. So I think people are not concerned about which party or which political power, that loyalty towards a certain party, the loyalty towards CPIM or UDF. That's changing with the youth taking over things, and I think this time they are also looking at opportunities. So the development is what everyone is looking at, while the UDF and LDF have very strong
yes, but less
ideologies,
than
and
a
they fight
year
over
ago, okay, there was no need. I know it was a deep Congress bastion, okay, but 10 years now of LDF, two and a half terms of Narendra Modi, there was no need to vote first for Rahul Gandhi, then for Priyanka Gandhi in Wayanad, but it happened. So there is a vote share. Ladies and gentlemen, you won't believe it. In the state that Himanshu Bhatt comes from, in Gujarat, where there has been no Congress government for the better part of 40 years. So since before I was born, okay, and look at my grey hair, there has been no Congress government, okay. Yet, 1 in 5 people still vote for the Congress. It's politics can be very interesting, which is why we sit and have this conversation, because it's unpredictable and even the politicians don't know where it's going. Mithun, quick last 30 seconds to finish your thought. I need to take a break.
No, I'm just saying, if you are referring to Wayanad, in Wayanad, even if you or I go and contest on a Congress ticket, we would win, because Wayanad has always favored Congress, no matter what the winds of socio-political situation had been in Kerala. So Priyanka Gandhi winning from Wayanad is not the major issue, but what has Priyanka done for Wayanad? We can ask, what has Rahul done for Wayanad? They have always been guest MPs in that particular, particular district. So in that constituency. So what is the development they are bringing? If you ask, there is absolutely zero development.
Okay.
And when you see that, we can the people of
social
Kerala,
metrics
right now,
versus developmental metrics. Okay, which is most important? Many Keralites will tell you we are very proud of the example that Kerala sets for the rest of the country in terms of literacy. It has, since you've all studied this in school, the literacy in Kerala, the maximum number of newspapers that are published or read is very high. The people's involvement in politics is very high. And it has been a left-ruled state for, again, potentially the last bastion of the left for the next foreseeable future. And I'll leave it on that thought, Himanshu. But if the reversal happens, if Pinarayi Vijayan loses, okay, and potentially loses badly, is that it? Is left politics in India finished for the foreseeable future?
If that happens, but I foresee something else. If that happens, it will be the final bastion of leftist broken there. But that will not happen totally, I'll tell you that. Because I think I have a very strong feeling, and I have my reasons for that. There is going to be a type of a mixed bag results as far as Kerala is concerned. Because what is going to happen is the third one, which will eat off the votes, will be of both these people, LDF and UDF. And in that khichdi that is made, you will have a bit of everything. And I'll not be.
Okay, so we'll come back and have this conversation. That can you see a left Congress government in Kerala? A super alliance. Is that possible? Anything is possible in politics. They fought together at the center, even though they fought against each other at the state, and they've justified it every time. So anything is open in politics. Believe it or not, it could happen. Does it make sense for them for it to happen? No. But for that, the BJP will have to get, which is the third force, will have to get at least, I would say, almost double of the vote share that they got last time for them to be in a very strong role over there. Can that happen? Anything is possible. That's why politicians don't know, the polls don't know, we don't know. We have to leave it to the wisdom of the crowd. And speaking of the BJP, here's the person, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, speaking to us a short while back. Listen in.
The Kerala State BJP President Rajiv Chandrasekhar with me. Sir, did you sleep well last night?
Yes, very much. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Prime Minister Modi called you, is what you said. Like, can you share what did he?
No, he called me and he said, I convey my best wishes to all the Karyakartas who have worked very hard. I am very confident. He said that I'm very confident that your work will pay off. And I'm deeply grateful that he took the time early in the morning to call me and to convey his best wishes to every Karyakarta.
It is said that it is a decisive battle. Your comments on that?
No, it is a very important, it's one of the most important elections in the history of Kerala's politics. And the people see it that way. People have taken it over as that. People want change, people want development, people want a new direction for our Kerala. And I think that in a democracy, it is the people's will that will prevail always, not the CPM and the Congress's will.
As a BJP state president, how many seats do you expect this time?
Not more than 140.
Okay, great. Sir, at last, like we have seen this pencil in the pictures of all your campaign. Can you explain why?
No, this is a pen. I mean, there's nothing special about. I carry a Nataraj pencil for the last 20 years in my pocket. Because I have a tendency to lose pens and therefore I carry a pencil. So even if I lose a pencil, I can replace it with a pencil.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that with us. That was the Kerala State BJP President Rajiv Chandrasekhar after casting his vote at the Jawahar Nagar polling booth. With camera person Pawan Kumar, this is Billy Thomas for NewsX.
All right, we take a short break. Back in exactly 1 minute to pick up these conversations on the other side. Stay with us.
Sip sip जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा
सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MDH
महाशय धर्मपाल जी के 130वें जन्मदिन पर एमडीएच मसालों पर पाइए 10% एक्स्ट्रा। अब स्वाद के साथ बचत भी। अब पाइए बचत ही बचत।
खाने में मेरी क्वीन के लिए क्या है? किंग मटर पनीर, किंग बैगन भरता, किंग वेज पुलाव, किंग पालक पनीर कोफ्ता।
ये सब किंग क्यों?
क्योंकि ये सब बना है MDH किचन किंग से का बॉस।
MDH किचन किंग असली किचन किंग
MDH।
महाशय धर्मपाल जी के 130वें जन्मदिन पर एमडीएच मसालों पर पाइए 10% एक्स्ट्रा। अब स्वाद के साथ बचत भी। अब पाइए बचत ही बचत।
Welcome back. Breaking developments coming in. Prime Minister Modi has now put out a statement, and it's an emotive one and an important one, on a history-changing matter that is coming up before the country. He says, and I'm quoting, on the 16th of April, Parliament will be convened to discuss and pass an important bill that advances women's reservation. To describe this merely as a legislative exercise would be an understatement. It is a reflection of the aspiration of crores of women across India. It is an affirmation of the principle that has long guided our civilizational ethos, that society progresses when women progress. Women constitute nearly half of India's population. Their contributions to our nation are vast and invaluable. Today, India is witnessing remarkable achievements by women across every field, from science and technology to entrepreneurship, from sports to the armed forces, and from music to the arts. Women are at the forefront of India's progress. Over the years, sustained efforts have been made to create an enabling environment for women's empowerment. Greater access to education, improved healthcare, enhanced financial inclusion, and better access to basic amenities have strengthened the foundation of women's participation in economic and social life. Yet, their representation in the world of politics and legislative bodies has not always been commensurate with their role in society. This is particularly unfortunate because when women participate in administration and decision making, they bring with them the experiences and insights and enrich public discourse and improve the quality of governance. This opportunity to ensure women's reservation also resonates deeply with the spirit of our Constitution. This moment calls for collective action. It is not about any one government, party or individual. It is about the nation as a whole recognizing the importance of this step and coming together for Nari Shakti. That is why the passage of a bill for women's reservation should reflect the broadest possible consensus and be guided by the larger national interest. Unquote. That is the Prime Minister of this country who is making an appeal just days before the women's reservation bill reaches its final impact value in Parliament before it gets enacted next year in 2027. He is basically calling for a unanimous vote. That's what's happening here. Let me pick up that conversation. Joyita Basu, before we discuss the elections that are happening in Assam, Kerala and Puducherry, let's pick up this thought, because this is going to change the political roadmap of India forever. 33% reservation for women in Parliament. Potentially this paves the way for the same to be enacted in all the state assemblies. The Prime Minister wants it to be, it seems pretty indicative from this statement, he would like to see a unanimous vote, 100%, everybody in favor.
Yes, absolutely. And why not? When you're talking about the opposition parties, I don't see there is any, I don't think that they will be having any reservation about this particular bill which reserves seats for women. Although as a woman, I must say, Rishabh, that, I wish I wish this particular women's representation in Parliament had come without reservation, but that has not been the case. That would have been the ideal scenario, where women get to participate in, be in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha on their, without any this kind of a push. But the very fact that this was needed and that it took so many years, decades, I would say this is a watershed moment in the country's history, and for women's movement and for women of this country, including, I would say, even globally. Because, given that India is the largest democracy, most the populous democracy, what India does, it has an impact.
This fundamentally changes politics. I know there are elections. Elections happen in this country every 6 months, okay? And will happen in this country every 6 months. Somewhere or the other, an election is going on. Unless we can have the concept of one nation, one poll, in which case elections will happen every 2.5 years or every 5 years. You can, of course, argue that, as we have the pros and cons of that. But Tanvi, 16th of April, it is watershed. And can we accept that you will have that one moment in which the Congress and the BJP will vote together on this?
100%, and looking forward to it. I have been one of the advocate for this for a very, very long period of time. Rishabh, you see, there are 19 state legislatures in India which have less than 10% women members. States like Mizoram and Himachal Pradesh have zero representation of women. Now, these statistics are extremely alarming, and something has to be done. This represents the women coming forward is a watershed moment, in the sense that they don't just get to take part in decision making, in not just being a symbolic part of decision making, but actually making laws that affect women. Because there are so many times we have seen in Parliament that we have to amend laws because the lawmakers haven't really thought much how it will affect women in general, and that has really impacted the growth story of women in India. And as Joyita ji said very rightly, that this is not just an Indian problem, it's a global problem. We still have had one woman prime minister. United States is yet to have a woman prime minister. So I think India will lead by example for the rest of the world if this happens.
Okay, well, for sure. You mentioned we've had a woman prime minister. We've had women presidents. We are yet to have a woman chief justice, a woman army chief. But then this Rajalakshmi Joshi, let me get to the political point first. In practice, the statement from the Prime Minister is not making a case for it, because the case for it has already been well established. The fact that it could not be done for 30 years is the strange stigma politics in this country that nobody bothered to do it because of political expediency. But in practice, are we going to see the Congress and BJP vote together as one?
Hello, Rishabh, and I hope that this will be one of those rare moments where all political parties, not just the BJP and the Congress, all of them come together and they vote in favor of this bill. And I see that happening more because, nowadays the women factor has become a very important aspect in electoral politics. So that also could be a reason where they may not want to alienate this women voter base. So that is the reason also why political parties may want to not look on the other side of the fence. So then that could be ironically a reason why they could actually vote in favor of this. But seriously speaking, yes, it is very much the need of the day, and I really hope that they put all their political differences aside and bring all the stakeholders.
Okay, the time passes by. So for people watching the broadcast, let me put a little bit of context before we go back to election coverage. So the context is that 3 years ago in 2023, the concept of 33% reservation of women as law has already been passed. Okay, so that was the milestone of 2023. That 33% reservation in Parliament as a principle has already been cleared. Now, in order to put that into practice, you need to make other changes, and this bill, which is coming up for vote on the 16th of April, will implement the principle for the 2029 general elections, which is not a long way off. We're just 3 years away. Okay, so in 3 years, it is now guaranteed that 1/3 of parliamentarians will be women, which automatically, Joyita Basu, means that in the past, where too often we've seen that, at the local level, panchayati level, where sarpanches are supposed to be women and all that, we've just simply seen family members, wives, sisters, daughters put forth. Are we going to see something substantively different? That this is actually going to create a crop of a whole new generation of women parliamentarians, women politicians?
Well, Rishabh, there is no escaping the family factor. Okay, there is going to be. But given the extent, 33%, even those politicians who are totally into, we are talking about nepotism, these politicians will also have to introduce women in the, they will have to field women who go beyond the family. How many leaders, how many politicians will have enough women in their families so that they can field and fill up all the seats? It's not going to be. And it is too much of an eyesore if that happens. So it is bound to, yes, what we are going to witness is a new crop of women leaders coming up, and that is very good for the discussion. The narrative, the discourse, the political discourse in the country, it's very good for that.
Okay. So I have to address one more subject before I go back to election coverage, because it's an important one. And let me, Joyita, start with you and go across everyone. Should we increase the number of parliamentary seats, constituencies in India by 33%? Joyita, should we do it? Has the time come?
Yes. We have to. I think the new Lok Sabha, they have already made provisions for increase, and I think after delimitation, whatever the process, constitutional process is, yes, because you see what happens, even in terms of administering these constituencies, even after for the MPs and all, think of some of the constituencies are so huge, 7 assembly seats, 8 assembly seats, and
okay.
they're really,
so Joyita says, yes, we should. Okay, Raja Lakshmi Joshi, same thought. Is this then an opportunity to also look at something we haven't changed since 1950, the number of seats in India's parliament?
Yes, Rishabh, that is exactly the reason why this is going to be a historic session, because the BJP intends to not only make amendments to make sure that this bill is implemented and made a law. So it was not enough to just merely pass the women reservation bill. So it is also necessary to make sure that there is this delimitation happening, which was held up because of the census. So now there will be an amendment in that law to make sure that the delimitation will happen on the basis of the 2011 census. So because otherwise the census could take forever and the entire thing will be held up in a whole limbo. So
Okay.
that is the reason why this, I think, is very essential. And the government is making sure that this will definitely see the light of day, not say maybe in some time in the future, but in the
Okay.
upcoming election itself.
Okay, so the constitutional amendment, as I mentioned, was passed in 2023, the 106th amendment, and this bill will now operationalize it for the 2029 general elections. This bill is mandating 33% reservation for women. Now, the larger conversation, and Venkat and Ryan can come in on this, sir, is this an opportunity? Because, you know, there's no debate left on women's reservation. The only question we can ask is why did we wait so long? But is this an opportunity thereby to also now seriously consider before 2029 itself, which means within the next 3 years, to expand the number of parliamentary constituencies in India for the first time in our independent history?
Rishabh, there are going to be 820 Lok Sabha seats, and out of which one-third will be allotted to women. This has already been decided, and yesterday the cabinet held a meeting in which the 33% reservation for women in our assemblies also is going to be discussed when Parliament meets for the special session next week. So, you know, I think it's about time that India did this, because there are at least 30 parliaments across the globe where women have one-third representation. In Indian assemblies, it's very sad that out of 4,200 MLAs, barely 400 are women. That is less than 10%. And India being the world's largest democracy, it's about time that we give our women due representation. And I do not see any party opposing this noble, legislation, in my opinion. Rishabh?
Okay, but that's the conundrum, and that's the conundrum right there, Mr. Venkat Narayan, because all parties are in principle supporting the 33% reservation for women, but the Congress is opposing the increase in parliamentary constituencies to 816. So then is that the pretext for them to vote down this bill or attempt to vote it down even though they might not succeed?
Rishabh, every second voter is a woman in our country, everywhere else in the world. I do not think that any sensible Congress leaders will do anything that will irritate or antagonize the 50% of the Indian electorate, for God's sake.
Okay.
I think common sense should demand that Congress comes on board and get on with it.
Okay, all right. Tanvi, and I put the conundrum to you as well, because 33% women's reservation also comes then with the increase of parliamentary seats to 816. Now, there is the Congress party that says we favor one but we oppose the other. Where do you see this going?
Look, from the perspective of administration, this is going to be a big challenge for the ruling government as to manage the budgets of the new parliament if there is demilitation that's happening. To accommodate so many members, they have to make all the arrangements. So these are some of the questions that the government needs to answer on the floor of the House. And these are relevant questions. This has nothing to do with the women reservation in particular. This is about how the parliament has to be run from after this happens, after the delimitation happens. So these questions the government needs to address for the opposition members. But I think it's a journey that India will have to take, whether now or whenever it has to, because it has to happen. So the problems will come, the challenges will be there. The onus is on the government to take the opposition on board. If you remember, it was last, I think, all the decisions that the government and the opposition took together were during Mr. Jaitley's time. And post that, there hasn't been much consensus when it comes to passing all the laws together. So we have to see that who will become that Arun Jaitley for BJP now to make this happen.
Okay, the BJP, remember, has the numbers to get a bill passed in Parliament, no doubt about it, in both houses. Constitutional amendments slightly more complex. They require other parties to jump in because they require, 2/3 majority in both houses. So in principle, women's reservation is already a done deal. It's already been passed in 2023. The practice is where this special session of Parliament is being convened for, is to implement it while simultaneously increasing the Lok Sabha seats from 543 to 816. This is what the Prime Minister had to say. Listen in.
बहनों बेटियों से एक बात करना चाहता हूं। भारत ने तय किया है कि 2047 में जब हमारी आजादी के 100 साल होंगे, तब तक हमने विकसित भारत बना के रहना है। लेकिन मेरे 2-2.5 दशक के सरकार के मुखिया के रूप में जो मेरे अनुभव है, उस अनुभव के आधार से मैं कह सकता हूं कि हमें विकसित भारत का लक्ष्य हासिल करना है, तो हमें हमारी मातृशक्ति को, हमारी नारी शक्ति को, उनके पूर्ण सामर्थ्य का राष्ट्र के विकास में जोड़ना ही होगा। हमने कुछ वर्ष पहले नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम पारित किया था और सभी राजनीतिक दलों ने सहमति से किया था और सबकी इच्छा है कि 2029 में जब लोकसभा के चुनाव होंगे, तब हमारे देश की नारी शक्ति को जनप्रतिनिधि के रूप में लोकसभा में, विधानसभाओं में 33% स्थान मिलना ही चाहिए। पिछले कुछ दिनों से हम सभी राजनीतिक दलों से बातचीत कर रहे हैं। ज्यादातर दलों ने समर्थन भी दिया है। एक बहुत ही सकारात्मक माहौल दिख रहा है। इन्हीं विषयों को लेकर के मैंने आज अखबारों में एक लेख लिखा है। मेरे अपने विचार मैंने साझा किए हैं, लेकिन मैं आज आपसे आग्रह करता हूं, आप इस लेख को जरूर पढ़ें, औरों को भी पढ़ने के लिए प्रेरित करें और हम सभी राजनीतिक दलों को प्रेरित करें, उनका उत्साहवर्धन करें कि वो उमंग के साथ 16, 17, 18 संसद में इस विशेष काम के लिए जब हम मिल रहे हैं, तो इसको पारित करें और सब मिल करके इसका जश्न मनाएं। चलिए, मैं ज्यादा समय नहीं लेता हूं। लेख पढ़ने के बाद आपके कमेंट जरूर मुझे मिलेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं
Okay, so let's just address this very quickly once again. Okay, so the point of 33% reservation in India's parliament is a constitutional amendment, the 106th constitutional amendment that has already been cleared by both houses in 2023. Now, the point of question now is the implementation of this from 2029 general elections itself, the potential implementation of this in state assemblies. And the big point is, which is historic also because it's the first time in independent India that a meaningful total shift in parliamentary constituencies is going to happen. So let me go back to Joyita. Joyita, now yesterday the Prime Minister made a reassurance, which has been the long-standing issue for the southern Indian states that have been successful in stabilizing their population, that if a delimitation exercise is done pan-India, states like Tamil Nadu, which have 40 seats, for example, have a large representation in the Lok Sabha, will lose out on the pure population arithmetic. Now, a formula will have to be worked out. We don't yet know what that formula is in practice. Do you think it is inevitable now that this 816 seats is going to happen, that there is now enough momentum for it just to take place?
Yes, Rishabh, it has to happen. Because you see, when we are talking about women's reservation, I mean, I'm certain the men MPs, the parties, they are not willing to give up that kind of, the hold that they have. They think that they are the decision makers. So, I mean, they are not going to be, I mean, whatever the official stance of the respective parties might be, that yes, we are supporting women's reservation, but they will not like the fact that many of their seats they will be losing if women are coming in such large numbers. So, for their own good, they will be insisting on, it is good for them
Okay,
as well.
actually,
that
the
seat
the
number
formula makes it a bit more convenient, because now because the number of parliamentary seats will go up, which means that there will be more people who will be elected to parliament, and the parliamentary seats aren't going up by 33%; they're going up by 50%. Okay, so you can argue that if you are a male politician in this country who's won a Lok Sabha election in the past 10 odd years, and you wish to win more, and you're worried about delimitation marking your constituency as a women's constituency, you'll have a neighboring constituency because more will be created. So that is to your benefit. But Tanvi Purti, has the government created a very neat bind for all political parties? Because if you need to vote in favor of women's reservation, you de facto also have to then agree to increasing the number of parliamentary seats. Is it a neat bind?
I don't think that even the political parties, all of them will be against the delimitation process. It benefits everybody, more representation and more chances of winning seats. I don't think that would be a problem. But of course, if southern states need to be taken into confidence, especially Tamil Nadu, because you have a very clear chance of Mr. Stalin coming to power again, and he won't be comfortable if his number of seats are reduced, or if the clear due is not given to his state. So that is, yes, that's why I said, it is yet to be seen how the government proposes that how the delimitation and the change in the number of elected member of parliament will be accommodated, because it's a huge budget that we are talking about. If we have think of the current budget of the parliament, and it will almost double, once the new parliament comes into session with delimitation. So government has a lot of explaining to do what they have on their mind with the process of delimitation, and only after that we will be able to assess what is right and what is wrong.
Okay, let me put the same question to Venkat Narayan. Venkat Narayan, we've been persisting with the system that independent India in 1947 and 1950, when we framed our constitution, in 1951, 52, when we had our first elections, had a population of just under 400 million. Our population is now 1.4 billion. So it's gone up nearly 4x, 3.5x. But the number of parliamentary seats has remained pretty much exactly the same. We have a few seats which are vacant, remember, for POK. I think there are 4 parliamentary seats left vacant for POK. But have remained otherwise pretty much the same. So in principle, do you think most of the political parties will get behind the fact that it'll be better to have more shots at becoming a member of parliament? All politicians have a selfish interest in backing this, do you think?
Rishabh, I have no doubt in my mind whatsoever that all political parties will come on board. That includes our friend Stalin of Tamil Nadu, if he comes back to power, because the men are not going to lose their seats as such. BJP does not have anybody of that kind who can take the opposition along. As a result, there is so much chaos in parliament. Not a single day passes without the Congress or some other opposition getting excited, staging a walkout and overall confusion and all that. So I think the BJP has to find somebody or invent somebody who can, communicate with the opposition across the board and bring them on board, because this is very important, and it affects half of India's population. So the sooner the BJP gets down to business and, to communicate with the opposition leaders and bring them on board, the better it is for everybody.
So, all right. So, so let's boil it down before I take a quick break. This is the boiling down. The boiling down is 33% reservation for women as mandated by the 106th Constitutional Amendment has already been put into force in 2023. The operationalization of this is now to be discussed in a special parliamentary session that is going to happen on the 16th, 17th and 18th of this month. Now, you heard from our various speakers, everybody is on board with 33% reservation. The politicians have a selfish interest, many of them in the increased number of seats, that means increased number of odds of becoming a parliamentarian in the Lok Sabha. So now it boils down to Rajalakshmi Joshi, who gets how many seats? And do you think if it is exactly proportional, which means if 50% seats go up, they go up for everyone in every state. That means in Tamil Nadu, they go from 40 to 60. Okay? That as long as it's proportional, everybody will be on board.
Yes, Rishabh, definitely. I think that is how it is going to be, because Amit Shah ji has repeatedly assured everyone in the House that there will no state will be put to any inconvenience, or there will not be any injustice to anyone. Even today, if you look at it, it is not as if every state has the same number of parliamentarians or legislators as per the population. Like, for example, if you look at it, Sikkim has, say, maybe 6 to 7 lakhs of population per MP. And whereas a state like Rajasthan today has something like almost 30 lakhs per MP. So that is the kind of a discrepancy even today. So it is not as if, all these years.
Yes, the discrepancies do exist. Yes, so, it's not exact.
So I think that this kind of an understanding has to be there by the center as well as by the different political parties, that this kind of a situation is going to arise even in the future. So there will have to be some kind of an understanding, Rishabh. And I'm
all
sure
right, Tanvi, as long as it's proportional, which means exact, that every state gets the equivalent percentage of seats, not that Tamil Nadu stays at 40 and UP becomes 160. That if everybody just gets 50% more Lok Sabha seats, you can see everybody getting behind this.
But the government has to first of all really clarify the budget. It's not just the seats that they're going to increase. Every MP gets its own bungalow. Every MP gets so many benefits. How is the government going to allocate it? So we have to see how the government will adjust and explain to the people. We all are paying for their salary and for their benefits, right? Where is the money coming from? So that is a huge chunk of budget that will be allocated to them. So I'm really
actually, it's not a lot of money. The MP Lads Fund is the only thing that will be substantially affected. And if you do the math, another 300 seats at roughly 5 crore is about 1500 crore, which in the larger scheme of India's budget is actually not a lot of money. But yes, the devil is in the detail is what Tanvi is trying to suggest. That the over arc, I don't think anybody has an opposition that yes, our population has gone up 4x. Let me give you an example. England, which has a population of about 60 million, has 600 people in the House of Commons. So India has one of the worst representation ratios in the world, primarily because we were always a large country, and primarily, secondly, because from 400 million, we are now we've added 1 billion people since the first election was held in 1952. So Joyita, let's close it on this thought. Do you think as long as the government says, 50% for everyone, it's not like somebody gets 5 seats, somebody gets 20 seats, every state simply gets 50% more parliamentary seats, will that, you think, be good enough to win everyone around?
I think also, Rishabh, because I don't see any reason why, say, for example, Tamil Nadu, which has 40 odd seats right now or something, so they would suddenly want to get 120 seats. I mean, that doesn't make sense. And why UP, for example, which has 80, why it should not be getting more than 85 seats? So there has to be a proportional representation, and there has to be, I think 50% is a good idea. It increases by 50% for every state. But then they will have to see whether a lot of commutation, rather calculation will be involved to see whether that is exactly matching up to that 800.
Yeah, because if you do
seats
if you do it from population metrics, then it's a political dead end, because obviously the number of seats in the north will go up substantially and the number of seats in the south will not go up substantially. Okay, it is going to be a long and complex conversation. It seems to me that the momentum is suggesting that this is going to happen. The 33% reservation is now a done deal. It's going to happen. But it has been clubbed in its implementation with increasing a number of seats in parliament. It seems to me that it is likely to take place. But of course, the final prerogative is for the House to vote, which is going to happen most probably on the 17th or the 18th of April. We take a very quick break. Back on the other side in a minute.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, हर चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
चमकी चाट है इसकी जान, हर जुबान पे ये छाया। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
मसाले सच MDH MDH।
महाशय धर्मपाल जी के 130वें जन्मदिन पर एमडीएच मसालों पर पाइए 10% एक्स्ट्रा। अब स्वाद के साथ बचत भी। अब पाइए बचत ही बचत।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन एवं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के सतत प्रयासों का सुखद परिणाम है विगत 9 वर्षों में उत्तर प्रदेश का नव निर्माण। आज प्रदेश में सशक्त मातृशक्ति, समृद्ध अन्नदाता, सपनों को साकार कर रहे युवा निखरते प्रदेश का प्रतीक बन गए हैं। उद्योग एवं अवसंरचना का अभूतपूर्व विस्तार हुआ है। गरीबों एवं वंचितों को आधुनिक उपचार से लेकर आवास प्रदान किए जा रहे हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री आवास के लिए मैंने फॉर्म भरा तो उसमें मेरा नाम आ गया लॉटरी में। मैं उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ।
प्रदेश के सांस्कृतिक और आध्यात्मिक पुनर्जागरण की आज वैश्विक पहचान है। सुदृढ़ कानून व्यवस्था है। उत्तर प्रदेश में भय मुक्त परिवेश है। 15 लाख करोड़ से अधिक के निवेश धरातल पर उतारे जा रहे हैं। समृद्धि का नव संदेश, नए भारत का नया उत्तर प्रदेश।
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. I'm Rishabh Guwahati. Big breaking developments coming in because President Donald Trump has now once again put out a statement on Truth Social, and it reads, declaring that all US ships, aircraft and military personnel with additional ammunition, weaponry and necessary assets will remain in place in and around Iran until the real agreement reached is fully complied with. That if not, highly unlikely, he says, then the shooting starts. Bigger, better and stronger than anyone has ever seen before. He's added that no nuclear weapons will be allowed and the Strait of Hormuz must stay open. All right. Now, there are a lot of developments that have happened. Let me put this statement into context. So, a ceasefire is announced. In the past 2 hours, the IRGC, which is the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, its naval wing has put out a statement that the Straits of Hormuz are open, but with the caveat that you can't go through the main channel because there are sea mines there. You have to go through the channels and that we have created very near our shoreline, and you have to be guided and do it, in collaboration, in contact with us. So, they basically said that this is the new status quo. We have opened the Straits of Hormuz. But in order to traverse the Straits of Hormuz, which was earlier an international free waterway, you will now have to call us and we will escort you. Now, publicly, they don't mention the toll that they've been charging of $1 per barrel. So, if you're carrying 1 million barrels, $1 million, 2 million barrels, $2 million. But you can imagine that that's exactly what is taking place. Now, Donald Trump has now responded to this by saying that all our military assets are going to stay in place until the real deal, and it's literally quote unquote in his post, the real deal is implemented. Now, what is the real deal? Oh my gosh, you can have conversations for a long period of time as you're watching visuals. That looks like Ron Paul to me on your screens. So let's have this conversation and have other parallel conversations that need to be happening as well. Sharad Kohli is with us, Ambassador Goyal with us as well. Ambassador Goyal, let me begin with you, and let's begin on the substantive point. Iran says, and incidentally, the statement put out by the consulate in Mumbai, they say the Straits of Hormuz are now open, give us a call and we'll escort you both in and out. What do you make of this?
I think this is what they said before, that the Straits of Hormuz is open, but they will have to inform the Iranian Navy or whoever the authorities are when they want to pass the Straits of Hormuz, and they will be escorted from, or they will be given the clearance to cross the channel. I really don't see much of a difference in what is actually happening, what they're saying, and what they said before. And as you mentioned, Rishabh, Straits of Hormuz still not war-free. There are mines there, they may be, they may not be, but at the moment, no shipping line is going to take a risk of crossing the Straits of Hormuz unattended, unescorted, without knowing where they're going. So I really don't see anything difficult in that part really, clearly. It is not agreeable to the USA. They want to have a free run of the Straits of Hormuz, but that is not going to happen, really speaking. But what I would say really is that in this particular case, we should wait for the first meeting to take place between Iran and the USA. I think it's tomorrow.
Yeah, which is, we don't know. Probably tomorrow. It's happening in Pakistan. But in a practical sense, it's a ceasefire. Now, yes, we accept that in all ceasefires, it takes time to wind down. You can't press a button and from, everybody stops shooting. So the Americans have said ceasefire. We've still seen some missile strikes. Then there is the caveat, but there is not a ceasefire in Lebanon. So that war is still going on as a sideshow, but an important one. So in the past 24 hours, only 7 ships have managed to traverse the Strait of Hormuz, which is exactly what was happening in the past 6 weeks. Mostly Chinese flag carriers. You and I know India's got a few LNG ships through as well. So nothing substantive has changed. Do you expect this to change only when those talks actually happen, or it will change regardless?
Rishabh, there are so many the conditions, the 10-point proposal given by Iran. There are so many points over there which may not be acceptable to the USA immediately. And I would find it rather strange if the USA were to really completely agree with whatever position that Iran has proposed. Therefore, my sense is that, for example, Iran has clearly stipulated amongst the 10 that the attacks will stop even against Iranian partners or proxies, whatever you want to call them, like Hezbollah. Israel is not prepared to stop attacks on Lebanon, despite everything. Today in the morning, I was seeing the news on your channel, and Netanyahu actually seems to have challenged the USA persuasion of the USA idea to stop bombing, stop attacks. And they've clearly said they will go ahead against Lebanon. So therefore, there are already fractures. Let us not expect miracles here. It's not simply ceasefire coming into effect. There are differences between Israel and USA. It's not going to be an easy conversation.
Yeah.
Let us just wait and see.
Okay. So a ceasefire has not meant that all attacks have stopped. They've certainly not stopped in the region. It has meant that the US attacks into Iran haven't happened that we know of in the past 24 hours. Iran says the Straits of Hormuz are open, but substantially the status quo and how they were being remained open through these specific channels being escorted by the Iranian Navy hasn't changed, and the number of ships operating in and out of these straits has not changed. So that's where we stand. Just stay with me because we have some more interesting angular breaking developments, because remember, the Gulf economies, they are hammered in ways that we cannot comprehend sitting here in India. And have a look at this on your screens. Dubai South, the largest urban master development company concentrating on aviation, logistics and real estate, has now revealed a flexible support package for its SME, small medium enterprises community at its business parks. This is basically giving options to people which they say is to preserve economic stability and empower businesses. So what are they offering? They are offering flexibility on rental payments. They are offering furloughs on rental payments. So they're basically saying if you're operating a business in Dubai and one of their parks, we'll come up with a rent-free package for you to operate until the current crisis is gone. Now the problem is the current crisis has been on for 6 weeks. We can't see an obvious end as we speak. So let's open this up. Sharad Kohli, obviously there is going to be a crisis in Dubai. There is no reportage of the crisis in Dubai. There are no journalists that are operating out of there. You know that people who can even post on social media have been highly curtailed. So nobody has a true picture of what is actually taking place in Dubai. But we are getting an indication that its major real estate companies are now offering rent-free, rent furloughs. What does that tell us?
Good morning, Rishabh. I think why
Can you hear us, sir? I think we have a poor network issue over there. We'll get that sorted with him very, very shortly. Ambassador Goyal, let me come back to you now. It's an existential crisis. For us, it's a cost of living crisis, it's an oil shock crisis, LNG, LPG crisis. But for Dubai, Abu Dhabi still has some oil. Dubai as an emirate has nothing. This is what it's got. It's an existential crisis. Now, no reportage is happening from Dubai. There's no news from Dubai other than good news. Okay, they don't allow it to happen. Even on social media, you can't post anything. But the airport is still closed, and now the major real estate companies are offering rent furloughs. What is that telling us?
Rishabh, since I have not lived in Dubai, but like all other Indian diplomats, I passed through Dubai so many times, and there is everybody has an idea about what Dubai actually means in terms of both the non-resident population, the expatriate community. Dubai economy has survived, basically grown rather rapidly on the basis of expatriates investing in the place by living there, by building up through real estate, businesses, financial transactions, and so on and so forth. Clearly, the West Asian war has impacted. The bombardment has impacted. It is making them feel insecure. But looking at the way Dubai has grown, my instinct, there is no analysis to prove it really. My instinct is that once the war stops, there will be difficulties, but there is no other city comparable to Dubai in the whole Gulf area.
Okay.
Which the expatriates can
come to.
Okay,
so they'll come back. So you're saying they'll come back, that it is inevitable in the region they will come back, the airlines will come back. But the question, of course, is when the war stops. And right now we are in a ceasefire. You can argue that Donald Trump wants the war to stop. Can you argue that the Israelis want the war to stop? Difficult one. Do the Iranians themselves want the war to stop? Well, they certainly would want the attacks on their country to stop, but they would still want to keep the Straits of Hormuz, and they want reparations to be paid for the damage. So it's not over, and that still has a bearing. 6 weeks And here's an impact on the aviation side of things. Information being put up on your screens. Dubai's aviation hub, which prima facie is open, but is still not operating at full strength. We are being told that the latest information is that the Emirates is getting ready to start full operations soon. The key word being soon. But Fly Dubai is still only running a limited schedule. Other international carriers have paused their flights into Dubai. They have been not flying for weeks and unlikely to be flying anytime soon. We know that just yesterday, Air India has suspended all its flights to Tel Aviv, for example, up until the end of May, which is another 1.5 months from now. Now, the last estimates would indicate that just the Dubai Airlines, which is Etihad, Emirates and Fly Dubai, that they have already had losses in excess of 10, maybe as much as $15 billion. Okay. Can they afford these losses in the short run? Probably. They will survive as airlines. But another month, another 2 months, it becomes existential. Nobody has unlimited money. Suresh Goyal, it almost seems that the sheikhs have unlimited money. But the truth is that their income is hit because the oil supplies are no longer getting out. The losses are mounting because you still have to pay, you still have to keep the airport open, you still have to pay staff, you still have to pay salaries. And the latest information that I have is that people who are living in central Dubai, which is around the Dubai Mall, around the Burj Khalifa, they're leaving. They're going to the outskirts. The rental prices in the outskirts of Dubai have gone up because people don't want to be near the big buildings. Because I think just yesterday or day before yesterday, there have been injuries that have been reported near the Dubai Mall because of debris, not because of an attack, but because of debris that fell. Probably a missile that was shot down that fell down. 4 people have gotten injured. Is it just scary or is it substantial?
It's very substantial. It's very, very substantial. The losses which are being incurred by the economies, not just in Dubai and the airlines, but the losses being suffered more or less by the entire Gulf region are huge. Not just oil. Rishabh, please do note that over the last 5 or 6 years, particularly in Saudi Arabia, there has been a rapid transformation of economy from being just oil-based to more industrialized, more financial transactions, private venture funds investing in the projects outside. So they were diversifying from purely an oil economy, building up the whole huge construction projects, which all have come to a stop. But Rishabh, what I'm saying here is that if you look at the whole global situation, ultimately the money, the investment from people who want to invest it somewhere, it has to flow. It cannot stay
it has to flow. It'll come back. A lot of the rich Europeans have all shifted to Milan, by the way, heads up, where you have a flat tax rate. More breaking developments coming in. This is a statement from Issam Kazim. He is the CEO of the Dubai Corporation for Tourism and Commerce. Now, he's come out and said that the city's events ecosystem is remaining active, supported by infrastructure, coordination and a flexible approach to evolving conditions at the same times. We acknowledge that some organizers are making strategic decisions to adjust timelines, but Dubai remains committed to its events calendar and its position as a leading global destinations for exhibitions, conferences and major gatherings. Now, this is the next big thing, Ambassador Goyal. We know that these expos, one which just concluded in January, right before the war started, some of the biggest in the world, some of the biggest events take place in the world, and the Dubai Expo is if not the biggest, one of the biggest in the world right now. Once we start going from days to weeks, now we are into months now, to say that the events calendar will be disrupted is an understatement.
Rishabh, again, yes, you are absolutely. Every war brings in disruption, and a war taking place in the region, particularly the Gulf, and the way it started. And Israel is not going to stop. I mean, there is no doubt about it. Israel has already indicated, they are very clear, they will continue their attacks into Lebanon and their war aims have not changed. So this will continue. The point really here is, where is Gulf going to go? Are Gulf going to change the strategy of growth and development, or they are going to go back to oil? Ultimately, something is going to happen after some time. And my sense really is that with the limitations on the oil revenues now, because of connectivity, because of the transit, and also the Gulf does realize that with most of the countries looking at the alternative energy sources,
yes,
oil has a limited potential in the future to come. They're going to focus on growth. Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Oman, why do you think Iran wants to partner their revenues from the Straits of Hormuz with Oman? They want to work with Oman in terms of the whole area. So Rishabh, I come back to the same thing. I sound like a broken record now. But the point really here is, Dubai is an event center not only for Europeans. Shah Rukh Khan, Amir Khan, how many Indian celebrities go there? Just imagine.
No, we don't have to be celebrities. We all have friends and family who go there often, or work there, or live there for many reasons. So it doesn't have to be celebrities. But you're right, and they are all in distress because a few weeks you can manage if you're running a business out of Dubai. But it's reaching the point where it becomes existential, where you can't earn, and now we've unfortunately in the generation seen it before. We've seen it in COVID, same thing. But the problem is in COVID, it was the entire world. There was no plan B. In this case, you can have a plan B. You can go to another destination. Whether it's permanent, temporary, we'll have to see. More breaking developments coming in. The latest information from the Straits of Hormuz is indicating that there are 2 fully laden Chinese oil tankers in the Persian Gulf fast approaching the Strait of Hormuz. This would put them potentially to be the first 2 ships to exit the Strait of Hormuz via the channels that have been announced by the IRGC since the ceasefire was announced. Now, it's news because oil is getting out. 6 to 7 ships have been getting out on a daily basis. But it's not game changer news, obviously, because the Chinese flag carriers have been able to exit in coordination with the IRGC for the past several weeks. So it is important that it is happening, but of course doesn't necessarily change the parameters of what is taking place. I'll leave it for more breaking news coming in, and this is closer to home. The domestic 4.2 kilogram cooking gas cylinders prices are so far unchanged, which is good news because they haven't gone up. Remember, one hike had taken place in March. No price changes from either BPCL or HPCL. Both the companies have confirmed that there will be no further revision of domestic cylinder prices this month, which means in Delhi, Mumbai, Lucknow, Jaipur, Chennai, the prices that you're seeing on your screens for domestic cylinders, those are not none of those prices will change for April. However, customers are being advised to book refills early via their local distribution network or online apps to avoid any issues here. Ajay, my colleague, is joining us on this. Ajay, good news that although there was a hike in LPG prices in March, there is no hike expected now for the rest of April.
Yes, Rishabh, you rightly said, because what we have seen that because of the Middle East war between Iran and the US-Israel, what we have seen that there was a panic among the people in India, and especially in the Jammu and Kashmir. What I can say that people, there was a there was a panic among the people that what is going to happen next. But the thing is that nothing goes wrong, and what we have seen that there is no shortage of fuel or the gases over here, and especially now after this ceasefire, it is expected that no fuel or the LPG prices are not going to hike. And if you talk about the present situation in the Jammu, you can see that how people normally massively they are coming to the petrol pumps and they are filling their bikes and the cars so that they can go for their further destination. And this is a good thing that there is there is no chaos among the people. That is a major thing what we have seen over here. And even during the starting days in Jammu or the adjoining area, there was no shortage or no crisis. But yes, in several of the areas like far-flung areas of Jammu province, like
all right, stay with me, Ajay. Let's hop across to Rajkiran, who's in Hyderabad. Rajkiran, what's the situation in Hyderabad regarding both what's happening at the petrol pumps and LPG prices?
Yes, sir. I'm at Hyderabad petrol bunk now, but whereas we have seen a crisis of petrol and diesel and the gas from last before a few days, but now from last 3 to 4 days, there is nothing like situation on the ground. But I'm at the petrol bunk. Let's talk to the auto drivers here who have been filling the gas from how long time they are staying here. भाई ये बताएं कितनी देर से आप यहाँ पर रुके हैं? गैस का कुछ किल्लत हो रहा है क्या?
यार तो ये डेपो क्या मेरे को
अच्छा
हर जगह पंप पे गैस ही नहीं है भाई तो 124 रेट चल रहा है गैस का।
अभी ये सरकारी रेट पे जो दे रहे हैं यहाँ पर 89 रुपीज कुछ है, दूसरे प्राइवेट पंप से 122 रुपए 130 रुपए ले रहे हैं। किस तरह से मतलब कस्टमर जो आपको मिल रहे हैं, क्या आप ऑटो चार्जेस बढ़ाए हैं, किस तरह से चल रहा है?
अब क्या करेंगे, रात की बात तक ठहर के क्या कारोबार करेंगे हम बोलो आप।
अच्छा
Okay, Rajkiran, obviously we are being unable to hear what the gentleman is saying to you, but it is indicative that, of course, in regulated petrol pumps which are run by the oil marketing companies, there is no change in the prices in the sense that it's that roughly that 90 rupees mark depending on which state you're in. It can be slightly more expensive in some other states, but in certain private petrol pumps, yes, the prices have gone up. And Karan, can you hear us? Karan is in Jaipur. Karan, let's take a quick touch base with you. What's happening? Jaipur में क्या हालात हैं? खुशखबरी ये है कि LPG सिलेंडर के प्राइसेस इस महीने नहीं बढ़ेंगे।
जी देखिए कि जिस तरीके से अभी हालात चल रहे हैं उसके बाद से जो है जो कमर्शियल गैस सिलेंडर है उनके ऊपर पूरी तरीके से अभी जो है रोक लगी हुई है। देखिए हमारे साथ हम यहाँ पे एक जो चाय की दुकान है, इस तरीके की जो स्ट्रीट फूड है, जो स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स है, उनके पास हम यहाँ पे आए हैं। आप यहाँ पे देखिए कि एक चाय की दुकान है कि यहाँ पे पहले किस तरीके से सिलेंडर मिल रहा था और अभी नहीं मिल रहा है।
अभी तो कहाँ मिल रहा, सिलेंडर दे ही नहीं रहे। 15 दिन यार 2-4 दिन तो दुकान ही बंद रखी मैंने, कॉमर्शियल दे ही नहीं रहे। मतलब ये मान लो महीने में 3 खत्म होते हैं मेरे, जी 1 दे रहे। हाँ
जैसे कि अभी तक की बात करें तो कि पहले की गैस सिलेंडर की प्राइस बढ़ रही थी, इस बार प्राइस बढ़ाने की जो मना कर दी गई है, और कितना असर जो आपके जो है छोटे बिजनेस वगैरह ये धंधे पे देखने को मिला है?
असर तो पड़ा ही है धंधे पे, 20-30% असर पड़ गया है। कर रहे हैं, कोई एक आध छुट्टी कर लेते हैं, बीच में 1-8 घंटे आराम कर लेते हैं, ऐसे करके पूरा मैनेज कर रहे हैं।
जो छोटे बिजनेसमैन हैं उनको है जो काफ़ी है जो परेशानी का सामना है वो करना पड़ रहा है, क्योंकि देखिए जहाँ पहले इनके 2 से 3 सिलेंडर है जो महीने में उपयोग होते थे, कॉमर्शियल सिलेंडर इनको मिल जाते थे, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं भी जो कॉमर्शियल सिलेंडर है उसके ऊपर जो सरकार की ओर से जो रोक लगा रखी है।
So as we know, commercial cylinders is still an issue. Okay, it's an issue that hasn't gone away, unlikely to go away in the next few days. Hopefully there is a light at the end of the horizon over there, but that's only hopefully. We don't know. In the chaos of warfare and in the chaos of what Donald Trump represents, whether that's a predictable outcome at this stage, we'll have to see. But the good news over there is that the LPG prices are not going to go up, at least, even though the LPG commercial cylinder availability remains a problem. Let's touch base with Arzu in Delhi to ask the same question. Arzu, how's the situation?
Well, definitely, Rishabh, the disrupted supply has led to the crisis of cylinders, LPG cylinders in the national capital itself. And right now we are outside one of the street shop in the Connaught Place, one of the famous destination for the travelers, in fact, and will directly go across them. And you can clearly see right now also the food is being cooked here at the shop. And right now this is one of the most crucial thing to get the cylinder. And we'll go across the शॉप ओनर। भैया क्या नाम है आपका?
बीरबल।
भैया कितना इस समय आप लोगों को इश्यू हो रहा है, सिलेंडर मिल पा रहा है कि नहीं?
कभी कभी आता है, हफ्ते में 1-2 आते हैं।
अच्छा,
बहुत दिक्कत होती है। तंदूर वंदूर सब बंद कर रखा है, आधा सामान बनाते हैं।
अच्छा, वैसे कितनी रिक्वायरमेंट होती है और कितना मिल पा रहे हैं?
हफ्ते में दो ही मिल पा रहे हैं।
अच्छा,
हाँ जी।
और रिक्वायरमेंट कितने की है?
एक रोज का।
एक रोज का? तो फिर क्या कर रहे हैं, सामान कम बना रहे हैं?
सामान कम बना रहे हैं, आधा सामान बना रहे हैं।
तो नुकसान, कितना नुकसान झेलना पड़ रहा है?
नुकसान तो बहुत हो रहा है, बहुत नुकसान हो रहा है।
अच्छा, और जो 2 मिल रहे हैं, क्या रेट वही जो पहले वाले रेट थे या फिर ज्यादा मांग रहे हैं?
ब्लैक में मिल रहे हैं।
ब्लैक में मिल रहा है, कितना एक्स्ट्रा देना पड़ रहा है?
वही 200-400 एक्स्ट्रा देना पड़ रहा है।
200-400. So definitely, Rishabh, the police is cracking down the black marketing, the black marketers, those who are doing the illegal marketing of the cylinders. And right now also we can hear the shopkeeper who is telling us that they have to give extra prices to get the cylinders for his shop.
Yes.
And also he is also facing the loss because they are making less products. Yes, Rishabh.
Yes, so let's not kid ourselves. The problem hasn't been eliminated. We wish it never started. It's not of our making. And when there's a crisis, hoarders, black marketeers, the guys who are profiteering from the crisis, they do exist. I am hoping that all of them get their comeuppance for the illegal activities that they're doing, trying to make hay literally while the sun is not shining. Horrible thing to be doing. But it's giving you an overall perspective. LPG price cylinders, at least for your domestic consumption, no price increase. It's going to cost you the same for the entire month. CNG, LPG, when it comes to commercial, is still a problem that needs to be solved. Let's see how it eases out in the next few days. I'll take a very short break. We come up and pick up election coverage from Assam and Kerala on the other side. Stay with us.
Sip, sip, jeera, sip, jeera, sip. MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
महाशय धर्मपाल जी के 130वें जन्मदिन पर एमडीएच मसालों पर पाइए 10% एक्स्ट्रा। अब स्वाद के साथ बचत भी। अब पाइए बचत ही बचत।
खाने में मेरी क्वीन के लिए क्या है? किंग मटर पनीर, किंग बैगन भरता, किंग वेज पुलाव, किंग पालक पनीर कोफ्ता।
ये सब किंग क्यों?
क्योंकि ये सब बना है एमडीएच किचन किंग से का बॉस।
एमडीएच किचन किंग, असली किचन किंग।
एमडीएच।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, हर चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
चमकी चाट है इसकी जान, हर जुबान पे ये छाया। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
मसाले सच MDH।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
महाशय धर्मपाल जी के 130वें जन्मदिन पर MDH मसालों पर पाइए 10% एक्स्ट्रा। अब स्वाद के साथ बचत भी। अब पाइए बचत ही बचत।
खाने में मेरी क्वीन के लिए क्या है? किंग मटर पनीर, किंग बैगन भरता, किंग वेज पुलाव, किंग पालक पनीर कोफ्ता।
ये सब किंग क्यों?
क्योंकि ये सब बना है MDH किचन किंग से का बॉस।
MDH किचन किंग, असली किचन किंग।
MDH।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX. I'm Rishabh Gulati. Let's hop across straight to Jorhat in Assam, where assembly elections are underway, and the challenger, Gaurav Gogoi of the Congress party, is hoping to win not only his seat but to change the fortunes of the party in Assam. He's speaking out. Let's listen in.
মোৰ সৌভাগ্য যে যোৱা লোকসভা নিৰ্বাচনৰ সময়ত মোৰ মাতৃ অনুপস্থিত আছিল। তেখেতৰ স্বাস্থ্যৰ বাবে যোৰহাট আহিব নোৱাৰিছিল। আজি তেখেত নিজৰ ভোট দিবলৈ এটা সুযোগ পালে আৰু আমাৰ লগত থাকিল। তাৰ বাবে মই যথেষ্ট আনন্দিত। চাওক আপোনালোকৰ পানীটো আপোনালোকৰ ফলাফল মানুহৰ মাজত যি উৎসাহ দেখা পাইছোঁ, মানুহৰ মাজত যি আশা দেখা পাইছোঁ, আমি সকলোৱে অসমৰ শালীনতা, সভ্যতা, আমাৰ আদৰ্শ মূল্যবোৰ আমি উদ্ধাৰ কৰিবলৈ বিচাৰোঁ আৰু অসমৰ ভিতৰত আদৰ্শগত মূল্যবোধ নেতৃত্ব আমি লাভ কৰোঁ আৰু অসমখন আগবাঢ়ি যাওকগৈ, অসমীয়া সমাজ আগবাঢ়ি যাওকগৈ আৰু অসমৰ মানুহে পুনৰবাৰ নিজৰ লোকতান্ত্ৰিক যে শক্তি, গণতান্ত্ৰিক অধিকাৰ, তেওঁলোকৰ নিজৰ বাক স্বাধীনতা ঘূৰাই আনক।
Okay, Gaurav Gogoi there. As I mentioned, Sambhav, my colleague, is standing by in that constituency in Jorhat. He's speaking to voters, finding out what the pulse is. What is the issue that they're thinking of as they press the button? Sambhav, back to you.
Well, absolutely. We just spoke with Gaurav Gogoi exclusively, and he said he is quite confident when it comes to winning the elections in state of West Bengal. And if we talk about voters there, he is just leaving. I'll request my video journalist to pan the camera and show you the visuals of this constituency in Jorhat, and I'll also try to connect with people. But in the meanwhile, what Gaurav Gogoi has said, I'll just try to convey that. He said exclusively exclusively to us that he is very confident when it comes to victory in the state of Assam, and also he talked about the issues, especially the infiltration issue and also the infrastructural development in the area, which is going to be his key focus. And when I asked him that are the people of Jorhat choosing MLA or the next chief minister, he said,
yeah, we are. I know you've come out 100 meters away because the candidates aren't allowed to speak at the inside the voting booth for obvious reasons. There are protocol, code of conduct considerations. So I'll let you go back to the voters booth because we want to get a pulse of what the people are thinking. We had these studio conversations, but the person in line who's actually going to press the button, what's on his mind? That's the curiosity. So we always we never ask them who you're voting for, but we do ask them about what issues you're voting for. Gives us a pulse, educates our conversation. But that's not the whole story. The whole story will also be told in the numbers of people who come out and vote. The initial morning voter turnout till 9:30 have come in. Shivani, my colleague, standing by to take us through the various constituencies in Assam and Kerala. Shivani, over to you.
Right, so let's look at Assam first. We have Jorhat over here. As of 9:30, 19.01% is the voter turnout. Let's look at Bajali, where 17.40 is the voter turnout. And we have Baksa, where the voter turnout is 16.35%. 16.56 in Barpeta. So we are obviously still seeing voters coming out. Bishwanath, 18.42%. We are seeing an increase in the voting percentage. Bangagaon, where we are seeing 18.23% voter turnout as of 9:30, 18.08% in Kashar. And we will in fact get you the important constituencies. Charadoi, we are seeing a voter turnout of 18.88%. In Chirang, we are seeing 16.65 voter percentage as of 9:30 a.m. Darang is 19.74% as of now. Demaji, 17.29% voter turnout as of 9:30 a.m. Dibru, we are seeing in fact 18.79. Dibrugarh is 17.88% as of 9:30 a.m. Dima Hasao is at 17.31% right now. So this is the voter turnout. Thiruvananthapuram, we are looking at Kerala now, 16.25% as of 9:30 a.m. Alappuzha at 16.85% in Kerala. 9:30 a.m. Ernakulam is at 17.80%. Kannur is at 15.65% of voter turnout. So 15.65 in Kannur, and we are looking at Idukki at 15.25% of voter turnout as of 9:30 a.m. Kasaragod at 15.08%, Kollam at 16.04% right now. So these are the voter turnouts as of now in Assam.
So Kerala generally votes in large numbers. 3 out of 4 registered voters come out. So expected to be around the 75% mark. Might be a couple of percent more, might be a couple of percent less. Assam is going to be interesting also, how many voters come and show up. Traditionally, more the people that came out to vote would indicate that people are upset with the existing government. But that no longer applies. In elections I have seen in the past few years, people who are fans of the current government come out and vote in great numbers as well. So who knows? We'll have to figure this out as we get closer to the results. But at this point of time, important battles are going on in Kerala and Assam. Let's open up that conversation. I'm going to try to get my colleague Samba back into this broadcast to give us an indication of what is taking place. Meanwhile, Preeti Priyadarshini, Kalyani Shankar, Gautam Mukherjee, Yamuna Pathak, all joining us on the broadcast as well. So we'll get Sambhav as soon as we get the reporters back. We'll go back to get you a touch base. So let me take that opportunity, go to Kalyani Shankar. Kalyani Shankar, let's begin with the battle in Assam. Is it a foregone conclusion, or do you really think Gaurav Gogoi has, might just pull off a huge surprise?
Well, you see, Gaurav Gogoi is, really working hard, no doubt about that. But then BJP also is working too hard to retain the state. So we don't know who will, get the maximum number of votes. Only when the voting boxes are open, then only we will know about it. What is the real state? But as of now, the gap between the Congress and the BJP in Assam is not too narrow. No, it's quite large. So whether Gaurav Gogoi will be able to cross the mark, I think it's a little doubtful as of now. And in my opinion, wherever the regional satraps are there, they are maintaining their states. You see, like Mamata Banerjee, even if the predictions are right, Mamata Banerjee will keep her Bengal, then Tamil Nadu, DMK will keep it, and then Kerala, LDF or UDF, one of the two, both are opposition to BJP. One of them will get it. Puducherry, of course, the NDA can get it, possibly.
Okay.
So Assam also is predicted.
Oh, status quo ante. So, Gautam Mukherjee, is that what you're suspecting? That we come out on the 29th of April and it's everything the same? Mamta is in Bengal, Hemanta is in Assam, potentially Pinarayi stays on in Kerala and Stalin stays on in Tamil Nadu. Nothing much changes.
Well, the big thing, I think Assam will certainly go to the NDA. The gap is too huge. Gogoi, of course, will win his seat and be in the opposition. As far as West Bengal goes, my hope this time is that the BJP will form the government. It will get just a few seats above the halfway mark, and there's going to be a major drop in Mamata Banerjee's seat count. She'll still have about 130. She will be still a force. The TMC will still be a force in West Bengal. And that is why that you've got the central forces.
Okay, but Gautam Mukherjee, that's what everybody thought last time. And Mamata Banerjee, not that easy to write off. So that's what people thought last time. It didn't happen. What do you think is different this time?
This time, she's not done anything different from her previous 2 terms. It is unlikely she'll get yet another term, or is it 3 terms and going into the 4th, I forget. She's just been there forever without doing very much for Bengal. She does work only for her cadres and for her ministers, and there's enormous corruption, enormous problems of law and order and so on, and I think people are fed up. And Bengal has a habit of either being all in or all out. Now, they threw out the left after many, many years, 30 plus years, 36, I think, and they've never looked back. They've never sort of tried to bring them back. They hardly win a seat now. Congress before it, and now Mamata Banerjee's turn. She'll go into oblivion after this election.
All right. Mamata Banerjee has sent the Congress into oblivion, a party she used to belong to in Bengal. She sent the left into oblivion. I won't write her off very easily. Okay, people have written her off in the past as well, and you never know. But could there? So I don't think Gautam Mukherjee is saying that she disappears. But he says, okay, the BJP has a better chance. The issue, of course, being that
has a chance to just get over the halfway mark.
The issue, of course, being that that's what many people thought last time around as well. And yes, it would be the 4th time she's becoming the chief minister if she were to win. 2011, 2016, 2021, 15 years are over, and here she is again. Still a force to be reckoned with. Let me get Yamuna Pathak into this conversation. Yamuna ji, so let me take on the larger picture issue over here. Let's start with in Assam. Gaurav has been sent to fight the elections. He's already representing the Congress in the Lok Sabha. Is this just a referendum on Hemanta? Is this what it is? Because it seems like more of a local election. I can't see a national flavor in this at all. If you look at the subjects that have been doing the rounds, it's about eating beef and Wyoming companies. I don't know how many of these are actual voter issues. So is this just about a referendum of Hemanta?
No, it's not just exactly like that, because there are a lot of other aspects which really matter here.
here, if you talk about what could be the NDA strength for this election in Assam, is basically, first and foremost, there is no anti-incumbency, which we need to really agree to this point, because there is still there is you could see a strong centralized leadership prevailing in Assam, and apart from which, apart from these narratives, there are the matters which are about national security and border narrative, which has been strongly carried by NDA for Assam. And also look at the welfare and the infrastructure messaging which happening in Assam. And also still there is an organizational dominance which is prevailing in Assam. So these are the things, where we could definitely see a political consolidation in Northeast India. Basically, for even we can look out for a very positive, optimistic note for the third consecutive term also. So here there are two things, which is one is, as what you said, the Himanta Biswa Sarma's BJP-led NDA, and at the same time, even we cannot rule out the possibility of Congress-led opposition alliances also have its own hold, because if you look at what are the challenges? What Congress could see here is a fragmented opposition base in Assam, and also matching to the BJP's grassroots machinery. So still Congress have long way to get into these.
Yeah.
And also the leadership credibility gap is also which we could see here in Assam about Congress is concerned.
Okay, so we've seen a very interesting trend, right? 2025, the trend told us two things. It told us that the overarching national issue is no longer the voting factor in the states. The states were voting for state issues, okay?
Yes.
And number two, it told us that there are a bunch of people who have bought in. It's been 12, 13 years, but after 12, 13 years, they've bought in that it's better to have the same government at the state and the center. They don't like the fight, okay? That's what 2025 told us. That might not be the lesson of 2026. It certainly won't be in Tamil Nadu, okay, where I don't see an alternative to Stalin. I don't think the voters see an alternative to him either. And in Kerala, yes, there is an alternative, but it's a non-BJP alternative. Now, you can argue that the BJP will increase its vote share. 1 in 10 Keralites vote for the BJP, okay? People forget that. They'll have 11% vote share. But you need it to be 1 in 5 to start winning seats. So that makes a difference. So let me get Preeti into this conversation. Preeti, in a practical sense, what's the issue? Because I don't see an overarching national security, the war in the Gulf or China. We've had so many overarching national issues in elections in the past. It seems that the Assam election is a separate election. The Kerala election is a separate election happening in its own microcosm. They're not exactly interrelated. So what is this election then about?
Definitely, this election is different than whatever is happening in other states, because this state has its own demands. It has its own demands to be fulfilled, because it's mostly tribes and communities who stays here. Tribal communities are there. It's a tribal population which is mostly dominant in this state. So the indigenous community here has their own demands. Particularly if we talk about the infiltration is a huge issue, and also recently in the month of December we saw huge violence in massive amount of violence in Kheroni in Karbi Anglong. I keep saying on this again and again because there was huge, where we saw a few non-indigenous people. It is a 6th schedule protected area, but there few non-SMEs, non-indigenous people came in and shouted slogans like the Karbi Chini go back. So that was something that the indigenous people were triggered about. So when we see about the politics now, since in the last few days, we have in the last few months, it was very clean sweep clean victory for NDA, if we have to say. But in the last 2 months, it has a little amount, we can say it has changed. Opposition as a whole, when they actually after meetings, they decided to come together. The three Gogois, Akhil Gogoi, Lurinjyoti Gogoi, and along with that Gaurav Gogoi. These three Gogois, when they finally came to a decision of coming together in opposition, then it was too late already. But yeah, after that, people have shown some kind of belief in the opposition, and especially what I have to say is that I'll have to say that the people who are impacted by the things being said by the people in the ruling party only. The opposition was not much a factor, but they are being made a factor by the ruling party. If I have to say, then I have to say about Himanta Biswa Sharma's comments in the last few days, the attacks being made on the opposition. Opposition was not as strong as it is happening to be now, but they have been made strong by the versions, by the speeches, by the actions of the leaders in NDA government. Basically.
So in any government which has been there for 10 years, there are always some people who are unhappy and frustrated. Anti-incumbency is a real thing, okay?
Yeah,
but those people have to be convinced that there is a better option, okay? That it is better than the devil you know, than the devil you don't. I don't know if that convincing aspect is readily apparent at this point of time, that that option is available, and Gaurav Gogoi will have to do that convincing. He'll have to be the face of it. Having a united opposition helps, but he'll have to face of it. He'll have to be. He's a charismatic guy. He's had a good stint in Parliament, where he's played very important positions with shoulder to shoulder with Rahul Gandhi. But it's been a sign of the times. The Congress has been down and out everywhere, not just in Assam. In fact, his constituency is the place where, a few years ago, the Congress was counting the few seats that they had, the 40-50 seats they had in the country. So every seat really mattered at that point of time. So let's pick up the broader question. But before that, speak of him. Some of my colleagues chatting with Gaurav Gogoi. Let's listen in.
सर आप कितना कॉन्फिडेंट फील कर रहे हैं? आई एम ज्वाइंड बाय गौरव गोगोई. सर आप कितना कॉन्फिडेंट फील कर रहे हैं? अभी आपने वोट कास्ट किया है यहाँ जोरहाट.
देखिए, असम के लोगों में जो उमंग की लहर है, खुशहाली की लहर है, असम की भविष्य सुरक्षित हाथों में है. हम सब मिलकर असम को सशक्त करेंगे, असम को जोड़ेंगे. असम की जो शालीनता है, जो हमारी सभ्यता है, उसका संरक्षण करेंगे और लोकतांत्रिक जो हमारे सिद्धांत है उसको बचा के रखेंगे. जिस असम जो महापुरुष शंकरदेव का असम है, माधवदेव का असम है, अजान पीर का असम है, लासित बोरफुकन का असम है, ज्योति प्रसाद अग्रवाल का असम है, उसी असम का दायित्व हम सब मिलकर लेकर असम को आगे लेके जाएंगे.
क्या जोरहाट की जनता एक विधायक को चुन रही है या एक भावी मुख्यमंत्री को? सर ये जवाब और दें प्लीज.
असम के लोग आज एक सशक्त असम, एक नए असम के पक्ष में अपना मतदान दे रहे हैं.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर इंडिया न्यूज से बात करने के लिए. और
you had Sambhav speaking with Gaurav. In fact, before I get in more reactions that are coming in from Jorhat, which is the constituency, and I'll come back to that where Sambhav has been speaking to reporters. Let me go back to Gautam Mukherjee. Gautam Mukherjee, let's just touch base on the politics in the Northeast. We've seen record number of visits by none other than the Prime Minister to all the states, not just in Assam. Record amount of funds, highways, train line journeys. In fact, I think the first Vande Bharat Sleeper Express runs from Assam to Howrah. So it has been an all-out effort, okay? And the political effort sort of began when Himanta jumped ship. When he says he was offended and maltreated by Tarun Gogoi, and and Rahul Gandhi, and they didn't figure it out that his importance, and he's proved it. So is Himanta now sort of still the person, not only for the NDA, but for the people of the Northeast?
Well, that in terms of voting will soon be borne out, but I do believe so because, as you pointed out, the NDA has concentrated on the Northeast, with Assam being its jewel in the crown. And Himanta has been, an intermediary in all the other smaller states in the Northeast. It is strategically of crucial importance to India. That's why connectivity is one of the main things that the government has worked on: railway lines, tunnels, bridges, roads. So this kind of thing has been evident and is also, if you look at it, a hallmark of the NDA government. Everywhere it goes, and in many opposition states as well. So that will be regarded as a good thing by the people. What you got?
Just stay with me for a second, because as the votes are being cast in Assam, the battle of Bengal is also building up. This is the BJP's national president, Nitin Nabin. He's now come out and hit out on Mamta Banerjee. This is what he states, and I quote, "We are going to form the government in West Bengal with a majority. Mamta Didi now will be concerned and worried about the people of Bengal. You are only concerned about Bangladeshis." So that rubric, that thread is very much alive, and it is applicable, as Preeti was pointing out, in the politics of Assam. It has been applicable in the politics of Bengal. The voter lists have changed. They will have an impact. Kalyani Shankar, is that a substantive impact? Are the voter lists going to really damage Mamta Banerjee? Because maybe in some part it was true that you had people who should not be here who managed to get voter ID cards rather easily.
You see, this practice of getting the people from Bengal and making them live in, actually the people will be got from Bangladesh, and then they were given all the other, Aadhaar card, all the things to live there. And they've got all those things. This practice was done even by the CPIM when their government was there. This is the whole practice, and Mamta herself says that she has learned the tricks of the trade from CPM. So she has been practicing it. That is why she's managed three terms already, fourth term also, because Bengal might give her. So that is the reason. But the voters list is very important. If you lose the people of at least in lakhs, then what happens to the total number? So to that extent, what these states are saying about SRI, I think it's quite valid, but then we will have to see how many votes she can get. And then she also, her vote bank is youth, then her own voters, women, and then, she has been able to attract the young people, the first-term voters also.
Okay.
So to that
but
extent,
Kalyani ji, I have a quick follow-up question now. The Congress has not, formed a government in Bengal since the emergency. Is it done? Is there nothing now that can be done? There's nothing left. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is now also pretty much on the other side, you can argue. So is that done? Do you see a leadership of the Congress in Bengal left?
No, you see, Congress has lost in Tamil Nadu since 1967. They have not been able to come back except through the coalition route, and the coalition, Stalin doesn't want to give them power sharing. So Congress has lost like that in many states. So the regional satraps, many leaders have come in and they really ruled their states. So Congress has to either make alliance with those people or just go away. That's all. Even in Delhi, Congress was running the state for quite some time. And then after that, after Sheila Dikshit has gone, they don't have any, vote bank here, because BJP has taken over part of it.
So trouble across the board. Trouble across the board. It is relevant. It is relevant, of course, in Kerala. I'll come and discuss Kerala with you in just a second. Let's just go back to Jorhat, where my colleague Sambhav is speaking to voters on what they think their issues, voting issues are. Sambhav, what's the pulse? What's the issue in the voting lines?
So basically, women empowerment, infrastructural development, and one major issue is that of infiltration. I'll directly connect with Jorhat voters here. They are with me. Sir, आपने वोट डाला?
हाँ, डाला है.
क्या मुद्दे थे दिमाग में जब आपने वोट डाला?
उन्नयन है, प्रगति है, उसी हिसाब से वोट दिया है.
पॉवर्टी और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट, कई लोग यहाँ पर ये मुद्दा बता रहे हैं सर. आपने
अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट तो कुछ कमा है, कम हुआ है. तो इसीलिए हम वो नौकरी मिलता है बिना रिश्वत देकर. पहले क्या होता है कांग्रेस का दिन में, आप पैसा देगा तभी नौकरी मिलेगा. आजकल तो अब बिना पैसा देने से भी नौकरी मिल जाता है। आपका एग्जाम अच्छा होगा तो आपको जरूर नौकरी मिलेगा, वही बात है ना।
मैम, विमेन एम्पावरमेंट की काफ़ी बातचीत हो रही है, तो व्हाट वर द इश्यूज इन योर माइंड व्हाइल यू कास्ट योर वोट?
जी, तो अभी तो मेरे माइंड में इतना इशू नहीं आया, क्योंकि आप लोग देख सकते हो इतने 5 साल में कितना डेवलप हो रहा है। मतलब आपके वोमेन एम्पायर भी देख सकते हो, मतलब एजुकेशन में भी देख सकते हो। वोमेन एम्पावरमेंट की बात करना चाहती हूँ तो अगर आप लोग देख सकते हो गवर्नमेंट वोमेन के जो इश्यूज़ है वो बहुत स्कीम से बहुत दूर कर रहा है। फॉर एग्जांपल अरुणोदय आप देख सकते हो, और एजुकेशन के मामले अभी स्टूडेंट्स बिना पैसे देकर भी पढ़ सकते हैं, बुक्स भी देते हैं, और पढ़ने के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा स्कीम है, स्कूटी भी दे सकते हैं, ऐसे ही। तो वो देखकर हमने वोट दान किया है।
आपके दिमाग में क्या था? व्हाट वाज एंड व्हाट आर योर एक्सपेक्टेशंस फ्रॉम न्यू गवर्नमेंट आल्सो?
हमने तो प्रगति और डेवलपमेंट में ही वोट डाला है यहाँ पर, और एजुकेशन सिस्टम को और ज़्यादा अच्छा कर सकते हैं माने गवर्नमेंट। अब तो धीरे धीरे से सब ठीक हो रहा है, तो हम खुश है।
मैम, आप बताएं प्लीज़, आपके दिमाग में क्या इश्यूज थे जब आपने वोट किया?
मैं यूनियन के साथ है, यूनियन के साथ है, इसीलिए मैं यूनियन के साथ वोट डाला है।
ओके।
इस स्कीम के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताएं प्लीज।
स्कीम अरुणोदय लाखपति,
हाँ, जो हमारे गांव की महिला है उन्होंने अरुणोदय मंथली 1250 रुपीज़ में मिलता है। तो एक गरीब घर की महिला वो उस पैसे से मतलब गुजारा कर सकते हैं।
Okay, all right. Okay, happy faces there in Jorhat, and if you are an incumbent trying to change the status quo, that's not good news. Let's hop straight across to the other side of the country in Thiruvananthapuram, the capital of Kerala, where Belly, my colleague, is standing by. Belly, now we are a few hours into voting now. The voting percentages are picking up. Kerala comes always and votes in high numbers. What are people telling you? What's the pulse on the ground?
I'm at the polling station in Thiruvananthapuram, which is under Nemam constituency. You can see the voter number has significantly reduced. That's because of the soaring temperature is what the officials say. But a lot of people have, except for voters, are waiting here because the senior Congress leader Shashi Tharoor is going to come here. Let's find out, sir, what are the issues in this constituency and what do you expect your representative to change, like, or to resolve them?
No change, Kerala. LDF, continue LDF.
Okay. So, are you a party worker or you have come here to cast your vote?
What?
Are you a party worker or you have come here to cast your vote?
What LDF?
LDF. Okay. How about you, sir? What are the issues in the constituency and what do you expect from your representative?
UDF. No, UDF.
You're UDF. Okay. So you both are friends, is it? So we have two people sitting here who are LDF and UDF. Now hello ma'am, you have casted your vote now.
Yes.
Yeah, so in your constituency, what do you think are the issues and what do you expect from your representative?
No, I cannot say that in one word. We have plenty of issues. We have plenty of things to say, but it cannot be said like that.
No, we are just asking.
Okay, all right, Belly,
issues, like,
we've understood, and that's the microcosm of Indian politics. Wish the politicians could also do that. You can be friends and sit together and yet be voting for the opposite camps, and that is possible. Thiruvananthapuram, where is, of course, Nimom is the constituency where Rajiv Chandrasekhar of the BJP is hoping that he has a chance and a strong chance. And Shashi Tharoor, of course, is in the sitting position in Lok Sabha from Thiruvananthapuram in that constituency. So yes, the Congress will be hoping that they have a chance. It will be a great thing for them. They will feel if they can have another government which is being led by their party, not a junior role in somebody else's government, which unfortunately is what has happened, or a non-existent role, many could argue, in Tamil Nadu and other places. Let me get back to Gautam Mukherjee on this. So Gautam Mukherjee, let's pick up Kerala for a second. Who would have thought Pinarayi Vijayan, 10 years later, still in it with a shot. Now, where is that coming from? Because what has changed in the politics of the CPM that Pinarayi Vijayan represents, that perhaps would indicate that yes, the left politics still has some sort of future in the country?
Well, one is moderation. I don't think he's taken an extreme position on very many things, and he also cooperates with the center. The deepwater port that has been created without him trying to put spokes in the wheel. So that is one. Second is his organization is better and more cohesive than his opposition, the UDF, which many people favor, but they are not able to, the party, the grouping is not able to harness the votes properly at the hustings. And so they may come higher than they did last time, but it is difficult to dislodge the government in power.
No, but why would that be? Because I can have the argument with you that you had Rahul Gandhi go to Kerala when he felt threatened in UP, and that's the truth. That's why he contested from there, and he won. And then they said no, actually his sister is going to fight from there, and she won. So that was the Keralite voters sending a message. It was a national message. There are a bunch of Keralites who feel proud of the fact that they are the antithesis. They are the representatives of another force in this country. Can they be easily dismissed?
Well, he chose his constituency very carefully. It is very heavy with minority people, and he won, and so did his sister. But that is part of the narrative that you call Congress the Muslim party of India more and more, and it's perceived to be the Muslim party of India. So it goes where there are a lot of Muslims and they're likely to be voted in. But it doesn't represent a UDF hold on the state or a rising
Okay,
tide.
I think that's fair enough, and probably more so because I remember the days of Woman Chandy, probably more so because of the fact that is there an all-encompassing personality to take on Pinarayi Vijayan that is being difficult to spot. And speaking of Congress personalities, here's one, K.C. Venugopal hitting out incidentally at Himanta Biswa Sarma on Assam. He says, Assam has an arrogant chief minister, most corrupt chief minister of the country. You can see his arrogance in the way he sent police to arrest Pawan Khera. Dictatorial CM. Well, it's all coming out from K.C. Venugopal. Let's listen in.
Assam is the same arrogant chief minister, most corrupt chief minister of the country. You see his arrogancy, the way in which he sent police to arrest Pawan Khera. Most dictator of this country, most dictator chief minister of the country, like Pinarayi Vijayan. People of Assam will also teach a lesson to him today.
Okay, well, there you have it. Himanta is the dictator, and so is Pinarayi. So he's taken on both. But just continuing on that theme, and let me get Preeti into this conversation. Preeti, there is a national context here. Okay, and the national context is that less than a year and a half ago, there was a section of the voter in Kerala that was very proud of the fact that they were the bastion of the opposition, including the Congress. And you would find many more who are even more proud of the fact that Kerala is the best in country in social metrics, literacy, education, etc. How does that voter figure with the voter who wants to build the Kerala of tomorrow, not just of yesterday?
Yeah, we have to say that not just of yesterday, but for tomorrow. As a matter of fact, sometimes what happens is that you have said about when there is a long-term rule, there can be an anti-incumbency, previously in my version. But here what we see is that they hold up to their own opinion for ages, right? They hold up to what they think, they hold up to what they are of the opinion of. So somehow that is something they're believing. It's all about a belief. Every party comes up to power with the belief of the people. So here the belief is different. But here in Assam, we have heard about the bites of the people that has been gathered, that has been taken, and very rightfully they have stated that the kind of empowerment which has been generated very honestly as to the surface of the people, what they can see here on surface is that proper kind of employment has been generated. However, I must have to say about the ratio. The ratio is still a lot. The gap is very huge between the unemployment, the kind of unemployment we have, and also the kind of employment that has been generated.
Okay, so for sure, but you're seeing a very interesting mix, because it is a truism to say that a lot of people from Kerala seek employment outside of Kerala, and so good education, high literacy, good education, good awareness, social metrics excellent, job opportunities being sought outside the state, many abroad, okay, and abroad is not just the Gulf. Look at the United Kingdom. So you can argue that the people would therefore want to have employment in their own state, and they're unhappy with the state of affairs. So it's a very interesting mix. So I mentioned people who are very proud of the fact that Kerala's social metrics are excellent. People are very proud of the fact that their political destiny is being defined in a unique way, as opposed to what's happening in other parts of the country. They wear that as a badge of honor. There are people who are pretty happy with the state of affairs in Kerala. They don't want industrial development. They want their lifestyle, they want their beaches and localities not to be transformed completely. But I'm sure there's a segment of people who would like to see industrial development. Like, I mean, I mentioned the Visakhapatnam port in the morning. It's going to completely change the way India and the region conducts trade. I can't underestimate it for you, and I know journalists are prone to hyperbole. This isn't it. The Visakhapatnam transshipment port, which is a collaboration between the left government in Kerala, the BJP government in the center, and is being built and operated by Adani. They all three got together for this port because it is in the national interest. And there's huge benefit going to come to the state as a transshipment hub, and huge monies will come to the state exchequer as well from this transshipment hub. So that's a win-win. But all I'm trying to point out is, don't underestimate the voter who likes things the way they are. They might be working abroad, but they're very proud of their state. Okay, we often do this in the context of Kannada pride or Kannadiga pride or Tamil pride. Don't underestimate the Malayalam pride as well. Kalyani Shankar wants to make a point on this. Kalyani ji, go ahead.
And I included Telugu pride. Talking about Telugu pride only, N.T. Ramarao came to power. Dislodged that Congress government for quite a few years. It has continued. So the pride of a state, you are very right that the Keralites are very proud of their own state, and they are very sort of, wherever you go, any part of the world, you will find some Keralite, and if there is one other is there, they will go and seek the friendship of the other. And there is a joke saying that when in the Mount Everest, when Tenzing went up there, then there was a Malayali Nair setting up a tea shop, and he gave it. So they don't mind the hazards of traveling and then going and setting up with the thing, and they are a good businessmen also. They help each other. So the main part of it is that they don't mind going anywhere. That's where you find so many of them in the Gulf states, and then in the US and in the UK and in everywhere, Canada.
Okay, so that's the point. Because if I reverse the context, okay, and Gautam Mukherjee, now before I take a break, if you look at traditional migration, okay, traditional migration happening from poor states, from Bihar, from Jharkhand, where you have labor migration, people are leaving because of lack of job opportunities. Then you have the second tier of migration. Second tier of migration might be somebody from Delhi shifting to Bengaluru to work in the IT sector. That's not because jobs aren't available in Delhi, just that sector is more accessible in Bengaluru. Then you have this kind of migration which happens in Punjab, which is lack of opportunities in Punjab are not driving Punjabis to other parts of the country. They are driving them to North America, okay, or Italy. Massive Punjabi community in Italy. I think it's the second largest ethnic community there now. And then you have this the expat Keralite who is very proud of Kerala, thinks there's nothing wrong with the state, but is living abroad and earning abroad, or living elsewhere and earning elsewhere. How do we correlate all these various kinds of, job migration?
Well, in Kerala, as in most communist places, the amount of job creation is low. You've got a certain amount of tourism, and because of high literacy, these people from Kerala are able to go abroad and earn very well. They often build massive houses and keep their links with their state. They're proud of it insofar as they like the lifestyle, they like the place, they like the culture, but they don't like the fact that you can't make a living. So that is what drives them away. It has happened in West Bengal as well. A lot of people with more initiative are no longer in West Bengal because the opportunities have shrunk from 100 to 0. This is only
You're right. And like I said, it makes a fascinating study, migration in India. Half of the people, that means 700 million Indians, are not living in the place of their birth. Okay, that's half. Now, the vast majority, of course, is internal migration, and studying these patterns itself is fascinating. Then there's external migration. Most of it is driven by economic opportunity, if not all of it. But why does the Punjabi not necessarily want to go in Tamil Nadu, but would prefer to go to Canada? Okay, it's a very interesting conversation that needs to be had. But the point I'm trying to underline is, don't underestimate the pride and emotion factor of the Keralite versus the extreme pragmatism and practicality factor which Gautam Mukherjee is suggesting. That look, if you want development, when you think industrialized state, you don't think Kerala. Tourism, beautiful place, great atmosphere, great culture, great heritage, yes, you can think Kerala. Tamil Nadu, which is right across the border, makes almost all the iPhones made in India. The space industry is based there. The next spaceport of India is being built there. Karnataka has a similar kind of introduction. You can argue the same for Hyderabad, maybe not in the immediately recent past, but in the last 10-20 years with the cyber city, etc. But not necessarily Kerala. But do they want that? I don't know. Everybody wants progress, but what progress means is dependent for different people. We take a very short break. Back with you in a minute.
आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है नया उत्तर प्रदेश। यूपी का संकल्प $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, भारत की जीडीपी में 9.1% का योगदान।
हमने तय किया है उत्तर प्रदेश को एक विकसित राज्य बनाएंगे।
एक्सप्रेसवे प्रदेश, 7 चालू और 15 विकास के विभिन्न चरणों में एयरपोर्ट, 12 घरेलू, 4 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संचालित, 1 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहित 8 निर्माणाधीन, धरातल पर 15 लाख करोड़ के निवेश। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर से गरजती ताकत और जेवर से उड़ान भरती आकांक्षाएं, आज यूपी देश का पहला राज्य है जिसके पास सबसे बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क है। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में लंबी छलांग लगाकर हमने निवेश का नया इतिहास रचा है। डबल इंजन सरकार, डबल रफ्तार, विकसित भारत 2047, आत्मनिर्भर युवा, आधुनिक आधारभूत ढांचा, विकसित भारत का इंजन, हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है।
All right, welcome back. You're watching NewsX. I'm Guwahati. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been tracking so many things. If you wanted news, well, you have it today. There's an election on in Assam. There's an election on in Kerala, one in Puducherry, one coming up in Bengal and Tamil Nadu. In 3 or 4 days' time, a historic, I won't call it constitutional because I want to be technically correct, but a historic change is coming our way, where a special session of Parliament will debate, potentially vote on the Women's Reservation Implementation Bill. Remember, Women's Reservation 33% is already done by Constitutional Amendment 106. This would also mean that potentially the number of parliamentary seats will go up to 816 from the present 543, which has been unchanged since 1971. There is a war on which is not on because there is a ceasefire. The Iranians have opened the Strait of Hormuz, but they have also not really opened it. All of this is happening. I have just been told that the Pakistanis now want Assam to get the Nobel Peace Prize for negotiating the ceasefire between Iran and the US. So we'll have some fun with that a little bit. But I want to hit hard and fast where action stations are in Assam, where Nibit Deka, my colleague, is standing by. Where in Guwahati, the capital, the votes are being cast. What's happening? What's the pulse on the ground, Nibir?
Well, currently we are in the Garal LP school where Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma is going to cast his vote. This was earlier part of the West Guwahati constituency. However, after delimitation, now it is under Jalukbari constituency where the CM has been winning for the 5th time, and this is for the 6th time. He has 7th time he is contesting from this constituency. You can see here the crowd here is already there. We are also going to speak to some of the people here. आप वोट दे दिया? दिखा हाथ दिखा। कब वोट दिखा? आपने वोट दे दिया? हाँ, वोट कब आए वोट देने? वो आया 1 घंटा हो गया। वोट दिया? हाँ, वोट दिया है। क्या क्या इशू आपने समझ के वोट दिया? मतलब परिवर्तन, मतलब ये होना चाहिए, डेवलपमेंट होना चाहिए। आपका यहाँ पे कंस्टिट्यूएंसी में मुख्यमंत्री भी इसके एमएलए है। हाँ, तो क्या आपको क्या लगता है इसमें विकास हुआ है इस एरिया में? विकास हुआ है, बहुत विकास हुआ है, और आगे और होगा, बहुत अच्छा हुआ है। आपने वोट दिया? हाँ। किस इशू के लिए आपके लिए इम्पोर्टेंट है? क्या क्या समस्या? जनता का अच्छा होगा इसलिए वोट दिया तो अच्छा है। आपने वोट दिया? वोट दिया है, तो लेकिन सब वोट दिया अच्छा हो गया, अच्छा से दिया है। ये हम लोग का जो ये है चीफ मिनिस्टर जो है, वो उसका जो काम है उसका हिसाब से पूरा जो आदमी है ना, वो पूरा आ गया वोट देने के लिए। So you can see here there are a lot of people already lined up on my right, and they have been waiting here since morning. Also, there is a lot of huge rush here. The chief minister is also soon coming here. As a result of that, there is heavy rush here, and all the arrangements have been made security-wise as well. People are waiting online. We are also going to speak to some of the youngsters. Namaskar, आपका नाम? भास्कर बच्चा। आप अभी लाइन में खड़े हैं? हाँ। कितने टाइम से खड़े हुए हैं? अभी आए हैं। हाँ। आप तो युवा है, आपके लिए कितना मायने रखता है वोट देना? बहुत मायने रखता है, क्योंकि मेरा एक पर्सनल वोट जो है वो भी डिसाइड कर सकता है कौन किसके हक में जाएगा। तो क्या इशू आपके लिए सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है? अभी तो मतलब अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट ही है। मतलब हाँ, गवर्नमेंट जब निकल तो रहा है, लेकिन उस हिसाब से नहीं निकल रहा है जितना होना चाहिए। आपका क्या पढ़ रहे हो अभी? मैंने MBA किया है। मैं स्टॉक मार्केट में ट्रेडिंग करता हूँ। तो
Okay, there you are, Nibit Deka, in the capital, in the constituency where the chief minister sitting, Himanta Biswa Sharma, is contesting from. He's held that seat several times. He should win the seat. The people over there, some of course are supporters. Many of them, of course, are voters who are casting, and the flavor seems to be that stuff has happened. Now, does that mean he's winning or not? We don't know. Okay, but is he going to be hopeful of it? For sure. Now, that was Guwahati. Let's hop across back to Jorhat, Jorhat is the place where Gaurav Gogoi, who is the son of the former Chief Minister, who Himanta Biswa Sarma replaced in Assam, is contesting. Gaurav has managed to win seats for the Lok Sabha for the Congress. He would be hoping to win his constituency seat for sure in Jorhat. But can he win enough in the state to challenge Himanta? Tough one. Let's listen to what people are saying. Over to you, Sambhav. Let's get a pulse on the ground.
Ma'am, you cast your vote?
Yes, I'm Minu Bora. I have cast my vote, and I hope all the women will cast their vote. And
Absolutely. And what were the issues in your mind while you were exercising your franchise?
at the time of my cast vote, we hope that the women will be empowered and they will give the more the topic which is going on, the reservation, regarding reservation. We want a reservation in the state assembly and the center also. That we want, and women should get the opportunity in all the fields.
महिला को लिए अभी जितना मतलब गवर्नमेंट ने किया उससे और ज़्यादा करना चाहिए. हाँ, फिर अभी तो किया है, बहुत किया. हाँ, इसीलिए अभी वुमेन्स लोग बहुत खुश है. सब लोग आया वोट देने के लिए. हाँ, मौसम भी अच्छा है, घर का काम छोड़ के सब लोग आ गया.
असम में जो डेवलपमेंट हुआ है वो दूसरे से ज़्यादा है. नॉर्थ ईस्ट में असम इज द बेस्ट. हाँ, इतना डेवलपमेंट हुआ है. लड़का लड़की को नौकरी 1 रुपया देने के बाद नहीं है, 1 रुपया नहीं देने से मिल गया है. टैलेंट से मिल रहा है, टैलेंट जिसको टैलेंट बोलता है, हाँ ऐसे मिल रहा है. और काजीरंगा जो नेशनल पार्क है उसका राइनो सुरक्षित है. एक भी राइनो आज बीजेपी की सरकार दिन में एक भी राइनो का निधन नहीं हुआ है. इसलिए वोट फॉर बीजेपी.
2016 तक जो यहाँ पे पिक्चर था, अभी पूरा सिनेरियो चेंज्ड है. पहले जो रास्ता का जो हालत था, अभी जो रास्ता का हालत है आपने खुद देखा ही होगा आते के टाइम. और एम्प्लॉयमेंट का जो बात छेड़ा गया है, तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट जो पहले सिनेरियो था, आपके पास पैसा नहीं तो आपके पास जॉब नहीं. तो अभी जो सिनेरियो है आपके टैलेंट के ऊपर बेस करके सारा सब कुछ यहाँ पे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन पूरा चल.
Would you want to say, like, what are the issues that you face in this constituency, and what would you like your representatives to work on?
It's not a point of issues, it's a point of progress. Okay. You can't say the issues are solved, so there is we can stop progress. Progress has to be on. You compare yourself with the outside states, and when you come in out here, you make an assessment, yes, these are the things that are missing in this particular constituency. Yes, I would like progress in this state in every way.
Do you think any kind of issues like the Sabrimala issues will have an impact on?
It should have. It is a religious issue, and when you have a majority of people from a particular community and who believe in their faith, yes, it will have an effect on their voting pattern. I presume that is a normal thing that happens everywhere.
So do you think the NDA is kind of emerging as a third front when it's always between LDF and UDF in Kerala?
Yes, it should. We just can't have two governments switching places, and we should have fresh blood, I think fresh ideas. And we have to accept the fact that it's a democracy. You can't keep somebody down. And I think it is a progressive state like Kerala. Yes, a third alternative is called.
हम जो सरकार का अच्छा काम करेगा वो भी हमारा भी आदमी को अच्छा होगा. जो आदमी अच्छा नहीं होगा तो वोट किसे देगा? सरकार जो सरकार अच्छा नहीं होगा तो काम नहीं होगा.
तो कैंडिडेट देख के आप वोट देंगे?
कैंडिडेट नहीं, जो कैंडिडेट काम करेगा वो भी देना पड़ेगा.
अच्छा, काम देख के
पड़ेगा.
अंकल, आपका नाम?
महेश्वर विश्व.
आपने वोट दे दिया? पहले तो अपना दिखाइए, चिन्ह दिखाइए. तो सुबह सुबह वोट देने आए हैं. ये इतने बहुत सालों से आप वोट दे रहे हैं, लेकिन सुबह फिर से आए हैं. तो ये इलेक्शन में वोट देने का जो प्रथा है, सुबह सुबह आना, ये आप रखते हैं. किन इशू, किन विषय को लेके आपने वोट दिया? किन इशू इम्पोर्टेंट है?
আমাৰ দেশৰ কাৰণে যিবিলাক কেণ্ডিডেটে কাম কৰিছে সেইবিলাককে আমি ভোট দিম.
तो ये कह रहे हैं कि देश के लिए जिसने काम किया उनको वोट देंगे. थैंक यू हमसे जुड़ने के लिए. आप यू कैन कैरी ऑन. सो आप देख सकते हैं द काइंड ऑफ एंथुजियाज्म दैट पीपल हैव अर्ली मॉर्निंग इन आफ्टर वोटिंग. आंगुली तो दिखाई दियो, आंगुली तो वोट दिया, आंगुली दिखाई दियो. सो दे हैव वोटेड. आपका नाम?
राजन डीमरी.
वोट दे दिया?
हाँ, दे दिया.
सुबह सुबह आए वोट देने के लिए।
हाँ।
क्या इशू देख के वोट देने आए, क्या इशू इम्पोर्टेंट है?
ইছ্যু মানে বহুত কথা এইটো মানে কি এইটো পাব্লিকৰ কাৰণে বহুত আমাৰ তাতে পানী চানী ৰাস্তা চাস্তা প্ৰব্লেম আছে এইবিলাক সমাধান নহ'লে ৰাস্তা প্ৰব্লেম।
तो आप देख सकते हैं पीपल आर कमिंग हियर। आपका नाम?
विनोद पटवारी।
आपने तो वोट दिया, आपने पहले अपने स्क्रीन में दिखा दीजिए। सुबह सुबह आपने वोट दिया है, एंथुजियाज्म है, क्या इशू आपके लिए इम्पोर्टेंट, क्या समस्या आपके लिए इम्पोर्टेंट?
डेवलपमेंट है, डेवलपमेंट सबसे बड़ा इशू है और असम का जो डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है इसको और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम लोग वोट देने के लिए आया है।
तो विकास आपका सबसे बड़ा
विकास जो हुआ है इससे हम लोग सोचा है विकास तो बहुत हुआ है असम में और ज़्यादा विकास होने के लिए हम लोग आया है इधर। और हम लोग का जो प्रेजेंट गवर्नमेंट है बहुत विकास किया है, लोगों को नौकरी मिला है। इसका बाद
गुवाहाटी का आप वोटर है, गुवाहाटी में जो एक अर्बन डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है, क्या कितना और आप चाहते हैं कि इसका और
लास्ट 16 इयर्स में मान लीजिए लास्ट 10 इयर्स में जितना डेवलपमेंट हुआ है इतना डेवलपमेंट लास्ट माने आफ्टर इंडिपेंडेंस इतना हुआ नहीं था, लेकिन जितना हुआ है वो लास्ट 10 इयर्स में ही हुआ था। हम लोग यहाँ से इसमें हम लोग ब्रॉन एंड ब्रॉटअप है इधर और हम लोग देखा है यहाँ का जो डेवलपमेंट है।
In last 5 years, the developments which took place in this area, and can just point out few of them and what exactly is required now?
Actually, we have seen that now the roads of the Jorhat are good enough, as well as the flyovers also now well settled. So I think apart from that, now so many things required in Jorhat, like some employment also required, because we don't have much more private sectors in Jorhat, and so for the young generations we need this kind of future growth in Jorhat.
आप वोट डालने आए हैं, क्या मुद्दे हैं दिमाग में? What are the issues in your mind while you vote?
मतलब डेवलपमेंट अच्छा होना चाहिए, मेन इशू यही है डेवलपमेंट। और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट जो भी है असम में तो बहुत ज़्यादा ही है, वो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का थोड़ा कर रहा है।
अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट इज वन बिग इशू
मतलब कर रहा है, बहुत भी न्यूज वो लोग निकल रहा है और ज़्यादा होने से और अच्छा आएगा। बहुत अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का जो इशू है और अच्छा होने से अच्छा है। और नया नया अगर कंपनीज अगर यहाँ इन्वेस्टर इधर आने से वो भी अच्छा मुद्दा है, वो गवर्नमेंट थोड़ा देखने से अच्छा है। वो नया अगर कोई इंडस्ट्री आए तो उसमें भी बहुत अच्छा होता है।
सर, आप वोट डालने आए हैं एंड यू लुक क्वाइट एक्साइटेड।
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, मतलब आपका जिस तरह से अभी तक चल रहा है अभी तक वैसा ही चलने से अच्छा है, उसी हिसाब से आए हैं। अभी क्या होता है देखते हैं।
क्या क्या इश्यूज माइंड में है? व्हाट आर द इश्यूज?
नहीं, इश्यूज तो अभी देखिए धीरे धीरे सब कुछ क्लियर हो रहा है। जो था अभी बहुत चेंजेस हुआ है, वैसे ही फ्यूचर में भी चेंजेस हो, उसी हिसाब से लोग आए हैं देने के लिए।
लाइक बहुत सी डेवलपमेंट हो रही है बहुत से फ्रंट पे, बट माय मेन इशू वाज मेडिकल कॉलेजेस। मींस एक के बाद एक मेडिकल कॉलेज तो बन रहा है, पर मेडिकल कॉलेज के अंदर ना फैकल्टी है, मतलब फैकल्टी बहुत कम है। वन डिपार्टमेंट इज रन बाय लाइक 2-3 people. That's not how development actually happens. In true sense, if we want development to happen, then building medical colleges or building bridges is not enough. और भी मतलब फ्रंट है और उन पे ज़्यादा काम करना चाहिए ना, जो इंटरनल इश्यूज है उन पे ज़्यादा फोकस करनी चाहिए। सो दैट वाज माय मेन फोकस व्हाइल कास्टिंग माय वोट।
All right, developments are being tracked there in Assam, where elections are underway, and we'll come back with the voting percentages with you shortly. Meanwhile, breaking developments coming in, and this is a big one. Union Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas, Hardeep Puri, is set to travel to Qatar. He is leaving, in fact, we are told today. And there's only one reason why Hardeep Puri is going to be in Qatar, and that's to discuss oil and gas shipments. Now, you can discuss with the Iranians to let the ships in and out, but you're going to have to discuss with the oil and gas suppliers to load up the ships so that you can get them in and out. Now, this is a global issue. There are two factors at play here. It is the duty of Ambassador Puri and his government under Prime Minister Modi to secure India's interests first, which is to say, to ensure adequate LPG supply is available, which means that LNG comes our way from the Gulf or anywhere else that we can find it at the appropriate market cost or below, which would be the hope, so that the issues that we are facing in our commercial LPG market, because there are issues in the commercial LPG market, are addressed. Now, that's the priority, but there is a secondary option which is available, that if India can secure the loading of the oil and the transshipment of the oil, then we certainly have the refineries and their capacity that others can then transship the oil from our refineries. This would not be unique, it's been done before. Gautam Mukherjee is with us. Gautam Mukherjee, the primary task, of course, is, I think this would indicate that we have relative confidence in getting the ships to and from the Straits of Hormuz now. Now it's the question of getting these guys to load those ships.
Absolutely. It's a matter of, catalyzing the speed at which all this happens. The war is practically over. There will be negotiations. I think there'll be a big bump up as soon as the sanctions are removed. That will be done, I believe, in return for a formal, giving up of their nuclear weapons program and, opening up Hormuz completely. I don't think the Americans are too bothered whether they charge a fee or not. They do need a lot of money for reconstruction. And I don't think anybody else is bothered paying $1 a barrel, provided, because oil has already fallen to below 100. It will go steadily down to about 80, perhaps lower. So this is not a problem. I think the petroleum minister is trying to make sure that we are put on the priority list by Qatar, who have suffered damage to their gas fields, so that we are not deprived. So far, during the 40-day war, we have cleared a lot of ships through the Straits of Hormuz, as well as obtained oil and gas from over 40 countries all over the world.
So let's look at realistically. In the UK, it is desperate straits. Airlines are cancelling en masse flights. They are on their last barrel of kerosene, so to say, okay, which is basically aviation fuel. So they are in desperate straits and they can't do much here. The UK is in the worst possible position. Neither have you taken a strong stand like the Spanish and the French have, nor have you totally backed Trump. So now everybody hates you and nobody wants to do business with you. Total muddle and a mess that's been made there. But so in terms of the customer base, Gautam Mukherjee, the Qataris, right now there are 2 or 3 countries who have been getting their ships out, the Chinese and us, maybe another couple of others that we are not particularly sure of. So it will be the Chinese primarily trying to load their ships, and Hardeep Puri's now responsibility in Qatar is to make sure that we also get our ships loaded, so that at least the commercial CNG problem in India can be sorted out.
Yes, I have every confidence that this will happen. It will happen for 2 reasons. One is that we get on with both sides of this divide and the war, and the ones affected and the ones perpetrating it. So we are well positioned that way. And it must not be lost sight of, we, along with China, are the largest consumers of petroleum and petroleum products, including oil and gas. So we are going to get priority, and we are, getting there as soon as possible to normalize. The other thing that we're working on which I think will have great benefits, is a complete tanker fleet of our own.
Yeah.
Right now, we are renting 90% of the
Yeah,
tankers.
we make none
and
of
they
them.
have their-
Well, let's be clear, we make none of them. Neither do the Americans. Almost the entire shipping is made either by the Chinese or by the Koreans. More breaking developments coming in, and this is a good one. Sections of the Pakistani press are now suggesting that their country's diplomatic intervention in the war merits consideration for the Nobel Peace Prize for Asim Munir and Shehbaz Sharif, pointing out that Islamabad has played a key role in preventing a potentially devastating war. Remember, the negotiations that are to resume between Iran and the United States are due to take place within Pakistan. There you have it on your screens. And let me go back to Gautam Mukherjee. Gautam Mukherjee, there you have it. Okay. And why not? It seems that the Pakistanis are successful at playing all the sides just for being notorious and unscrupulous and what's it called, evil geniuses at doing this. Why not give Asim Munir a Nobel Prize?
Well, my view is that I'm not anti this one decent effort made by the Pakistanis alongside the Chinese. The Chinese have worked on the Iranians. The Pakistanis have worked on both American instructions as well as Chinese instructions, as well as interfaced with Iran, with whom they have a long border. I think they've done a good job here. Whether Munir gets the prize or is well, they can nominate anybody. Anybody can be nominated. Whether he gets the prize or not, it may be early days yet. And, Trump is not going to stand there and say, look, let's give it to Munir. I think he is going to take credit for ending the war, opening the Hormuz Straits, removing the sanctions, coming closer to Iran, so that he's able to balance all these forces in the Gulf. The Gulf countries are after him for 100 things. So is Israel. If America mends its fences with Iran after this war, I think they'll be in a commanding position.
The same thing they say about mending fences. If Pakistan could mend its fences with India, you could reasonably argue that what was the point of partition? So America can't mend its fences with Iran, because if it does, you'll have to ask, why did you just bomb them if you're going to be friends? So let me put that strange thought for perhaps an equally virulent chuckle to General Sudhakarji. General Sudhakarji, why not give Asim Munir the Nobel Peace Prize? Put him on the cover of Time magazine.
Risha, good morning. To be very honest with you, my take is slightly different, because it's too premature to celebrate a positive outcome of the current peace proposal. It's a very fragile, and I would say it can actually bust any time. Therefore, one has to keep his fingers crossed. Whatever good things are happening, for all you know, it may be just a very thin silver lining that is passing through. It can actually go haywire at any moment. Why am I saying this is that Iran being what it is, and Pakistan being out of all countries, if we have selected Pakistan with blood on their hand, I would say that it is an incorrect and inappropriate time to think about reward rather than peace and stability in the region.
But surely, General Sudhakar, Pakistan will be putting a price for their intervention. Now, the good news for the Americans is that even $1 billion goes a long way with Pakistan. I mean, that's a game changer for them. It won't matter to an economy like ours. But so surely they're demanding their pound of flesh.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That point is well taken. But the fact of the matter remains, there are too many things happening, too many variables, imponderables in the peace proposal. Whether it will take off in earnest or not, that itself is a $1 million question. And the Strait of Hormuz also while it is good to be optimistic, but then it is even better to be realistic. We should always cater for all kinds of eventualities and the contingencies. Having been to Strait of Hormuz, if not more, at least once, it's a very, very complex kind of a setup, and IRGC can turn either way. So let's see how Donald Trump plays his cards. There are too many ifs and buts on the stakes. Stakes are very high. I only fear one thing. That fear is that there are three options in my mind coming. Firstly, you have a full 100% thing going in favor of the peace proposal, and that is to include the Americans. They wind up with assured security guarantee to the allies in the Middle East. Iran goes back to the barracks, and they are assured that they will not be attacked. And that is 100%. And enrichment of uranium will be under strict supervision as it was applicable in 2015 JCPOA. And whatever demands, reparation and other things, they may be ignored for the time being. But some kind of a peace is going to come into existence on the face of.
Okay, I mean, a lot of people want it. You think Donald Trump really wants peace now? You can argue that he should not have started the war if he wanted peace. But there we go. But on the same thread, General Sudhakar, do we have to accept that Pakistan's position has been strengthened over the course of these past 6 weeks? I mean, they were being sidelined by the Saudis. They were being sidelined by the Emiratis, who were all opening business ties with us. I mean, look at the IPL. Saudi Aramco is a sponsor of it. All right. So things were going where the Pakistanis were in trouble. And now the Saudis are in trouble because their economy is a bit of a mess. Dubai is in trouble because their economy is a bit of a mess. The Pakistanis have nothing to lose because their economy was already in a mess. They don't lose anything from here, but they pick up some brownie points. So, have they benefited? Can we be practical and say, yes, this has been good for them?
Yes. My take is that they're playing the role of a messenger, not even a courier, not even mediator or intermediary. They have not brokered the peace because they're simply carrying points from one end to other. And I don't ignore the draft X message of the Prime Minister of Pakistan, which was going viral all over the world. But be that as it may, all I would say is that Pakistan is actually playing a very, very difficult and dangerous game. They are trying to be on the side of the USA so that they are not subjected to pressure by Saudi Arabia for demanding for troops for their self-protection. They are also not pushed around for giving force to international stabilization force towards the Gaza. And also they are finding it very difficult because there is a new front opening up. They themselves are opening up towards Nilam Valley. I'm sure you would be aware of it, what is happening along the line of control. So under these circumstances, they want to be in the safe side of Pakistan, USA, so that if push comes to shove, they have something to beg and get things around, at least if nothing more.
Yeah, but you give the devil its due because they've got nothing else, right? The country is in shambles. I'm literally, the repatriations of loans from Dubai and Saudi, we're not talking about large sums, we're talking about $1 billion, that's it. $1 billion is an inconsequential sum. I mean, you can ask any of the Indian billionaires, it doesn't matter to them. And these are the individuals, there are individuals in India whose net worth exceeds the defense budget of Pakistan, for example.
Absolutely,
okay?
absolutely. I'm totally.
But in practical sense, you have Shehbaz Sharif, who, yes, Asim Munir has been dining in the White House. Okay, they are playing the Chinese also and the Americans also. I would tell you that 1 year ago, it was the Pakistanis and Asim Munir who sold out the Iranians. Just days after Asim Munir was meeting with the Iranian military leadership, all of them were wiped out. Okay, you can argue that he's the one who gave away all the details to the enemy. In this case, their enemy is Israel. And all those people got assassinated. The same Asim Munir is now pretending to be negotiating between them. But yeah, you give the devil its due. They're sitting on Trump's peace board as well. Shehbaz Sharif is there trying to shake hands. They're sitting at the SCO meetings as well. Sometimes you become so inconsequential that nobody minds having you around. It's true of certain people who became Prime Minister of India, that you are the least offensive candidate because nobody minds you, because you're the least threat to everyone. That applies. Okay, I need to desperately take a break. We'll be back in a minute. So much happening in the world and in India. Let's pick this up on the other side. See you in a minute.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
has proved.
I'm joined by the BJP NDA candidate of Vattiyoorkavu constituency, Srilekha ma'am with me. Ma'am, thank you for speaking to NewsX. If you can tell us like how did the campaign go and what is the strategy of winning Vattiyoorkavu like?
Yeah, actually the campaign went very well. Although people were saying that it is a triangular contest and all that, after some time, after a week or so, I could know that it is people are concentrating towards one corner, that is on the top part of the pyramid towards NDA, and the support they are offering is amazing. The people are with us, they want a change, they are fed up with the present government. They know that indeed the alliance is together against BJP, so they are fed up with the UDF also. So they need this change for this developmental, real development that they can use, feel, touch, experience. So they are with us for this particular reason, and we are confident to win.
When Prime Minister Modi was in town a couple of days, like we saw, he was flanked by Rajiv Chandrasekhar on one side and you on the other side. What do you have to say on PM coming for, campaigning for BJP NDA in Kerala? Like?
PM Modi ji was there in Kerala quite a number of times. He came earlier and then he went to Thrissur and Palakkad and those areas, and then he was campaigning. He came for a road show to Trivandrum also. So that shows his interest in Kerala, that this time Kerala NDA should win. That is the message that he is giving to the people, that once we come to power in Kerala, we become a government in Kerala, then there will be this unhurdled flow of benefits from the central government to the people of Kerala. Right now, the government in the state is standing as a sort of a hurdle, like a dam, check dam. They are not allowing anything to flow. So this has to be broken, and this is with the people's mandate that we are going to break this and allow the waters of that development, finances, and the corrupt-free administration, all benefits that flow freely from center to the state.
So one last question would be, like, when it comes to Vattiyoorkavu, what are the issues, like, what the BJP is promising people that it would solve?
Yeah, the issues are tremendous. In fact, the sitting MLA has been corrupt, and also he has been making false promises, and he also claims to have done a lot of development, but we see everything in shatters, in broken condition. Roads are broken, junctions are in shatters. The only hospital, government hospital, is in a pathetic condition. The mental hospital of the state is in absolutely pathetic condition. The Polytechnic college is in very bad shape. So everything is bad here. And he promised an overbridge in Perurkada, which is the busiest junction connecting the city to the rural area. That is also not come through. So what has he done for the past 7 years is a big question that people are raising. So that we want to correct that. And also I visited a lot of colonies where poor people stay, SC/ST people stay. Situation is very bad there. So the women there, especially people there, they want a real change. So my keen interest is to uplift all those places and to see that true development is brought in infrastructure in people's lives.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that with us. So that was the BJP NDA candidate, Sri Lekha of the Vattiyoorkavu constituency, right in front of a polling booth. With camera person Pawan Kumar, this is Billy Thomas for NewsX, Thiruvananthapuram. The Kerala State BJP President Rajiv Chandrasekhar with me. Sir, did you sleep well last night?
Yes, very much. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Prime Minister Modi called you, is what you said. Like, can you share what did he?
No, he called me and he said, I convey my best wishes to all the Karyakartas who have worked very hard. I am very confident. He said that I'm very confident that your work will pay off. And I'm deeply grateful that he took the time early in the morning to call me and to convey his best wishes to every Karyakarta.
It is said that it is a decisive battle. Your comments on that?
No, it is a very important, it's one of the most important elections in the history of Kerala's politics. And the people see it that way. People have taken it over as that. People want change, people want development, people want a new direction for our Kerala. And I think that in a democracy, it is the people's will that will prevail always, not the CPM and the Congress's will.
As the BJP state president, how many seats do you expect this time?
Not more than 140.
Great. Sir, at last, like we have seen this pencil in the pictures of all your campaign. Can you explain why?
No, this is a pen. I mean, there's nothing special about. I carry a Natraj pencil for the last 20 years in my pocket because I have a tendency to lose pens and therefore I carry a pencil. So even if I lose a pencil, I can replace it with a pencil.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that with us. That was the Kerala State BJP President Rajiv Chandrasekhar after casting his vote at the Jawahar Nagar polling booth. With camera person Pawan Kumar, this is Billy Thomas for NewsX, Thiruvananthapuram.
I'm joined by Gaurav Gogoi. Sir, आप कितना confident feel कर रहे हैं? अभी आपने vote cast किया है यहाँ जोरहाट.
देखिए, असम के लोगों में जो उमंग की लहर है, खुशहाली की लहर है, असम की भविष्य सुरक्षित हाथों में है. हम सब मिलकर असम को सशक्त करेंगे, असम को जोड़ेंगे, असम की जो शालीनता है, जो हमारी सभ्यता है, उसका संरक्षण करेंगे और लोकतांत्रिक जो हमारे सिद्धांत है उसको बचा के रखेंगे. जिस असम जो महापुरुष शंकरदेव का असम है, माधवदेव असम है, लासित बोरफुकन का असम है, ज्योति प्रसाद अग्रवाल का असम है, उसी असम का दायित्व हम सब मिलकर लेकर असम को आगे लेके जाएंगे.
क्या जोरहाट की जनता एक विधायक को चुन रही है या एक भावी मुख्यमंत्री को? सर, ये जवाब और दें प्लीज.
असम के लोग आज एक सशक्त असम, एक नए असम के पक्ष में अपना मतदान दे रहे हैं.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. इंडियन से बात करने के लिए.
I have cast my vote and I hope all the women will cast
असम इज द बेस्ट। हाँ, इतना डेवलपमेंट हुआ है। लड़का लड़की को नौकरी 1 रुपया देने के बाद नहीं है, 1 रुपया नहीं देने से मिल गया है। टैलेंट से मिल रहा है, टैलेंट जिसको टैलेंट बोलता है, हाँ ऐसे मिल रहा है। और काजीरंगा जो नेशनल पार्क है उसका राइनो सुरक्षित है। एक भी राइनो आज बीजेपी की सरकार दिन में एक भी राइनो का निधन नहीं हुआ है, इसलिए वोट फॉर बीजेपी।
2016 तक जो यहाँ पे पिक्चर था अभी पूरा
from a particular community and who believe in their faith.
LDF and UDF. Kerala.
Yes, it should. Yes, a third alternative is called for.
हम जो सरकार का अच्छा काम करेगा वो भी
আমাৰ দেশৰ কাৰণে যিবিলাক কেণ্ডিডেটে কাম
ऐसा हुआ है, जितना हुआ है वो लास्ट 10 इयर्स में ही हुआ था। हम लोग यहाँ से
I think apart from that, now so many things required in Jorhat, like some employment also required, because we don't have much more private sectors in Jorhat, and so for the young generations, we need this kind of future growth in Jorhat.
आप वोट डालने आए हैं, क्या मुद्दे हैं दिमाग में? What are the issues in your mind while you vote?
मतलब डेवलपमेंट अच्छा होना चाहिए, मेन इशू यही है। डेवलपमेंट और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट जो भी है असम में तो बहुत ज़्यादा ही है, वो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का थोड़ा कर रहा है।
Unemployment is one big issue.
बिग इशू मतलब कर रहा है, बहुत भी न्यूज वो लोग निकल रहा है, और ज़्यादा होने से और अच्छा आएगा। बहुत अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का जो इशू है और अच्छा होने से अच्छा है, और नया नया अगर कंपनीज अगर यहाँ इन्वेस्टर इधर आने से वो भी अच्छा मुद्दा है। वो गवर्नमेंट थोड़ा देखने से अच्छा है, वो नया नया अगर कोई इंडस्ट्री आए तो उसमें भी बहुत अच्छा होता है।
सर, आप वोट डालने आए हैं एंड यू लुक क्वाइट एक्साइटेड।
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, मतलब आपका जिस तरह से अभी तक चल रहा है, अभी तक वैसा ही चलने से अच्छा है, उसी हिसाब से आए हैं। अभी क्या होता है देखते हैं।
क्या क्या इश्यूज माइंड में हैं? व्हाट आर द इश्यूज?
नहीं, इश्यूज तो अभी देखिए धीरे धीरे सब कुछ क्लियर हो रहा है। जो था अभी बहुत चेंजेस हुआ है, वैसे ही फ्यूचर में भी चेंजेस हो, उसी हिसाब से लोग आए हैं देने के लिए।
लाइक बहुत सी डेवलपमेंट हो रही है बहुत से फ्रंट पे, बट माय मेन इशू वाज मेडिकल कॉलेजेस। मींस एक के बाद एक मेडिकल कॉलेज तो बन रहा है, पर मेडिकल कॉलेज के अंदर ना फैकल्टी है, मतलब फैकल्टी बहुत कम है। वन डिपार्टमेंट इज रन बाय लाइक 2-3 people. That's not how development actually happens. In true sense, if we want development to happen, then building medical colleges or building bridges is not enough. और भी मतलब फ्रंट है और उन पे ज़्यादा काम करना चाहिए ना, जो इंटरनल इश्यूज है उन पे ज़्यादा फोकस करनी चाहिए। सो दैट वाज माय मेन फोकस व्हाइल कास्टिंग माय वोट।
Sir, what do you think the issues are there in your constituency, and what you would want your representatives to resolve?
There are no issues as such. We are living in a very peaceful life, very developed. All are literate enough to understand the issues. So we know.
The traffic issues, the roads are not very planned, the building licenses are just given. So those kind of issues are definitely there. I think
the issues are there in your constituency. What your the representatives who will be getting elected this time would sort out.
Basically, we are looking at the development of the state, especially it's a capital. So we are expecting more development. Current scenario is it's like a triangle constituency. So I think this time you can see the crowd. For many years, we are having the two options. 5
Then any government guarantee for giving more money is a real problem that nobody understands. If government is giving you 3,000 rupees pension, they are happy with that. But that again accumulates the loan we have taken. So the per capita loss is something more than what we gain. This is what should be.
I belong to Trivandrum constituency, and the issues are, so many issues are here, but I think a change is necessary for Trivandrum. Third front will not work here. Their attitude, their principles, everything is against the mind of Kerala people. So that will not work here. That is what I feel.
वोट दिया?
हाँ, वोट दिया है।
क्या क्या इशू आपने देख समझ के वोट दिया?
मतलब परिवर्तन, मतलब यही होना चाहिए, डेवलपमेंट होना चाहिए।
आपका यहाँ पे कंस्टिट्यूएंसी में मुख्यमंत्री भी इसके एमएलए है। हाँ, तो क्या आपको क्या लगता है इसमें विकास हुआ है इस एरिया में?
विकास हुआ है, बहुत विकास हुआ है, और आगे और होगा, बहुत अच्छा हुआ है।
आपने वोट दिया?
हाँ।
किस इशू के लिए आपके लिए इम्पोर्टेंट है? क्या क्या समस्या?
जनता का अच्छा होगा इसलिए वोट दिया तो अच्छा है।
आपने वोट दिया?
वोट दिया है तो, लेकिन जो वोट दिया अच्छा हो गया, अच्छा से दिया है। ये हम लोग का जो ये है चीफ मिनिस्टर जो है, वो उसका जो काम है उसका हिसाब से पूरा जो आदमी है ना, वो पूरा आ गया वोट देने के लिए।
आप अभी लाइन में खड़े हैं?
हाँ।
कितने टाइम से खड़े हुए?
अभी आए हैं।
अभी आए हैं। आप तो युवा है, आपके लिए कितना मायने रखता है वोट देना?
बहुत मायने रखता है, क्योंकि मेरा एक पर्सनल वोट जो है वो भी डिसाइड कर सकता है कौन किसके हक में जाएगा। तो
क्या इशू आपके लिए सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है?
अभी तो मतलब अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट ही है। मतलब हाँ, गवर्नमेंट जब निकल तो रहा है, लेकिन उस हिसाब से नहीं निकल रहा है जितना होना चाहिए।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर, या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Hello, I'm Belly Thomas and I'm covering the 2026 Kerala elections for NewsX from Thiruvananthapuram.
करने का फैसला कर लिया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का विजय ये उत्साह और उमंग में दिखाई देता है। बंगाल के मेरे प्यारे भाइयों बहनों, ये परिवर्तन की आंधी है। ये टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार के जाने का ऐलान है। साथियों, मेदिनीपुर ने, नंदीग्राम ने 5 साल पहले बदलाव की राह दिखाई थी। अब पूरा पश्चिम बंगाल उसी परिवर्तन के रास्ते पर चल पड़ा है। जो कमाल 5 साल पहले नंदीग्राम ने किया था, इस बार वही हाल भवानीपुर में भी होने जा रहा है। पूरे बंगाल में होने जा रहा है। मेरे साथ बोलिए, पलटानो दरकार, पलटानो दरकार, पलटानो दरकार, पलटानो दरकार। साथियों, बंगाल का ये चुनाव सामान्य चुनाव नहीं है। ये बंगाल के वैभव को फिर से स्थापित करने का चुनाव है। ये विकसित बंगाल की नींव मजबूत करने का चुनाव है और इसका पहला और सबसे बड़ा कदम होगा निर्मम सरकार की विदाई। निर्मम सरकार की विदाई करोगे ना? पूरी ताकत से बोलो, करोगे ना? पक्का करोगे? साथियों, ये विकसित बंगाल बनाने के लिए निर्मम सरकार का जाना बहुत जरूरी है। मैं ये क्यों कह रहा हूं, आप जरा गौर से सुनिएगा। साथियों, भारत आज तेज गति से प्रगति कर रहा है। दुनिया में सबसे तेज ग्रोथ भारत की है। इसका मतलब है कि देश के अनेक राज्य आज प्रगति की राह पर चल पड़े हैं, कुछ न कुछ अच्छा करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। लेकिन टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार, देश तो आगे जा रहा है, निर्मम सरकार बंगाल को नीचे धकेल रही है, नीचे। जो बंगाल कभी भारत की प्रगति का आधार था, जो बंगाल कभी भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और व्यापार को मजबूती देता था, उसी बंगाल को टीएमसी विकास के सभी पैरामीटर्स में इतना नीचे लाई है, इतना नीचे लाई है। साथियों, इस स्थिति को मेदिनीपुर, तामलुक, हल्दिया से बेहतर और कौन जानता है। सदियों पहले भी ऐतिहासिक ताम्रलिप्त एक फलती फूलती पोर्ट सिटी थी। दुनिया भर के साथ यहां से व्यापार कारोबार होता था। हल्दिया आधुनिक भारत के बड़े औद्योगिक केंद्रों में से एक था, लेकिन बीते दशकों में हल्दिया की फैक्ट्रियों में सिर्फ ताले ही लटक रहे हैं, ताले। कभी देश भर से लोग हल्दिया काम के लिए आते थे, आज यहां से नौजवान अंडमान जा रहे हैं, उड़ीसा जा रहे हैं, काम की तलाश में दूसरे राज्यों की तरफ पलायन कर रहे हैं। टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार में सिर्फ और सिर्फ घुसपैठियों की फैक्ट्री फली फूली है, दंगाइयों और अपराधियों की दुकानें फली फूली है। टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार ने फर्जी डॉक्यूमेंट बनाना और पशुओं की तस्करी, यही इंडस्ट्री डेवलप की है। साथियों, ये इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि टीएमसी की राजनीति भय पर आधारित है। उनकी राजनीति का एक ही केंद्र बिंदु है, भय। डर दिखाओ, भय पैदा करो। फैक्ट्रियां, कारखाने, निवेश, ये सब भय से नहीं, भरोसे से चलते हैं, भरोसे से। टीएमसी ने सिंडिकेट का गुंडा राज चलाया है, जहां कटमनी और कमीशन के बिना कुछ नहीं चलता। फैक्ट्रियां भी सिंडिकेट के गुंडा राज से नहीं, सिंडिकेट के भय से नहीं, अगर चलेगी तो सिर्फ और सिर्फ भरोसे से चल सकती है। और ये भरोसा कौन दे सकता है? ये भरोसा सिर्फ और सिर्फ बीजेपी ही दे सकती है। जिन जिन राज्यों में बीजेपी की सरकार है, वहां का विकास इस बात का भरोसा पैदा करता है कि बंगाल में भी हम ऐसा ही विकास करके दिखाएंगे और भरोसे के आधार पर करके दिखाएंगे, भय को विदाई देके रहेंगे। साथियों, तृणमूल की सरकार ने बंगाल के युवाओं के साथ जो किया, इसका पाप वो अगले 100 साल में भी नहीं धो पाएगी। टीएमसी ने बंगाल के युवाओं को डबल धोखा दिया है। यहां प्राइवेट सेक्टर का नामो निशान मिटा दिया। प्राइवेट सेक्टर में नौकरियां नहीं है और थोड़ी बहुत है तो घुसपैठियों के हवाले कर दी। और सरकारी भर्तियों को टीएमसी के मंत्री लूट रहे हैं। टीएमसी के भ्रष्टाचारियों ने हजारों युवाओं के, उनके परिवारों के सपनों को कुचल दिया है, कुचल दिया है। इससे भी ज्यादा इसने उन लाखों नौजवानों के मन में शक पैदा कर दिया है जो अभी परीक्षा दे रहे हैं या परीक्षा की तैयारियां कर रहे हैं। साथियों, टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार बंगाल के युवाओं को एक और धोखा दे रही है। टीएमसी अपने वोट बैंक को खुश करने के लिए धर्म के आधार पर आरक्षण देने में जुटी है। कोर्ट बार बार इस साजिश को खारिज करता है, लेकिन तुष्टीकरण की बीमारी ऐसी है कि ये कोर्ट तक को नहीं मानते, संविधान को नहीं मानते। ये कब से टीएमसी सरकार से एक मांग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन टीएमसी को माहिष्य समाज की डिमांड को पूरा करने के बजाय बहाने बताती रहती है, क्योंकि माहिष्य समाज टीएमसी का वोट बैंक नहीं है। साथियों, मैं आज आपको भरोसा देता हूं, बीजेपी सरकार संविधान के अनुसार काम करेगी। जिसका जो हक है वो हक उसे दिलाया जाएगा, और ये मोदी की गारंटी है। टीएमसी की चीट और चीटिंग वाली दुर्नीति, ये सब बीजेपी बंद करके ही रहने वाली है। सरकारी भर्तियां टाइम से हो, उनका एक कैलेंडर हो, और हर भर्ती ट्रांसपेरेंट हो, कोई बिचौलिया नहीं, कोई कट कमीशन नहीं, कोई मेरा पराया नहीं, सब कुछ ट्रांसपेरेंट, ये पक्का किया जाएगा। साथियों, बीजेपी एनडीए की जहां भी सरकारें हैं, वहां रोजगार मेले आयोजित होते हैं। यहां आप लोग जब बीजेपी सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं, तो मैं आपको वादा करता हूं, बीजेपी सरकार बनने के बाद यहां भी रोजगार मेले शुरू कर दिए जाएंगे, ताकि नौजवानों को रोजगार मिले, ताकि हजारों की संख्या में जो सरकारी वैकेंसीज हैं उनको टाइम बाउंड तरीके से भरा जा सके। साथियों, पश्चिम बंगाल में एक और बड़ी संभावना मछली पालन में है, फिशरीज में है, सी फूड में है। मेदिनीपुर की तो ये बहुत बड़ी ताकत रही है, लेकिन स्थिति क्या है ये जानकर आपको बहुत हैरानी होगी। यहां बंगाल में मछली की इतनी डिमांड है, लेकिन बंगाल मछली पालन में अब तक आत्मनिर्भर नहीं है। आज भी बंगाल अपनी जरूरत के लिए मछली दूसरे राज्यों से मंगानी पड़ती है। अपने 15 साल के शासन में भी टीएमसी आपको मछली तक नहीं दे पाई है, वो भी बाहर से लानी पड़ रही है। और ये टीएमसी की दुर्नीति का उदाहरण है। साथियों, पिछले 11 वर्ष में, ये याद रखिए आप लोग और लोगों को बताइए, पिछले 11 वर्ष में भारत का मछली उत्पादन डबल हुआ है। भारत का सी फूड एक्सपोर्ट डबल हुआ है। लेकिन बंगाल में टीएमसी सरकार की वजह से जो देश में हुआ, सफलतापूर्वक हुआ, बंगाल में नहीं हुआ। टीएमसी के पापों के कारण नहीं हुआ। जबकि यहां बीजेपी या एनडीए सरकार जहां जहां है, वहां मछली उत्पादन तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। आपके पड़ोस में बिहार भी कभी दूसरे राज्यों से मछली मंगाता था, लेकिन बीजेपी सरकार की नीतियों का नतीजा है कि बिहार में मछली उत्पादन करीब करीब 2 गुना हो गया। आज बिहार बाहर से मछली नहीं मंगवाता, बिहार की मछली बाहर भेजने के लिए वो ताकतवर बन गया है। आज बिहार दूसरे राज्यों को मछली भेजने लगा है। 10 साल पहले असम भी दूसरे राज्यों से फिश इंपोर्ट करता था, मछली मंगवाता था। बीते दशक में वहां भी फिश प्रोडक्शन डबल हुआ, 2 गुना हुआ। आज असम भी अपनी फिश की रिक्वायरमेंट तो पूरी करता है, दूसरे राज्यों को भी फिश एक्सपोर्ट करता है। साथियों, देश में फिश प्रोडक्शन, श्रिम्प प्रोडक्शन इतना बढ़ा तो इसमें बड़ी भूमिका पीएम मत्स्य संपदा स्कीम की है। इस स्कीम में क्योंकि पीएम शब्द आता है, ये अहंकारी टीएमसी को पसंद नहीं है। ये भारत के संविधान का अपमान कर रही है। इसलिए मछुआरों के फायदे की योजना को ठीक से लागू नहीं किया जा रहा है। इनको पीएम शब्द से इतनी नफरत है, इतनी नफरत है कि पीएम नाम से जुड़ी हर स्कीम का या तो नाम बदल देते हैं या लागू ही नहीं करते हैं। जैसे गरीबों के घर की योजना है पीएम आवास, इसका नाम बदल दिया और उसमें से असली गरीबों, असली हकदारों के नाम ही काट दिए। ऐसे ही आयुष्मान भारत, पीएम जन आरोग्य योजना है, इससे हर गरीब परिवार को, 70 वर्ष से ऊपर के हर बुजुर्ग को मुफ्त इलाज मिलता है। क्योंकि इसमें पीएम लिखा हुआ है तो ये योजना भी टीएमसी वाले बंगाल में लागू नहीं होने देते। मैं मानता हूं कि टीएमसी के बड़े नेताओं को मुझसे नफरत है, लेकिन इस नफरत में इन्होंने पीएम शब्द को भी नहीं छोड़ा। ये तो संविधान का दिया हुआ शब्द है, देश की जनता ने दिया हुआ शब्द है। ये जन्म से मैं लेकर के नहीं आया हूं। इस वजह से नुकसान बंगाल के गरीब का, बुजुर्ग मां बाप का हो रहा है, आप सभी का हो रहा है। साथियों, बंगाल का फायदा पीएम से नफरत में नहीं है, पीएम और सीएम दोनों मिलकर काम करें, इसमें लोगों का लाभ है। इसलिए बंगाल में बीजेपी की डबल इंजन सरकार बहुत जरूरी है। डबल इंजन सरकार बंगाल को फिशरीज में, सी फूड में आत्मनिर्भर बनाएगी। साथियों, मछुआरों को जो पहले कभी नहीं मिलता था वो बीजेपी सरकार ने दिलाया है। फिर फिशरीज का अलग मंत्रालय बीजेपी ने बनाया। आजादी के इतने दशकों के बाद फिशरमैन परिवार, ब्लू इकोनॉमी, इन सब के लिए दशकों बाद पहली बार हमारी सरकार ने फिशरीज मंत्रालय अलग बनाया, मिनिस्ट्री बनाई। इतना ही नहीं, अलग बजट, रिकॉर्ड बजट दिया है बीजेपी ने मछुआरों के लिए। किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड, केसीसी बीजेपी ने दिया। मछुआरों के लिए 5 लाख रुपए तक का बीमा बीजेपी ने दिया। लाखों मछुआरे साथी इसका फायदा उठा चुके हैं। साथियों, बीजेपी की सरकार बनने से केंद्र की हर स्कीम यहां तेजी से लागू होगी। इससे धान किसानों को, आलू किसानों को, पान किसानों को, सब किसानों को फायदा ही फायदा होगा। साथियों, बीजेपी की डबल इंजन सरकार हल्दिया को पोर्ट लेड डेवलपमेंट का, ब्लू इकोनॉमी का भी बड़ा केंद्र बनाएगी। अभी यहां हल्दिया पोर्ट पर, हल्दिया से बनारस तक, गंगा जी पर बन रहे वाटरवे पर केंद्र सरकार बहुत बड़ा निवेश कर रही है। डबल इंजन सरकार बनने से ये सारे काम और तेजी से पूरे होंगे। साथियों, ये मातंगिनी हाजरा जी की धरती है। उन्होंने वंदे मातरम का नारा बुलंद करते हुए देश के लिए अपना जीवन दे दिया था। लेकिन टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार ने माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों का जीवन संकट में डाल रखा है। टीएमसी के 15 वर्षों में पश्चिम बंगाल में महिलाओं के खिलाफ क्राइम का ग्राफ ऊपर ही जा रहा है और जो दोषी हैं उनको सजा दिलाने में टीएमसी सरकार का रिकॉर्ड निचले स्तर पर है। टीएमसी के राज में बेटियां सड़क पर सुरक्षित नहीं, स्कूल में रैप होते हैं, डॉक्टर बने तो बेटी सुरक्षित नहीं है, बेटी वकील बनने जाए तो उसके साथ अत्याचार होते हैं। ऐसा इसलिए है क्योंकि टीएमसी सरकार गुंडों और अपराधियों को संरक्षण देती है, क्योंकि वही लोग टीएमसी को वोट दिलवाते हैं, वो वोट के ठेकेदार हैं। मैं पश्चिम बंगाल की हर माता, बहन, बेटी से एक ही विनती करना चाहता हूं, जान और मान सम्मान से ऊपर कुछ नहीं है और ये गारंटी सिर्फ और सिर्फ बीजेपी दे सकती है। बीजेपी वेलफेयर भी देती है, लखपति दीदी भी बनाती है, लेकिन बीजेपी जहां भी है बहनों, बेटियों को सुरक्षा और सम्मान का जीवन देती है। आपका प्यार मेरे सरोखों पर, वो माता जी इस आयु में भी मुझे आशीर्वाद देने के लिए इतनी मेहनत कर रही है। माता जी, आप कहीं चोट न लग जाए आपको। मुझे आपका आशीर्वाद मिल गया माता जी, कहीं आपको चोट न लग जाए, आप गिर न जाए। मैं आपका बहुत आभारी हूं। आप इतनी बारिश में भी यहां और इतना ऊंचा खड़े होकर के मुझे आशीर्वाद दे रही है। मैं ये बंगाल का प्यार भूल नहीं सकता हूं, ये प्यार मैं कभी भूल नहीं सकता हूं। साथियों, हम हर मां, बहन, बेटी को सम्मान देना चाहते हैं, यही हम बंगाल में करना चाहते हैं। इसलिए हर बहन बेटी का मैं आज आशीर्वाद मांगने आया हूं। मैं आज आपके पास कुछ मांगने आया हूं। मुझे आशीर्वाद दीजिए, मेरे इन साथियों को आशीर्वाद दीजिए। साथियों, गुलामी के कालखंड में सतीश चंद्र सामंता जी ने, ताम्रलिप्त जातीय सरकार ने अंग्रेजों की सत्ता हिला दी थी। आज इसी धरती से मैं पश्चिम बंगाल को 6 गारंटियां देता हूं। मोदी की पहली गारंटी, टीएमसी ने भय फैलाया, सरकार और सरकारी सिस्टम को भय का माध्यम बनाया। आज बात बात पर लोगों को कोर्ट से न्याय मांगना पड़ता है। बीजेपी सरकार भय की जगह भरोसा कायम करेगी, कानून पर भरोसा लौटाएगी। मोदी की दूसरी गारंटी, बीजेपी सरकार में सरकारी सिस्टम जनता की सेवा के लिए जवाबदेह होगा, अकाउंटेबल होगा। मोदी की तीसरी गारंटी, हर घोटाले, हर करप्शन और बेटियों के साथ हुए हर अन्याय, हर रेप केस की फाइलें खुलेगी। मोदी की चौथी गारंटी, टीएमसी के राज में जिसने भी करप्शन किया है उसकी जगह जेल में होगी। मंत्री हो या संतरी, कानून सबका हिसाब करेगा। टीएमसी का कोई गुंडा अब कानून से बचने वाला नहीं है। मोदी टीएमसी को जनता जनार्दन का पैसा नहीं खाने देगा, पैसा नहीं खाने देगा। मोदी की पांचवी गारंटी, जो शरणार्थी हैं उन्हें संविधान के तहत हर हक मिलेगा, लेकिन जो घुसपैठिए हैं उनको खदेड़ा जाएगा, उनको भारत में नहीं रहने दिया जाएगा। साथियों, मोदी की छठी गारंटी, बंगाल के सभी सरकारी कर्मचारियों, सभी शिक्षकों और अन्य सेवाओं में जुटे साथियों के लिए आपको इतने वर्षों तक ये निर्मम सरकार ने भयभीत करके रखा है। मोदी आपके साथ खड़ा है, बीजेपी आपके साथ खड़ी है। आप कमल छाप पर बटन दबाइए, बीजेपी सरकार बनते ही यहां 7th पे कमीशन लागू करवाएंगे, ये हमारी गारंटी है। साथियों, इन्हीं गारंटियों को ध्यान में रखते हुए 23 अप्रैल को भारी मतदान करना है। हर बूथ पर बीजेपी के इन सभी साथियों को विजयी बनाना है। और साथियों, जहां तक बंगाल की धरती है, मैं साफ साफ कहना चाहता हूं, हमारा सिद्धांत है, हमारा मंत्र है, सबका साथ सबका विकास। हम इसके प्रति प्रतिबद्ध है, लेकिन बंगाल में मैं एक और वादा करता हूं, सबका साथ सबका विकास। और जिन्होंने बंगाल को लूटा है, सबका हिसाब होगा, सबका हिसाब होगा। और इसलिए सबका साथ सबका विकास और बंगाल में लुटेरों का सबका हिसाब होगा। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता के बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
ধন্যবাদ জানাই আমাদের প্রধানমন্ত্রীকে। আমরা অভিভূত, আমরা আনন্দিত, আমরা গর্বিত।
So Prime Minister Narendra Modi was speaking there in West Bengal. Prime Minister was addressing a rally in Manipur district of the state. Remember, West Bengal, of course, is going to elections later this month. There is a two-phase poll in West Bengal on the 23rd of April and the 29th of April. And of course, Prime Minister Modi addressing a poll rally ahead of voting. PM Modi, of course, was attacking the TMC government there, talking, of course, about how TMC has betrayed West Bengal, also putting out Modi guarantees for the state if the BJP is voted into power. Remember, of course, this is a closely contested elections in West Bengal. The BJP is all guns blazing, all their star campaigners, of course, on ground. But, of course, the biggest star campaigner, Prime Minister Modi, is in the state today addressing poll meetings. So, of course, Prime Minister Modi talking about how a double-engine government will change West Bengal if the BJP is voted in. Remember, of course, the TMC has enjoyed 3 successive terms. And of course, Mamata Banerjee has been making her poll pitch separately. But today, of course, Prime Minister Modi was attacking the TMC on multiple counts, in fact, in West Bengal. Renik Datta is joining us for more on this story. Renik, the Prime Minister is in Manipur today. Take us through the attacks levelled on the TMC government by the BJP star campaigner, Renik.
एकदम देखिए, आज प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से पश्चिम बंगाल में 3 दौरा किया जाएगा, जिसका पहला दौरा है पश्चिम बंगाल का हल्दिया में आज प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से बहुत सारे मुद्दे को उठाया गया है, जिसमें से महिला सुरक्षा को लेकर जिस तरीके से पहले दिन से बीजेपी बार बार से आक्रमण कर रहे थे, वही महिला सुरक्षा को फिर से हल्दिया का जो पब्लिक मंच है उस मंच से प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से मेंशन किया गया है। प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से ये भी मेंशन किया गया है कि जान का सुरक्षा को भी ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा और मोदी गवर्नमेंट ही वो गारंटी दे पाएगा कि जो भी जितना भी हिंसा का घटना बंगाल में हो रहा है उससे मुक्ति देने का काम ये बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट ही कर पाएगा। और उसके साथ साथ ही नंदीग्राम का बारे में भी आज प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से बात किया गया है। 5 साल पहले नंदीग्राम में जिस तरीके से ममता बनर्जी को हरा के परिवर्तन का दिशा दिखाया था, वो इस बार भवानीपुर में होगा, ऐसा भी प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से कहा गया है। और इसके साथ साथ ही प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से जो और एक मुद्दे को उठाया गया है वो है बेरोजगारी, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से कहा गया है कि आज देश आगे जा रहा है मगर ये निर्मम सरकार रहते हुए बंगाल पीछे जा रहा है। और हल्दिया में जो भी कारखाना है उनमें ताला लगा गया है, वो लॉक हो चुका है, वो उसमें काम नहीं हो रहा है और इसी वजह से बंगाल में परिवर्तन चाहिए और तृणमूल कांग्रेस का खत्मा होना चाहिए, ऐसा प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से कहा गया है। और उसके साथ साथ प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से ये भी वादा किया गया है कि बीजेपी अगर इस राज्य में सरकार में क्षमता में आए तो उसके बाद ही रोजगार मेला जैसे प्रकल्प बीजेपी की तरफ से किया जाएगा, जिसमें से पश्चिम बंगाल का जो नौजवान है उनको रोजगार मिलेगा, ऐसा भी बीजेपी की तरफ से आज प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से वादा किया गया है। और उसके साथ साथ ही जिनका जो अधिकार है पश्चिम बंगाल में वही अधिकार पश्चिम बंगाल में रहेगा और ये मोदी का गारंटी है, ऐसा भी प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से कहा गया है। यानी पश्चिम बंगाल में डबल इंजन सरकार, ये प्रधानमंत्री और मुख्यमंत्री एक साथ काम करने पर बंगाल का जो लाभ होना चाहिए वो लाभ होगा। और इसमें से ही
और ये शायद जो क्षेत्र है, ये शायद जो मेदिनीपुर का क्षेत्र है रेनिक, ये मछली पालन का भी क्षेत्र है, क्योंकि मछली पालकों के लिए भी काफी कुछ कहा गया प्रधानमंत्री मोदी द्वारा। और यह भी कहा गया कि केंद्र सरकार ने ही फिशरीज का अलग एक विभाग बनाया और मछलियों का पालन जो हो रहा है वो हो ही नहीं रहा है बंगाल में। वो कह रहे हैं कि टीएमसी बाहर से मछलियां ला रहे हैं।
एकदम देखिए, ये हल्दिया जिस क्षेत्र है वो क्षेत्र समुद्र बंदर है। समुद्र बंदर होने के नाते इस जगह पर बहुत सारे मछुआरे रहते हैं। मछुआरे का जीविका भी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है और इसी वजह से केंद्र सरकार की तरफ से मछुआरे के लिए क्या प्रकल्प किया गया है और पश्चिम बंगाल में क्या सुविधा नहीं मिल रहा है, और उसके साथ साथ ही अगर बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म होगा उसके बाद जो मछुआरे हैं उनको क्या सुविधा मिलेगा, जो मछली के कारोबार के साथ जो लोग जुड़े हुए हैं उनको क्या सुविधा मिलेगा, और ये पोर्ट जो बंदर है वो बंदर में क्या क्या सुविधा मिलेगा। क्योंकि देखिए हल्दिया पोर्ट बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट एक हिस्सा है। हल्दिया पोर्ट का डेवलपमेंट के लिए इसके पहले बहुत सारे प्रोजेक्ट का उद्घाटन भी प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से किया गया था। केंद्र सरकार की तरफ से हल्दिया पोर्ट के ऊपर ज्यादा ध्यान दिया जाता है। ठीक उसी समय में हल्दिया में आने के बाद प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से उस दिशा को भी दिखाया गया है कि पश्चिम बंगाल में हल्दिया पोर्ट जैसे जो जगह है उस जगह को किस तरीके से उन्नति किया जाए। डबल इंजन सरकार बनाने पर फायदा क्या होगा हल्दिया के रहने वाले लोगों को। हल्दिया में जिस तरीके से इंडस्ट्री थे वो इंडस्ट्री फिर से आएगा और उसके साथ हल्दिया पोर्ट को सही तरीके से इस्तेमाल होगा। जो मछुआरे हैं, जो मछली बिजनेस के साथ जो लोग जुड़े हुए हैं उनको किस तरीके से सुविधा केंद्र सरकार और राज्य सरकार मिलकर डबल इंजन सरकार में दे पाएंगे, यही दिशा आज प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से दिखाया गया है। यानी एकदम बोल सकते हैं कि एकदम प्रधानमंत्री का ये जो दौरा चल रहा है पश्चिम बंगाल में चुनाव के ठीक पहले, ये चुनाव प्रचार में आके प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से बीजेपी का कौन से सेक्टर पर बीजेपी काम करेगा, बीजेपी सरकार में आने के बाद कौन से सेक्टर के ऊपर मेन फोकस किया जाएगा, उसका दिशा जो है वो प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से दिखाया जा रहा है।
बिल्कुल, ये खबर पे आप नजर बना के रखिए रैनिक, हम आपके पास वापस लौटेंगे। फिलहाल एक छोटे से ब्रेक का वक्त हो गया, ब्रेक के लिए रुकते हैं। ब्रेक के बाद खबरों का सिलसिला जारी है। आज पूरे दिन हम चुनाव पर फोकस रहेंगे न्यूज़ एक्स पर।
नोएडा इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट नए भारत के नए उत्तर प्रदेश के बढ़ते सामर्थ्य का उद्घोष है। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी एवं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के सतत प्रयासों से संवरते प्रदेश का स्वर्णिम जेवर है। प्रतिवर्ष 1 करोड़ 20 लाख यात्री क्षमता वाले इस एयरपोर्ट के माध्यम से भविष्य में 7 करोड़ से अधिक यात्री लाभ ले सकेंगे। ये वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट 9 सिक्योरिटी चेक लेन, 48 चेक इन काउंटर, 20 सेल्फ बैगेज ड्रॉप जैसी अत्याधुनिक सुविधाओं से लैस है। उत्तर भारत का कार्गो गेटवे होने के साथ साथ नोएडा इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट एनसीआर में एक और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रवेश द्वार के अनुरूप है, जो उद्योगों को गति देगा, निवेश को प्रगति देगा और उत्तर प्रदेश को समृद्धि देगा।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप जीरा सिप, प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
I'm joined by the BJP NDA candidate of Vattiyoorkavu constituency, Srilekha ma'am with me. Ma'am, thank you for speaking to NewsX. If you can tell us like how did the campaign go and what is the strategy of winning Vattiyoorkavu like?
Yeah, actually the campaign went very well. Although people were saying that it is a triangular contest and all that, after some time, after a week or so, I could know that it is people are concentrating towards one corner, that is on the top part of the pyramid towards NDA, and the support they are offering is amazing. The people are with us. They want a change. They are fed up with the present government. They know that indeed the alliance is together against BJP, so they are fed up with the UDF also. So they need this change for this developmental, real development that they can use, feel, touch, experience. So they are with us for this particular reason, and we are confident to win.
When Prime Minister Modi was in town a couple of days, like we saw, he was flanked by Rajiv Chandrasekhar on one side and you on the other side. What do you have to say on PM coming for, campaigning for BJP NDA in Kerala? Like?
PM Modi ji was there in Kerala quite a number of times. He came earlier and then he went to Thrissur and Palakkad and those areas, and then he was campaigning. He came for a road show to Trivandrum also. So that shows his interest in Kerala, that this time Kerala NDA should win. That is the message that he is giving to the people, that once we come to power in Kerala, we become a government in Kerala, then there will be this unhurdled flow of benefits from the central government to the people of Kerala. Right now, the government in the state is standing as a sort of a hurdle, like a dam, check dam. They are not allowing anything to flow. So this has to be broken, and this is with the people's mandate that we are going to break this and allow the waters of that development, finances, and the corrupt-free administration, all benefits that flow freely from center to the state.
So one last question would be, like, when it comes to Vattiyoorkavu, what are the issues, like, what the BJP is promising people that it would solve?
Yeah, the issues are tremendous. In fact, the sitting MLA has been corrupt, and also he has been making false promises, and he also claims to have done a lot of development, but we see everything in shatters, in broken condition. Roads are broken, junctions are in shatters. The only hospital, government hospital, is in a pathetic condition. The mental hospital of the state is in absolutely pathetic condition. The Polytechnic college is in very bad shape. So everything is bad here. He promised an overbridge in Perurkada, which is the busiest junction connecting the city to the rural area. That is also not come through. So what has he done for the past 7 years is a big question that people are raising. So that we want to correct that. And also I visited a lot of colonies where poor people stay, SC/ST people stay. Situation is very bad there. So the women there, especially people there, they want a real change. So my keen interest is to uplift all those places and to see that true development is brought in. Infrastructure in people's lives.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that with us. So that was the BJP NDA candidate, Srilekha of the Vattiyoorkavu constituency, right in front of a polling booth. With camera person Pawan Kumar, this is Billy Thomas for NewsX, Thiruvananthapuram. Kerala State BJP President Rajiv Chandrasekhar with me. Sir, did you sleep well last night?
Yes, very much. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Prime Minister Modi called you, what you said. Like, can you share what did he?
No, he called me and he said, I convey my best wishes to all the Karyakartas who have worked very hard. I am very confident. He said that I'm very confident that your work will pay off. And I'm deeply grateful that he took the time early in the morning to call me and to convey his best wishes to every Karyakarta.
It is said that it is a decisive battle. Your comments on that?
No, it is a very important, it's one of the most important elections in the history of Kerala's politics. And the people see it that way. People have taken it over as that. People want change, people want development, people want a new direction for our Kerala. And I think that in a democracy, it is the people's will that will prevail always, not the CPM and the Congress's will.
As the BJP state president, how many seats do you expect this time?
Not more than 140.
Great. Sir, at last, like we have seen this pencil in the pictures of all your campaign. Can you explain why?
No, this is a pen. I mean, nothing special about. I carry a Nataraj pencil for the last 20 years in my pocket. because I have a tendency to lose pens and therefore I carry a pencil. So even if I lose a pencil, I can replace it with a pencil.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that with us. That was the Kerala State BJP President Rajiv Chandrasekhar after casting his vote at the Jawahar Nagar polling booth. With camera person Pawan Kumar, this is Billy Thomas for NewsX, Thiruvananthapuram.
I'm joined by गौरव गोगोई. सर, आप कितना कॉन्फिडेंट फील कर रहे हैं? अभी आपने वोट कास्ट किया है यहाँ जोरहाट.
देखिए, असम के लोगों में जो उमंग की लहर है, खुशहाली की लहर है, असम की भविष्य सुरक्षित हाथों में है. हम सब मिलकर असम को सशक्त करेंगे, असम को जोड़ेंगे. असम की जो शालीनता है, जो हमारी सभ्यता है, उसका संरक्षण करेंगे और लोकतांत्रिक जो हमारे सिद्धांत है उसको बचा के रखेंगे. जिस असम जो महापुरुष शंकरदेव का असम है, माधवदेव का असम है, अजान पीर का असम है, लासित बोरफुकन का असम है, ज्योति प्रसाद अग्रवाल का असम है, उसी असम का दायित्व हम सब मिलकर लेकर असम को आगे लेके जाएंगे.
क्या जोरहाट की जनता एक विधायक को चुन रही है या एक भावी मुख्यमंत्री को? सर, ये जवाब और दें प्लीज.
असम के लोग आज एक सशक्त असम, एक नए असम के पक्ष में अपना मतदान दे रहे हैं.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर इंडिया न्यूज से बात करने के लिए. और ये थे गौरव गोगोई और इन्होंने अभी जोरहाट के इस पोलिंग बूथ पर अपना एक तरह से जो कहा जाता है कि मताधिकार वोट कास्ट किया है और काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंट हैं आसाम में कांग्रेस की विक्ट्री को लेकर. वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट अंकुश के साथ मैं संभव शर्मा, इंडिया न्यूज जोरहाट.
I'm joined by the senior Congress leader and MP, Dr. Shashi Tharoor with me. Sir, your pulse analysis, you have extensively traveled campaigning for your candidates. So your pulse analysis on it.
Well, look, I've been through 59 constituencies, spoken with and for 59 candidates, and they're in 12 districts right across the state, the length and breadth of the state. So I can tell you what I've seen is a genuine level of enthusiasm for our candidates, for our message, and therefore for a message of change. Change is the key message. And for us, that change is going to be something that is truly essential, because those who are tired of 10 years of misrule of the LDF, they see the UDF as a credible alternative.
So do you think that there is an anti-incumbency factor, and if at all, we don't get to hear that from on ground? People say that, LDF is good. There are positive comments on it.
Depends on who you're talking to, my dear friend. This is a fairly equally divided state. So if you happen to see 1 out of 2 people will be pro-LDF, but the truth is right now we are edging ahead. Because even amongst LDF voters, a lot of people are saying we've seen enough. These guys can't do very good. Let's give somebody else a chance, and the somebody else is obviously UDF.
Okay, so in Kerala, there is a traditional fight between the UDF and the LDF, and now the NDA has come in as a third front. What is your take on it?
The take on this is, don't forget that the NDA is a 0-seat alliance in Kerala. BJP has 0 seats in the assembly. People in North don't seem to realize that. They may talk a good game, spend a lot of money, have posters and hoardings everywhere, but they have no seats. So even if they are able to make themselves viable contenders in a couple of constituencies, even there they are facing a 3-cornered fight. There is no place where they are far ahead and about to win. There are only places where they are fighting with LDF and UDF. So even in the best case scenario for them, we're looking at a maximum of 1 or 2. And frankly, even that is not guaranteed, depends on how people vote during the day. Even if that comes through for them, I'm asking you one simple question: what difference will it make in an assembly of 140? What we are looking for is a decisive mandate in the full assembly.
Okay, so, the Prime Minister has called for a meeting for the 33% representation for women. So your take on that?
Well, look, we are very much in favor of women's reservation. But what we don't understand is there's already a bill passed, constitutional amendment passed. If they want to change, what is the change about? They've not shown us a draft bill yet. What is that change going to imply? What is it going to bring about? What is the method to be used? How is it going to proceed? I would like to know very seriously what exactly the government has in mind. If frankly what they have in mind is something that does not affect federalism, does not affect the functioning of the legislature, I'm sure we'll want to entertain it because we are in favor of women's reservation. But we can't just say sight unseen when they haven't even shown us a draft bill.
My final question is, if you were to make an appeal to the people on what issues in Kerala that you would make an appeal, and can you enumerate that?
Yeah, the issues are, first of all, misrule, misgovernance and corruption on the part of the incumbent government. Secondly, a vision of the future which is anchored in development, in a conviction that our young people should not be flocking out of the state to other states and other countries because there is nothing going on here. We should give them new courses of study by completely reforming our education system. We should bring in new investment into new areas of business that are relevant in the 21st century. We should create more job opportunities for them. We are the only front talking about that. Thirdly, there is undoubtedly the disastrous fiscal management of the state. This state is mired in debt. It is living on liquor and lotteries and remittances, and those are all very, very unreliable sources of revenue for a state government. We need investment, revenue, and generation of revenue through business. All living on liquor and lotteries and remittances, and those are all very, very unreliable sources of revenue for a state government. We need investment, revenue, and generation of revenue through business. All of that requires a much more positive mindset, and I believe these messages are reaching out to people that you have to have forward-looking, forward-thinking, new people in power to bring about absolutely useful results for the state.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. So that was Dr. Shashi Tharoor after casting his vote at Thiruvananthapuram. With camera person Pawan Kumar, this is Billy Thomas for NewsX, Thiruvananthapuram.
Ma'am, you cast your vote?
Yes, I'm Binu Bora. I have cast my vote, and I hope all the women will cast their vote. And
absolutely. And what were the issues in your mind while you were exercising your franchise?
At the time of my cast vote, we hope that the women will be empowered and they will give the more the topic which is going on, the reservation, regarding reservation. We want a reservation in the state assembly and the center also. That we want, and women should get the opportunity in all the fields.
महिला को लिए अभी जितना मतलब गवर्नमेंट ने किया उससे और ज़्यादा करना चाहिए. हाँ, फिर अभी तो किया है, बहुत किया. हाँ, इसीलिए अभी वुमेन्स लोग बहुत खुश है. सब लोग आया वोट देने के लिए. हाँ, मौसम भी अच्छा है, घर का काम छोड़ के सब लोग आ गया.
असम में जो डेवलपमेंट हुआ है वो दूसरे स्टेट से ज़्यादा है. नॉर्थ ईस्ट में असम इज द बेस्ट. हाँ, इतना डेवलपमेंट हुआ है. लड़का लड़की को नौकरी 1 रुपया देने के बाद नहीं है. 1 रुपया नहीं देने से मिल गया है. टैलेंट से मिल रहा है. टैलेंट, जिसको टैलेंट बोलता है, हाँ, ऐसे मिल रहा है. और काजीरंगा जो नेशनल पार्क है उसका राइनो सुरक्षित है. एक भी राइनो आज बीजेपी की सरकार दिन में एक भी राइनो का निधन नहीं हुआ है. इसलिए वोट फॉर बीजेपी.
2016 तक जो यहाँ पे पिक्चर था, अभी पूरा सिनेरियो चेंज्ड है. पहले जो रास्ता का जो हालत था, अभी जो रास्ता का हालत है आपने खुद देखा ही होगा आते के टाइम. और एम्प्लॉयमेंट का जो बात छेड़ा गया है, तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट जो पहले सिनेरियो था, आपके पास पैसा नहीं तो आपके पास जॉब नहीं. तो अभी जो सिनेरियो है आपके टैलेंट के ऊपर बेस करके सारा सब कुछ यहाँ पे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन पूरा चल रहा है.
Would you want to say, like, what are the issues that you face in this constituency, and what would you like your representatives to work on?
It's not a point of issues, it's a point of progress. Okay. You can't say the issues are solved, so there is we can stop progress. Progress has to be on. You compare yourself with the outside states, and when you come in out here, you make an assessment, yes, these are the things that are missing in this particular constituency. Yes, I would like progress in this state in every way.
Do you think any kind of issues like the Sabrimala issues will have an impact on?
It should have. It is a religious issue, and when you have a majority of people from a particular community and who believe in their faith, yes, it will have an effect on their voting pattern. I presume that is a normal thing that happens everywhere.
So do you think the NDA is kind of emerging as a third front when it's always between LDF and UDF in Kerala?
Yes, it should. We just can't have two governments switching places, and we should have fresh blood, I think fresh ideas. And we have to accept the fact that it's a democracy. You can't keep somebody down. And I think it is a progressive state like Kerala. Yes, a third alternative is called for.
हम जो सरकार का अच्छा काम करेगा वो भी हमारा भी आदमी को अच्छा होगा. जो आदमी अच्छा नहीं होगा तो वोट किसे देगा? सरकार जो सरकार अच्छा नहीं होगा तो काम नहीं होगा.
तो कैंडिडेट देख के आप वोट देंगे?
कैंडिडेट नहीं, जो कैंडिडेट काम करेगा वो भी देना पड़ेगा.
अच्छा, काम देख के
पड़ेगा.
अंकल, आपका नाम?
महेश्वर विश्व.
आपने वोट दे दिया? पहले तो अपना दिखाइए, चिन्ह दिखाइए. तो सुबह सुबह वोट देने आए हैं, ये इतने बहुत सालों से आप वोट दे रहे हैं, लेकिन सुबह फिर से आए हैं, तो ये इलेक्शन में वोट देने का जो प्रथा है सुबह सुबह आना, ये आप रखते हैं? किन इशू, किन विषय को लेके आपने वोट दिया? किन इशू इम्पोर्टेंट है?
আমাৰ দেশৰ কাৰণে যিবিলাক কেণ্ডিডেটে কাম কৰিছে সেইবিলাককে আমি ভোট দিম।
तो ये कह रहे हैं कि देश के लिए जिसने काम किया उनको वोट देंगे। थैंक यू हमसे।
I belong to Toronto.
You can carry on. So आप देख सकते हैं the kind of enthusiasm that people have early morning after voting. अंगुली तो दिखाई दियो, अंगुली तो वोट दिया, अंगुली तो दिखाई दियो। So they have voted. आपका नाम?
राजन डीमरी।
वोट दे दिया?
हाँ दे दिया।
सुबह सुबह आए वोट देने के लिए?
हाँ।
क्या इशू देख के वोट देने आए? क्या इशू इम्पोर्टेंट है?
ইছ্যু মানে বহুত কথা, এইটো মানে কি এইটো পাব্লিকৰ কাৰণে বহুত, আমাৰ তাতে পানী চানী ৰাস্তা চাস্তা প্ৰব্লেম আছে, এইবিলাক সমাধান নহ'লে ৰাস্তা প্ৰব্লেম।
तो आप देख सकते हैं पीपल आर कमिंग हियर। आपका नाम?
विनोद पटवारी।
आप पहले तो वोट दिया आपने, पहले अपने स्क्रीन में दिखा दीजिए। हाँ, सुबह सुबह आपने वोट दिया है, एंथुजियाज्म है। क्या इशू आपके लिए इम्पोर्टेंट, क्या समस्या आपके लिए इम्पोर्टेंट?
डेवलपमेंट है, डेवलपमेंट सबसे बड़ा इशू है, और असम का जो डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है इसको और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम लोग वोट देने के लिए आया है।
तो विकास आपका सबसे बड़ा
विकास जो हुआ है इससे हम लोग सोचा है, विकास तो बहुत हुआ है असम में, और ज़्यादा विकास होने के लिए हम लोग आया है इधर। और हम लोग का जो प्रेजेंट गवर्नमेंट है बहुत विकास किया है, लोगों को नौकरी मिला है। इसका बाद
गुवाहाटी का आप वोटर है, गुवाहाटी में जो एक अर्बन डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है, क्या कितना और आप चाहते हैं कि इसका और
लास्ट 16 इयर्स में, मान लीजिए लास्ट 10 इयर्स में जितना डेवलपमेंट हुआ है, इतना डेवलपमेंट लास्ट माने आफ्टर इंडिपेंडेंस इतना हुआ नहीं था, लेकिन जितना हुआ है वो लास्ट 10 इयर्स में ही हुआ था। हम लोग यहाँ से इसमें हम लोग ब्राउन एंड ब्रथाप है इधर, और हम लोग देखा है यहाँ का जो डेवलपमेंट है।
In last 5 years, the developments which took place in this area, and can you just point out few of them, and what exactly is required now?
Actually, we have seen that now the roads of the Jorhat are good enough, as well as the flyovers also now well settled. So I think apart from that, now so many things required in Jorhat, like some employment also required, because we don't have much more private sectors in Jorhat, and so for the young generations we need this kind of future growth in Jorhat.
आप वोट डालने आए हैं, क्या मुद्दे हैं दिमाग में? What are the issues in your mind while you vote?
मतलब डेवलपमेंट अच्छा होना चाहिए, मेन इशू ये है डेवलपमेंट। और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट जो भी है असम में तो बहुत ज़्यादा ही है, वो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का थोड़ा कर रहा है।
Unemployment is one big issue.
बिग इशू मतलब कर रहा है, बहुत भी न्यूज वो लोग निकल रहा है, और ज़्यादा होने से और अच्छा आएगा। बहुत अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का जो इशू है और अच्छा होने से अच्छा है, और नया नया अगर कंपनीज अगर यहाँ इन्वेस्टर इधर आने से वो भी अच्छा मुद्दा है। वो गवर्नमेंट थोड़ा देखने से अच्छा है, वो नया नया अगर कोई इंडस्ट्री आए तो उसमें भी बहुत अच्छा होता है।
सर, आप वोट डालने आए हैं and you look quite excited.
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, मतलब आपका जिस तरह से अभी तक चल रहा है, अभी तक वैसा ही चलने से अच्छा है, उसी हिसाब से आए हैं। अभी क्या होता है देखते हैं।
क्या क्या इश्यूज माइंड में है? व्हाट आर द इश्यूज?
नहीं, इश्यूज तो अभी देखिए धीरे धीरे सब कुछ क्लियर हो रहा है। जो था अभी बहुत चेंजेस हुआ है, वैसे ही फ्यूचर में भी चेंजेस हो, उसी हिसाब से लोग आए हैं देने के लिए।
लाइक बहुत सी डेवलपमेंट हो रही है बहुत से फ्रंट पे, बट माय मेन इशू वाज मेडिकल कॉलेजेस। मींस एक के बाद एक मेडिकल कॉलेज तो बन रहा है, पर मेडिकल कॉलेज के अंदर ना फैकल्टी है, मतलब फैकल्टी बहुत कम है। वन डिपार्टमेंट इज रन बाय लाइक 2-3 people. That's not how development actually happens. In true sense, if we want development to happen, then building medical colleges or building bridges is not enough. और भी मतलब फ्रंट है और उन पे ज़्यादा काम करना चाहिए ना, ये जो इंटरनल इश्यूज़ है उन पे ज़्यादा फोकस करनी चाहिए. सो दैट वाज माय मेन फोकस व्हाइल कास्टिंग माय वोट.
Sir, what do you think the issues are there in your constituency, and what you want your representatives to resolve?
There are no issues as such. We are living in a very peaceful life, very developed. All are literate enough to understand the issues. So we know how to proceed with. So presently, whoever are in the power was okay, and whoever is yet to come is also for the development of the state.
Okay.
I feel there could be a lot more interaction from our representatives. For us. I feel it's very peripheral right now. I think there will be better governance. I'm basically looking for a change in this edition of the year.
So looking for a change, what do you think of this NDA coming as a third front when the Kerala politics always were dominated by two fronts, that's LDF and UDF?
I think it's an option is needed definitely. We have tried both, but it's a third option. So I think it's a fair thing to have. That's what.
So you said you're not from here. So what are the issues that you have in your constituency back in your place?
I live in Cochin, so I think it's a lot of unplanned development happening there. So it's very the traffic issues, the roads are not very planned, the building licenses are just given. So those kind of issues are definitely there. I think
the issues are there in your constituency. What your the representatives who will be getting elected this time would sort out.
Basically, we are looking at the development of the state, especially it's a capital. So we are expecting more development. Current scenario is it's like a triangle constituency. So I think this time you can see the crowd. For many years, we are having the two options. 5 years Congress, 5 years LDF. This has been going on for years.
आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है नया उत्तर प्रदेश। यूपी का संकल्प $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, भारत की जीडीपी में 9.1% का योगदान।
हमने तय किया है उत्तर प्रदेश को एक विकसित राज्य बनाएंगे।
एक्सप्रेसवे प्रदेश, 7 चालू और 15 विकास के विभिन्न चरणों में एयरपोर्ट, 12 घरेलू, 4 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संचालित, 1 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहित 8 निर्माणाधीन, धरातल पर 15 लाख करोड़ के निवेश। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर से गरजती ताकत और जेवर से उड़ान भरती आकांक्षाएं, आज यूपी देश का पहला राज्य है जिसके पास सबसे बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क है। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में लंबी छलांग लगाकर हमने निवेश का नया इतिहास रचा है। डबल इंजन सरकार, डबल रफ्तार, विकसित भारत 2047, आत्मनिर्भर युवा, आधुनिक आधारभूत ढांचा, विकसित भारत का इंजन हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश।
खाने में मेरी क्वीन के लिए क्या है? किंग मटर पनीर, किंग बैगन भरता, किंग वेज पुलाव, किंग पालक पनीर कोफ्ता।
ये सब किंग क्यों?
क्योंकि ये सब बना है MDH किचन किंग से आपका बॉस।
MDH किचन किंग, असली किचन किंग।
MDH।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग
Hello and welcome. You're watching NewsX. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. Our big focus is on the Assembly elections 2026. Voters in Kerala, Assam and Puducherry are casting their ballots today, April 9th, 2026. It's a single-phase Assembly poll for a total of 296 seats in Assam. The BJP-led alliance is seeking a third consecutive term under Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma, facing a strong challenge from the Congress. In Kerala, the ruling LDF, led by CM Pinarayi Vijayan, is aiming for a rare third straight victory against the UDF. In Puducherry, a triangular contest is underway between the NDA Congress-led alliance and others for the 30-member assembly. Polling is on from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. with results expected on the 4th of May. Joining us now, in fact, is our reporter from Assam. But before that, some breaking news coming in from Assam. Well, the Chief Minister of the state, Himanta Biswa Sharma, is casting his vote today at a polling station in Guwahati after offering prayers at the Ma Kamakhya temple along with his wife, Rinki Bhuyan Sharma. Sharma is contesting from the Jalukbari seat. He is hoping for a 6th straight win. He's urged voters to turn out in large numbers. You can see there these breaking visuals coming in. Himanta Biswa Sharma, Chief Minister of Assam, casting his vote. He said each vote and voice matters in building a better Assam. You can also see there his son casting his vote along with him. Voting, of course, underway across all 126 assembly seats in Assam. Early turnout is reported at nearly 18% was the turnout at 9 a.m. We'll, of course, get you those updated numbers very, very shortly. The BJP-led NDA is, of course, seeking a third consecutive term. Nibir Deka, in fact, is joining us live from the Jalukbari seat in Assam. That's Himanta Biswa Sharma's constituency. Himanta Biswa Sharma casting his vote as we speak, Nibir. He offered prayers earlier at the Kamakhya temple in Guwahati along with his family.
Yes, Uday, there is heavy chaos here in this voting session because the CM just casted his vote on my right and he is now heading out of the gate. Hundreds of people have surrounded the Chief Minister as he accompanied his wife and his daughter and his son to cast his vote at the Garal LP school where he is contesting for the 7th time and he is the MLA here for the 5th time from the Jalukbari constituency. He just casted his vote and we can see behind me a lot of these voters of this constituency are also here trying to take a glimpse of the Chief Minister. This is a very crucial seat. Guwahati has 5 constituencies. Jalukbari is one of the bastion of the current Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma and a lot of people have come here to vote, and when the CM entered here you can see here that a lot of people tried to get a glimpse of him. The media has also surrounded him and we are also trying to get to speak to him in a short while, but you can see here the atmosphere. Some of the people have even stopped casting their votes just to get a glimpse of the Chief Minister. Is the environment here, and a lot of young people are also here. They have been waiting since morning to cast their vote, but when the Chief Minister came, a lot of people went out just to get a glimpse of the Chief Minister. But very crucial elections so far. More than 30% voter turnout in Assam. 2 single phase elections, 2 rounds of voting has been done, and as per government data, more than 30% voting has been already done, and the votings are going to continue till as far as 5 p.m. But the mood here is very enthusiastic. A lot of people are here. They have come out in large numbers to vote and in this ongoing elections. We are going to also get out and try to speak to the people here, but the atmosphere here is quite festive. People take the elections very seriously, and you can see here families are also coming. Uncle, apnar naam?
Sharat Borua.
Vote dile?
Vote dilo.
Ki bhabi vote dise? Ki issue loi kine?
Mane kotal ki ei bhabi vote to diso. Temar kotal ki CM to amar hamasti bahut kam korise. Kan mane harankha manue amar iyate mane temke vote dise ar iyate kono party
So we just spoke to a local in Jalukbari. He has stated that since the Chief Minister is from this constituency, they are all coming here to vote for him. There are also other people who are voting for different issues, but since the Chief Minister is from this area, he enjoys quite a lot of following here, and as a result of that you can see a lot of people. Vote दे दिया आपने?
दिले.
आप यहाँ के constituency के वोटर हैं? वोट दिया आपने? क्या इशू लेके वोट दिया? क्या मुद्दा लेके?
माने हेमंत सर बहुत वोट के जीतेगा.
अच्छा, तो you can see here we have spoke to youths as well. A lot of the women are also here.
বিধানসভাৰ নিৰ্বাচনৰ ভোট গ্ৰহণৰ দিন
প্ৰতিজন নাগৰিকৰ দৰে ভোটদান দিয়া মোৰো এক কৰ্তব্য মই মোৰ ভোট কেন্দ্ৰত আহি ভোটদান কৰিলোঁ অসমৰ বিকাশৰ বাবে অসমৰ কল্যাণৰ বাবে আৰু প্ৰতিগৰাকী অসমবাসীৰ মংগল সন্মুখত ৰাখি আমি ভোটদান কৰিছিলোঁ মই
So Hemanta Biswa Sharma speaking there. Nibir, just help translate that for us. What is the CM said today in his message to voters? Of course, he's obviously urging as good a voter turnout in Assam as possible.
Well, he has just stated in Assamese that he has requested people to come out in large numbers and to vote in these ongoing elections. He has stated that all public across ages, across young and old, should come and vote and cast their valuable vote. And this is what has been a positive message from the Chief Minister, irrespective of party lines, ideology and issues. Everyone should come out and vote. And this is what we are also seeing from Assam today. Since morning it has been raining, but we have seen a lot of people are coming out to cast their vote. That shows you the spirit of democracy is high here, and also the public here is quite aware of their issues. They are very strong about their issues, and as a result of that, we see this kind of turnout, especially in a place which has been ruled by the same MLA for the 5th time, and this is the 6th time he's contesting here. And then also we see locally the excitement that we are displaying you on the camera screen. Back to you.
Stay with us. Let's quickly apprise our viewers with the latest voter turnout numbers now. Let's quickly take you through what the voter turnout figure is as per 11 a.m. today. Remember, of course, it was a trickle of voters as we had updated you earlier till 9 a.m. Let's see what the latest figure is now till 11 a.m. in various seats, in various districts across the state of Assam. So let's begin with the Jorhat constituency. The Jorhat constituency has seen 38.91% polling till 11 a.m. Meanwhile, in Bajali seat, 40.39% is the poll turnout till 11 a.m. So obviously it is slightly higher there than Jorhat. The numbers in Buxa as well, 39.70% voter turnout till 11 a.m. Barpeta. If we talk about Barpeta now, Barpeta has also seen a lot of poll back and forth, of course, poll rhetoric, but 38.01% is the latest voter turnout figure there. Biswanath seat has seen 39.81% voter turnout till 11 a.m. Those are the latest figures for that seat now. If we talk about Bongaigaon has seen 40.12% voter turnout till 11 a.m. The Kachar seat also seeing about 38.46% people come out to turn up to cast their ballot. Let's hope, of course, that figure continues to rise through the day. Charaideo seat, meanwhile, seeing about 39.9% poller turnout as well. Chirang seat now seeing 38.95%. Those are the latest figures for the Chirang seat as far as the polling percentage is concerned. And now let's shift our focus from Assam in the northeast. Let's go down south now to Kerala. What are the figures there coming in from the state of Kerala? Thiruvananthapuram, the capital there, seeing 33.39% voter turnout till 11 a.m. Meanwhile, Alapuzha seat seeing 33.79% voter turnout till 11 a.m. Ernakulam, now talking about Ernakulam, that is seen 35.86% voter turnout so far. The district in the seat of Kannur now, Kannur seeing 32.22% voter turnout there. So figures, of course, as compared to Assam, are slightly lower in Kerala, but let's hope those numbers, of course, rise. Idukki seat now, Idukki seeing 32.34% polling turnout. Kasaragod seeing 31.20% voters show up so far till 11 a.m. These are the latest numbers, of course, updated as per 11 a.m. Now let's tell you about this Union Territory of Puducherry. That is also voting today. Puducherry so far has seen 37.08% voter turnout till 11 a.m. The seat of Puducherry there. Now telling you about Karaikal. Karaikal has seen 36.96% voter turnout till 11 a.m. So those are the figures for Assam, for Kerala, and of course for Puducherry. Those are, of course, the three states that are going to polls today, 2 states and 1 union territory to be precise. Let me quickly go back across to Nibe Deka, who is at the Jalukbari seat in Assam. What is the polling percentage at the Jalukbari seat looking like, Nibir, so far? Also, what is the kind of trend in Assam? Do you see normally most of the people show up in the morning, or do they prefer coming in the afternoon and evening hours, Nibir? Nibideka, can you hear me? All right, we've lost him there. Let me bring in now Belly Thomas. Belly Thomas is joining us from Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala. Kerala, of course, has also been voting today. I think 33% or so was the polling turnout there in Thiruvananthapuram seat till 11 a.m. Belly, what have you been seeing, through the morning? What are the trends emerging? What are the main voters' issues? Also, if you have some voters close by, you can speak with them as well. Belly Thomas, are you able to hear me?
Of course, Uday, can you repeat your question?
Yes, Belly, I was trying to ask you about what the biggest polling issues are so far that you're tracking since the morning. And I think Thiruvananthapuram, the seat that you are covering, has seen about 33% polling turnout?
Absolutely, Uday. So I'm standing here at a polling station where it's the Cotton Hills Girls High School here in Thiruvananthapuram's Nebam constituency, which is the epic center constituency in the Kerala politics, where the NDA has emerged as the third front. And right now, the voter turnout is hovering somewhere around 30-31% because of soaring heat is what the election officials say. They say that it's about 31 degrees centigrade here. So most of the people who have casted their votes have come in the morning, and only a few of them are turning now. You can see 2 of the polling booths. We don't find any queues as such here. And the issues
the issues like you rightly put forward, he said the issues what the people said that they have this unemployment
there as well.
issues wherein they say that the youth who finish their studies here are unable to get jobs here in the state. They will have to they are migrating to other states. So that's the main issue that they are talking about here. Apart from that, there are issues with infrastructure, water scarcity as well, stray dog menace problem. So these are the issues that the voters came out with. But with this elections happening, they expect from their representatives to sort out, and most of them, a majority of them, are looking for a change that they are expecting, and they are kind of tired with this alternative option that they have, which is either LDF or UDF. And now there are new people coming into the picture, the platform, the ground here. So it's pretty exciting that the election is going on, but the voter turnout has only reached till around 30-31% as we speak because of the heat.
Let's hope that number rises, of course, as the day continues. We're seeing, of course, some VIP voters also now show up to vote. The Kerala Finance Minister on our screens, also actor Prithviraj Sukumaran has showed up to vote as well. Meanwhile, JB Mathur, who is, of course, from the Congress, she's also voted, as you can see in those visuals. Betty, I will come back to you. Why don't you try and get some voters as well with you? Let's try and get some voices from on ground. Nibir, coming to you. Nibir, now if we compare the numbers of Kerala and Assam poll turnout is higher. What does this really convey? And also, Nibir, if you have some voters with you, we can try and talk to them about what is top of their mind today as they cast their ballot.
Well, the voter turnout here is higher than the national, average. The other average in Kerala is because of the increased voter in the rural districts. We have seen that 40% and above voter turnout in rural districts. And today in Guwahati constituency, the voter turnout is more than 38%, 35%. It is going to rise because there are only 2 rounds so far, but it is going to rise further. This time also, we will see a rise of voter turnout due to the SR exercise, which has deleted the names which were all in duplication, either duplication or who had passed away, those names have been deleted, and as such we might expect a larger turnout as far as the percentage is concerned. Now where we are right now is the Jalukbari constituency. This is the home turf of the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma. He has been winning this seat since 2001, and he has a significant following in this part of Guwahati, which is in the outskirts. And we are going to show you the situation on the road, how this entire road is blocked following the Chief Minister coming here to cast his vote. This entire road, although it's a voting day, but since he has considerable popularity here, it has been blocked. But we have spoken to the public here on ground as to what they feel, and a lot of these issues are very dominant here. One issue is that of employment, which is very taken seriously by the public, and you can see here. The turnout shows you how important it is for the public when it comes to voting. And in Assam, usually people take elections very seriously, and hence we see a higher turnout of people voting here. And as a result of that, we have seen. Hello, namaskar. आपका नाम?
मेरा नाम रत्ना बरुआ।
आप वोट दिया? आपने वोट दिया?
हाँ, वोट दिया।
आप तो जालुकबाड़ी कंस्टिट्यूएंसी से हैं। क्या इश्यूज आपके लिए इम्पोर्टेंट है?
इश्यूज तो फिलहाल सीएम साहब ने बहुत काम किया है असम में। डेवलपमेंट का तो बात ही अलग है, सब कर दिया। और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का इशू भी बहुत खत्म हो गया अभी। मतलब ऐसा इशू तो नहीं है। बाकी हमारा जो इंडिजिनियस पीपल का है वो काम कर रहा है, और नेक्स्ट 5 years में जो थोड़ा बाकी है ऑलमोस्ट हो ही गया है, वो भी खत्म हो जाएगा।
आप कॉन्फिडेंट हैं पूरा?
आई एम 100% कॉन्फिडेंट, और इस बार नेक्स्ट HBS 2.0 इज लोडिंग।
So आप देख सकते हैं, we have spoken to young people here. Thank you. A lot of different voices that we have spoken to, women especially and young men. They have shown confidence, because also we have to remember this is the constituency of the Chief Minister Jalukbari, and so we can expect a lot of people in favor and in support of the HBS government. But we also have a reporter in Jorhat who is also tracking Gaurav Gogoi's movement. So different voices will come from Assam, but obviously there is a positive atmosphere in the state. There is a positivity in the state, which we are also getting to know from the voices that we have spoken to so far. And also the public participation is very crucial. You can see the numbers are higher from the other states which are going on polls today. That kind of shows you the mood of the public who wants to participate in the democratic process of voting for voting. And
let me go back to Belly. Belly, do you have some more voters now with you? Let's quickly go across to them and talk to them. Also tell us a bit meanwhile about the seat where you're standing and who the fight really there is. Interestingly, Trivandrum, we had seen the BJP pick up a seat in the municipal elections, the local elections that happened recently. It's also a seat where the Congress has a member of parliament, but it's a seat also where the left has influence as well, because it is the capital of Kerala.
Absolutely, Uday. So I have with me an election official here. Like, if you can tell me how much of voter turnout has happened, and what is the reason for nobody in queue here now?
First yearly election duty taken. Anganwadi worker ആണ്.
എന്ത് കാരണമാണ് ഈ ക്യൂ ഇല്ലാത്തത് ഈ സമയത്ത്? ചൂട് കാരണമാണോ?
അതെന്താണെന്ന് എനിക്കും അറിയില്ല. എനിക്കും കുറച്ച് അതിശയമായിരിക്കുന്നു. ആൾ ഇച്ചിരി കുറവാണ്. മിക്കവാറും എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ഈവനിങ് വൈകുന്നേരം ആകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും കൂടുതൽ വന്നു തുടങ്ങും എന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു.
Okay, she is an Anganwadi worker here who is taking care of monitoring or supervising the election procedures here, and she is saying that probably because of the soaring heat is what the people are not turning up in large numbers, and we don't find any queue here as of now. Let's find out, ma'am, you've come here to vote. Like, what are the issues with your constituencies, if you can point out? കുഴപ്പമില്ല, മലയാളത്തിലാണ്. എന്തെങ്കിലും ഇഷ്യൂസ് ഉണ്ടോ? നിങ്ങളുടെ പുതിയ റെപ്രസെൻറ്റേറ്റീവ്സ്, വാട്ട് വുഡ് യു വാണ്ട് ദെം ടു work on or address? Okay. So what are the issues in your constituency, and what do you expect from the representatives that they should sort it out?
I don't know exactly.
So everything is fine with your constituency?
Yeah.
So you're hinting at the LDF will continue their rule?
State party, only state party come here.
Okay, okay. Ma'am, what is your take on the issues in the constituency?
No comment.
No comment. So people who have come here for voting are not that kind of, opening up with their issues. They would want to keep that confidential. Even for the issues they want to speak would kind of reveal whom they are voting is what they are scared of, and that's the trend what I'm looking at here. So right now we don't find any voters in this station. Probably after lunchtime when the sun goes down, we can expect the voter turnout to be more. Uday, back to you.
All right. Well, we're getting more breaking news. In fact, also now coming in from the northeast of the country. According to reports, the death toll in Manipur, in fact, blast has risen to 5. 2 of these were children who had died in a rocket launcher attack. 3 others were killed in police firing after violent protesters tried to force their way into the CRPF camp at Gelmol village in Bishnupur district. Police have revised the number of injured in the incident, increasing it to 30 as well. So the numbers, Nibir, in those who've killed and those, of course, who have been injured in Manipur has gone up. Nibir, are you able to hear me?
Yes, hello, yes.
Nibir, violence in Manipur, we are learning the numbers of those dead and injured now have risen. The death toll, I think, has gone up to 5. The number of injured has gone up to 30.
Well, absolutely, the death toll has risen to 5. Earlier it was to 2.
Earlier it was up to 2. 3 people were severely injured, and I think that is the reason now they have succumbed to the injuries, and now the death toll is increased. But what is more concerning here is that these kind of incidents happening repeatedly, and although there was a sporadic peace which was established in the state in the last 1 year ever since the imposition of the president's rule, but again these kind of instances show you how sensitive the entire state of Manipur is, when a single incident can trigger a series of violence that can lead to more and more deaths.
How the severity of the issue in Manipur, and that is the reason that heavy security has been deployed, and further all-out measures have been taken to reduce the tensions that are simmering on ground right now. Back to you.
All right. Padma Shri, Dr. RVS Mani, former Under Secretary, Ministry of Home Affairs, also joins us now. What do you make, sir, of this news coming in from Manipur? Unfortunate news, of course. The number of those dead and injured has further risen now after the violence in Bishnupur and the blast there as well.
The irony is that they come from a very close range. That means it is internally, ethnically, there is a clear divide that is not being patched up. The disaffection between the communities has to really go to more cordial situation. Otherwise, this cannot be overcome like that. That's number one. Number two is, I think the local police should go back, and central security forces should take over and bring up to a level of peace and a threshold level. Only then the local police should be able to. Number three is that flushing out the arms. Where did the ethnic group which is keeping on firing on the Bishnupur is getting these arms from? See, recently we had busted a module which had tried to do some sort of radicalization and reinforce, disturb the balance in northeast, especially Manipur, Mizoram. Is the footprints of them are found in this fresh violence? That is a very important point for investigating agencies, especially intelligence agencies, to really ponder over. I'm sure they will do it. The governor of Manipur himself is a former Home Secretary. I have full confidence in him. He's a very competent. He's a Northeast. He knows Northeast like a back of his hand. He's an Assam cadre officer, so he should be able to give the right instructions to the Chief Minister and then get this sorted out. The investigations will certainly come to a better conclusion this time. And I don't expect this to be a very sustained long-term measure. It is not sporadic violence. It is not sporadic peace. It was a full year of peace, and now the violence has re-entered Manipur. Anti-India forces are working on this, especially Northeast is a target. Now I am sure they will take suitable measures on this. This is what is my full confidence. Thank you very much, Uday.
Yes, more breaking news in fact also coming in now. According to reports, the rocket-propelled shell that killed 2 children in Manipur's Vishnupur district on Tuesday morning appears to have been fired from just about 100 meters from their residence. So it was a close fire, as you were just saying, RVS Mani.
Yeah, indeed, so close. So how are they getting these arms? And as it's from a very close range means the perpetrators of this adversity do not want peace to sustain in Manipur and the ethnic differences to continue. They will decide. Anti-India forces are within the community itself. There are anti-India forces which are prevailing upon the more peace-loving people of Manipur, and I am sure this will be overcome. And I don't believe in dialogue is the only way out. Dialogue is one of the things, but at the same time, we have to establish control over this violence. Sir, this violence is not repeated. Control over the violence, and thereafter investigation alike, and separately the dialogue also goes in, broker a peace between the two ethnic groups. That's what I wanted to say.
All right, more breaking news that also coming in now. Manipur police have reportedly recovered a live shell and launcher from the edge of the village, the spot from where the first shell was fired. Reports also suggest that examination of the launcher and shell has revealed that while the launcher is country-made, the shell is military grade. So recoveries as well now being reported, RVS Mani. A country-made rocket launcher, also a shell recovered.
So recovery is a very important thing. The recoveries, and now the recoveries have to be taken to a logical conclusion so that we disarm the group, the ethnic group which has got now capacity to put together, assemble a rocket launcher. Rocket launcher assembling is a very high-tech thing. It cannot be, it is not just a back of the hand thing. So that means we require to really penetrate into the, not just the hard possession, but the soft skills of who all possesses this thing to assemble a rocket launcher, country-made rocket launcher in Manipur, and that also should be brought under the vigilance of the security forces.
Okay. Appreciate you joining us, Padma Shri RVS Mani speaking with us there. Let's take a short break on that note. Much more coming up. My thanks to our reporters who joined us earlier.
आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है नया उत्तर प्रदेश। यूपी का संकल्प $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, भारत की जीडीपी में 9.1% का योगदान।
हमने तय किया है उत्तर प्रदेश को एक विकसित राज्य बनाएंगे।
एक्सप्रेसवे प्रदेश, 7 चालू और 15 विकास के विभिन्न चरणों में एयरपोर्ट, 12 घरेलू, 4 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संचालित, 1 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहित 8 निर्माणाधीन, धरातल पर 15 लाख करोड़ के निवेश। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर से गरजती ताकत और जेवर से उड़ान भरती आकांक्षाएं, आज यूपी देश का पहला राज्य है जिसके पास सबसे बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क है। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में लंबी छलांग लगाकर हमने निवेश का नया इतिहास रचा है। डबल इंजन सरकार, डबल रफ्तार, विकसित भारत 2047, आत्मनिर्भर युवा, आधुनिक आधारभूत ढांचा, विकसित भारत का इंजन हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश।
महाशय धर्मपाल जी के 130वें जन्मदिन पर MDH मसालों पर पाइए 10% एक्स्ट्रा। अब स्वाद के साथ बचत भी, अब पाइए बचत ही बचत।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
नोएडा इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट नए भारत के नए उत्तर प्रदेश के बढ़ते सामर्थ्य का उद्घोष है। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी एवं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के सतत प्रयासों से संवरते प्रदेश का स्वर्णिम जेवर है। प्रतिवर्ष 1 करोड़ 20 लाख यात्री क्षमता वाले इस एयरपोर्ट के माध्यम से भविष्य में 7 करोड़ से अधिक यात्री लाभ ले सकेंगे। ये वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट 9 सिक्योरिटी चेक लेन, 48 चेक इन काउंटर, 20 सेल्फ बैगेज ड्रॉप जैसी अत्याधुनिक सुविधाओं से लैस है। उत्तर भारत का कार्गो गेटवे होने के साथ साथ नोएडा इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट NCR में एक और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रवेश द्वार के अनुरूप है, जो उद्योगों को गति देगा, निवेश को प्रगति देगा और उत्तर प्रदेश को समृद्धि देगा।
I'm joined by the BJP NDA candidate of Vattiyoorkavu constituency, Srilekha ma'am with me. Ma'am, thank you for speaking to NewsX. If you can tell us like how did the campaign go and what is the strategy of winning Vattiyoorkavu like?
Yeah, actually the campaign went very well. Although people were saying that it is a triangular contest and all that, after some time, after a week or so, I could know that it is people are concentrating towards one corner, that is on the top part of the pyramid towards NDA, and the support they are offering is amazing. The people are with us, they want a change, they are fed up with the present government. They know that India, the alliance is together against BJP, so they are fed up with the UDF also. So they need this change for this developmental, real development that they can use, feel, touch, experience. So they are with us for this particular reason, and we are confident to win.
When Prime Minister Modi was in town a couple of days, like we saw, he was flanked by Rajiv Chandrasekhar on one side and you on the other side. What do you have to say on PM coming for, campaigning for BJP NDA in Kerala?
PM Modi ji was there in Kerala quite a number of times. He came earlier and then he went to Thrissur and Palakkad and those areas, and then he was campaigning. He came for a road show to Trivandrum also. So that shows his interest in Kerala, that this time Kerala NDA should win. That is the message that he is giving to the people, that once we come to power in Kerala, we become a government in Kerala, then there will be this unhurdled flow of benefits from the central government to the people of Kerala. Right now, the government in the state is standing as a sort of a hurdle, like a dam, check dam. They're not allowing anything to flow. So this has to be broken, and this is with the people's mandate that we are going to break this and allow the waters of the development, finances, and the corrupt-free administration, all benefits that flow freely from center to the state.
So one last question would be, like, when it comes to Vattiyoorkavu, what are the issues, like, what the BJP is promising people that it would solve?
Yeah, the issues are tremendous. In fact, the sitting MLA has been corrupt, and also he has been making false promises, and he also claims to have done a lot of development, but we see everything in shatters, in broken condition. Roads are broken, junctions are in shatters. The only hospital, government hospital, is in a pathetic condition. The mental hospital of the state is in absolutely pathetic condition. The Polytechnic college is in very bad shape. So everything is bad here. And he promised an overbridge in Perurkada, which is the busiest junction connecting the city to the rural area. That is also not come through. So what has he done for the past 7 years is a big question that people are raising. So that we want to correct that. And also I visited a lot of colonies where poor people stay, SC/ST people stay. Situation is very bad there. So the women there, especially people there, they want a real change. So my keen interest is to uplift all those places and to see that true development is brought in infrastructure, in people's lives.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that with us. So that was the BJP NDA candidate, Sri Lekha of the Vattiurkavu constituency, right in front of a polling booth. With camera person Pawan Kumar, this is Billy Thomas for NewsX, Thiruvananthapuram. Kerala State BJP President Rajiv Chandrasekhar with me. Sir, did you sleep well last night?
Yes, very much. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Prime Minister Modi called you. What you said? Like, can you share what did he?
No, he called me and he said, I convey my best wishes to all the Karyakartas who have worked very hard. I am very confident. He said that I'm very confident that your work will pay off. And I'm deeply grateful that he took the time early in the morning to call me and to convey his best wishes to every Karyakarta.
It is said that it is a decisive battle. Your comments on that?
No, it is a very important, it's one of the most important elections in the history of Kerala's politics. And the people see it that way. People have taken it over as that. People want change, people want development, people want a new direction for our Kerala. And I think that in a democracy, it is the people's will that will prevail always, not the CPM and the Congress's will.
As the BJP state president, how many seats do you expect this time?
Not more than 140.
Great. Sir, at last, like we have seen this pencil in the pictures of all your campaign. Can you explain why?
No, this is a pen. I mean, there's nothing special about I carry a Nataraj pencil for the last 20 years in my pocket because I have a tendency to lose pens and therefore I carry a pencil. So even if I lose a pencil, I can replace it with a pencil.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that with us. That was the Kerala State BJP President, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, after casting his vote at the Jawahar Nagar polling booth. With camera person Pawan Kumar, this is Billy Thomas for NewsX, Thiruvananthapuram.
I'm joined by Gaurav Gogoi. Sir, आप कितना confident feel कर रहे हैं? अभी आपने vote cast किया है यहाँ जोरहाट।
देखिए, असम के लोगों में जो उमंग की लहर है, खुशहाली की लहर है, असम की भविष्य सुरक्षित हाथों में है। हम सब मिलकर असम को सशक्त करेंगे, असम को जोड़ेंगे, असम की जो शालीनता है, जो हमारी सभ्यता है, उसका संरक्षण करेंगे और लोकतांत्रिक जो हमारे सिद्धांत है उसको बचा के रखेंगे। जिस असम जो महापुरुष शंकरदेव का असम है, माधवदेव का असम है, अजान पीर का असम है, लासित बोरफुकन का असम है, ज्योति प्रसाद अग्रवाल का असम है, उसी असम का दायित्व हम सब मिलकर लेकर असम को आगे लेके जाएंगे।
क्या जोरहाट की जनता एक विधायक को चुन रही है या एक भावी मुख्यमंत्री को? सर, ये जवाब और दें प्लीज।
असम के लोग आज एक सशक्त असम, एक नए असम के पक्ष में अपना मतदान दे रहे हैं।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर इंडिया न्यूज से बात करने के लिए। और ये थे गौरव गोगोई और इन्होंने अभी जोरहाट के इस पोलिंग बूथ पर अपना एक तरह से जो कहा जाता है कि मताधिकार वोट कास्ट किया है और काफी कॉन्फिडेंट हैं आसाम में कांग्रेस की विक्ट्री को लेकर। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट अंकुश के साथ मैं संभव शर्मा, इंडिया न्यूज जोरहाट।
I'm joined by the senior Congress leader and MP, Dr. Shashi Tharoor with me. Sir, your pulse analysis, you have extensively traveled campaigning for your candidates. So your pulse analysis on it.
Well, look, I've been through 59 constituencies, spoken with and for 59 candidates, and they're in 12 districts right across the state, the length and breadth of the state. So I can tell you what I've seen is a genuine level of enthusiasm for our candidates, for our message, and therefore for a message of change. Change is the key message. And for us, that change is going to be something that is truly essential because those who are tired of 10 years of misrule of the LDF, they see the UDF as a credible alternative.
So do you think that there is an anti-incumbency factor and if at all, we don't get to hear that from on ground. People say that, LDF is good. There are positive comments on it.
Depends on who you're talking to, my dear friend. This is a fairly equally divided state. So if you happen to see 1 out of 2 people will be pro-LDF, but the truth is right now we are edging ahead. Because even amongst LDF voters, a lot of people are saying we've seen enough. These guys can't do very good. Let's give somebody else a chance, and the somebody else is obviously UDF.
Okay. So in Kerala, there is a traditional fight between the UDF and the LDF, and now the NDA has come in as a third front. What is your take on it?
The take on this is don't forget that the NDA is a 0-seat alliance in Kerala. BJP has 0 seats in the assembly. People in North don't seem to realize that. They may talk a good game, spend a lot of money, have posters and hoardings everywhere, but they have no seats. So even if they are able to make themselves viable contenders in a couple of constituencies, even there they are facing a 3-cornered fight. There is no place where they are far ahead and about to win. There are only places where they are fighting with LDF and UDF. So even in the best case scenario for them, we're looking at a maximum of 1 or 2. And frankly, even that is not guaranteed, depends on how people vote during the day. Even if that comes through for them, I'm asking you one simple question: what difference will it make in an assembly of 140? What we are looking for is a decisive mandate in the full assembly.
The Prime Minister has called for a meeting for the 33% representation for women. So your take on that?
Well, look, we are very much in favor of women's reservation. But what we don't understand is there's already a bill passed, constitutional amendment passed. If they want to change, what is the change about? They've not shown us a draft bill yet. What is that change going to imply? What is it going to bring about? What is the method to be used? How is it going to proceed? I would like to know very seriously what exactly the government has in mind. If frankly what they have in mind is something that does not affect federalism, does not affect the functioning of the legislature, I'm sure we'll want to entertain it because we're in favor of women's reservation. But we can't just say sight unseen when they haven't even shown us a draft bill.
My final question is, if you were to make an appeal to the people on what issues in Kerala that you would make an appeal, and can you enumerate that?
Yeah, the issues are, first of all, misrule, misgovernance and corruption on the part of the incumbent government. Secondly, a vision of the future which is anchored in development, in a conviction that our young people should not be flocking out of the state to other states and other countries because there is nothing going on here. We should give them new courses of study by completely reforming our education system. We should bring in new investment into new areas of business that are relevant in the 21st century. We should create more job opportunities for them. We are the only front talking about that. Thirdly, there is undoubtedly the disastrous fiscal management of the state. This state is mired in debt. It is living on liquor and lotteries and remittances, and those are all very, very unreliable sources of revenue for a state government. We need investment, revenue, and generation of revenue through business. All of that requires a much more positive mindset, and I believe these messages are reaching out to people, that you have to have forward-looking, forward-thinking, new people in power to bring about absolutely useful results for the state.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. So that was Dr. Shashi Tharoor after casting his vote at Thiruvananthapuram. With camera person Pawan Kumar, this is Billy Thomas for NewsX, Thiruvananthapuram.
Ma'am, you cast your vote?
Yes, I'm Minu Bora. I have cast my vote, and I hope all the women will cast their vote. And
absolutely. And what were the issues in your mind while you were exercising your franchise?
At the time of my cast vote, we hope that the women will be empowered and they will give the more the topic which is going on, the reservation, regarding reservation. We want a reservation in the state assembly and the center also. That we want, and women should get the opportunity in all the fields.
महिला को लिए अभी जितना मतलब गवर्नमेंट ने किया उससे और ज़्यादा करना चाहिए हाँ फिर अभी तो किया है बहुत किया हाँ इसीलिए अभी वुमेन्स लोग बहुत खुश है सब लोग आया वोट देने के लिए हाँ मौसम भी अच्छा है घर का काम छोड़ के सब लोग आ गया
असम में जो डेवलपमेंट हुआ है वो दूसरे स्टेट से ज़्यादा है नॉर्थ ईस्ट में असम इज़ द बेस्ट हाँ इतना डेवलपमेंट हुआ है लड़का लड़की को नौकरी 1 रुपया देने के बात नहीं है 1 रुपया नहीं देने से मिल गया है टैलेंट से मिल रहा है टैलेंट जिसको टैलेंट बोलता है हाँ ऐसे मिल रहा है और काजीरंगा जो नेशनल पार्क है उसका राइनो सुरक्षित है एक भी राइनो आज बीजेपी की सरकार दिन में एक भी राइनो का निधन नहीं हुआ है इसलिए वोट फॉर बीजेपी
2016 तक जो यहाँ पे पिक्चर था अभी पूरा सिनेरियो चेंज्ड है पहले जो रास्ता का जो हालत था अभी जो रास्ता का हालत है आपने खुद देखा ही होगा आते के टाइम और एम्प्लॉयमेंट का जो बात छेड़ा गया है तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट जो पहले सिनेरियो था आपके पास पैसा नहीं तो आपके पास जॉब नहीं तो अभी जो सिनेरियो है आपके टैलेंट के ऊपर बेस करके सारा सब कुछ यहाँ पे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन पूरा चल रहा है
Would you want to say what are the issues that you face in this constituency and what would you like your representatives to work on?
It's not a point of issues, it's a point of progress. Okay. You can't say the issues are solved so there is we can stop progress. Progress has to be on. You compare yourself with the outside states and when you come in out here, you make an assessment, yes, these are the things that are missing in this particular constituency. Yes, I would like progress in this state in every way.
Do you think any kind of issues like the Sabrimala issues will have an impact on?
It should have. It is a religious issue. And when you have a majority of people from a particular community and who believe in their faith, yes, it will have an effect on their voting pattern. I presume that is a normal thing that happens everywhere.
So do you think the NDA is kind of emerging as a third front when it's always between LDF and UDF in Kerala?
Yes, it should. We just can't have two governments switching places, and we should have fresh blood, I think fresh ideas. And we have to accept the fact that it's a democracy. You can't keep somebody down. And I think it is a progressive state like Kerala. Yes, a third alternative is called for.
हम जो सरकार का अच्छा काम करेगा वो भी हमारा भी आदमी को अच्छा होगा जो आदमी अच्छा नहीं होगा तो वोट किसे देगा सरकार जो सरकार अच्छा नहीं होगा तो काम नहीं होगा
कैंडिडेट देख के आप वोट दें
कैंडिडेट नहीं जो कैंडिडेट काम करेगा वो भी देना पड़ेगा
अच्छा काम देख के
पड़ेगा
अंकल आपका नाम
महेश्वर विश्व
आपने वोट दे दिया पहले तो अपना दिखाइए चिन्ह दिखाइए तो सुबह सुबह वोट देने आए हैं ये इतने बहुत सालों से आप वोट दे रहे हैं लेकिन सुबह फिर से आए हैं तो ये इलेक्शन में वोट देने का जो प्रथा है सुबह सुबह आना ये आप रखते हैं किन इशू किन विषय को लेकर आपने वोट दिया किन इशू इम्पोर्टेंट है
আমাৰ দেশৰ কাৰণে যিবিলাক কেণ্ডিডেটে কাম কৰিছে সেইবিলাককে আমি ভোট দিম
तो ये कह रहे हैं कि देश के लिए जिसने काम किया उनको वोट देंगे थैंक यू हमसे यू कैन कैरी ऑन सो आप देख सकते हैं द काइंड ऑफ एंथुजियाज्म दैट पीपल हैव अर्ली मॉर्निंग इन आफ्टर वोटिंग आंगुली तो दिखाई दियो आंगुली तो वोट दिया आंगुली दिखाई दियो सो दे हैव वोटेड आपका नाम
राजन डीमरी
वोट दे दिया
हाँ दे दिया
सुबह सुबह आए वोट देने के लिए क्या इशू देख के वोट देने आए क्या इशू इम्पोर्टेंट है
ইছ্যু মানে বহুত কথা এইটো মানে কি এইটো পাব্লিকৰ কাৰণে বহুত আমাৰ তাতে পানী চানী ৰাস্তা প্ৰব্লেম আছে এইবিলাক সমাধান নহ'লে ৰাস্তা প্ৰব্লেম
तो आप देख सकते हैं पीपल आर कमिंग हियर आपका नाम
विनोद पटवारी
आप पहले तो वोट दिया आपने पहले अपने स्क्रीन में दिखा दीजिए हाँ सुबह सुबह आपने वोट दिया है एंथुजियाज्म है क्या इशू आपके लिए इम्पोर्टेंट क्या समस्या आपके लिए इम्पोर्टेंट
डेवलपमेंट है डेवलपमेंट सबसे बड़ा इशू है और असम का जो डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है इसको और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम लोग वोट देने के लिए आया है
तो विकास आपका सबसे बड़ा
विकास जो हुआ है इससे हम लोग सोचा है विकास तो बहुत हुआ है असम में और ज़्यादा विकास होने के लिए हम लोग आया है इधर और हम लोग का जो प्रेजेंट गवर्नमेंट है बहुत विकास किया है लोगों को नौकरी मिला है इसका बाद
गुवाहाटी का आप वोटर है गुवाहाटी में जो एक अर्बन डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है क्या कितना और आप चाहते हैं कि इसका और
लास्ट 16 इयर्स में मान लीजिए लास्ट 10 इयर्स में जितना डेवलपमेंट हुआ है इतना डेवलपमेंट लास्ट माने आफ्टर इंडिपेंडेंस इतना हुआ नहीं था लेकिन जितना हुआ है वो लास्ट 10 इयर्स में ही हुआ था हम लोग यहाँ से इसमें हम लोग ब्राउन एंड ब्रथाप है इधर और हम लोग देखा है यहाँ का जो डेवलपमेंट है
In last 5 years the developments which took place in this area and can just point out few of them and what exactly is required now
actually we have seen that now the roads of the Jorhat are good enough as well as the flyovers also now well settled so I think apart from that now so many things required in Jorhat like some employment also required because we don't have much more private sectors in Jorhat and so for the young generations we need this kind of future growth in Jorhat.
आप वोट डालने आए हैं क्या मुद्दे हैं दिमाग में what are the issues in your mind while you vote
मतलब डेवलपमेंट अच्छा होना चाहिए मेन इशू यही है डेवलपमेंट और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट जो भी है असम में तो बहुत ज़्यादा ही है वो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का थोड़ा कर रहा है
unemployment is one big issue
मतलब कर रहा है बहुत भी न्यू जॉब वो लोग निकल रहा है और ज़रा होने से और अच्छा आएगा। और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का जो इशू है और अच्छा होने से अच्छा है। और नया नया अगर कंपनीज अगर यहाँ इन्वेस्टर इधर आने से वो भी अच्छा मुद्दा है। वो गवर्नमेंट थोड़ा देखने से अच्छा है। वो नया नया अगर कोई इंडस्ट्री आए तो उसमें भी बहुत अच्छा होता है।
सर, आप वोट डालने आए हैं एंड यू लुक क्वाइट एक्साइटेड।
पर मेडिकल कॉलेज के अंदर ना फैकल्टी है, मतलब फैकल्टी बहुत कम है। वन डिपार्टमेंट इज रन बाय लाइक 2-3 people. That's not how development actually happens. In true sense, if we want development to happen, then building medical colleges or building bridges is not enough. और भी मतलब फ्रंट है और उन पे ज़्यादा काम करना चाहिए ना। जो इंटरनल इश्यूज है उन पे ज़्यादा फोकस करनी चाहिए। सो दैट वाज माय मेन फोकस व्हाइल कास्टिंग माय वोट।
Sir, what do you think the issues are there in your constituency, and what you want your representatives to resolve?
There are no issues as such. We are living in a very peaceful life, very developed. All are literate enough to understand the issues, so we know how to proceed with. So presently, whoever are in the power was okay, and whoever is yet to come is also for the development of the state.
I feel there could be a lot more interaction from our representatives. For us. I feel it's very peripheral right now. I think there will be better governance. I'm basically looking for a change in this edition of the year.
Since you're looking for a change, what do you think of this NDA coming as a third front when the Kerala politics always were dominated by two fronts, that's LDF and UDF?
I think it's an option is needed definitely. We have tried both, but it's a third option. So I think it's a fair thing to have. I think that's what it is.
So you said you're not from here. So what are the issues that you have in your constituency back in your place?
I live in Cochin, so I think it's a lot of unplanned development happening there. So it's very the traffic issues, the roads are not very planned, the building licenses are just given. So those kind of issues are definitely there. I think
the issues are there in your constituency. What your the representatives who will be getting elected this time would sort out.
Basically, we are looking at the development of the state, especially it's a capital. So we are expecting more development. Current scenario is it's like a triangle constituency. So I think this time you can see the crowd. For many years we are having the two options: 5 years Congress, 5 years LDF. This has been going on for years.
आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है नया उत्तर प्रदेश। यूपी का संकल्प $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, भारत की जीडीपी में 9.1% का योगदान।
हमने तय किया है उत्तर प्रदेश को एक विकसित राज्य बनाएंगे।
एक्सप्रेसवे प्रदेश, 7 चालू और 15 विकास के विभिन्न चरणों में एयरपोर्ट, 12 घरेलू, 4 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संचालित, 1 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहित 8 निर्माणाधीन, धरातल पर 15 लाख करोड़ के निवेश। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर से गरजती ताकत और जेवर से उड़ान भरती आकांक्षाएं, आज यूपी देश का पहला राज्य है जिसके पास सबसे बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क है। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में लंबी छलांग लगाकर हमने निवेश का नया इतिहास रचा है। डबल इंजन सरकार, डबल रफ्तार, विकसित भारत 2047, आत्मनिर्भर युवा, आधुनिक आधारभूत ढांचा, विकसित भारत का इंजन, हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप, MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप जीरा सिप, प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप, MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है नया उत्तर प्रदेश। यूपी का संकल्प $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, भारत की जीडीपी में 9.1% का योगदान।
हमने तय किया है उत्तर प्रदेश को एक विकसित राज्य बनाएंगे।
एक्सप्रेसवे प्रदेश, 7 चालू और 15 विकास के विभिन्न चरणों में एयरपोर्ट, 12 घरेलू, 4 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संचालित, 1 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहित 8 निर्माणाधीन, धरातल पर 15 लाख करोड़ के निवेश। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर से गरजती ताकत और जेवर से उड़ान भरती आकांक्षाएं, आज यूपी देश का पहला राज्य है जिसके पास सबसे बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क है। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में लंबी छलांग लगाकर हमने निवेश का नया इतिहास रचा है। डबल इंजन सरकार, डबल रफ्तार, विकसित भारत 2047, आत्मनिर्भर युवा, आधुनिक आधारभूत ढांचा, विकसित भारत का इंजन हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश।
महाशय धर्मपाल जी के 130वें जन्मदिन पर MDH मसालों पर पाइए 10% एक्स्ट्रा। अब स्वाद के साथ बचत भी, अब पाइए बचत ही बचत।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Hello, I'm Belly Thomas and I'm covering the 2026 Kerala elections for NewsX from Thiruvananthapuram.
Hi, my name is Brian Anthony Thomas and I am covering the very 2026 West Bengal elections from the very Kuch Bihar seat.
Hi, I am Ronik. I'm covering 2026 Bengal election for NewsX from Nandigram.
Hi, I am Anand Singh and I am covering 2026 Kerala elections for NewsX from Wayanad.
Hi, I am Nibir Deka and I will be covering the Assam elections 2026 from 5 constituencies of Guwahati for NewsX.
Mamata Banerjee has proved that she has become an elected autocrat.
People of Kerala have increasingly started seeing the BJP in its true colors as a development party.
बंगाल में सत्ता परिवर्तन करके बंगाल में लोगों का जिंदगी में परिवर्तन लाना ही हमारा उद्देश्य है।
It's a complete cheating what Mamata Banerjee has done for the people of Bengal.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
The next chapter of human exploration is already beginning.
To go back to the moon, and we haven't had people on the moon for over 50 years.
I would like to see that there is a substantial growth in space economy and activity in India.
We have also promised to the people of Assam that we will invest rupees 5 lakh crore.
In my book, somebody who is elected as an MLA or an MP is elected because he chooses to serve the people and solve their problems.
इसके पहले 2 बार मैंने चुनाव जीता।
Welcome back. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. You're joining us on NewsX. Let's get started with the headlines this hour. Millions of people have begun voting in state elections across Assam, Kerala and Puducherry today. Addressing a public rally in West Bengal's Haldia, Prime Minister Modi says removing the TMC government was essential to achieve Viksit Bengal. US President Donald Trump has said all US ships, aircrafts and military personnel will remain in place around Iran until the real agreement on a ceasefire is fully complied with. Iran has issued new shipping routes in the Strait of Hormuz to counter mine threats even as uncertainty persists over its reopening, with Tehran signaling possible future transit fees. Lebanon has declared a day of mourning after a wave of Israeli attacks killed at least 254 people and injured more than 1,165 in a single day on 8th April. NASA's Artemis 2 astronauts have captured a stunning new Earthrise image while orbiting the far side of the moon. Voters in Kerala, Assam, Puducherry are casting their ballots today, April 9, 2026. It's a single-phase assembly poll for a total of 296 seats. Well, in Assam, the BJP-led alliance is seeking a third consecutive term under Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma, facing a strong challenge from the Congress. In Kerala, meanwhile, it's a ruling LDF led by CM Pinarayi Vijayan, which is aiming for a rare third straight victory against the UDF. In Puducherry, it's a triangular contest which is underway between the NDA, the Congress-led alliance and others for the 30-member assembly. Now, polling is on from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Results are expected on the 4th of May. Excuse me. Breaking news coming in now. A poll official has been found dead in Assam's Sonitpur district on Thursday amidst assembly polls in the state. Officials said Deben Horo was deputed as the second polling officer in the Naduar constituency. Hore was in fact deputed in the polling station number 230 in the Dolapani LP school. He was found unconscious in his bed this morning. He was taken to a nearby hospital by ambulance but pronounced dead by doctors. Nibir Deka joins us for more on this story. Nibir, a polling officer has been found dead today in Assam?
Well, absolutely. This is a major development coming in as the elections are being held in Assam. In Sonitpur district, which is in the middle of the state, a polling official has been found dead, but we cannot assume anything as of now because proper medical examination is yet to be done. However, the authorities have been alerted and the medical team as well as the district administration has taken all the preliminary response, and further we are going to get to know as to the exact reason why this incident happened. But as of now, we just got to know that the person has been found dead in a polling station in the Sonitpur district.
All right, more breaking news, in fact, also coming in now. Nibir, stay with us. Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sharma's wife, Riniki Bhuven Sharma, has given a statement after casting a vote today at a polling booth. She has said it is a 100% sweep. CM Sharma is a candidate from the Jalukbari constituency.
It's 100% sweep.
I know. Thank you, ma'am.
It's 100% sweep.
I know. Thank you, ma'am.
It's 100% sweep.
I know. Thank you, ma'am.
It's 100% sweep.
I know.
Nibir Tikka is with us live on this big story. Nibir, Assam Chief Minister's wife has also spoken with the media. She's claimed it's a 100% sweep. Nibir, can you hear me?
Yes. Are you audible? Am I audible now? Am I audible?
Yes, Nibir, I'm trying to ask you about Riniki Sharma's statement.
Yes, this was Riniki Sharma Bhuya who addressed the media in Jalukbari constituency, where she was voting along with her family members and husband CM Dr. Hemanta Biswa Sharma, and she stated that it's a 100% sweep, exuding confidence regarding the government of the Hemanta Biswa Sharma, and she has also stated that this positive result is going to happen for the BJP as it tries to form the government for the third time in the state of Assam.
Right. Meanwhile, more breaking news also coming in that we're tracking on the broadcast. A 62-year-old man has collapsed and died after casting his vote at the Vanyampara seat. The deceased was identified as Vinodan, a native of the Ramanchira near Vanyampara. Police have said, according to them, he had reached EKM UP school in Vanyampara in the morning to cast his vote. After standing in a queue for nearly an hour, he exercised his franchise. While coming out of the polling station, he suddenly collapsed at around 10:45 a.m. Police say nearby people rushed to help seat him on a chair, but his condition worsened. He has now reportedly died. Belly Thomas is joining us for more on this story. Belly, we are learning that a native of Vanyampara has passed away today after casting his vote.
Absolutely, Uday. So sad news coming from the district of Thrissur on the election day, where a 62-year-old man has died after he collapsed shortly after casting his vote at the Vanyampara area of Thrissur on Thursday. So the deceased has been identified as Vinodan, who's a native of Ramanchira near Vanyampara. He had arrived at the EKM Upper Primary School in the morning to vote, and after waiting in the queue for nearly an hour, he cast his vote but collapsed around 10:45 a.m. while exiting the polling station, and bystanders rushed to assist him and seated him on a chair, but his condition deteriorated is what sources say, and he was immediately taken to a nearby government hospital by an ambulance, where he was declared dead upon arrival. And police said a case will be registered and an investigation will be launched into the incident, and a report will be submitted soon. It's what we are gathering at this point of time from Thrissur.
All right, more breaking news, in fact, also that we're tracking this hour. Bihar is likely to get a new chief minister next week. Nitish Kumar shifts to the Rajya Sabha on the 10th of April. He will be travelling to Delhi today and will take oath as member of the Rajya Sabha on Friday, paving the way for a power transition in the state. Ritesh Mishra joins us for more on this story. Ritesh, how soon will Bihar be getting a new chief minister?
बिल्कुल आने वाले सप्ताह में बिहार को नया मुख्यमंत्री मिलने जा रहा है। आज नीतीश कुमार थोड़ी देर पहले ही वो दिल्ली के लिए रवाना हो गए हैं। उनके साथ जेडीयू के जो वर्किंग नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट हैं संजय झा, वो भी रवाना हुए। मिनिस्टर हैं विजय चौधरी, वो नीतीश कुमार के साथ रवाना हुए। और कल जो बातें निकलकर सामने आ रही हैं, कल नीतीश कुमार राज्यसभा सांसद के तौर पर शपथ लेंगे और फिर उसके बाद काउंटडाउन शुरू होगा उनके मुख्यमंत्री पद से इस्तीफे को लेकर। अंतिम समय तक लगभग ये तैयार है कि बिहार का कौन होगा, क्योंकि बीजेपी ने सारी चीजें काफी पहले तय कर लिया है। और कहा यह जा रहा है कि बिहार से जो अगला मुख्यमंत्री होगा और बिहार में बीजेपी का पहला जो सीएम होगा वो सम्राट चौधरी होने वाला है। हालांकि इसमें अभी संशय है, क्योंकि बीजेपी अंतिम समय में निर्णय बदल देती है, चौंकाने वाला फैसला लेती है। लेकिन बिहार में जो जातिगत जो समीकरण है, जो कास्ट इक्वेशन है, उसके अनुसार सम्राट चौधरी उस खाके में सबसे ज्यादा फिट बैठते हैं, इसलिए उनके नाम पर सबसे ज्यादा फोकस है। कहा यह जा रहा है कि 14 अप्रैल तक खरमास होता है और बिहार में पॉलिटिशियन या बीजेपी इन सारी चीजों को काफी ज्यादा तवज्जो देती है। 15 अप्रैल से खरमास जो है वो समाप्त हो जाएगा। उसके बाद नए कार्य यानी शुभ कार्य जो है वो शुरू होंगे और कहा जा रहा है कि 13 या 14 अप्रैल को सीएम नीतीश कुमार मुख्यमंत्री पद से इस्तीफा देंगे और उसके बाद नए सीएम की तलाश जो है वो शुरू हो जाएगी और 15-16 अप्रैल तक बिहार में नई सरकार का गठन होगा, कैबिनेट रिसफल होगा और संभवतः सम्राट चौधरी ही बिहार के बीजेपी से पहले सीएम बनने वाले हैं। जी।
All right, Ritesh, thank you for joining us with those details. Now, meanwhile, a Pakistani man has pleaded guilty to a terrorism charge, saying it was a morally reprehensible idea to support the Islamic State group by plotting to use automatic weapons to kill Jewish people at a Brooklyn center. Mohammad Shahzeb Khan has said he answered the group's call for Muslims to kill Jewish people by plotting to attack the Jewish center in October 2024. Aditya Vadhavan joins us for more on this story. Aditya, what is this Pakistan origin man pleaded guilty to?
Well, absolutely. Uday, if you see, the Justice Department, the US Justice Department has announced that Mohammad Shahbaz Khan, also known as Shahbaz Jadoon, pleaded guilty to attempted to commit acts of terrorism transcending
Aditya, can you hear me? All right, I think we're having some connection issues with our reporter there, but more breaking news meanwhile that we're getting this hour. According to Delhi Police, Delhi Secretariat has received a bomb threat via email prompting police teams, dog squad and bomb squad to rush to the spot and conduct a search. However, nothing suspicious has been found so far. The email has mentioned the term Khalistani though. Javed Hussain joins us for more on this story. Javed, what is this suspicious email that has been received by the Delhi Secretariat?
और देखिए, जिस तरीके से अभी कुछ दिनों पहले ही दिल्ली विधानसभा में जिस तरीके से एक गाड़ी घुसी थी, ठीक उसी तरीके से एक बार फिर से दिल्ली विधानसभा को एक बार फिर से सस्पेक्ट तरीके से बॉम्ब से उड़ाने की ईमेल मिली। इसके मुताबिक हम आपको बता दें, दिल्ली पुलिस टॉप सोर्सेज के हवाले से ये खबर है कि आज यानी 9 अप्रैल गुरुवार को सुबह 8:14 पर एक सस्पेक्ट ईमेल मिला था, जो कि शियाओ लिंग पैट्रिक hopton@gmail.com आईडी से भेजा गया था। और जहां हमें पता चला कि दिल्ली सरकार से जुड़े हुए अलग अलग जो ऑफिसर्स हैं उनके भी ईमेल आईडी पर कुछ इस तरह से भेजा गया है, जिसमें ईमेल में लिखा गया BOMB बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट दिल्ली सेक्रेटरिएट। और इस ईमेल में साफ तौर से लिखा गया था कि दिल्ली बन गया खालिस्तान, यानी कि कहीं ना कहीं ये जो मेल है ये खालिस्तान एंगल्स पर भेजा गया है। और हालांकि दिल्ली पुलिस की साइबर यूनिट और दिल्ली पुलिस की तमाम अलग यूनिट्स के साथ सेंट्रल एजेंसीज भी इस ईमेल को लेकर इन्वेस्टिगेट करी, क्योंकि इस ईमेल में कुछ और भी लिखा गया जिसमें लिखा गया कि स्कूल @ 1:11 सीएम रेखा गुप्ता 3:11 और जो कश्मीरी मेट्रो स्टेशन है उसका लिखा गया 9:11। इस मेल को और दिल्ली पुलिस के साथ साथ सेंट्रल एजेंसी पूरी तरीके से बेहद गंभीर तरीके से ले रही है और इसके आईपी एड्रेस को भी देख रही कि ये मेल कहां से जनरेट किया गया, किस ईमेल को कैसे जनरेट किया गया, किस आईडी से जनरेट किया गया, कौन सा नेट यूज किया गया और इसके सोर्सेज क्या है, इसका एपिक जो एड्रेस सेंटर वो कहाँ पर। इस तरीके की तमाम चीजों को लेकर इस वक्त जो है दिल्ली पुलिस की जांच कर रही है। और जिस तरीके से खालिस्तान को लेकर ये एक मेल आई, इससे पहले भी कुछ स्कूलों में जो है ये खालिस्तान को लेकर मेल आया था, लेकिन उसमें पहले ही दिल्ली पुलिस ने एक शख्स को गिरफ्तार किया था जो साउथ इंडिया का रहने वाला था। लेकिन अब जिस तरीके से दिल्ली विधानसभा को एक बार फिर से एक सस्पेक्ट मेल आया और जिसमें उड़ाने की खबर बताया गया और सारी जानकारी दी गई, उसको लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस पूरी तरीके से अलर्ट है और इसको लेकर पूरी जांच कर रही है।
जी बिल्कुल, कुछ और इस वक्त बड़ी जानकारी हमें मिल रही है। जावेद, शुक्रिया हमारे संग जुड़ने के लिए। Green Asha, an India-flagged LPG vessel that has successfully crossed the Strait of Hormuz, has moored at JNPA's liquid berth operated by BPCL IOCL today. It's the first such vessel to reach JNPA since the onset of the war between Iran, the US and Israel. The vessel carried 15,400 tons of LPG. The vessel, its cargo and every member of the crew are safe and secure. So another Indian vessel has crossed the Strait of Hormuz successfully. Green Asha has now moored at JNPA. Commodore DS Sodhi, defense expert, with us live. How do you view this positive development, Commodore Sodhi?
Good afternoon, Uday. Yes, these developments for India have been very positive because a number of ships have passed through Hormuz, have come to India. And this ship now again crossing Hormuz and coming to India is a very big development for India because you know that even if the ceasefire of 2 weeks was announced, immediately after the ceasefire, there have been attacks which Israel has carried out on Lebanon. And Israel also carried out an attack on Iran yesterday, and in retaliation, Iran too carried out attacks in the Middle East. So things again have, somehow become difficult to understand as of now how they will unfold. But so far as India is concerned, the way India has maintained relations with Iran, Israel, and other countries in the Middle East, our ships are getting a safe passage through Hormuz, and that is a big achievement for the country.
Absolutely. More breaking news meanwhile also that we are tracking. Stay with us. The Israeli military has claimed it killed the nephew of Lebanon's Hezbollah chief, Naim Qassem, in an overnight strike on the Lebanese capital, Beirut. Naim Qassem had served as a senior figure within Hezbollah for more than 3 decades and was appointed as the group's leader following the killing of longtime chief Hassan Nasrallah in 2024. So Israel has claimed that they have killed another senior Hezbollah individual. Naim Qassem's nephew, in fact, they claim has been killed in these overnight strikes in Beirut. Commodore Sodhi.
There you see, earlier we knew that so far as Hezbollah is concerned, Lebanon had taken the responsibility that they will try to take control of Hezbollah in Lebanon. However, the things have not happened the way it was supposed to happen. So far as Israel is concerned, Israel is getting targeted by Hezbollah. And in turn, Israel is carrying out attacks on Lebanon. Even we have seen that so many their bridges have been destroyed. When this ceasefire was announced, there was an understanding which came out in the initial stages that Iran, US, and their allies are going to have this ceasefire. And it was also mentioned that there will not be attacks on Lebanon. I think that was what was being talked earlier. But immediately after the ceasefire, Israel carried out attacks on Lebanon, and Israel has made it very clear that so far as Israel is concerned, they will continue carrying out attacks on Israel because they have their own agenda and they have their own objective with regard to Hezbollah in Lebanon. Now, even America has come up and said that Israel is free to carry out attacks on Hezbollah. But so far as Iran is concerned, Iran had put up a condition that the attacks on Lebanon should be stopped. But we have seen that now in the morning, the attacks which have taken place in Lebanon, 250 people have got killed. And, all of them may not be Hezbollah people. But since it is being talked about that the Hezbollah, like Hamas, is also taking that, approach and getting mixed up with the civilian population and carrying out attacks on Israel, so civilian killings are likely to happen. What is more important is that what is the way out now? What is going to happen? Even the attack and the killing of the nephew of Nassim, what you mentioned, Israel has confirmed that, but no confirmation has come from Hezbollah as of now. But I'm sure that if Israel has said that, the killing would have taken place.
Okay.
And Israel is very determined. Israel is very clear, and Israel has made it, known to the whole of the world that they will continue their attacks on Lebanon and they will try to decimate Hezbollah because Hezbollah remains to be a big threat to Israel.
All right. All right. More breaking news, in fact, also that we're tracking. Israel has launched its heaviest strikes yet on Lebanon, killing over 250 people, most of them in Beirut. The escalation comes even as a 2-week ceasefire between the US and Iran has come into effect. Iran has reacted sharply, saying the intensified Israeli attacks make any negotiations with Washington unreasonable at this stage. So the ceasefire may have come into effect yesterday, Commodore Sodi, but the attacks continued. In fact, the attacks were the deadliest in the last 24 hours in the terms of the number of casualties and the number of strikes. Iran is saying this will adversely affect their negotiations.
Yes, so you see, with the ceasefire having been announced, there was some sort of relief within the whole world. I should say that a lot of countries had come up and, they had welcomed this ceasefire. But unfortunately, the problem which is there is that with regard to Israel and Lebanon, and the second is, Iran is making it very clear that in case Lebanon will get targeted, they may not come into the discussions. And what the reports have also come that Iran has also again blocked the Hormuz. Some ships who were supposed to come out of the Hormuz had to return back. Whereas US has also made it very clear that the Hormuz channel has to be opened. The 10 points which have been given by Iran to US, they are very, very difficult points to get implemented. Some of them, I'm sure that US is not going to accept at all. And this came up during the press secretary of US in her press briefing. Under these circumstances, we have to say that things again are getting very complicated and they are getting very complex. Any sort of a scenario can erupt because so far as America is concerned, America also has made very clear statements that they will carry out heavy attacks on Iran in case the discussions and negotiations do not take place. We also have reports that, the Iranian ambassador in Pakistan, he had come up with a post and finally he has deleted that post, which had said that the Iranian delegation will come to Pakistan. So let us see how things unfold. But it seems that things are getting complicated and the conditions from both the sides, that is from US and Iran, are very stringent.
Right. In fact, we're getting more news, in fact, now coming in. Iran's ambassador to Pakistan, Reza Amiri Moghadam, has now deleted his post on the planned Iranian delegation's visit to Islamabad for peace talks with the US on April 10th. Moghadam had earlier on April 9th said in a post that the Iranian delegation will reach Islamabad for negotiations based on the 10 points proposed by Tehran. Moghadam had said in a post on X, despite skepticism of Iranian public opinion due to repeated ceasefire violations by Israeli regime to sabotage the diplomatic initiative invited by PM Shehbaz Sharif, Iranian delegation arrives tonight in Islamabad for serious talks based on 10 points proposed by Iran, quote unquote. This post, though, now is not available on Moghadam's timeline. Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Khalibaf is likely to lead his country's delegation to Islamabad for talks, and exchange of messages is already underway via Pakistan. But now this post being deleted, what do you read into this, Commodore Sodi?
Despite deleting this post, there is still a possibility that some sort of discussions or talks, backdoor talks would be happening. And as you mentioned, that some messages are being exchanged with Pakistan. There is a possibility that discussions may take place. Because if we look at the scenario now, the options available to both Iran as well as to US, they are almost exhausted, and the only way out is to have discussions and negotiations. We also appreciate that the 10-point agenda given by Iran to US, it's very difficult to get implemented. Similarly, the agenda of US with regard to Iran is not going to come out and do a surrender, unconditional surrender. So things are difficult, but then the hope is always there, and I still feel that the discussions may happen. Maybe US, Israel will continue with the strikes on Lebanon. But in case the intensity of the strikes on Lebanon goes, very high, the way they have, the reports have been there that 250 people have got killed, then yes, there is a possibility that the talks may not happen.
All right, more breaking news that we're tracking as well. Israel's ambassador to India, Reuven Azar, has cast his doubts on Pakistan's mediator role in the ongoing ceasefire talks between Iran and the US, saying Tel Aviv does not view Islamabad as a credible player. The Israeli envoy said Washington has its own reasons for using the services of Islamabad, but asserted Tel Aviv's objective is to achieve a situation without Hezbollah terrorist infrastructure in southern Lebanon. So the Israel ambassador to India has cast his doubts over Pakistan's role as intermediary or mediator in these talks, Commodore Suri.
They see the whole world knows about how Pakistan operates, and Pakistan is a terrorist country. We are Pakistan, and the type of sort of a coordination the two countries have had in the recent past. You know, maybe America has got some interest. They would like to use the land of Pakistan in case they have to come and do a ground, invasion in Iran, or maybe they want to use the, bases in Pakistan to carry out attacks on Iran with the help of drones or maybe air attacks. So America has got an agenda, but what we see is, that President Trump claimed that he has stopped 8 wars. He was campaigning for his Nobel Prize, and you see the situation what has come now. Trump has got America to its knees and is now, banking on Pakistan as a mediator. Tulsi Gabbard very recently, a few days back, had given a statement saying that the biggest threat to America is Pakistan. So under these circumstances, it's very difficult to say that what role actually Pakistan is playing. Maybe Pakistan after some time will go back to US and with a katora and ask for their money.
Meanwhile, Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif now, in fact, has made a public appeal to US President Donald Trump to extend his deadline on Iran and called for diplomatic pause. Was not a last-minute move, but a coordinated message cleared by White House in advance, according to media reports. As per sources behind the scenes, the White House had already reviewed and approved the statement before Sharif posted it. So it seems it was all orchestrated. That appeal by Shehbaz Sharif had, in fact, already got the go-ahead from the White House, reports are suggesting, Commodore Suri.
Yeah, that's true. We had that post had also come up wherein the draft was sent to US and finally it was cleared by the US, and that is how Pakistan finally claimed that some sort of arrangement has been made and the ceasefire has been agreed between Iran and US. But the fact is, keeping Israel out and saying that Israel can carry out attacks on Hezbollah, Iran is very clear. Iran says that unless and until you stop the attacks on Lebanon, they may not get into these discussions and talks. At the same time, the moment the attack was done on Lebanon, the reports came out that Iran has again blocked the Hormuz channel.
All right. Well, on that note, we're going to slip into a short break. Commodore Suri, appreciate you joining us with your perspective on this big story.
आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है नया उत्तर प्रदेश। यूपी का संकल्प $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, भारत की जीडीपी में 9.1% का योगदान।
हमने तय किया है उत्तर प्रदेश को एक विकसित राज्य बनाएंगे।
एक्सप्रेसवे प्रदेश, 7 चालू और 15 विकास के विभिन्न चरणों में एयरपोर्ट, 12 घरेलू, 4 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संचालित, 1 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहित 8 निर्माणाधीन, धरातल पर 15 लाख करोड़ के निवेश। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर से गरजती ताकत और जेवर से उड़ान भरती आकांक्षाएं। आज यूपी देश का पहला राज्य है जिसके पास सबसे बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क है। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में लंबी छलांग लगाकर हमने निवेश का नया इतिहास रचा है। डबल इंजन सरकार, डबल रफ्तार, विकसित भारत 2047, आत्मनिर्भर युवा, आधुनिक आधारभूत ढांचा, विकसित भारत का इंजन हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश।
खाने में मेरी क्वीन के लिए क्या है? किंग मटर पनीर, किंग बैगन भरता, किंग वेज पुलाव, किंग पालक पनीर कोफ्ता।
ये सब किंग क्यों?
क्योंकि ये सब बना है MDH किचन किंग से आपका बॉस।
MDH किचन किंग, असली किचन किंग।
MDH।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक
मेरी चिट्ठी भी आपको आएगी। बोले भारत माता की,
भारत माता की। इस चुनाव में जो कैंडिडेट है असेंबली में, उन सब कैंडिडेट को आगे आने के लिए मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है। सब खड़े हो जाइए। हाँ, मैं 1 मिनट ये सभी हमारे कैंडिडेट को मिलकर के आता हूं। भारत माता की। आशानसोलेर पुण्यभूमिते आपनादेर सौभाग्य इस मंच से मैं मां कल्याणेश्वरी के चरणों में नमन करता हूं। मैं गागर बूढ़ी चंडी माता को भी प्रणाम करता हूं। साथियों, हमेशा की तरह पश्चिम बर्धमान की जनता का ये प्यार, इतना बड़ा जन सैलाब, ये उत्साह, ये जोश, ये माहौल, ये बता रहा है कि बंगाल में परिवर्तन की ताजा हवा चल रही है। बंगाल में परिवर्तन अब पत्थर की लकीर बन चुका है। पूरा आसनसोल अब परिवर्तन चाहता है। पूरा बंगाल परिवर्तन चाहता है। मेरे साथ बोलिए, पाल्टानो दोरकार, पाल्टानो दोरकार, पाल्टानो दोरकार, पाल्टानो दोरकार, पाल्टानो दोरकार, पाल्टानो दोरकार। भाइयों बहनों, ये गूंज यहां से दुर्गापुर तक जाएगी, रानीगंज, सालतोरा और रघुनाथपुर तक जाएगी। ये बंगाल के जन जन की आवाज है। बंगाल में टीएमसी के पापों का घड़ा अब भर चुका है। बंगाल में अगली सरकार डबल इंजन सरकार बनेगी। 4 मई के बाद बंगाल विकास के एक नए युग में प्रवेश करेगा। साथियों, बंगाल की प्रगति के लिए टीएमसी से मुक्ति जरूरी है कि नहीं है? है कि नहीं है? टीएमसी जानी चाहिए कि नहीं जानी चाहिए? क्योंकि आज जब देश, पूरा देश तेज रफ्तार से आगे बढ़ रहा है, तृणमूल कांग्रेस, बंगाल को पीछे धकेलने में लगी है। यहां के संसाधन, यहां की संभावनाएं और नौजवानों के अवसर सब पर टीएमसी के गुंडों का कब्जा है। बंगाल की जो संपत्ति विकास के काम आनी चाहिए, उसकी खुली लूट हो रही है। हमारे आसनसोल के लोगों से बेहतर भला ये कौन जान सकेगा। आप देखिए, आसनसोल कोल बेल्ट का इतना बड़ा इलाका है, लेकिन टीएमसी राज में इस पूरे कारोबार पर सिंडिकेट का कब्जा है। कोयले की कालाबाजारी, कोयला माफिया, बालू माफिया, भू माफिया, ये सब इस पूरे इलाके पर बोझ बन गए हैं। बंगाली मानुष इससे परेशान है। साथियों, आसनसोल और दुर्गापुर का ये पूरा इलाका, जो कभी बंगाली नहीं, पूरे देश के औद्योगिक विकास का बड़ा केंद्र था। साइकिल से लेकर रेल तक, पेपर से लेकर स्टील तक, एल्यूमिनियम से लेकर ग्लास तक, यहां कारखानों की लंबी चेन थी। पूरे देश से लोग यहां काम करने आते थे। लेकिन आज यहां उद्योगों का लगातार पलायन हो रहा है। यहां के युवाओं को, पूरे बंगाल का यही हाल है। पूरा बंगाल इसी संकट से घिरा है। साथियों, मैं आपको कुछ आंकड़े भी बताना चाहता हूं। हमारा भारत एक विशाल परिवार है, बहुत बड़ा परिवार है। 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का परिवार है, जिसमें अलग अलग राज्य उस परिवार के महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा है। ये राज्य जितना कमाते हैं, उतना ही परिवार की, विशाल परिवार की आय बढ़ती है। हमारा देश जब आजाद हुआ, तब पूरे भारत की कमाई अगर 100 रुपये थी, तो इसमें से 11-12 रुपये अकेले बंगाल कमाता था। 100 में से 12 रुपया। लेकिन यहां कांग्रेस और वामपंथी शासन ने सब कुछ तबाह कर दिया, बर्बाद कर दिया। और इतना कम था तो 2011 में जब आपने टीएमसी को मौका दिया, तब देश की कमाई में बंगाल का हिस्सा घटकर 6 रुपये रह गया था। आपने टीएमसी पर विश्वास किया था कि वो हालात सुधारेगी, माटी मानुष के लिए कुछ करेगी। लेकिन टीएमसी ने तो बंगाल के साथ निर्ममता की सारी हदें पार कर दी। और आज क्या हालत है? आज अगर देश 100 रुपये कमाता है, तो बंगाल का योगदान सिर्फ 5-5.5 रुपये रह गया है। कभी 12 रुपया 100 में से, आज 5 रुपया 100 में से। साथियों, एक आम बंगाली, इसकी आमदनी लगातार कम हो रही है और टीएमसी के विधायकों और टीएमसी के मंत्रियों के, टीएमसी के टोलाबाजों के, टीएमसी की सिंडिकेट के बंगले बड़े बड़े हो रहे हैं। जिस बंगाल में आसनसोल जैसा सामर्थ्यवान शहर हो, जहां इतनी बड़ी संख्या में उद्यमी हो, उस बंगाल को टीएमसी का कुशासन नहीं, बीजेपी की गुड गवर्नेंस चाहिए। साथियों, ये बीजेपी सरकार है जो मेड इन इंडिया को सपोर्ट करती है। ये बीजेपी सरकार है जो देश में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बढ़ाने के लिए नीतियां बनाती है। ये बीजेपी सरकार है जिसने उद्योगों की अड़चनें, जो कानून रुकावट बने थे, कितने ही पुराने कानूनों को समाप्त किया है। इसलिए साथियों, ये चुनाव सिर्फ सरकार बदलने का चुनाव नहीं है, ये आसनसोल को फिर से उसकी पुरानी औद्योगिक शक्ति लौटाने का चुनाव है। ये माफिया राज से मुक्ति पाने का चुनाव है और ये काम सिर्फ बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार ही कर सकती है। साथियों, बीते कई दशकों में बंगाल ने हर पार्टी पर विश्वास करके देखा। पहले कांग्रेस, फिर लेफ्ट, फिर टीएमसी, लेकिन ये सबके सब एक ही चट्टे बट्टे के कट्टे हैं। लेकिन सबने एक ही काम किया, बंगाल के लोगों को धोखा दिया, बंगाल के लोगों के सपनों को मिट्टी में मिला दिया, बंगाल के लोगों के भविष्य को कुचल दिया। इसलिए लोग केवल बातों पर भरोसा करना नहीं चाहते। बंगाल की जनता अब काम और ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड देखने का फैसला करना चाहती है। बंगाल में विकास करने का, बंगाल को प्रगति के रास्ते पर आगे बढ़ाने का ये ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड केवल सबसे मजबूत ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड है। आसनसोल और पश्चिमी बर्धमान के लोगों ने देखा है, टीएमसी द्वारा हजारों रुकावटों के बावजूद केंद्र सरकार इस इलाके के विकास में लगी है। यहां औद्योगिकरण में मदद के लिए, स्टील प्लांट के विस्तार के लिए 45,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा खर्च किए गए हैं। 45,000 करोड़ रुपया। दुर्गापुर हल्दिया गैस पाइपलाइन सेक्शन भी राष्ट्र को समर्पित किया गया है। इसी तरह यहां कनेक्टिविटी को मजबूत करने के लिए आसनसोल बोकारो ट्रेन सर्विस शुरू हुई। 2 वंदे भारत और 2 अमृत भारत ट्रेनें भी इसी क्षेत्र को मिली है। अमृत भारत स्टेशन योजना के तहत अंडाल रेलवे स्टेशन को आधुनिक बनाया जा रहा है। आसनसोल डिवीजन में भारतीय रेलवे का गति शक्ति कार्गो टर्मिनल भी शुरू किया गया है। साथियों, आपका स्वास्थ्य भी हमारी प्राथमिकता में है यहां ईसीआई हॉस्पिटल का विस्तार करके इलाज की सुविधा बेहतर करने का प्रयास किया है और ऐसे कामों की एक लंबी लिस्ट है जिन्हें केंद्र की बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार राज्य सरकार के तमाम अड़ंगों के बावजूद बंगाल के विकास के लिए आगे बढ़ाया है। भाइयों बहनों, हमारे आसनसोल और दुर्गापुर में मेगा सिटी बनने की क्षमता है। आप मुझे बताइए, ये मेगा सिटी बनना चाहिए कि नहीं बनना चाहिए? हिंदुस्तान भर में नाम रोशन होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? लेकिन निर्मम सरकार में यहां जीवन की मूलभूत सुविधाओं का भी संकट है। यहां पीने के पानी की इतनी परेशानी है, सड़क, पुल और कनेक्टिविटी की दिक्कत भी लोगों के लिए बहुत बड़ी चिंता का विषय है। एक और बड़ी चिंता है पॉल्यूशन की। फैक्ट्रियों में उचित व्यवस्था न होने के कारण यहां के लोग गंभीर बीमारियों के शिकार हो रहे हैं। कई जगह अवैध खनन की वजह से जमीन धंसने की शिकायतें हैं, घरों पर खतरा है। मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, 4 मई के बाद निर्मम सरकार जाएगी। निर्मम सरकार जाएगी। बीजेपी सरकार इस इलाके की एक एक परेशानी का समाधान किया जाएगा। आपका ये प्यार मेरे सर आंखों पर, ये आपका जोश, नौजवानों, आपने तो पूरे बंगाल का मिजाज दिखा दिया आज। साथियों, हमारा बंगाल शक्ति पूजा की धरती है, इसलिए आसनसोल बिमल प्रतिमा देवी जैसी वीरांगनाओं की कर्मभूमि हुआ करती थी। लेकिन निर्मम सरकार में उसी बंगाल की क्या हालत हुई है। आरजी कार जैसी विभत्स घटनाएं, संदेश खली के खौफनाक मंजर, टीएमसी ही हमेशा खुलकर बलात्कारियों के पक्ष में खड़ी होती है। इसलिए आज बंगाल में महिलाएं खुद को सुरक्षित महसूस नहीं कर पा रही। एसिड अटैक के मामले में बंगाल सबसे आगे पहुंच गया है। साथियों, बंगाल की महिलाएं सुरक्षा भी चाहती हैं और सम्मान भी चाहती है। बंगाल की महिलाएं सुविधाएं भी चाहती है और आगे बढ़ने के अवसर भी चाहती हैं। भाइयों बहनों, महिलाओं को उनके अधिकार दिलाने वाली, महिलाओं को अधिकार देने वाली अगर कोई पार्टी है तो वो पार्टी का नाम है भारतीय जनता पार्टी। उस पार्टी का नाम है आज नमो ड्रोन दीदी योजना से, लखपति दीदी योजना से महिलाओं को आर्थिक रूप से आत्मनिर्भर बनाया जा रहा है। पीएम आवास योजना के तहत अधिकतर मकान परिवार की महिला सदस्य के नाम पर आवंटित किए गए हैं। आज देश की बेटियां फाइटर जेट भी उड़ा रही है और बड़े बड़े पदों पर भी पहुंच रही है। अभी ऐसे कई बड़े काम और होने वाले हैं। मेरा आपसे आग्रह है, मेरी बहनें जितनी मजबूती से बीजेपी के साथ खड़ी होगी, उतने ही बड़े परिवर्तन आपके जीवन में आएंगे। साथियों, 15 साल तक बंगाल पर कब्जा करने के लिए टीएमसी ने हर हथकंडा अपनाया है। इन्होंने अपनी ही जनता पर अत्याचार किए, भय को हथियार बनाया, सरकारी योजनाओं में सिंडिकेट का भय, धार्मिक यात्रा निकालने में पत्थरबाजी और बमबाजी का भय, चुनाव में आपका वोट कब जाने का भय, विपक्षी कार्यकर्ताओं की राजनैतिक हत्या का भय। लेकिन टीएमसी वाले ये भूल गए हैं कि भय और आतंकी यही मशीनरी पहले लेपवालों के पास थी। बंगाल की जनता ने लेप के आतंक को भी हराया था और अब वही जनता टीएमसी के भय का भी अंत कर रही है। इसलिए इस चुनाव में टीएमसी का एक भी हथकंडा काम नहीं आ रहा है। ये लोग पूरी तरह बौखलाए हुए हैं। अभी मालदा में जो हुआ, अपनी बौखलाहट में टीएमसी ने बहुत बड़ी भूल कर दी है। ये घटना टीएमसी के इस महाजंगल राज के ताबूत में आखिरी कील साबित हो रही है। इसी बौखलाहट में अब टीएमसी वाले देश के सुरक्षा बलों को, सीआरपीएफ को गाली दे रहे हैं। इसका जवाब बंगाल की देशभक्त जनता दे करके रहेगी। और मैं टीएमसी को साफ कह देना चाहता हूं, बंगाल में कानून का राज स्थापित होने से अब वो रोक नहीं सकती। बंगाल में कानून का असली राज 4 मई के बाद शुरू होगा। 4 मई के बाद हर गुंडागर्दी का हिसाब लिया जाएगा। चुन चुन करके हिसाब लिया जाएगा। बंगाल में अब टीएमसी का भय नहीं, भाजपा का भरोसा चलेगा। और काटमानिर खेला चोलबे ना, काटमानिर खेला माफियादेर मेला, माफियादेर मेला, माफियादेर मेला। साथियों, बंगाल के लोगों की एक बहुत बड़ी चिंता घुसपैठियों की है। जो लोग पीढ़ियों से अपने गांव, अपने मोहल्लों में रहते आ रहे थे, उनके देखते देखते उन पर घुसपैठियों का कब्जा हो रहा है। कुछ जगह तो डेमोग्राफी इतनी बदल गई है कि लोगों को मंदिर जाने और पूजा करने की इजाजत नहीं मिल रही। कई जगह श्रद्धालुओं के रोज मंदिर जाने पर पाबंदी लगा दी गई। केवल दुर्गा पूजा के अवसर पर ही पूजा करने दी जाती है। बंगाल की पहचान का ऐसा संकट घुसपैठ को बढ़ावा देकर आज ऐसे हालात पैदा कर दिए गए और ये सब टीएमसी सरकार ही करवा रही है। साथियों, एक समय था जब लाल इश्तेहार जारी करके हिंदुओं को नरसंहार की धमकी दी जाती थी। टीएमसी भी आज वही कर रही है। एक समुदाय के नाम पर फिर से हिंदुओं को धमकाया जा रहा है। भाइयों बहनों, आसनसोल और बंगाल के लोग चाहते हैं कि उनकी जमीन सुरक्षित रहे, उनकी आस्था सुरक्षित रहे, उनकी आजीविका सुरक्षित रहे और उनकी बच्चों का भविष्य सुरक्षित रहे। और इसलिए आने वाले 23 अप्रैल को भविष्य के फैसले की घड़ी है। मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, बीजेपी ने ही भारत की पश्चिमी सीमाओं को सुरक्षित किया है। बीजेपी ही भारत की पूर्वी सीमा को सुरक्षित करेगी। इसलिए आपका एक वोट बंगाल के भविष्य के सुरक्षा की गारंटी बनेगा।
आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है नया उत्तर प्रदेश। यूपी का संकल्प $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, भारत की जीडीपी में 9.1% का योगदान।
हमने तय किया है उत्तर प्रदेश को एक विकसित राज्य बनाएंगे।
एक्सप्रेसवे प्रदेश, 7 चालू और 15 विकास के विभिन्न चरणों में एयरपोर्ट, 12 घरेलू, 4 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संचालित, 1 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहित 8 निर्माणाधीन, धरातल पर 15 लाख करोड़ के निवेश। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर से गरजती ताकत और जेवर से उड़ान भरती आकांक्षाएं, आज यूपी देश का पहला राज्य है जिसके पास सबसे बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क है। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में लंबी छलांग लगाकर हमने निवेश का नया इतिहास रचा है। डबल इंजन सरकार, डबल रफ्तार, विकसित भारत 2047, आत्मनिर्भर युवा, आधुनिक आधारभूत ढांचा, विकसित भारत का इंजन हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
and welcome viewers. You're watching News X and I'm Kriti Mehta. Let's start with a check of the top headlines this hour. Millions of people vote in assembly elections across Assam, Kerala and Puducherry. Addressing a public rally in West Bengal's Haldia, Prime Minister Narendra Modi says removing the TMC government was essential to achieving a Viksit Bengal. US President Donald Trump says that all US ships, aircraft and military personnel will remain in place around Iran until the real agreement on a ceasefire is fully complied with. Iran has issued new shipping routes in the Strait of Hormuz to counter mine threats, even as uncertainty persists over its reopening, with Tehran signaling possible future transit fee. Lebanon has declared a day of mourning after a wave of Israeli attacks killed at least 254 people and injured more than 1,165 in a single day. NASA's Artemis 2 astronauts have captured a stunning new Earthrise image while orbiting the far side of the moon. All right, viewers, and we start with some breaking news developments coming in connection to the Sabrimala case hearing. Now, the centre has backed the restriction on the entry of women of menstruating age in Kerala's Sabrimala temple, saying that the top court's 2018 verdict proceeds on the assumption that men are superior and women are on a lower pedestal. A 9-judge constitution bench headed by Chief Justice Suryakant is hearing petitions related to discrimination against women at religious places, including the Sabrimala temple in Kerala, and on the ambit and scope of religious freedom practiced by multiple faiths. Let's go across to my colleague Belly Thomas, who is getting us fresh updates from the court hearing. Belly, what more details are you picking up about the centre's allegations in the case, and what are the points that the centre has raised for women's entry in the temple?
The Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, appearing for the centre, told the constitutional bench, also comprising Justices B.V. Nagaratna, M.M. Sundaresh, Azanauddin Amanullah, Arvind Kumar Agustin, Augustin George Masi, Prasanna B. Varale, R. Mahadevan and Joy Malia Bagchi, that he filed a written submission and gave instances where men are not allowed in temples. It is a Devi Bhagavati temple. There are certain faiths and beliefs attached. There is one temple in Kerala, and he goes on to read it, where men will go dressed as women. They go to a beauty parlor, and female family members help them dress in sari. So it is not a question of male-centric or female-centric religious beliefs. In the present case, it happens to be women-centric, is what Mehta had been telling the bench. And at the Kotankulangara Sri Devi temple in Kerala, men dress up as women annually for the Chamaya Vilakku festival, honoring the goddess in tradition dating back centuries. And additional Solicitor General K.M. Nataraj had argued that public morality is the governing standard and not the constitutional morality as interpreted earlier. So in September 2018, this 5-judge constitution bench by a 4:1 majority verdict had lifted the ban that prevented women between the ages of 10 and 50 from entering the Sabrimala Ayyappa temple in Kerala, and held that the centuries-old Hindu religious practices was illegal and unconstitutional. And later on November 14, 2019, another 5-judge bench headed by the then Chief Justice of India, Ranjan Gogoi, by a majority of 3:2, referred the issue of discrimination against the women at various places of worship to a larger bench. Kriti.
Bailey, continue being with me in the discussion here. I'm also joined in the conversation now by Senior Advocate Jaina Kothari. Thanks very much for joining us. I want to ask you, what exactly did the Solicitor General mean when he says that the concept of patriarchy is adopted from the West, and the fact that women are not superior is an assumption that's been taken in the previous judgment.
Yeah, thank you. I think what was being argued by the Solicitor General is that we don't have the concept of patriarchy in India, and that women are not considered to be inferior in any way. That was what I think he argued and submitted. But the fact remains that in many places of worship, like the Sabrimala temple, women are still not allowed to enter, and in the particular case of the Sabrimala temple, it's during their menstruating ages. And that clearly is on account of considering women to be impure, to be polluted during their menstruating ages, and certainly a sign of discrimination against women. So I think while the statement may be made that India is not patriarchal as the West makes it out to be, I think we have to see how acts of discrimination against women are actually rectified and prohibited.
All right, do stay on with me. Ms. Kothari, we'll take some more breaking news updates, and I'll come back to you with some more questions on those. For now, viewers, let's also tell you that amid the ongoing hearing on the case, Additional Solicitor General KM Nataraj also said that public morality is the governing standard and not the constitutional morality as interpreted earlier. He also further stated, and I quote, "Religious rights under the Constitution are well needed under schemes of Article 25 and 26. There is a three-tier mechanism to protect religious rights under the Constitution. First part of Article 25 guarantees an individual right. Second part is a regulatory mechanism, and Article 26 is an institutional right. Article 25(1) and 26 are well connected, interconnected, giving right to individual. But however, when it comes to a regulatory mechanism, it comes to Article 26, Part 2. Let's first go to Belly. Belly, please help us understand this statement, and then we'll get better clarity from Advocate Kothari with us.
The Additional Solicitor General KM Nataraj had said that the public morality is the governing standard and not the constitutional morality. Wherein what is mentioned in the Constitution is for everyone, for not only in that people in that religious fold alone, but for people in general. It's what he meant when he says that it is bound by constitutional morality. But when it comes to public morality, he says that there are certain traditions that certain folds of the religion follow, that at that point in time we are bound to follow that. If like I said earlier, when in certain temples men dressed up as women go, that is not to demean anyone, but it is to please God, or it is to kind of to a sign of appeasement for their own conscience is what they follow, such religious practices. So when it comes to that sense of offering a kind of appeasement or a ritualistic offering to the god, it comes under the public morality, and it shouldn't be brought under constitutional morality, is what is being argued.
Yes.
So the Additional Solicitor General is reiterating the fact that the court shouldn't see constitutional morality in such cases, and they should come to the actual public morality.
All right, Belly, thanks very much for joining us and helping us with those additional details. Let's go back to Advocate Kothari, who's there with us. Advocate Kothari, of course, he's citing the instances of temples where men are also barred from entering, only women are allowed, and even some temples where men cross-dress as women and then are allowed. Does this then strengthen the assumption that this is not a discriminatory practice against women, but a temple-specific ritual, given that Lord Ayyappa was a brahmachari?
Yeah, so I can just respond. I mean, you'll have many temple-specific practices, but what we do find is that this is not a practice which is a peculiarity of a nature that is unconnected to the gender or sex of a person. There are practices, and this is not just the Sabrimala temple. There are in fact many places of worship which don't allow women to enter, and those practices have in fact traditionally emerged. They are practices from hundreds of years on account of not treating women as equal citizens. And you find that across many religions. It's not, and the Sabrimala temple case is one particular example of it. And so therefore, I don't think the argument that there is a temple A or temple B which allows men to cross-dress or dress up as women, that can be an equivalent argument because that's not what is sought to be argued here. And, if we look back at the issue of public morality and constitutional morality, that's exactly where the answer lies. If we are to, say that everything should be decided by public morality, in fact, public morality decided that it's okay to bar women, it's okay to bar a certain section of society, and that's not what we are governed by. Public morality could just be majoritarian morality, right? Would the majority be given the decision-making power to, decide what to be done? And the answer is that, no, we are governed by our Constitution. Our Constitution guarantees fundamental rights to everyone. And that is the standard of governance. And that is what is constitutional morality. That constitutional morality decides on the basis of constitutional values and principles of equality, non-discrimination on the basis of sex, religion, etc. And that is what our country, what our courts have said will govern. And therefore,
in fact, to stay on with me, Advocate Kothari, I want to read out the statement that's coming in from the Chief Justice of India as well. During the Sabrimala hearing at the Supreme Court, Additional Solicitor General Natraj also stated that Article 26 has no independent existence without Article 25(1), to which CJI Kant then replied, and I'm quoting, the overriding expression in Article 25(2) that nothing in this article shall, this kind of non-obstant clause is referable to Article 13. When they talk about the operation of any existing law, means the law protected under Article 13 that include custom, usage having force of law. Advocate Kothari, please help us understand what exactly is the Chief Justice of India referring to here when he says that Article 25 cannot be seen.
Yeah, see, I mean, Article 25 is the right to freedom of religion, and Article 13 looks at laws which also look at customs. In many of our decisions, a lot of customary practices have also been recognized and given validity. So I don't think that is a problem, when we look at 25, which is freedom of religion. It also takes into account customary practices which have been, which may have become part of some religion and may have become part of religious practices. Now that's fine. The question here in this hearing is that can the right to freedom of religion under Article 25, even if it does include customary practices, should it be subject to fundamental rights, which is, in this case, I mean, Article 25 is also one of the fundamental rights. Should it be subject to other fundamental rights? And in this case, it would be the fundamental right of women or the right to equality between men and women. Should it be subject to that? Or can it just exist and not be bound by any other fundamental rights? That's the main question.
All right, viewers, let's in fact take a look at one such unique tradition. At the heart of Kerala's deeply rooted spiritual traditions stands the Devi Bhagwati temple. a shrine that challenges conventional ideas of gender and devotion. Unlike most temples where restrictions have historically been applied on women, this temple follows a strikingly different custom that men are not allowed to enter in their usual identity. Instead, they participate in worship only by embodying the feminine. Every year during rituals like the Ketukkachi, a male devotee arrives dressed as a woman, draped in saris, adorned with jewelry and wearing makeup. This transformation is not merely symbolic, it is considered an essential part of the ritual. Families play a central role. Female relatives often assist in preparing the men, helping them dress and guiding them through the process, sometimes even accompanying them to beauty salons. In this sacred setting, the act of devotion takes precedence over conventional expressions of identity, reflecting a distinct cultural and religious practice. This tradition has been referenced in discussions around the Sabrimala temple entry verdict. In legal and public debates, examples like this temple have been cited to illustrate the diversity of customs across religious institutions in India, where entry practices and ritual requirements may vary based on specific beliefs and traditions. Let's invite to comment on this Shekhar Vijayan. Shekhar, thanks very much for joining us. Firstly, how significant is the fact that the Solicitor General has chosen these examples to contest the 2018 verdict in the case?
Thank you for having me over. And, I think Kerala's spiritual traditions have always had layers beyond the obvious. Kerala's temple structure is deeply nuanced. What may appear unusual from the outside often has centuries of symbolism behind it. I think the ritual challenges rigid ideas of gender in a very, very powerful way. I was hearing what you were talking about in terms of how, the men are dressed up. And I think it is such an interesting way to challenge the rigid ideas of gender. And it's done in such a symbolic, in such an interesting manner. So what really stands out here is that devotion becomes more important than gender identity or social roles. And also this ritual creates a sacred space where, masculinity is not seen as fixed, but something that can be temporarily transformed in the service of faith. I don't think this is performance, this is a surrender. For devotees, dressing up a woman is not theatre, it's an act of humility and, spiritual submission. And the role of women in this ritual is also equally significant, I feel. Is that the entire family gets in together, they come in to support the woman who helped prepare the male relator. So I think it's a community-driven event more than anything else, where people are coming in together because they have a strong faith in this, and that's what is exciting, interesting, and diverse and dynamic of the temple culture in Kerala, for example. Devotion, and how you just surrender to it. The tradition also reflects India's diversity in religious customs. India's religious practices are incredibly diverse, and temple customs often emerge from local histories and beliefs. So I believe this is very interesting. It cannot be, the temple shows that customs cannot be viewed, through a single national lens. And this diversity is a part of our civilization, actually. And that's what makes our civilization so unique and so distinct and so different and so dynamic.
Shekhar, thanks for joining us with your perspective. And with that, viewers, we are moving ahead to take a look at Prime Minister Modi's public address in West Bengal. Now, while addressing a public gathering, Prime Minister Modi has stated that change in Bengal has now become an indelible reality. He said the entirety of Asansol now desires change. All of Bengal desires change. In Bengal, the cup of TMC's sins has finally run over. The next government in Bengal will be a double-engine government. After the 4th of May, Bengal will enter a new era of development. Let's go across to Renik Datta. Renik, Prime Minister Modi, of course, sounding the poll bugle, saying it's time for the BJP to come to West Bengal. But take us through what is the mood on the ground really like?
एकदम देखिए, आज प्रधानमंत्री का जो आसनसोल का प्रचार था हल्दिया के बाद, उस जगह पर आने के बाद ही प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से आसनसोल के लिए केंद्र सरकार की तरफ से, केंद्र बीजेपी सरकार के लिए तरफ से क्या क्या किया गया है, उसका जिस तरीके से बात कहा गया है, उसी तरीके से आसनसोल दुर्गापुर का डेवलपमेंट के लिए पश्चिम बंगाल में डबल इंजन सरकार तैयार होना कितना जरूरी है, उसके बारे में भी दिशा दिखाया गया है। आज प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से आसनसोल में पब्लिक रैली एड्रेस करने के टाइम पर उनकी तरफ से स्पष्ट कहा गया है कि जिस तरीके से आसनसोल और दुर्गापुर जिस तरीके से पश्चिम बंगाल का एक बीच है, पश्चिम बंगाल का इंडस्ट्री के लिए एक सबसे महत्वपूर्ण जगह है, उस जगह को डेवलपमेंट करने के लिए, उस जगह को सही तरीके से इस्तेमाल करने के लिए डबल इंजन सरकार होना चाहिए। और उस तरीके से ही प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से एक आंकड़ा भी आज रखा गया है आसनसोल में पब्लिक रैली में। उस जगह में उनकी तरफ से जिक्र किया गया है कि 2011 साल के पहले पश्चिम बंगाल में पूरा देश में अगर 100 रुपये का इनकम होता था तो उसमें बंगाल में 11 से 12 रुपये बंगाल कमाता था। मगर अभी सिचुएशन बन चुका है कि 2011 के बाद अभी वो घटकर 5 से 5.5 रुपया हो चुका है बंगाल का हिस्सा। यानी किस तरीके से बंगाल नीचे की तरफ जा रहा है उसका बात आज प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से कहा गया है। और उसके साथ साथ ही प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से ये भी वादा किया गया है कि अगर पश्चिम बंगाल में डबल इंजन सरकार आए तो आसनसोल में जिस तरीके से कोल इंडस्ट्री है, आसनसोल दुर्गापुर में जिस तरीके से स्टील इंडस्ट्री है, तो उसको सही तरीके से डेवलप करके उसमें से पश्चिम बंगाल को नया इंडस्ट्री ले आने का जो बात वो भी आज प्रधानमंत्री की तरफ से कहा गया है। और उसके साथ साथ ही
रैनिक बने रहे हमारे साथ। वी ऑल्सो हैव अ स्टेटमेंट नाउ व्यूअर्स कमिंग इन फ्रॉम Smriti Irani, BJP leader Smriti Irani accompanied Ratna Devnath, the BJP candidate, to file her nomination. She said, and I'm quoting, that she has lost her daughter to a heinous crime. It's shameful that TMC's goons not only harass her but also humiliate her. If TMC wanted justice, why didn't they deliver justice to her daughter? Why are TMC people still humiliating this mother today? She has taken a vow to uproot these roots of oppression. Hear that statement for yourself, viewers.
रत्ना दी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रार्थी अपना नॉमिनेशन भरने जा रही हैं। इन्होंने अपनी बेटी को एक जघन्य अपराध में खोया है। ये शर्म की बात है कि टीएमसी के गुंडे न सिर्फ इनको परेशान करते हैं बल्कि इनको अपमानित भी करते हैं। वाकई में अगर टीएमसी न्याय चाहती थी तो इस बेटी को न्याय क्यों नहीं दिलवाया? क्यों इस मां का अपमान आज भी, जब वो अपने लोकतांत्रिक अधिकार का निर्वहन कर रही हैं, तब टीएमसी के गुंडे फिर भी क्यों इस महिला को परेशान करते हैं, अपमानित करते हैं? इसका जवाब टीएमसी के गुंडों की जो संरक्षक है उनको देना पड़ेगा।
रैनिक, आरजी कौर की विक्टिम की माता के साथ दिखी गई हैं स्मृति ईरानी और उनका सपोर्ट कर रही हैं। ऑफ कोर्स इलेक्शंस भी कॉन्टेस्ट कर रहे हैं वो, बट जब वो गए थे अपना नॉमिनेशन फाइल करने के लिए, किस प्रकार का माहौल था उनका? उनके बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग स्टेटमेंट्स भी आए हैं, उन पे भी कुछ प्रकाश डालिए।
एक मिनट, देखिए बीजेपी की तरफ से इस बार आर्टिकल घटना के जो विक्टिम है उनका जो माता उनको उम्मीदवार किया गया है पानीहाटी केंद्र से। और पानीहाटी केंद्र में आज नामांकन दाखिल करने जा रहे थे, उनके साथ स्मृति ईरानी वो भी मौजूद थे। उनकी तरफ से स्पष्ट किया गया है कि किस तरीके से उनके ऊपर अभी भी तृणमूल कांग्रेस के जो कर्मी हैं उनके तरफ से किस तरीके से उनके ऊपर प्रेशर डाला जा रहा है, उनको रास्ते में देखकर हैरास किया जा रहा है, इसके ऊपर नजर दिया जा रहा है। क्योंकि देखिए 2 दिन पहले भी रत्ना देवनाथ की तरफ से जब प्रचार किया जा रहा था उस दौरान भी तृणमूल कर्मियों की तरफ से उनको प्रोटेस्ट किया गया, तो उनको रोका गया, उनको हैरास किया गया, ये आरोप रत्ना देवनाथ की तरफ से उठाया गया था। और उसी का जिक्र आज स्मृति ईरानी की तरफ से भी किया गया है। की तरफ से ये भी कहा गया है कि अगर तृणमूल कांग्रेस चाहती थी तो इस घटना का जो आसन जो दोषी उनको निकल सकती थी। मगर दूसरी तरफ अगर देखा जाए तो रत्ना देवनाथ जो लड़ाई में उतरी है उसका सपोर्ट जो बीजेपी कर रहे हैं उसका जिक्र भी आज स्मृति ईरानी की तरफ से किया गया है।
जी रैनिक, धन्यवाद आपका जुड़ने के लिए, हमारे साथ जानकारी के लिए। एंड विद दैट वाज we're now going to move on to news from Manipur. Now the All Manipur United Clubs organization along with several other civil society groups have staged a protest rally in Imphal today demanding justice for the recent Trong Laobi incident. As the rally reached Keshamthong Hodam Lirak, heavy deployment of central and state forces blocked further movement of the demonstrators. However, authorities allowed a small delegation of protesters to proceed to meet the Chief Minister and submit a memoranda outlining their demands. 2 children were killed, remember viewers, and their mother was injured after a bomb was heard by suspected militants at a house in the area of the Moirang on April 7. Nibir Teka is there with us. Nibir, what are their demands in the memoranda that they submitted? All right, viewers, we've lost that audio connection with my colleague Nibir Teka, but protest march is staged over the demands of the supporters of the victims in the Manipur violence case, where 2 children were killed after a bomb attack. A bomb was hurled by suspected militants in the Moirang area, and now Manipur United Clubs organization and several other civil society groups have been staging a march demanding justice for the victims. Nibir is back with us. Nibir, I wanted to ask you about the demands that they have submitted in this memorandum.
Yes, absolutely. After this incident in Manipur, which led to the loss of 5 lives, now we are seeing protests being held. And today in Imphal, at the heart of the city, we saw how protests were escalated and a lot of people gathered to protest against the recent killings in the Bishnupur district. Some of them were able to go to the Chief Minister and submit a memorandum wherein they have raised the concerns of militancy in the state and also protecting the lives of innocent people is what they have written in the memorandum, and they discussed the issues with the ongoing issues with the Chief Minister Khemchand Singh, and further the Chief Minister has assured them that all-out action will be taken to arrest those culprits and also to control the situation.
All right, Nibir, thank you very much for joining us. And with that, viewers, we're taking a very quick commercial break. Stay tuned to NewsX.
आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है नया उत्तर प्रदेश। यूपी का संकल्प $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, भारत की जीडीपी में 9.1% का योगदान।
हमने तय किया है उत्तर प्रदेश को एक विकसित राज्य बनाएंगे।
एक्सप्रेसवे प्रदेश, 7 चालू और 15 विकास के विभिन्न चरणों में एयरपोर्ट, 12 घरेलू, 4 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संचालित, 1 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहित 8 निर्माणाधीन, धरातल पर 15 लाख करोड़ के निवेश। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर से गरजती ताकत और जेवर से उड़ान भरती आकांक्षाएं, आज यूपी देश का पहला राज्य है जिसके पास सबसे बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क है। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में लंबी छलांग लगाकर हमने निवेश का नया इतिहास रचा है। डबल इंजन सरकार, डबल रफ्तार, विकसित भारत 2047, आत्मनिर्भर युवा, आधुनिक आधारभूत ढांचा, विकसित भारत का इंजन, हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश।
महाशय धर्मपाल जी के 130वें जन्मदिन पर MDH मसालों पर पाइए 10% एक्स्ट्रा। अब स्वाद के साथ बचत भी, अब पाइए बचत ही बचत।
पंजाब केसरी से एक्चुअली वो छोटा सा सवाल है, ये जो 5 किलो के जो सिलेंडर है मैम, क्या इनके लिए ऐसी कोई पॉलिसी है कि आपको एड्रेस वेरिफिकेशन कराना होगा? क्योंकि जो लेबर है, जो माइग्रेटेड हो रहे हैं, उनका सबसे बड़ा रीज़न यही है कि जो भी उनके पास जाते हैं वो उनका कहता है आधार कार्ड। अगर आधार कार्ड देते हैं तो वो कहते हैं कि आपका एड्रेस यहाँ का नहीं है तो हम आपको सिलेंडर नहीं देंगे, ये डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन पॉइंट से है। अगर उनका ऑनर अगर देता है आधार कार्ड तो वो उनको ये कहते हैं कि साहब आपके पास तो ऑलरेडी सिलेंडर दूसरा है आपके उस नाम पे, तो हम आपको इसलिए सिलेंडर नहीं दे सकते। ये इशू है 5 किलो वाले के लिए। और अगर किसी का एड्रेस दिल्ली का हुआ, किसी लेबर का, तो उनको कहते हैं 7 दिन बाद वेरिफिकेशन होगा, देन वी विल प्रोवाइड सिलेंडर एंड 5 किलो kg cylinder.
We'll take the answers. I think Randir ji will go to you first.
So first, Rajesh, coming to your question, all that I have to say is that we continue to follow developments that are happening in regard to West Asia. Sukal, to your question, yes, we have also seen some reports that you're referring to. Our point of view and we continue to call for free and safe navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. We made this point in our statement yesterday as well and continue to do so now as well. On the question of toll, we have said this on several occasions, but you continue to ask this question. There has been absolutely no discussion on this point between us and Iran. So that is where we are. As to what will be the scenario if a certain situation arrives or happens in future, we'll see when time comes. But our point of view at this point in time is that we continue to call for free and safe navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. Bangladesh, question regarding Bangladesh. Yes, the foreign minister was here. He had a meeting with the external affairs minister and several other meetings, including one with our petroleum minister. We have been supplying energy products to Bangladesh since 2007. So it is nothing new. This supply of energy to Bangladesh has been happening through various mediums, various means of transportation, including the friendship pipeline that we have in between the two countries. And in recent weeks also, we've supplied energy products to them as per their request, keeping in mind our own requirement, our refining capacity and availability that we have here in our country. Aswat, to your question, भारत से कितने हमारे लोग वहाँ पर हैं, और नीरज आपका भी सवाल यही था कि हमारे कितने भारतीय नागरिक ईरान के अंदर हैं. कल जैसे कि मैंने बताया था 7,500 लोग हमारा ये मानना है, हमारी एम्बेसी का ये मानना है कि 7,500 लोग हमारे भारतीय नागरिक ईरान में अभी भी हैं. और चूंकि अभी शांति का माहौल बना है, अभी युद्ध विराम हुआ है, तो हमारा उनसे आग्रह है कि अगर दक्षिण में है या किसी बहुत बड़ा देश है ईरान, तो अभी समय ऐसा है कि वो एक देश के एक छोर से उत्तर की तरफ, जहां आर्मीनिया और अजरबैजान के रास्ते वो लोग भारत आ रहे हैं, ये अभी सुरक्षा का माहौल है, तो वो लोग एक जगह से दूसरे जगह जा सकते हैं. और इसलिए हम लोगों ने एडवाइजरी जारी किया है ताकि वो एम्बेसी के साथ जुड़कर उनके मुताबिक उनसे गाइडेंस लेकर वो चाहें तो देश को छोड़ सकते हैं. There was a question about certain comments by defense minister of a country. I don't have any comments to make on that. नीरज, आपका सवाल आपके सवाल में ही जवाब है. अगर शांति का माहौल बनेगा, सबके लिए फ़ायदा होता है, आम जनजीवन बेहतर होता है. हमारे बहुत सारे भारतीय लोग खाड़ी के देशों में रहते हैं, उनका जनजीवन बेहतर होता है. उसके अलावे जो जहाँ ऊर्जा आपूर्ति की बात होती है, वो ज़्यादा बेहतर हो सकता है. तो शांति का माहौल तो हमेशा से हमारा प्रयास रहा है कि शांति बने, और हर शांति पहल का हमने उसका समर्थन किया है. कल के देखा होगा हमने स्टेटमेंट में भी हम लोगों ने ये बात कही है. तो शांति के पक्ष में तो हमेशा रहते हैं, और हम चाहते हैं, और हमारा ये मानना है, अपेक्षा भी है कि शांति का जो अभी माहौल बना है ये आगे भी कायम रहेगा. धन्यवाद.
शिपिंग मिनिस्ट्री.
Good afternoon. One question was asked about any movement of Indian flagged vessel in last 24 hours. So there is no movement of any of the Indian flagged vessel. Then there was a question about the charging of toll for passing through SOH. So I hope Mr. Randhir has already replied to this. There was another question, same new declaration of Iran about what will happen for passing through Strait of Hormuz. So again, that we will sort out in coordination with MEA and other agencies. And as regard to a question about the DG shipping circular which was issued last night, actually we were receiving some kind of complaints or information that terminal operators were charging, and then some concession which were granted by the port authorities, particularly relating to detention charges, ground rent, reefer plug-in charges, and similar other charges, were not being passed on immediately to the exporter, but they were giving that on reimbursement basis. So this came to our notice, and we immediately asked DG Shipping to sort out this issue, and that's why this circular was issued to immediately pass on. It should be transparently. It should not happen that they will charge the exporter and then subsequently say after 1 month or 15 days they will reimburse that. So the relief should be immediate. That was the basic aim of the circular. There were some other issues also, like war risk premium. So the shipping lines, while deciding upon the charges, they should transparently say that what is the war risk premium that they have paid along with documentation, because during this wartime war risk premium is imposed. Then other was about this documentation of additional charges for diversion and third port charges. So that also it was said that if you are charging this, that should accompany along with the proper documentation. So these were the main highlights of this circular. Thank you.
Thank you, Sujat. डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स के संबंध में एक सवाल पूछा गया। मैं आप लोगों को बताना चाहूँगी कि हमारे देश में लगभग 25,000 एलपीजी डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स हैं और जो सिचुएशन है, आप सब इस बात से सहमत होंगे कि अनप्रेसिडेंटेड है और जिस तरह का पैनिक बुकिंग हुआ है और जिस तरह से सारे डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज के साथ खड़े हुए हैं, वो भी आप लोगों ने देखा है। मैं ये भी बताना चाहूँगी कि सैटरडे हो या संडे हो, छुट्टी वाले दिन भी हमारे डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स ने अपनी दुकानें खोली हैं और सिलेंडर्स को डिलीवर कराया है। पिछले 5 से 6 हफ्ते के बीच में लगभग 19.5 करोड़ घरों तक एलपीजी सिलेंडर पहुंचाया गया है। इसके अलावा आप देख रहे हैं कि कमर्शियल जो 5 किलो वाला सिलेंडर है वो भी हमारे डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर सेल कर रहे हैं और ऑन एन एवरेज 1 लाख सिलेंडर की सेल हो रही है। तो इसके अलावा हो सकता है कहीं पर कोई कुछ माल प्रैक्टिस हो, तो उसके लिए हमारी टीम्स सरप्राइज इंस्पेक्शन कर रही हैं, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स भी रेड कर रही हैं और जहां पर कुछ भी गलती पाई जा रही है वहां पर शो कॉज नोटिस भी दिया जा रहा है और अगर गलती अगर ग्रेव है तो उसी के आधार उसी के प्रोपोर्शन में एक्शन भी लिया जा रहा है। आई हैव ऑलरेडी शेयर्ड विद यू द नंबर ऑफ एलपीजी डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स हु हैव बीन सस्पेंडेड। मैं ये भी बोलना चाहूँगी कि हमारी डिस्ट्रिक्ट मॉनिटरिंग कमिटीज़ आर ऑलरेडी इन एग्जिस्टेंस। हर जिले के अंदर एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट मॉनिटरिंग कमेटी है, वहाँ पर शिकायत की जा सकती है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर के ऑफिस में शिकायत की जा सकती है। हमारी जो ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज़ हैं उनके ऑनलाइन ग्रीवेंस टोल फ्री नंबर्स भी हैं, उस पर भी शिकायत की जा सकती है। आप जिस एक खास केस के बारे में बता रही हैं, आप अगर उसे हमें डिटेल देंगी तो वी विल गेट इट इंक्वायर्ड। 5 किलो के सिलेंडर के बारे में मैं बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से आपको बताना चाहूँगी कि सिर्फ वैलिड आईडी प्रूफ चाहिए, एड्रेस नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि 5 किलो का सिलेंडर जो है वो माइग्रेंट पॉपुलेशन के लिए ही है या स्टूडेंट्स के लिए है जिनके पास एड्रेस प्रूफ नहीं है। ये भी बताना चाहूँगी कि जब पिछले कुछ दिनों से 5 किलो की सप्लाई को इंक्रीज़ किया गया है, सो ये सिलेंडर्स जो हैं राज्य सरकार के कंप्लीट कंट्रोल के अंदर हैं और ये सिस्टम इसीलिए इम्प्लीमेंट किया गया ताकि डाइवर्जन ना हो, ब्लैक मार्केटिंग ना हो, होर्डिंग ना हो और सही जो उपभोक्ता है उस तक ये सेवा पहुँचे और उसको ये सिलेंडर मिल पाए। आपने शटडाउन के बारे में पूछा। शटडाउन, रिफाइनरी शटडाउन जो है, आप मुझसे सहमत होंगे, दिस इज़ अ वेरी रूटीन एक्सरसाइज and the decision is taken by the refineries based on the circumstances, demand, supply, repair, whatever are their compulsions. Based on that, they take the appropriate decisions. Regarding purchase of crude from one specific country, I will not be able to comment on that. Our priority is to secure as much as crude as we can so that we can meet our domestic demand. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, friends. Thank you, officers. Thank you all.
Hello, I'm Billy Thomas and I'm covering the 2026 Kerala elections for NewsX from Thiruvananthapuram.
Hi, my name is Brian Anthony Thomas and I am covering the very 2026 West Bengal elections from the very Cooch Behar seat.
Hi, I am Ranik. I'm covering 2026 Bengal election for NewsX from Nandigram.
Hi, I am Anand Singh and I am covering 2026 Kerala elections for NewsX from Wayanad.
Hi, I am Nibir Deka and I will be covering the Assam elections 2026 from 5 constituencies of Guwahati for NewsX.
आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है नया उत्तर प्रदेश। यूपी का संकल्प $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, भारत की जीडीपी में 9.1% का योगदान।
हमने तय किया है उत्तर प्रदेश को एक विकसित राज्य बनाएंगे।
एक्सप्रेसवे प्रदेश, 7 चालू और 15 विकास के विभिन्न चरणों में एयरपोर्ट, 12 घरेलू, 4 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संचालित, 1 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहित 8 निर्माणाधीन, धरातल पर 15 लाख करोड़ के निवेश। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर से गरजती ताकत और जेवर से उड़ान भरती आकांक्षाएं, आज यूपी देश का पहला राज्य है जिसके पास सबसे बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क है। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में लंबी छलांग लगाकर हमने निवेश का नया इतिहास रचा है। डबल इंजन सरकार, डबल रफ्तार, विकसित भारत 2047, आत्मनिर्भर युवा, आधुनिक आधारभूत ढांचा, विकसित भारत का इंजन, हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश।
Banerjee has proved that she has become an elected autocrat.
People of Kerala have increasingly started seeing the BJP in its true colors as a development party.
बंगाल में सत्ता परिवर्तन करके बंगाल में लोगों का जिंदगी में परिवर्तन लाना ही हमारा उद्देश्य है।
It's a complete cheating what Mamata Banerjee has done for the people of Bengal.
I'm joined by the BJP NDA candidate of Vattiyoorkavu constituency, Srilekha ma'am with me. Ma'am, thank you for speaking to NewsX. If you can tell us like how did the campaign go and what is the strategy of winning Vattiyoorkavu like?
Yeah, actually the campaign went very well. Although people were saying that it is a triangular contest and all that, after some time, after a week or so, I could know that it is people are concentrating towards one corner, that is on the top part of the pyramid towards NDA, and the support they are offering is amazing. The people are with us, they want a change, they are fed up with the present government. They know that India, the alliance is together against BJP, so they are fed up with the UDF also. So they need this change for this developmental, real development that they can use, feel, touch, experience. So they are with us for this particular reason, and we are confident to win.
When Prime Minister Modi was in town a couple of days, like we saw, he was flanked by Rajiv Chandrasekhar on one side and you on the other side. What do you have to say on PM coming for, campaigning for BJP NDA in Kerala? Like?
PM Modi ji was there in Kerala quite a number of times. He came earlier and then he went to Thrissur and Palakkad and those areas, and then he was campaigning. He came for a road show to Trivandrum also. So that shows his interest in Kerala, that this time Kerala NDA should win. That is the message that he is giving to the people, that once we come to power in Kerala, we become a government in Kerala, then there will be this unhurdled flow of benefits from the central government to the people of Kerala. Right now, the government in the state is standing as a sort of a hurdle, like a dam, check dam. They are not allowing anything to flow. So this has to be broken, and this is with the people's mandate that we are going to break this and allow the waters of the development, finances, and the corrupt-free administration, all benefits that flow freely from center to the state.
One last question would be like when it comes to Vattiyoorkavu, what are the issues like what the BJP is promising people that it would solve?
Yeah, the issues are tremendous. In fact, the sitting MLA has been corrupt and also he has been making false promises and he also claims to have done a lot of development, but we see everything in shatters, in broken condition. Roads are broken, junctions are in shatters. The only hospital, government hospital, is in a pathetic condition. The mental hospital of the state is in absolutely pathetic condition. The Polytechnic college is in very bad shape. So everything is bad here. And he promised an overbridge in Perurkada, which is the busiest junction connecting the city to the rural area. That is also not come through. So what has he done for the past 7 years is a big question that people are raising. So that we want to correct that. And also I visited a lot of colonies where poor people stay, SC/ST people stay. Situation is very bad there. So the women there, especially people there, they want a real change. So my keen interest is to uplift all those places and to see that true development is brought in. Infrastructure in people's lives.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that with us. So that was the BJP NDA candidate, Sri Lekha of the Vattiyoorkavu constituency, right in front of a polling booth. With camera person Pawan Kumar, this is Billy Thomas for NewsX, Thiruvananthapuram. Kerala State BJP President Rajiv Chandrasekhar with me. Sir, did you sleep well last night?
Yes, very much. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Prime Minister Modi called you. What you said? Like, can you share what did he?
No, he called me and he said, I convey my best wishes to all the Karyakartas who have worked very hard. I am very confident. He said that I am very confident that your work will pay off. And I'm deeply grateful that he took the time early in the morning to call me and to convey his best wishes to every Karyakarta.
It is said that it is a decisive battle. Your comments on that?
No, it is a very important, it's one of the most important elections in the history of Kerala's politics. And the people see it that way. People have taken it over as that. People want change, people want development, people want a new direction for our Kerala. And I think that in a democracy, it is the people's will that will prevail always, not the CPM and the Congress's will.
As a BJP state president, how many seats do you expect this time?
Not more than 140.
Great. Sir, at last, like we've seen this pencil in the pictures of all your campaign. Can you explain why?
No, this is a pen. I mean, there's nothing special about I carry a Nataraj pencil for the last 20 years in my pocket because I have a tendency to lose pens and therefore I carry a pencil. So even if I lose a pencil, I can replace it with a pencil.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that with us. That was the Kerala State BJP President, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, after casting his vote at the Jawahar Nagar polling booth. With camera person Pawan Kumar, this is Billy Thomas for NewsX, Thiruvananthapuram.
गौरव गोगोई सर, आप कितना कॉन्फिडेंट फील कर रहे हैं? अभी आपने वोट कास्ट किया है यहाँ जोरहाट।
देखिए, असम के लोगों में जो उमंग की लहर है, खुशहाली की लहर है, असम की भविष्य सुरक्षित हाथों में है। हम सब मिलकर असम को सशक्त करेंगे, असम को जोड़ेंगे, असम की जो शालीनता है, जो हमारी सभ्यता है, उसका संरक्षण करेंगे और लोकतांत्रिक जो हमारे सिद्धांत है उसको बचा के रखेंगे। जिस असम जो महापुरुष शंकरदेव का असम है, माधवदेव का असम है, अजान पीर का असम है, लासित बोरफुकन का असम है, ज्योति प्रसाद अग्रवाल का असम है, उसी असम का दायित्व हम सब मिलकर लेकर असम को आगे लेके जाएंगे।
क्या जोरहाट की जनता एक विधायक को चुन रही है या एक भावी मुख्यमंत्री को? सर, ये जवाब और दें प्लीज।
असम के लोग आज एक सशक्त असम, एक नए असम के पक्ष में अपना मतदान दे रहे हैं।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर इंडिया न्यूज से बात करने के लिए। और ये थे गौरव गोगोई और इन्होंने अभी जोरहाट के इस पोलिंग बूथ पर अपना एक तरह से जो कहा जाता है कि मताधिकार वोट कास्ट किया है और काफी कॉन्फिडेंट हैं आसाम में कांग्रेस की विक्ट्री को लेकर। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट अंकुश के साथ मैं संभव शर्मा, इंडिया न्यूज, जोरहाट।
I'm joined by the senior Congress leader and MP, Dr. Shashi Tharoor with me. Sir, your pulse analysis, you have extensively traveled like campaigning for your candidates. So your pulse analysis on it.
Well, look, I've been through 59 constituencies, spoken with and for 59 candidates, and they're in 12 districts right across the state, the length and breadth of the state. So I can tell you what I've seen is a genuine level of enthusiasm for our candidates, for our message, and therefore for a message of change. Change is the key message. And for us, that change is going to be something that is truly essential, because those who are tired of 10 years of misrule of the LDF, they see the UDF as a credible alternative.
So do you think that there is an anti-incumbency factor, and like if at all, like we don't get to hear that from on ground? People say that, LDF is good. There are positive comments on it.
Depends on who you're talking to, my dear friend. This is a fairly equally divided state. So if you happen to see 1 out of 2 people will be pro-LDF, but the truth is right now we are edging ahead. Because even amongst LDF voters, a lot of people are saying we've seen enough. These guys can't do very good. Let's give somebody else a chance, and the somebody else is obviously UDF.
Okay, so in Kerala, there is a traditional fight between the UDF and the LDF, and now the NDA has come in as a third front. What is your take on it?
The take on this is, don't forget that the NDA is a 0-seat alliance in Kerala. BJP has 0 seats in the assembly. People in North don't seem to realize that. They may talk a good game, spend a lot of money, have posters and hoardings everywhere, but they have no seats. So even if they are able to make themselves viable contenders in a couple of constituencies, even there they are facing a 3-cornered fight. There is no place where they are far ahead and about to win. There are only places where they are fighting with LDF and UDF. So even in the best case scenario for them, we're looking at a maximum of 1 or 2. And frankly, even that is not guaranteed, depends on how people vote during the day. Even if that comes through for them, I'm asking you one simple question: what difference will it make in an assembly of 140? What we are looking for is a decisive mandate in the full assembly.
Now, the Prime Minister has called for a meeting for the 33% representation for women. So your take on that?
Well, look, we are very much in favor of women's reservation. But what we don't understand is there's already a bill passed, constitutional amendment passed. If they want to change, what is the change about? They've not shown us a draft bill yet. What is that change going to imply? What is it going to bring about? What is the method to be used? How is it going to proceed? I would like to know very seriously what exactly the government has in mind. If frankly what they have in mind is something that does not affect federalism, does not affect the functioning of the legislature, I'm sure we'll want to entertain it because we are in favor of women's reservation. But we can't just say sight unseen when they haven't even shown us a draft bill.
My final question is, if you were to make an appeal to the people on what issues in Kerala that you would make an appeal, and can you enumerate that?
Yeah, the issues are, first of all, misrule, misgovernance and corruption on the part of the incumbent government. Secondly, a vision of the future which is anchored in development, in a conviction that our young people should not be flocking out of the state to other states and other countries because there is nothing going on here. We should give them new courses of study by completely reforming our education system. We should bring in new investment into new areas of business that are relevant in the 21st century. We should create more job opportunities for them. We are the only front talking about that. Thirdly, there is undoubtedly the disastrous fiscal management of the state. This state is mired in debt. It is living on liquor and lotteries and remittances, and those are all very, very unreliable sources of revenue for a state government. We need investment, revenue, and generation of revenue through business. All of that requires a much more positive mindset, and I believe these messages are reaching out to people, that you have to have forward-looking, forward-thinking, new people in power to bring about absolutely useful results for the state.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. So that was Dr. Shashi Tharoor after casting his vote at Thiruvananthapuram. With camera person Pawan Kumar, this is Billy Thomas for NewsX, Thiruvananthapuram.
Banerjee has proved that she has become an elected autocrat.
People of Kerala have increasingly started seeing the BJP in its true colors as a development party.
बंगाल में सत्ता परिवर्तन करके बंगाल में लोगों का जिंदगी में परिवर्तन लाना ही हमारा उद्देश्य है.
It's a complete cheating what Mamata Banerjee has done for the people of Bengal.
The next chapter of human exploration is already beginning.
To go back to the moon, and we haven't had people on the moon for over 50 years. I would like to see that there is a substantial growth in space, economy and activity in India.
We have also promised to the people of Assam that we will invest rupees 5 lakh crore.
In my book, somebody who is elected as an MLA or an MP is elected because he chooses to serve the people and solve their problems.
इसके पहले 2 बार मैंने चुनाव जीता यहाँ से MLA और MP. यहाँ लोगों का घर घर तक मेरा संपर्क है.
विकास के सिलसिले में जो सुनहरा मौका मिला है, इसके वजह से आज दोनों वैली जाग उठा है.
वो लोग का साथ मेरा इंटरेक्शन भी हुआ था. तब ये पता चला जो लोग चाहता है जो एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए कुछ करें.
Hello, I'm Belly Thomas and I'm covering the 2026 Kerala elections for NewsX from Thiruvananthapuram.
Hi, my name is Brian Anthony Thomas and I am covering the very 2026 West Bengal elections from the very Kuch Bihar seat.
Hi, I am Ranik. I'm covering 2026 Bengal election for NewsX from Nandigram.
Hi, I am Anand Singh and I am covering 2026 Kerala elections for NewsX from Wayanad.
Hi, I am Nibir Deka and I will be covering the Assam elections 2026 from 5 constituencies of Guwahati for NewsX.
Hello and welcome back, viewers. You're watching NewsX and I'm Kriti Mehta. Let's start with a check of the top headlines at 5 p.m. Millions of people vote in assembly elections across Assam, Kerala and Puducherry today. Addressing a public rally in West Bengal's Haldia, Prime Minister Narendra Modi said removing the TMC government was essential to achieving a Viksit Bharat. US President Donald Trump said that all US ships, aircraft and military personnel will remain in place around Iran until the real agreement on a ceasefire is fully complied with. Iran has issued new shipping routes in the Strait of Hormuz to counter mine threats, even as uncertainty persists over its reopening, with Tehran signaling possible future transit fee. Lebanon has declared a day of mourning after a wave of Israeli attacks killed at least 254 people and injured more than 1,165 people in a single day. NASA's Artemis 2 astronauts have captured a stunning new Earthrise image while orbiting the far side of the moon. Those were the headlines at 4 p.m. viewers, and with that we shift to a look at the top developments coming in from the Iran war. Now, in breaking news development, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has released a video message on Wednesday after the announcement of a ceasefire between the US and Iran, outlining Israel's achievements in the war and what lies ahead. In his address, Netanyahu said Israel still has more goals to complete, making it clear that the country will achieve its objectives either through an agreement or by resuming the war. Speaking about military preparedness, he said Israel is prepared to return to war at any time. Let's go across for discussion here to Group Captain UK Devnath, our defense expert. Thanks very much for joining us, Group Captain. Of course, Iran does not seem to be on the same page with Iran, especially on the question of Lebanon. Do you think Lebanon is one issue that will prevent a ceasefire from taking place on ground?
Definitely, the Lebanon issue is a very complex issue as far as this particular ceasefire is concerned. Before this also, in last 70 years, 60 years, there have been repeated issues with, before this, with PLO, with Hamas, with Hezbollah. The point remains that Israel treats all these organizations as proxy of Iran. Israel says that Hezbollah, Houthi, Hamas, they are actually agents of Iran trying to destabilize Israel. So now when a ceasefire has been agreed upon, mind you, this ceasefire which Pakistan has mediated, it has been agreed upon by tweets and by word of mouth agreement only. There is no formal document which has been signed till now. So what is happening that few things, basic things which have been agreed upon and are holding till now are that America will not hit Iran with bombs. Israel will not hit Iran with bombs. Iran will not launch its missiles at Israel. Iran will not launch its missiles at Gulf countries. This part of the understanding, because there is no written formal agreement till now, this part of the agreement is working till now. There have been some small incidences here and there, but they are more because of command and control problem, lack of communication problem, and sometimes, you know, very, very junior commanders getting overexcited, more Joshila. But overall, ceasefire is holding. Only one irritant right now is that when the agreement was understood by everyone, that is by America, Israel, and by Iran, it was understood that Iran understood that America and Israel will not will leave Hezbollah alone. That means Israel will not attack Hezbollah too. But Israel's interpretation is that ceasefire is only with Iran. So Israel, Netanyahu continue to attack Hezbollah inside Lebanon. This kind of a understanding or misunderstanding has happened as per Western media, because Pakistan in the text, in the Persian text, used the word Lebanon, whereas Donald Trump is claiming that in the English version of the text, the word Lebanon is not there. But whatever it is, ceasefire is holding more or less, except that Israel continues to hit Hezbollah. Yes.
All right, stay on with me, please, Group Captain. We have some more breaking updates and we request your inputs, reactions on that. Because now Israel's Diaspora Affairs Minister and member of the ruling Likud party, Amit Chikli says a ceasefire with Iran was a mistake, according to local media reports. I think it was a mistake to go to a ceasefire at this time. Countries like these, the Japanese Empire, Nazi Germany, you need to bring them to their knees, he told Israel's radio FM. He added that according to him, the probability that the ceasefire would last is 50%. So that statement, of course, coming in from Israel's leader, group captain, and another envoy of Israel had also gone out to cast aspersions on the role of Pakistan as a mediator, and that envoy said that Pakistan has its own goals in playing the mediator. What do you make of this Pakistan brokered ceasefire? Is it going to last, given the statements that are coming out from Israel, and what are the goals that Israel is talking about that it has not yet achieved?
Definitely, Pakistan has acted as a mediator on behalf of America. You see, what happens, Pakistan probably didn't have to do much. It just acted as a postman. 10 points came from Iran, Pakistan received them, it transferred those 10 points to USA.
Yeah.
Similarly, USA sent 15 points to Pakistan. Pakistan, like a good postman, sent those 15 points to Iran. Was there any mediation? Does not appear so, because Pakistan cannot influence USA. USA will rather laugh at Pakistan. Similarly, Pakistan cannot influence Israel, because see, Pakistan does not recognize Israel till now. And as a result, Israel does not have an embassy in Islamabad till now. So what Pakistan did was just pushing one letter to the other person and pushing this letter to the other person. Nevertheless, the ceasefire between America and Israel at one side and Iran at other side stands. The minor deviation is that Israel continues to hit Hezbollah. You see, Hezbollah has been troubling, as per Israel's version. Hezbollah has been troubling Israel since 1990s. Now, Hezbollah is mostly concentrated in southern Lebanon. There is a river called Litani River. Hezbollah is maintaining its rocket assets just north of Litani River. And the main manpower support for Hezbollah comes from an area called Bekaa Valley. Bekaa Valley is near Beirut. So, aim of Israel Defense Forces is to just go across Litani River, destroy the rocket storage depots and command and control systems of Hezbollah, and at the same time just go a little more north towards central Lebanon, where Bekaa Valley is there, and hit the local population. They are mostly Shias there in that particular region. The leadership of Hezbollah. To some extent, they have succeeded. Another leadership of Hezbollah is in Beirut. You see, Beirut is capital of Lebanon. Different government altogether in Beirut. They have their own president in Lebanon. Present president is Mr. Joseph Onan. And they have their own prime minister. Present prime minister is Mr. Nawar Awam. Now, this president and prime minister of Lebanon, they don't support Hezbollah. Hezbollah is just a combat group or a terrorist organization or a guerrilla organization which is concentrated in South Lebanon. They have, as per CIA estimate, more than 40,000 fighters, 10,000 professionally trained active fighters, more than 20,000 rockets and missiles. So, of course, these rockets and missiles are small. Their range is just about 60 kilometer, 80 kilometer, 100 kilometer. These rockets are locally produced by Hezbollah in their local workshops. Warhead is also small. You see, just about 5 kg high explosive, 10 kg high explosive. So, Hezbollah launches these rockets from that Litani River, southern bank, they loft these rockets into northern Israel. So now IDF has entered Lebanon, reached up to Litani River, and very soon they may cross Litani River and go towards South Beirut and eliminate the Hezbollah leadership. And Hezbollah claims he will do it this this action once for all now, finally. Yes.
All right. Thanks for that assessment. Group Captain, stay on once again. Now, Union Minister of Commerce and Industry Piyush Goyal has also held a virtual meeting with Osama Khalid Budai, the Minister of Commerce and Industry of Kuwait. The two held talks on expanding bilateral trade relations and deepening collaborations across key sectors. Group Captain, India is going full swing in having diplomatic engagements on government level after this ceasefire is announced. Hardeep Singh Puri is also headed to Qatar today. External Affairs Minister will be in UAE. Piyush Goyal is also speaking with officials in Kuwait. What do you make of India's timeliness in having these conversations?
Definitely. See, India is walking a very fine path. We want to maintain cordial relations with Iran. We have very good relations with Israel. At the same time, we don't want to antagonize any Gulf country. We have a large number of Indians who are working in all the Gulf countries, and most of them are professionals. We want that Gulf countries should look forward to India's support, and India also wants to have a good relation with Gulf countries. It is a delicate balance to be taken. We have to keep our relations with Gulf countries in such a manner so that Israel does not get antagonized. Israel should not feel that India is ignoring Israel. That is probably one of the reasons that in the last week of February, Prime Minister Modi made it a point to go to Israel and address their Knesset. He met Netanyahu also and their leader of opposition also. Now, since that in last 40 days war, one more factor which emerged is the distinct division between Shia Iran and Sunni Gulf countries. Now, India does not want to be identified as taking one particular side. It should not happen that we hold the hand of Iran and Gulf countries who are Sunnis, they feel bad about it. We are friendly with Iran historically. Traditionally, our relations with Iran were always good. And now we want a delicate our relations to improve with Iran. We are investing in Chabahar port. We are investing in Iran in north-south rail corridor. Most important is right now Iran has closed Strait of Hormuz. So we want to have a very healthy relation with Iran, so that Iran lets Indian tankers which are loaded with crude and gas, and Iran permits Indian flagged vessels to come out of Strait of Hormuz towards India, which Iran is doing because Iran is still treating India as a friendly country. So at the same time, we don't want to antagonize Gulf countries. That's why you will find a rush of our ministers to all the Gulf countries to tell them that India holds no grudges against any Gulf country. We want to have equally good relation with countries like UAE, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi. Yes.
All right. Well, thanks very much then for joining me, Group Captain, and speaking to us here at NewsX. With that, viewers, let's move on to the latest developments coming in from pole-bound West Bengal. Today in Haldia, Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced 6 guarantees for West Bengal if BJP forms the government after the 2026 assembly elections. The key promises: will implement the 7th pay commission for state government employees, teachers and related sectors. Modi said this will end years of fear under the TMC rule and bring trust. He urged voters to press the lotus button for higher pay scales and pending benefits. This builds on Amit Shah's earlier pledge of rolling out within 45 days of government formation. The announcement targets lakhs of employees still on the 6th Pay Commission in West Bengal. First, let's listen in to Prime Minister's statement.
बंगाल के सभी सरकारी कर्मचारियों, सभी शिक्षकों और अन्य सेवाओं में जुटे साथियों के लिए आपको इतने वर्षों तक ये निर्मम सरकार ने भयभीत करके रखा है। मोदी आपके साथ खड़ा है, बीजेपी आपके साथ खड़ी है। आप कमल छाप पर बटन दबाइए, बीजेपी सरकार बनते ही यहां 7th पे कमीशन लागू करवाएंगे, ये हमारी गारंटी है।
Let's go across now to Arzu, my colleague who's there with me in the discussion here. Arzu, Prime Minister Modi, of course, talking about bringing the 7th Pay Commission and its benefit to the people of West Bengal. What all does it really entail?
Well, definitely, yes. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has promised big guarantees to the people once the Bharatiya Janata Party wins the polls, and addressing rally in West Bengal, the backyard of leader of opposition Bindu Adhikari. The Prime Minister claimed the ruling dispensation in the state was pulling back West Bengal, and in fact he needs 6 guarantees to the public, and said that Prime Minister promised that a BJP government in the state will replace the PFC's region. The fear that with that of trust, a BJP government will replace the atmosphere of fear with trust, and it will restore faith in the rule, he said. And also, along with this, in his next guarantee, Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that all the public servants will be made accountable to the people under the BJP government. Modi pledged that the BJP will reopen all the files on corruption and crimes against women, that the TMC has suppressed the files regarding every scam, every act of corruption. So a big promise against the corruption that our Prime Minister has made, and also along with that, the 4th promise that the Prime Minister has made is that PM Modi said that all the leaders involved in the draft will be jailed under the TMC's rule. Whoever was engaged in corruption belongs in jail and belongs to jail. Sorry. In fact, in the 5th promise, he talked about the refugees, and he said that refugees will be granted every right and privilege, guaranteed by the Constitution. And Prime Minister Modi's said that government facilities will be made available to all the genuine citizens, and infiltrators will not be allowed to stay in the country. In the last and the 6th promise that the Prime Minister has made, that once the BJP forms a government in the state, we will implement the 7th Pay Commission for state employees, teachers and those working in related sectors. Yes.
All right, Arzu, thanks very much for bringing us those details, but do continue staying on with me. Viewers, now let's in fact take a look at a history of protest and strikes by workers due to non-implementation of the 7th Pay Commission. On 10th of March this year, hundreds of teachers and job aspirants staged separate rallies in Salt Lake near Kolkata's Bikash Bhavan, demanding immediate recruitment of thousands of vacant teacher posts. Clarification on why qualified 2025 West Bengal State Service Commission candidates were excluded from interviews, plus a dearness allowance hike and full implementation of the 7th Pay Commission for school staff. Police detained several protesters and traffic was thrown into chaos. Separately, on 22nd of March this year, the Bangia Shikshak Karmi Samiti submitted a written appeal to Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, urging her to implement the 7th Pay Commission for all teachers and education workers in government-aided institutions. The body warned that leaving them out of the recent budget announcement would create financial hardship and widespread discontent ahead of the elections. Then on the 13th of March, members of the Sangrami Hutha Mancha and a section of state government employees launched a cease work protest pending dearness allowance arrears and non-implementation of the Supreme Court direction. Work came to a halt in several offices including Calcutta High Court, with protesters blocking entry at Khadya Bhavan to prevent colleagues from working. In a related earlier action on January 24th in 2024, 4 members of the same Sangrami Hutha Manta began a fast and to death hunger strike. They demanded at central government rates. BJP leader Suvendu Adhikari then wrote to the governor seeking immediate intervention to resolve the crisis. Now that we have seen the uproar, let's go to the root of it. Let's understand what exactly the 7th Pay Commission is and what are the benefits of it. Alright, on to now our plasma screens. The 7th Pay Commission was set up in 2014 and the report for it was submitted next year in November. It is implemented from 2016 January 1. What are the benefits that we are looking at? Firstly, employees receive higher basic pay via new pay matrix, and minimum salary has been increased to 18,000 rupees as per the new commission. The fitment factor of 2.57 is applied here. Dearness allowance has been revised twice yearly for inflation taking into account. Alright. Then house rent allowance is also being revised up to 24%. Transport allowance and other perks have also been significantly increased in the 7th Pay Commission. So those are the broader benefits that will be given as per the 7th Pay Commission, including higher basic salary, dearness allowance, transportation allowance, and in fact with that, let me go across to BJP former state president of the state, Dilip Ghosh, who's there with me on the phone line. Well, thanks very much for joining us, Mr. Ghosh. Prime Minister Modi, of course, making big promises in West Bengal, but how realistically and how soon can these be implemented in Bengal?
देखिए, यहाँ जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के एम्प्लॉइज हैं उनको ये नहीं मिलता है. स्टेट गवर्नमेंट 40% देते हैं तो या 4% अनाउंस होता है. और कोर्ट में कई बार गए जो एम्प्लॉई, हाई कोर्ट फिर सुप्रीम कोर्ट, उन्होंने ये कर्मचारी को अधिकार बताया लेकिन स्टेट गवर्नमेंट मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं है. लास्ट में वादा किया, अभी तो कुछ दिया नहीं है. देश में 7th पे कमीशन लागू हो गया लेकिन स्टेट या बंगाल में 6th पे कमीशन अभी तो लागू ही नहीं हुआ है. तो ये तो उनका हक है, मिलना चाहिए. बीजेपी दूसरे स्टेट्स में दे रही, तो यहाँ जब सत्ता में बीजेपी आएगा ये सारा वादा पूरा कर, ये सारा अधिकार उनको दिया जाएगा. नई बात नहीं है, बाकी जगह भी हम दे रहे हैं.
जी, ये बताइए कि इस बार बीजेपी कितने सीट लेने का देख रही है बंगाल में?
यहाँ सरकार बनाने के लिए 100% जो मेजोरिटी होती है उतनी सीट हमको मिल जाएगी और सरकार हमारी बनेगी.
इस बात की आप गारंटी ले रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल. अरे तो मोदी का गारंटी है, मोदी जी ने बोल दिया है तो सरकार हम लोग बनाएंगे. पिछले बार आधा रास्ता हमने सफर किया था, अब तो पूरा होना ही है.
अच्छा, ममता बनर्जी के अगेंस्ट काफी हल्ला है इस वक्त. विमेंस गारंटी, विमेंस की सिक्योरिटी की गारंटी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. आरजी कौर के विक्टिम की माता श्री भी इस बार इलेक्शंस कॉन्टेस्ट कर रहे हैं. बीजेपी के क्या प्रोविजंस है विमेंस सिक्योरिटी के लिए अगर बीजेपी सत्ता में आती है तो?
बीजेपी हमेशा प्रतिबद्ध है महिलाओं की सुरक्षा, महिलाओं के सम्मान के लिए. अभी महिला संरक्षण बिल जो पारित होना है, मंत्रिमंडल ने उसको अनुमति दे दिया है, स्वीकृति दे दिया है और पारित होगा. और दूसरा, बंगाल में महिलाओं की सुरक्षा बहुत चिंताजनक स्थिति में है. आरजीकर की घटना, उसके साथ साथ लॉ कॉलेज में लड़की के साथ हुई है, मैनेजमेंट कॉलेज में भी है. कॉलेज यूनिवर्सिटी में महिलाएं सुरक्षित नहीं है, ये बड़ी चिंताजनक है. और सार्वजनिक रूप से कानून व्यवस्था इतना दयनीय स्थिति में है कि पूरा बंगाल में ये घटना लगातार हो रही है. सुरक्षा, सम्मान और उसके ऊपर भ्रष्टाचार भयंकर स्थिति में है. तो ये लोग इससे त्राही कर रहे हैं, लोग ही हम परिवर्तन चाह रहे हैं।
दिलीप घोष जी, इस बार आप भी इलेक्शन लड़ेंगे बंगाल से, आपके क्या प्रॉमिसेस हैं आपके कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के वोटर्स के लिए खड़गपुर सदर से?
खड़गपुर एक बहुत पुराना टाउन है, उसमें आधा लगभग इलाका रेल के अंडर में आता है म्यूनिसिपालिटी का, और जो म्यूनिसिपालिटी यही एक विधानसभा है जिसमें पहले मैंने एमएलए था, यहीं पर मैं एमपी भी था
जी। तो
यहाँ के लोग विकास तो चाहते ही पूरा देश के साथ। यहाँ आईआईटी है, यहाँ एयरपोर्ट है, कई इम्पोर्टेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एसोसिएशन यहाँ है केंद्र सरकार की, राज्य की। रेल का जो होना है डेवलपमेंट, तो केंद्र सरकार का सहयोग चाहिए इसमें रेल डेवलपमेंट के लिए। इसलिए लोग यहाँ केंद्र सरकार की मदद चाहते हैं और उनको समर्थन भी करते हैं। और बाकी जो नागरिक सुविधाएं हैं, पानी से लेकर बिजली, सड़क, ये सारी चीजों की कमियां हैं। जॉब की भी क्रिएशन कमी है, यहाँ पोल्यूशन की बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। ये सारी चीजों का समाधान करना है। सत्ता में बीजेपी आएगी तो डबल इंजन सरकार होने से समाधान के लिए हमें सुविधा मिलेगी।
जी दिलीप घोष, धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए। एंड व्यूअर्स, विद दैट लेट्स गो अक्रॉस नाउ to take a very quick break on this bulletin. We'll be right back.
आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है नया उत्तर प्रदेश। यूपी का संकल्प $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, भारत की जीडीपी में 9.1% का योगदान।
हमने तय किया है उत्तर प्रदेश को एक विकसित राज्य बनाएंगे।
एक्सप्रेसवे प्रदेश, 7 चालू और 15 विकास के विभिन्न चरणों में एयरपोर्ट, 12 घरेलू, 4 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संचालित, 1 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहित 8 निर्माणाधीन, धरातल पर 15 लाख करोड़ के निवेश। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर से गरजती ताकत और जेवर से उड़ान भरती आकांक्षाएं। आज यूपी देश का पहला राज्य है जिसके पास सबसे बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क है। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में लंबी छलांग लगाकर हमने निवेश का नया इतिहास रचा है। डबल इंजन सरकार, डबल रफ्तार, विकसित भारत 2047, आत्मनिर्भर युवा, आधुनिक आधारभूत ढांचा, विकसित भारत का इंजन, हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, हर चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
चमकी चाट है इसकी जान, हर जुबान पे ये छाया। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
मसाले सच
यहाँ कुछ मेरे युवा मित्र बढ़िया बढ़िया चित्र बना करके लाए हैं। मैं एसपीजी के लोगों से कहूँगा, ये जो छोटे छोटे मेरे बाल मित्र जो चित्र लाए हैं उनसे ले लीजिए, और अगर आपने पीछे अपना एड्रेस लिखा है तो मैं आपको चिट्ठी भेजूंगा। मैं आपका बहुत आभारी हूँ, इतना प्यार से आप लोग ये सब बना के ले आए हो। बोले भारत माता की, भारत माता की। इस चुनाव में यहां से जो उम्मीदवार है उनसे मेरा आग्रह है कि आगे खड़े हो जाएं। जो चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं कैंडिडेट है, जो कैंडिडेट है वहां मैं आता हूं। मैं जरा सभी कैंडिडेट को मिलकर के आता हूं, उसके बाद मेरा भाषण शुरू करूंगा। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, जय मां तारा, जय बक्रोनाथ, जय जगन्नाथ, जय निताई। वीरभूम की धरती ऐतिहासिक है, क्रांतिकारी है और प्रेरणाओं से भरी भी हुई है। दुकुड़ी बाला देवी, महान साधक बामाक्यापा, भारत रत्न प्रणब मुखर्जी, उपन्यासकार ताराशंकर बंदोपाध्याय, पद्मश्री तृप्ति मुखर्जी और तकदीरा बेगम, ऐसी अनेक प्रेरक संतानों की धरती ये हमारी वीरभूम है। वीरभूम ने संथाल क्रांति को ऊर्जा दी थी। आज उसी वीरभूम में परिवर्तन की आंधी नजर आ रही है। मेरे सामने ये विशाल जनसागर ये परिवर्तन की घोषणा कर रहा है। अभी मैं हेलीकॉप्टर से उतरा और हेलीपैड से यहां तक आया। दोनों तरफ इससे भी ज्यादा भीड़ वहां लगी हुई थी। ये क्या अद्भुत नजारा है। आप सब इतनी बड़ी तादाद में उत्साह, उमंग और जोश के साथ हम सबको आशीर्वाद देने के लिए आए। मैं आप सबका अभिनंदन करता हूं, प्रणाम करता हूं। हमारा ये वीरभूम बाउल संगीत की भूमि है और आज यहां एक ही संगीत, एक ही धून गूंज रही है। एक ही गूंज, एक ही संगीत, एक ही आवाज। पाल्टानो दोरकार, पाल्टानो दोरकार, पाल्टानो दोरकार। साथियों, गुरुदेव रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर ऐसा समाज देखना चाहते थे जहां हर कोई भय से मुक्त हो। लेकिन टीएमसी के महाजंगल राज ने एकदम उल्टा कर दिया। ये मां, माटी और मानुष की बात करते थे, लेकिन मां आज रो रही है। माटी पर घुसपैठियों का कब्जा हो रहा है और मानुष भयभीत है, डरा हुआ है, सहमा हुआ है। टीएमसी के महाजंगल राज का साक्षी हमारा ये वीरभूम है। साथियों, बोगतुई में जो कुछ हुआ वो सिर्फ एक घटना नहीं थी, वो मानवता के माथे पर कलंक था। निर्दोष महिलाओं और बच्चों को जिंदा जला दिया गया। ये महाजंगल राज नहीं है तो क्या है? ये महाजंगल राज है कि नहीं है? ये महाजंगल राज है कि नहीं है? ये महाजंगल राज जाना चाहिए कि नहीं जाना चाहिए? ये महाजंगल राज का खात्मा होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? साथियों, ये घटना टीएमसी सिंडिकेट के गुंडा राज का बहुत खतरनाक सबूत है। माटी आपकी, हक आपका, लेकिन इस पर कब्जे के लिए ये गैंगवॉर चल रही है। बालू, पत्थर और कोयला, ये जो लूट चल रही है, ये टीएमसी के बड़े बड़े नेताओं, उनके आला कमान, उनके आशीर्वाद से हो रहा है। साथियों, बंगाल की माटी पर घुसपैठियों का कब्जा बहुत ही खतरनाक स्तर पर पहुंच रहा है। टीएमसी का सिंडिकेट घुसपैठियों को फर्जी सरकारी डॉक्यूमेंट दिलवा रहा है। पड़ोस से घुसपैठिए अंदर आते हैं, यहां पंचायत हो, अन्य सरकारी दफ्तर हो, वहां डरा धमका कर गलत काम कराए जा रहे हैं। फर्जी डॉक्यूमेंट बनाने का एक काला खेल बंगाल की देश की सुरक्षा के लिए बहुत बड़ा खतरा है। इसलिए आज मैं बंगाल के लोगों से एक वायदा करता हूं। बंगाल में बीजेपी सरकार बनते ही घुसपैठ के मददगार लोगों के खिलाफ एक विशेष जांच बिठाई जाएगी। ये मेरी गारंटी है आपको। घुसपैठियों के हर मददगार को, चाहे वो कितना ही ताकतवर क्यों न हो, उसकी पहचान की जाएगी। घुसपैठियों को भी खदेड़ा जाएगा और घुसपैठियों के जो आका है उनको जेल में भरा जाएगा। साथियों, सरकारी योजना हो, मजदूरी का काम हो, घुसपैठिए कम पैसे में ये काम यहां के लोगों से छीन लेते हैं और यहां के लोकल लोगों को काम की तलाशी में कहीं और जाना पड़ता है, पलायन करना पड़ता है। लिख लो साथियों, अब ये नहीं चलेगा। रामपुर हाट की क्या स्थिति है, ये तो आप सभी प्रत्यक्ष ही देख रहे हो। मालदा में बीते दिनों क्या हुआ, ये भी पूरे देश ने देखा। एसआईआर के काम में लगे जो न्यायाधीश है, उनको तक बंधक बना लिया गया। इस भय से बंगाल के मानुष को मुक्ति दिलानी जरूरी है। साथियों, मां, माटी और मानुष में से मां की स्थिति तो और भी खराब है। हमारे एससी, एसटी, ओबीसी समाज की बेटियों के लिए तो जीना मुश्किल हो गया है। जो टीएमसी देश की पहली आदिवासी महिला राष्ट्रपति जी तक का अपमान कर सकती है, उसकी मानसिकता क्या होगी, कितना अहंकार होगा। राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी संथाल समाज के एक बड़े कार्यक्रम के लिए यहां आई थी। देश में किसी की भी सरकार हो, राष्ट्रपति जी को उचित सम्मान देना संविधान के तहत आपका दायित्व है। लेकिन ये अहंकारी टीएमसी सरकार देश की राष्ट्रपति तक को कुछ भी नहीं समझती, सिर्फ इसलिए क्यों हमारी राष्ट्रपति जी आदिवासी समाज की बेटी है और इसलिए आपको अपमान करने का हक मिल जाता है। ये देश के सभी आदिवासियों का अपमान है, देश की सभी महिलाओं का अपमान है, ये देश के संविधान का अपमान है। साथियों, पिछले साल की घटना आप सभी को अच्छे से याद होगी। बीरभूम में ही स्कूल में पढ़ने वाली एक आदिवासी बिटिया, उसके साथ जो हुआ वो बहुत ही परेशान करने वाला है। जिसने अपनी बेटी को खोया है, उसकी भरपाई कोई भी योजना, कितना भी पैसा कोई दे, भरपाई नहीं हो सकती है। और यही तो आरजी कर मेडिकल कॉलेज में हुआ था। एक डॉक्टर बेटी को हमसे छीन लिया गया। मैं सभी माताओं बहनों से कहूंगा, ये चुनाव हमारी बेटियों की सुरक्षा के लिए है। ভয় নয়, ভরসা চাই। ভয় নয়, ভরসা চাই। মা বোনেদের সম্মান চাই। बाकी बहनों के लिए हर महीने मदद देने की बात हो, अन्य सुविधा हो, ये बीजेपी की हर राज्य सरकार देती है, बिना कट कमीशन देती है, जिसका हक है उसके खाते में पहुंचाती है। बंगाल बीजेपी ने भी माताओं बहनों के लिए अनेक घोषणाएं की हैं। इन सारी घोषणाओं को तेजी से लागू किया जाएगा, ये मोदी की गारंटी है। साथियों, टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार की विदाई, निर्मम सरकार की विदाई बंगाल की युवा शक्ति तय कर रही है। बीते सालों में यहां के नौजवानों को जितनी लाठियां पड़ी, जितने आंसू बहाने पड़े हैं, 23 अप्रैल को और 29 अप्रैल को इसका जवाब मिलेगा। मैं वीरभूमि के आप सभी साथियों को भय रहित बंगाल का विश्वास दिलाने आया हूं। साथियों, जिस बंगाल ने दुनिया को विश्व भारती जैसा संस्थान दिया, वहां से युवा पढ़ाई के लिए, रोजगार के लिए पलायन करने के लिए मजबूर हो रहे हैं। हमारे बंगाल का दुर्भाग्य देखिए, कोई नई यूनिवर्सिटियां खुल नहीं रही है। जो खुली है उनके रेगुलर कैंपस नहीं है। जहां कैंपस है वहां टीचर नहीं है, और जो शिक्षक है उनकी सैलरी का कोई ठिकाना नहीं है। स्कूल भी यहां एक एक करके बंद हो रहे हैं। जेखाने स्कूल बांधो, जेखाने स्कूल बंदो, भविष्योत बंदो, भविष्योत बंदो, बांग्ला चाय भय नय भरोसा। साथियों, आज केंद्र सरकार देश में रोजगार मेले आयोजित करती है। जहां जहां भाजपा सरकारें हैं वहां भी रोजगार मेले लगते हैं। इसके तहत लाखों नौजवानों को सरकारी नौकरियों के अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर दिए जाते हैं। बीते 2-2.5 वर्षों में ही रोजगार मेलों से 17 लाख से ज्यादा सरकारी नौकरियां दी गई है। लेकिन पश्चिम बंगाल में रोजगार मेला नहीं, नौकरियों की लूट का खेला चल रहा है, खेला। शिक्षक भर्ती घोटाले ने हजारों परिवारों के सपनों को कुचल दिया, लाखों नौजवानों को भयभीत कर दिया, आशंका से भर दिया। साथियों, भारत आज डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में नए रिकॉर्ड बना रहा है। आप अखबारों में पढ़ते होंगे, टीवी पर देखते होंगे, मेड इन इंडिया हथियार दुनिया भर में एक्सपोर्ट हो रहे हैं। लेकिन टीएमसी की दुर्नीति देखिए, यहां क्या हो रहा है? देश हथियार एक्सपोर्ट कर रहा है और टीएमसी की दुर्नीति देखिए, यहां फैक्ट्रियां क्या करती है? कच्चे बम बनाती है। कच्चे बम, गली मोहल्ले में कच्चे बम की फैक्ट्रियां चलाई है। बीरभूम में ही टीएमसी से जुड़े लोगों के घर से कच्चे बम के भंडार मिलते हैं। टीएमसी ने कच्चे बम के निर्माण को ही कुटीर उद्योग बना दिया है। टीएमसी के राज में लघु और कुटीर उद्योग बंद हो रहे हैं, लेकिन कच्चे बम के उद्योग फैल रहे हैं। साथियों, अब ये नहीं चलेगा, अब ये नहीं चलेगा। आर्नोय चुप थाकबोना, आर्नोय चुप थाकबोना। आप कमल छाप पर बटन दबाइए। बीजेपी बंगाल में भी रोजगार मेले शुरू करेगी। बीजेपी सभी खाली पड़े पदों पर तेजी से भर्ती करेगी और बीजेपी बंगाल के कर्मचारियों को सेवंथ पे कमीशन का लाभ देगी। साथियों, पश्चिम बंगाल को कुदरत ने बहुत कुछ दिया है। इस धरती के नीचे प्राकृतिक संपदा के खजाने हैं, लेकिन इस संपदा को टीएमसी का सिंडिकेट लूट रहा है। टीएमसी के सिंडिकेट का एक गुंडा राज केंद्र सरकार को भी रोड और रेल जैसे काम तेजी से नहीं करने देता, ताकि यहां इंडस्ट्री न लगे, ताकि यहां जो माइनिंग होती है उस पर टीएमसी के सिंडिकेट का राज चलता रहे। देवचा 5B के साथ क्या हुआ, इसका जवाब भी टीएमसी के पास नहीं है। साथियों, मैं यहां के सभी युवा साथियों को, हमारे एससी परिवारों को, मेरे आदिवासी परिवारों को भरोसा देता हूं कि टीएमसी के सिंडिकेट का अंत 4 मई को होकर रहेगा। 4 मई को टीएमसी जाएगी। भाजपा, भाजपा, भाजपा। साथियों, बंगाल में बीजेपी सरकार कनेक्टिविटी का नया अध्याय शुरू करेगी।
Hello, I'm Belly Thomas and I'm covering the 2026 Kerala elections for NewsX from Thiruvananthapuram.
Hi, my name is Brian Anthony Thomas and I am covering the very 2026 West Bengal elections from the very Kuch Bihar seat.
Hi, I am Ranik. I'm covering 2026 Bengal election for NewsX from Nandigram.
Hi, I am Anand Singh and I am covering 2026 Kerala elections for NewsX from Wayanad.
Hi, I am Nibir Deka and I will be covering the Assam elections 2026 from 5 constituencies of Guwahati for NewsX.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान, चमकी चाट है इसकी जान, हर जुबां पे ये छाया।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
मसाले सच NewsX।
Banerjee has proved that she has become an elected autocrat.
People of Kerala have increasingly started seeing the BJP in its true colors as a development party.
बंगाल में सत्ता परिवर्तन करके बंगाल में लोगों का जिंदगी में परिवर्तन लाना ही हमारा उद्देश्य है।
It's a complete cheating what Mamata Banerjee has done for the people of Bengal.
The next chapter of human exploration is already beginning.
To go back to the moon, and we haven't had people on the moon for over 50 years.
I would like to see that there is a substantial growth in space, economy and activity in India.
We have also promised to the people of Assam that we will invest rupees 5 lakh crore.
In my book, somebody who is elected as an MLA or an MP is elected because he chooses to serve the people and solve their problems.
इसके पहले 2 बार मैंने चुनाव जीता है यहाँ से MLA और MP। यहाँ लोगों का घर घर तक मेरा संपर्क है।
विकास के सिलसिले में जो सुनहरा मौका मिला है, इसके वजह से आज दोनों वैली जाग उठा है। वो लोग का साथ मेरा इंटरेक्शन भी हुआ था, तब ये पता चला जो लोग चाहते हैं जो एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए कुछ करें।
You're watching NewsX and I'm Kriti Mehta. Voters in Kerala, Assam and Puducherry are casting their ballots today in single-phase assembly elections for a total of 296 seats. In Assam, the BJP-led alliance seeking a third consecutive term, and Himanta Biswa Sarma as well seeking a fresh term, facing a strong challenge from Congress. In Kerala, the ruling LDF led by Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan is aiming for a rare third straight victory against the UDF. In Puducherry, a triangular contest is underway between the NDA, Congress-led alliance and others for the 13-member assembly. Polling is on from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. with results expected on May 4. With that, let's now take a look at the overall voter turnout trend, comparing the previous years with 2026 to see how people's participation has changed over the years. We'll start with Assam. Voter comparison from 2011 to 2026. In 2011, 76% people cast their ballots. 2016, the number increased to 84.7% when the BJP was elected. We always remember. Then in 2021, 82.4%, again BJP's re-election, and it was in 2026, 75.91% of the votes were cast. Voting numbers will increase because these are the figures only as of 3 p.m. for this year's poll percentage. Now let's take a look at Kerala. In 2011, 75.12% people cast their ballots. In 2016, that number grew by 2% to 77.35. Then in 2021, 75.6, and today so far 62.7% people have gone to cast their votes. Let's also now take a look at the Union Territory of Puducherry, which cast 86% of the people went out to vote in 2011, 85% in 2016, 83% in 2021, and so far the numbers as of 3 p.m. are at 72.4% in Puducherry. With that said, let's go across to my colleagues who are there on the ground getting a sense of the voter pulse. I'm joined in by Belly Thomas, who's present at Thiruvananthapuram, and from Jalukbari in Assam, I have my colleague Sambhav Sharma. Let's go across to Belly first. Belly, you're there in the state capital. Talk to us about the mood on the ground. If you can talk to some of the people there, what are they telling you? What's the pulse like?
City of Kerala, Thiruvananthapuram. You can see there are 5 polling booths here in this school called NSS Public School, which is in Perunthani, and you can see hardly any crowd here, but the voter turnout has been pretty less. The officials say that it is due to the soaring heat that could be a reason for these people who were turning out in less numbers. But early in the morning, right from 7 o'clock, the voter turnout was really good, and with all fervor and fang, it was the polling booth stations were crowded. But now, as the day went on, the percentage of polling has kind of reduced, and the officials here says that maybe due to the soaring temperature, it's around 31 degrees centigrade here, and maybe the people at the end of the day, when the sun goes down, they might come to vote, is what we gather. Right now, let me speak to ma'am. In this constituency, what are the issues that you come across, or what do you want your representatives to address those issues? We are live. Okay. Sir, in this sir, in this constituency, what are the issues that you see, and what would you expect from your representatives to sort it?
In this constituency, we are expecting a large class of people belongs to coastal community. Also, lots of well-educated citizens also is there. For the last 5 years, our MLA was Anthony Raju. He was well and advanced MLA. He worked very well. Due to some legal issues, now he can't contest the election. So we are now placing a candidate. The LDF candidate is a well-known film actress as well as social worker. His name is Sudhir Karamana. We are expecting a good margin result from that Sudhir.
Okay. So Kerala has seen a traditional politics. It is always between the UDF and the LDF. Now another third front has come in, like the NDA. So your take on that as an voter in Kerala's capital?
See, the emerging growth of the NDA as well as the BJP is to be accounted. here this BJP, their vote share has been increased. On the last year, 2025, we contested the local body elections. In that elections, that NDA candidates got a very good majority, and they got Trivandrum Corporation, and now they are emerging force. We cannot roll out the NDA.
Thank you so much for that. Sir, if you want to speak up, Malayalathi parnal, I can translate it. So, in this constituency, എന്തൊക്കെയാ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളുള്ളതെന്ന് പറ. Okay, fine. He doesn't know. Sir, okay. So we'll move on to some other voters here. Sir, in Mandalathil, what are the issues there, and what do you expect from your representatives to actually resolve the issues?
We are actually accepting the policy of LDF government. We want to continue the LDF government. For that, we want to success the Sudhir Karabana, LDF candidate. That's our motto, that's our aim. Yeah, because we are developing so many problems in Kerala state, LDF government. So that
Can you mention some of the issues?
Yeah, number of issues. Pension. We are giving 62 lakhs pension to the old ages. Then we are giving scholarship to the college students. We are giving pension to the 35 to 60 years housewife, etc. So many roads, buses, railway, etc. We are developing day by day in Kerala, unlike other states in India. So that we are accepting the policy of the LDF government to continue in future. Yeah.
Now, when it comes to the Kerala politics, it is always between the LDF and the UDF. So now there is a new entrant, like it's the National Democratic Alliance. Yeah, BJP and NDA. What do you have to say about it? People are looking for a change, is what I heard.
No. They are not in picture in Kerala. They are not in picture. We have 140 seats in Kerala state. They will not in very picture in all the 140 seats. Only one or two are they get a second or third position, not their success position. Yeah.
When I went around and spoke to a lot of people here, they said that they would want a change. It is not always the traditional LDF versus UDF. So
before 10 years, the people want to change in LDF and UDF, Congress and Communist government. But now they are expecting only continuation of the LDF governments. Because I told you, so many problems are taking day by day, developing problem. We have no problem. There is no power cuts. Electricity is continuing flowing in Kerala state. Education, so many high-tech schools are here. It is established by LDF government, or Polarization government. So we want to continue then educate in the field of health. In the field of health, so many hospitals are in, multi-hospitals are in Kerala. Okay. So in all sections of people, they are accepting the policy of the LDF government. So they want to continue this government.
Can I have your name, sir?
Ashok Kumar.
Yeah. Ashok Kumar is looking like he's a very big fan of LDF, and he wants the LDF to come in. We'll ask this, have you come here to vote, sir? Vote cheyanano vannekne?
Alla. Vote cheyanalla. Jane election work.
Election work. Okay. He's here for the election work. Let's find out if someone else can talk. I have a voter here. Are you here for voting?
No, my wife is here.
Okay. Where are you from, actually? From Kerala?
In Trivandrum. Yeah, in Kovalam. Yeah, in Kovalam. I done my vote in Kovalam. Yeah.
Okay. Can you show your finger to the camera?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So which constituency are you from?
What do you meaning? Mandalam, Kovalam Mandalam.
Kovalam.
Yeah, Kovalam.
So who are the candidates there, and what are the issues basically?
The candidates are M. Vincent and T. N. Suresh, and that guy's name is Rufus or something. Okay. No, it's I don't know. It's now the majority people will like the UDF because yeah. Because I don't know what.
Coming to the issues in your constituency, what kind of issues are you voting for? Like infrastructure or unemployment issues or water scarcity, power scarcity?
Because I'm an NRI. Because here a lot of problems are going here. Because unemployment is the main issue in the Kerala.
What did you study at?
I study BSc Computer Science.
Where did you study? In Kerala or?
Kerala. Then I finished my graduation. I go to UAE, then I work there.
Okay,
Yeah.
Belly,
Since how many
thanks
years you've
very
been working
much
in UAE?
for bringing us the voice of the voters from the ground. Let's also now, viewers, get a sense of how voters are reacting in Assam. I have my colleague Sambhav Sharma, who's reporting live from Jalukbari, the seat of Himanta Biswa Sarma, who's seeking another term for the BJP in the state. Sambhav, you tell us, have you been able to speak to people there? What's the mood like? What are the people telling you?
So it's been 5 o'clock now. The voting here in Jorhat constituency is closed, and now I'll speak to one or two voters who are here. Sir, आपने अपना वोट कास्ट
या वोट कास्ट हो गया मेरा।
इश्यूज थे सर?
इश्यूज या डेवलपमेंट ओनली डेवलपमेंट, क्योंकि इतना साल से डेवलपमेंट नहीं हो रहा था, तो लास्ट 10-5 साल से जो बीजेपी का गवर्नमेंट है तब से डेवलपमेंट देख रहा हूँ। ये स्कूल ही लास्ट 2 साल पहले तक टूटा फूटा था, अभी आज स्कूल आप देखेंगे जहाँ वोट चल रहा है स्कूल का कितना डेवलपमेंट हुआ है। ये सब बहुत पहले ही करना चाहिए था गवर्नमेंट को, लेकिन तब हुआ नहीं, तो इसीलिए हम सब डेवलपमेंट रास्ता जो भी है, मतलब यहाँ जो भी इतना दिन नहीं हो रहा था वो भी देखा गया है कि हो रहा है काम।
I'll also request my video journalist to pan the camera and show our viewers the real picture of ground zero from Jorhat. This is the same constituency where Gaurav Gogoi is contesting, and this is the same place, polling booth, where Gaurav Gogoi cast his vote, and now the voting here in this constituency at this polling booth is closed. The gates are closed. I'll request my video journalist to pan the camera and show you the visuals of this polling booth in Jorhat constituency in the state of Assam. 126 seats battle for the state of Assam. Now, it's over 5 p.m. The voting is closed.
So over 5 p.m. is a voting ended, and main gate is closed already, and maybe 75% का ऊपर plus voting हुआ है. It maybe goes to 80 also in Jorhat, and whole Assam it may be 80% plus.
और सर मैं एक इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ यहाँ देख रहा हूँ, सुबह से 7 o'clock से हम लाइव रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं अलग अलग पोलिंग बूथ से। यहाँ वोटर्स में ज़्यादा एंथुजियाज्म शो ऑफ नहीं है, लेकिन वो साइलेंटली वोट कास्ट कर रहे हैं और जा रहे हैं।
मतलब जोरहाट ऐसा जगह है ना, यहाँ आपको इलेक्शन जैसा लगा होगा, नहीं लगा होना, एकदम साइलेंटली होता है, सब एजुकेटेड पीपल है, ये एजुकेशन का हब बोलते हैं जोरहाट को, तो यहाँ ऑलमोस्ट 99% लोग एजुकेटेड है, तो यहाँ सब लोग को मालूम है क्या कहाँ वोट करना है, क्या करना है, तो वो साइलेंट दिखवा नहीं करते। यहाँ ज़्यादा प्रोसेसन भी नहीं रहेंगे, जो जितना होना चाहिए इतना ही हुआ है। CM आया था, उसने एक रैली किया, उस दिन अच्छा खासा आदमी बाहर निकल के आया, और बाकी पब्लिक मीटिंग जो हम लोग का कैंडिडेट कर रहा है, दोनों कांग्रेस का और बीजेपी का कर रहा है वही है। बाकी जनरल पीपल, मतलब जो वोट का दिन आज वोट दिया है 75% दिया है, मतलब सब निकल के आए हैं, लेकिन उसका पहले इतना दिखवा करके घूम फिर के नहीं, जो कार्यकर्ता है जो दल का बीजेपी का,
जो शाउटिंग स्लोगन्स एंड चांटिंग स्लोगन्स वो भी बहुत ज्यादा रोड्स पे देखने को नहीं मिला, बट विमेन they came in large numbers.
ह्यूमन निकल के आया है, और ह्यूमन निकल के आया कि ह्यूमन के लिए गवर्नमेंट ने इतना कुछ किया है ना, तो मतलब आज वुमेन का बिजनेस के लिए पैसा दिया है, एवरी मंथ पेमेंट जा रहे हैं उन लोग को हर खर्चा के लिए, जो उसका डेली खर्चा है, तो और वुमेन के लिए अभी रिजर्वेशन भी आ रहा है वुमेन का, वो भी एक अच्छा बात हो रहा है। मतलब जोरहाट ऑलरेडी मालूम है आदमी को कहाँ वोट करना है, उन लोग पहले से डिसाइड करके रखते हैं, वो हिसाब से मतलब लास्ट डे गेम कुछ यहाँ होने वाला मेरा हिसाब से नहीं लगता है, क्योंकि इतना एजुकेटेड आदमी है, उन लोग को आपको लास्ट डे जाके कुछ बोल के कुछ कर नहीं पाएंगे।
इट इज बिकॉज ऑफ द एजुकेशन, इट्स बिकॉज
और ऑल पीपल आर, आप देखेंगे सब मतलब एक हाई क्लास आदमी है यहाँ, मतलब जो सबका थिंकिंग है, अच्छा थिंकिंग है।
And when I was speaking with women, especially this morning, they were talking about education as one of the core issues on which they are voting, and also the infrastructural development of the area.
Mainly infrastructure ही है यहाँ, क्योंकि रोड्स जो बना है अभी यहाँ से गुवाहाटी जो हम लोग का कैपिटल है, पहले हम लोग को जाने के लिए कम से कम 8 hours लगता था, 7-8 hours. अभी मैं 5 hours, minimum 5 hours में, maximum 5 hours में.
Sambhav, if you can also ask him about the allegations that Himanta has leveled on Gaurav Gogoi and his wife, and if that's going to have any consequence on voter behavior. Sambhav.
सब बन गया है.
And also, sir, now let's also talk about a bit of political, what happened in last few days, especially the allegations made on Himanta Biswa Sarma and his family members. Do you think that has any impact?
प्रूफ हो गया ना false करके. Already जिसने ये लगाया था उसको भी शायद उन लोग ने एक्सपेल किया है पार्टी से, और ऑलरेडी प्रूफ कर दिया ना जी ये सब फेक है. सब जो भी न्यूज़ चलाया था सब AI जनरेटेड था और सब फेक था. वो सब में कोई आदमी को शायद लगा होगा कुछ एडवांटेज मिला है उन लोगों को, लेकिन मेरा हिसाब से तो नहीं है. वो सब एडवांटेज मिलेगा ही नहीं, क्योंकि इतना डेवलपमेंट हुआ है ना. उसका बाद ये सब छोटा छोटा उल्टा.
इसका कोई पोल इम्पैक्ट भी यहाँ पर देखने को आपको लगता है?
जोरहाट में नहीं होगा. जोरहाट में सब, जोरहाट है ही नहीं ऐसा जगह जहाँ आप खुद घूम के आपको लगा होगा ना. जोरहाट का अलग ही है स्टेज.
And I must say the issues which people told us, especially education, infrastructural development, infiltration, cross-border infiltration, and these were the issues which were there in people's mind when they were, basically casting their votes. And not all these political issues, they were not very much in the people's mind. This is what I understood speaking to people.
No, वही मतलब मेनली जो बांग्लादेशी पीपल है ना जो यहाँ आया है, उन लोग को अभी आना ऑलमोस्ट बंद हो गया है. लेकिन जो है उन लोग को भी हम यहाँ से भगाना है, जो इमिग्रेंट्स है जो.
All right, Sambhav, let's also now go across, in fact, to Nibir, who's also there with us in the conversation. Nibir, in fact, happens to be in Jalukbari, the Chief Minister's constituency, from Gaurav Gogoi's to Himanta's constituency. Nibir, how is the voter sentiment really like? Are the issues of migration, governance really playing out on people's minds?
Well, the 5 p.m. hour has passed, which means that the voting centers have now been closed. We have moved out of Jalukbari to the heart of Guwahati in Dispur, which is the capital of Assam. This is behind me a very historic voting center, because this is from where Manmohan Singh, former Prime Minister, used to cast his vote, as he was also a member of Rajya Sabha from Assam itself. And what we have gathered after speaking to the public today is that there is visible enthusiasm among the public. Why? Because you see the voter percentage at 3 p.m. it was already 75.91%. We have yet to get the numbers, but tentative it is going to be more than 80%, which means active voter participation which has been seen in the state of Assam today, right from the rural areas to the urban areas. Usually, as a citizen of Guwahati myself, the urban areas used to cast a lower percentage of vote, but today we have seen a higher turnout in numbers, and that also might be due to the SR exercise which was done. It remove any sort of duplication of names, and which has led to also the increase of voter turnout. But what we have gathered after speaking to youngsters, elderly women in particular, is that they are very much aware of the issues and they are very clear as to what they want. It's just not about the ruling party or the opposition, it's about the issues that they strongly feel about. And when I spoke to a lot of the women, they are especially attracted by the fact that they have been empowered vis-a-vis the beneficiary schemes led by the Assam government. And
okay, but Nibir, also tell us whether BJP will be able to dilute its communal image should Himanta come to power once again, which is mostly what poll pundits are talking about, with BJP having the maximum chances of returning to power in Assam.
Well, that can only be answered on May 4, what the public wants, because whether it is communal or not, that the public will decide. But Assam has been a fairly secular society because of the very nature of how the Assamese fabric is established in this society, which is led by scholars such as Shankar Dev, and other such great scholars and also modern day thinkers who have created.
Okay, Nibir, I'll have to interrupt you and go across to Belly. He's at a location where it's about to rain right now. Belly, thanks for continuing to report, but compared to Assam, of course, Kerala is a state with high human development indicators. Is the mood on the ground still tilted towards the LDF? And do you see Pinarayi taking on another term as a CM, given that he's already 81 of age?
Kriti, the same sentiment is reflecting whenever I speak to the voters here on ground. What's majority of them, kind of say that they are happy with the development and they would want this leader to continue as the chief minister. Since the LDF has a face, Pinarayi Vijayan. Now, when you talk to the fans of the UDS or people who are supporting the UDF, they actually don't have a CM face, and it's only the Congress who is campaigning for taking into account the anti-incumbency factor that could have made an effect because
how real is that, the anti-incumbency factor? Is it very pertinent, or would you say the anti-incumbency is rather diffused in Kerala? Because Congress has momentum but not a realistic picture of what it can do, and there are also some missteps that Congress took that could turn out in its disadvantage.
Constituency of Nemam and other constituencies in Thiruvananthapuram, such as the Thiruvananthapuram Central constituency, wherein it is a triangular contest. It is, we are unsure whether which party would come. So Thiruvananthapuram is kind of a decisive place of politics when it comes to the traditional fighting between the LDF and the UDF, and now the NDA's entrant, and in some take for instance the Nemam constituency. It has the LDF is trying to get re-elected from that constituency, but in 2021 the BJP's seat was lost and LDF had captured that, and now BJP is trying to reclaim that constituency, and you can see the pulse there. A lot of BJP supporters, they want Nemam to be under their candidate Rajiv Chandrasekhar is what we gather. However, there are heavyweights put by the UDF there, which is Satishan, who is the general education and labor minister here, the incumbent minister here in Kerala, and he is a renowned person here, and he is kind of he has a big fan base here as well. And the third candidate from the UDF is Shabrinathan, who is a young Congress youth leader, and he's 42 years of age, and he also has a big fan base in Nemam constituency. So when you talk about the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram, so this is the indications that we get to hear from the voters on ground, that they are into a triangular contest which is high stakes involved. And when you go to the other parts of the Kerala, that is the other districts, we get to see that there would be a neck-to-neck fight between the LDF and the UDF, and it wouldn't be a landslide victory for any party that comes to power, but it would be a marginal victory is what we gather from political analysts or experts also, Kriti.
All right, Belly, thanks very much. Let's also go across to Nibir now. Nibir, it's also crucial, this election, given that it's the first one after the delimitation exercise that was considered controversial in bringing down the number of Muslim voters of the state. Do you think that's going to weigh in on voters' minds?
Well, the delimitation was not about the population or the voters. It was the SR exercise. Delimitation was the rearrangement of the constituencies which was done. The number of constituencies still remains to be 126, but due to delimitations, there are certain changes in the geography of a particular constituency. For example, currently we are in Dispur, which is in the heart of Guwahati, but the voting center adjacent to me is for the new Guwahati constituency. So such kind of rearrangements were done, and this was a routine exercise. But yes, there were certain question marks being raised by the opposition when the delimitation
which in fact
happened.
Said that it redrew the constituencies where Muslims were influential, and that exactly was the controversy around the exercise. Given that these are the first elections after that, what I mean to understand from you is that if voters are also going to weigh in on that factor, and whether BJP naming some Muslims as indigenous is also going to help in its favor.
Well, see, in a Vidhan Sabha elections, which means the election of an MLA candidate, the issues are very micro. Obviously, there is a macro focus of ideology and policy and communal lines, and whether those lines have been blurred or is there a thin line. But the major focus for the people of Assam is to select their own candidate from their own locality or from their own area. And people of Assam have always prioritized election of a candidate as opposed to just merely electing a political party. So the lines are very blurred here. It also depends on the popularity of an individual based on a particular locality. Sometimes people have an allegiance to a political party, but they would rather prefer their local person. So that dynamic is always there. But yes, you are absolutely right that the communal tone at times, or the polarizing tone at times, have created sharp responses from the opposition, and also certain sections of the society who find at times problematic about certain things like the eviction or the anti-encroachment drive. But on the other hand, it also has resonance among a lot of other people in the state, wherein they see the threat of demography or the threat of illegal infiltration, which is very pertinent in the state. So these are two different mirror images. One, on the other hand, talks about anti-infiltration, anti-encroachment drive, or the eviction of people who are grazing illegally. And on the other hand, it also talks about human rights issues and also people being evicted out of their houses. So all these images are there. It is for the public to decide, but we should not forget that this is also a very micro elections. The issues are roads, drainage, waterlogging, floods, and these issues are at the core. And the women especially, are also looking into the economic opportunities and also the beneficiary money that they have been given to become more and more independent in today's Assam. Back to you.
All right, Nibir, thanks very much then for joining us. And viewers, that's broadly the situation on the ground like. I also thank Belly for being with me in the discussion here. Viewers, we're yet to get the voter turnout as the votes conclude in Kerala and in Assam and Puducherry. Stay tuned to NewsX. We'll be right back.
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन एवं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के सतत प्रयासों का सुखद परिणाम है विगत 9 वर्षों में उत्तर प्रदेश का नवनिर्माण। आज प्रदेश में सशक्त मातृशक्ति, समृद्ध अन्नदाता, सपनों को साकार कर रहे युवा निखरते प्रदेश का प्रतीक बन गए हैं। उद्योग एवं अवसंरचना का अभूतपूर्व विस्तार हुआ है। गरीबों एवं वंचितों को आधुनिक उपचार से लेकर आवास प्रदान किए जा रहे हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री आवास के लिए मैंने फॉर्म भरा तो उसमें मेरा नाम आ गया लॉटरी में। मैं उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ।
प्रदेश के सांस्कृतिक और आध्यात्मिक पुनर्जागरण की आज वैश्विक पहचान है। सुदृढ़ कानून व्यवस्था है। उत्तर प्रदेश में भय मुक्त परिवेश है। 15 लाख करोड़ से अधिक के निवेश धरातल पर उतारे जा रहे हैं। समृद्धि का नव संदेश, नए भारत का नया उत्तर प्रदेश।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Hello, I'm Belly Thomas and I'm covering the 2026 Kerala elections for NewsX from Thiruvananthapuram.
Hi, my name is Brian Anthony Thomas and I am covering the very 2026 West Bengal elections from the very Kuch Bihar seat.
Hi, I am Ranik. I'm covering 2026 Bengal election for NewsX from Nandigram.
Hi, I am Anand Singh and I am covering 2026 Kerala elections for NewsX from Wayanad.
Hi, I am Nibir Deka and I will be covering the Assam elections 2026 from 5 constituencies of Guwahati for NewsX.
Mamata Banerjee has proved that she has become an elected autocrat.
People of Kerala have increasingly started seeing the
Hello and welcome back, viewers. You're watching NewsX. Now, voters in Kerala are casting their ballots today in single-phase assembly elections for a total of 140 seats. In Kerala, the ruling LDF, led by Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, is aiming for a rare third straight victory against the UDF. Polling is on from 7 a.m. It will conclude in just a few minutes with results expected on the 4th of May. The voter turnout as per 3 p.m. is 62.71%. With that, let's take a look and listen to some of the opinions of the voters on the ground.
So many issues are here, but I think a change is necessary for Trivandrum. Third front will not work here. Their attitude, their principles, everything is against the mind of Kerala people.
Whoever are in the power was okay, and whoever is yet to come is also for the development of the state.
I think it's a lot of unplanned development happening there. So it's very, the traffic issues, the roads are not very planned, the building licenses are just given. So those kind of issues are definitely there.
Current scenario is it's like a triangle thing, consistency. So I think this time people you can see the crowd. Actually, last time it was by afternoon only the rush was there.
It's only a general problem we have, that youngsters are not getting job and youngsters are leaving Kerala and then going out for the sake of job, and education is a problem.
The main issue is the ideology. To whom you should vote, either communist or a strong. Now communists are ruling.
Basically, it's not very different from the problems elsewhere in Kerala, I mean, including in the rural areas, because ultimately this election is for deciding who will rule the state for the next 3 or 5 years.
It's not a point of issues, it's a point of progress. Okay. You can't say the issues are solved, so we can stop progress. Progress has to be on. You compare yourself with the outside states, and when you come in out here, you make an assessment, yes, these are the things that are missing in this particular constituency.
And with that, viewers, let's take a look at the latest voter turnout numbers for Kerala on our plasma screen. Let's start with what numbers we have as of now as Kerala votes today. As of 3 p.m., 61.38% is the voter turnout. We'll wait for the final figures as voting concludes in a few hours from now. That was numbers from Alapua. 3 p.m. 62.16%. We're giving you a constituency-wise turnout from different seats. Alapi 62.16%. Let's move on to the next plates. Ernakulam has seen a 66% voter turnout. Again, these figures as of 3 p.m. Moving ahead now, Kannur has seen a 62% turnout. Idukki, 62.35%. Kasargod has a voter turnout of 61.32%. Kollam 61.4%. And Kottayam has a 61.46% voter turnout as of 3 p.m. So broadly, most of the constituencies have seen a voter turnout upward of 60%. Kozhikode has seen a 64.17% voter turnout. These are figures as of 3 p.m. Viewers, once again, final numbers will be out after the poll conclude in a few minutes. Malappuram has a 62.27% voter turnout. Palakkad 64.69% voter turnout. Pathamalathittu has a 59.25% voter turnout. And Thrissur has a voter turnout of 63.17%. So you can take an assessment. Most constituencies have voted upwards of 60% as of 3 p.m. Wayanad again 61.43%. Those are broadly what the figures look like as of now. Polls will conclude at 6 p.m. and in a few hours from then we can expect the voter turnout for this year in Kerala. Let's in fact now open the discussion with our guests. I'm joined in by BJP spokesperson Binu Shankar. I have Congress spokesperson Gautam Seth. I also have political analysts and activists Alan Ritul and Mithun Vijay. Thank you all for joining us and welcome to this special discussion on who will Kerala vote this time around. Let's start with our political activists, analysts in the discussion here. Mithun, I want to start with you first. What's your assessment of the anti-incumbency factor in Kerala right now? Is it real or rather diffused as of now?
That you read out, as of 3 p.m., we saw that Kerala already crossed a 62% turnout. That means, more than 1.6 crore people, well over half of the state's voters, had finished their duty and headed home by 3. So since then, I think the rush has only intensified. So we have seen, massive stream of people at every booth, from students to newlywed couple in Wayanad who went to vote in their wedding attire itself. So this kind of turnout is actually critical because in Kerala, where seats are won or lost by just a few hundred votes, this massive vote of people coming out, late in the day can change the narrative entirely. And when we look at the map that you read out, like places like Malappuram, Kozhikode and Palakkad have been the real powerhouses today, all crossing that 64-65% by mid-afternoon.
In fact, Mithun, we have the turnout from 5 p.m. as well now. Kerala has seen 75% votes as of 5 p.m. and constituency-wide, viewers, we are flashing the numbers on our screens. But in Kerala overall, 75.01% people have already cast their ballots. Mithun, please do go on.
Yeah, so again, coming back to the point. So in places like, Calicut, that energy is part of the DNA. And while the LDF is fighting to keep its fortress, the UDF is pushing harder than ever to, reclaim what they have lost. Now, while everyone is watching the big battles for BJP in Nemam or Thrissur, I am also looking at a few places that usually, stay under the radar. These are, there are people who are some silent killers in the race actually. Candidates who don't make a lot of noise but know how to turn the tables when no one is looking. Now, if you look at, Kozhikode South, no one is going to expect, NDA would win. But the candidate there is, his name is Ranish and he has a very interesting track record. He has spent years, taking what people call C category dead zones for his party and turning them into real battlegrounds. So he has famously snatched a seat from a former CPI mayor in the local polls. So I think for people like him, winning in a place where BJP is not supposed to win has almost become the new normal. So we are seeing, similar trends in places like Katakada as well. During the 25 local elections, the NDA didn't show up. They didn't just show up. They made massive, quiet gains at block and district levels. So while predicting a victory might look like a, shocker to an outsider, it is actually the result of a very disciplined and long-term ambush strategy of the NDA.
Hmm.
But right now, LDF is counting on their loyal base to secure a third term, and UDF is banking on its huge turnout as a cry for change.
Right.
But,
okay. Let's also go across to hear from Alan now. Alan, governance and welfare schemes generally drove the agenda of campaigning for this election. But talking specifically about LDF, which is seeking a return to power, Pinarayi Vijayan is 81. There is no clear successor as of now. Do you see him taking over as the CM for another term?
Yeah, we do. I do see him as the only available option now, as of now, because there are other leaders in the LDF. We do not know why the LDF did not go with Shailaja Teacher, who has a great popularity among the people. But so it's pretty clear that it's going to be the current CM that's going to continue if LDF comes back to power. So there are three factors that's going to clearly play here. There is a clear anti-incumbency in place. That's what factor number one. The factor number two is how many votes BJP is going to get. That's factor number two. Third is that within the LDF itself, unlike the other parties, like LDF has always been a revolutionary party or a party of the opposition, right? So they do well in opposition. Nobody in the state has ever ruled 2 consecutive terms. This is the first government that is doing for this consecutive terms, and it's happened to be LDF. So their visionary has weakened significantly because of this continuous government. So there is something that people have not talked about, that there is within the left party there is a feeling that they should not come back to power, because if they come back to power, then what happened in West Bengal will repeat. So that factor nobody is talking about, but I think factor will play a crucial role, because if you look at the statistics of state, there are about, if you just, let's say, typically when you want to win an election, right, you have to look at which are the seats that you can easily topple. But here, if you look at it, if you just take the margins of the vote in the last election, LDF has they will lose 18 seats, and 18 of those seats have close to 8,000 to 7,000 margin that they will lose. But if the Congress has to topple it, then we are talking about capturing LDF stronghold, which has over 12,000 votes of margin that they have in the previous place. So I think that is not going to happen. If at all, what's going to happen, if like the last news that you said is very crucial, that already it has reached 75%. So that means every time that the polling has gone up, it has gone against LDF. So definitely there is that anti-incumbency coming into picture. But within the margins in place, it is very difficult for the UDF to really get the majorities that they're talking about. Very likely it looks like to be a hung scenario wherein which a couple of parties might switch after the election is happening. That's what I'm seeing. Like maybe 68, 69 and BJP taking 1 seat or 2 seats.
Okay,
let's
go across to the BJP spokesperson who's also there with us in the discussion to answer that then. Mr. Binu Shankar, BJP is looking to open its account in Kerala, but campaigning was not as fierce as one would expect from a party that's trying to make inroads in a state like Kerala.
Malayalis have had enough. Malayalis say Madi Ai. The people of Kerala, they have had enough of this LDF and UDF. See how we are pleased, how we are in a strong position. It's very clear by the election rallies of LDF and UDF. Each is claiming for each other that they are the B team of BJP. That means BJP is the A team. See, and the people have enough of our CM, Minister Pinarayi, who is acting as a dictator. You might remember an instance where 120 people were arrested for posting against Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan. And see, Kerala is sinking in debts. So, it's under the mountain of debt. 4 graduates out of 10, they are not having jobs. The Kollam bypass, which was sold for 4 decades, it came into effect only after NDA came into power in the center. So the people of Kerala, they can see that deliverance can be given by NDA, by BJP only. We have a vision. We want to develop the infrastructure of Kerala, the education standards of Kerala, the medical facilities of Kerala. everything. The Kerala needs a transformation. Malayalis need the transformation rightly deserved to them. That is what the people of Kerala expect from BJP, and BJP is known for deliverance. And I am very sure that this time people of Kerala, they are definitely going to vote for BJP. They would definitely vote for the Vikasit Keralam as our vision is. We will come to power. That's what we expect.
All right, sure. Let's also go across now to the Congress spokesperson who is with us in the discussion here. With Congress, the issue is of corruption and the missteps. There's the Wayanad fund row, there was infighting, there are a couple of scandals. How do you think the party will be able to overcome these factors if it is to get power in Kerala?
Sorry, I just returned from Kerala about 2 days ago. I was there for almost a month. And what I saw there is that the issue of corruption is not with the Congress, but with Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan. And that corruption is being protected by his elder brother in Delhi, Mr. Narendra Modi. I want to really compliment Mr. Binu Shankar here, who spoke directly against Pinarayi Vijayan and highlighted the issues of Kerala. He should have also helped his Prime Minister draft his speech, who was in Trivandrum doing film reviews rather than talking about the real issues of Kerala. So they are going soft on each other.
What film reviews are you talking about?
He was there talking about the Kerala story about Dhurandhar, and he was not talking about Kerala issues at all. It was the headlines in the state newspapers. I was very much there to see that. But any which ways, let me come to the point. The point today is that there is a high anti-incumbency against Pinarayi Vijayan. There are corruption scandals from gold smuggling to Sabrimala gold issue to there are ED raids on CM's family directly. And yet the CM's family is untouched, protected, unlike West Bengal and other opposition states, where you see high ED and CBI activity. Kerala, there was no activity at all. Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan enjoyed the protection of Mr. Narendra Modi and Mr. Amit Shah. But the electorate of Kerala is smart enough. They have seen through it and they are voting for Congress's guarantees. They are voting for the roadmap that the UDF has laid down to make sure that Kerala rides back to the track of progress, to becoming a debt-free state, to becoming a state which caters to its youth, fighting the youth exodus, fighting the drugs issue there, fighting the brain drain, fighting for the women of Kerala, giving them empowerment that they deserve, making tourism there better. There were issues on ground, and wherever I went, in whichever constituency I had a chance to go, I saw a clear UDF wave. So whatever discussion is happening in this debate, welcome, but UDF is nearly crossing 85 to 100, and that is the number I'm giving you here on today, and I will also join you on the result day to repeat the same.
All right, sure, you're most welcome. Binu, would you like to respond to those allegations and also
definitely.
the fact that... Yes, okay,
see,
go ahead.
As I begin, see, LDF and UDF, they are the dual manifestations of the same reality. So they both are claiming each other to be B team. And the goal haste of Sabrimala, it reaches the Supremo of Congress also. And as very clearly I told you, 4 decades, it took 4 decades for the Kollam bypass. Yes, wasn't Congress in power at that time in Kerala? In 2006, I guess, there was 117 MLAs who voted to get this Mr. Madini out of the bailed out from the Coimbatore blast. See, appeasement is to the level that everywhere in Kerala, if you see, no Kukuli was there.
Yeah, Gautam, I see you
Kukuli.
raising your hand. I'll come to you in a while. Let him complete and then I'll come to you.
Kerala having the resource, the most a state can have is the manpower, the people. And Kerala has the literate population, even having so many literate people. Then also, why is Kerala so behind? Why is there so much of migration from Kerala? Okay. Why Congress wasn't CPM in power for so long? They have degraded Kerala to this level. The people of Kerala, they are migrating. There is no job. The lack of infrastructure is there. Why isn't Gautam, my able friend, telling me what took 40 years for the bypass road?
Gautam, please do respond and then I'll come to a question.
Only after Modi came to power, that road could be built.
Yeah, allow Gautam to respond to you and then we'll come to Mithun as well.
I think Mr. Binu Shankar's points of debate are as loud as his party always. Only noise, there's no result going to come out of it. I request him that the way you are shouting now, You should have really convinced your leaders to lead a massive campaign in Kerala. They did a soft campaign. They tried to support the LDF in every seat. And you're not even winning 1 or 2 seats. You're not a player there. Why are we even discussing about the BJP's performance in Kerala? Hardly 1 or 2 seats they might win here and there. They are not a player. It's between the LDF and the UDF. Where the UDF
okay, let's take that to Mithun then. Mithun, do you see BJP making inroads? And given that Kerala has traditionally alternated between the UDF and the LDF, do you see that change happening in this election?
See, definitely the NDA is making big strides. I heard the BJP and Congress spokesperson, they were accusing each other as LDF's B team. Now that's a common practice in Kerala. Now, we have to be very honest about, why this election feels so different. While the, LDF and UDF are busy fighting over seats, the real problems of Kerala are being pushed aside is what I feel. You look at the youth, we are seeing a massive brain drain, among the young people of Kerala. Our bright young students and workers don't see a future here. They are moving to Europe, Canada, or the Middle East because they feel Kerala has no jobs for them or, a poor environment for investment. So entire villages are emptying out, leaving behind only the elderly. Kerala is becoming an old age home, and neither the LDF nor the UDF has a real answer for this. They are just, they just keep making more and more welfare promises that we can barely afford because we are already in a financial crisis. And let's talk about the scandals. The LDF government has been hit by one scam after the other. From gold smuggling case that reached the doors of power to the recent Sabarimala gold theft controversy, there is a serious lack of accountability. The state is under massive financial stress, yet the focus on these controversies, we are only focusing on controversies and not fixing our economy. So what I am saying is we have to hold UDF also accountable because as an opposition, they have been completely inefficient. They make a lot of noise, but they don't follow through. I heard the Congress spokesperson speaking about the Sabarimala gold theft case. Now that's actually a perfect example of UDF's inefficiency. The UDF attacked the Pinarayi government for weeks, trying to win over the devotees. But then what happened? A photo came out showing the main accused right inside Sonia Gandhi's house in Delhi with some senior Congress leaders. Suddenly the UDF's, big
a photo which was of 2004, Mr. Mithun. A photo that belonged to 2004.
It makes people
You really cannot misquote here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you cannot misquote here.
Coin. Can you please allow me to finish, sir? You just
but you are misleading. You're misleading on a national TV.
Alan, I will come to you now. I would request both of you to allow Alan also to comment here. Alan, the issue at hand with Kerala is that there's LDF that's facing anti-incumbency. There's UDF, which has some momentum but also some missteps that's not working in its favor, and NDA, which is looking to open its account really. But let's also take into account the fact that 1 in 10 Keralites also vote for the BJP. Can it actually translate to seats?
So if you look at it, right, so Kerala is at a very juncture. So it's a very, very unique place now because the LDF and the UDF, like the others have commented that there's no other alternative here. So the LDF and the UDF. The biggest problem is that the UDF is its own enemy. I mean, like in the North Indian belt, they have been casted out because this family politics have been happening for ages. Somehow Kerala people are still tolerating Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi and all, still tolerating. But how long it will go is an open question. But the real thing here is that the BJP is a clean force that is really making its consistently progress in Kerala. There is no denial of that. But what you have to really look at it is that if this time UDF comes, then the coming of BJP is going to be delayed because the left parties will get more strength. But if this time the left parties comes, you can be guaranteed that next time it's going to be a BJP and some coalition that's going to happen.
Alan, you were talking also about how higher voter turnout means lesser votes for the LDF. Which party then gets those votes?
So that is where it's going to happen, right? It depends on that. So the BJP work has been really good. So if that vote is going to go to BJP, then that will help LDF. But if that vote goes to UDF, one of the biggest problem with UDF is UDF doesn't have a clean CM candidate. They are infighting. So like when the previous Uman Chandy and Anthony and Karunakaran was there were only 2 groups. Now there are 4 groups. And there is an invisible group of KC Venugopal in Delhi trying to come as the CM to Kerala and then take over once if they win. So because everybody is stitched their clothes, so that the general sentence is that the general mood is that the UDF will win. But from the statistics and the kind of votes that BJP is getting, I don't see that's going to happen. It's going to be, even if it gets to them, it's going to be very thin because there is only leaders. There's not many party workers here. They're because the best work by UDF has happened in where the Muslim majority states are, especially by the Muslim League and their coalition partners. So in no sense I see Congress is not going to do that. That vote very likely will move to the BJP side. That's what I think it's going to happen.
All right, gentlemen, that's all the time that I have in this discussion. Thank you all for joining me here. Viewers, as of 5 p.m., 75% people have gone out and cast their ballots. We're waiting for the final turnout as voting concludes at 6, a few minutes from now. Thanks for watching NewsX. We'll be right back.
आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है नया उत्तर प्रदेश। यूपी का संकल्प $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, भारत की जीडीपी में 9.1% का योगदान।
हमने तय किया है उत्तर प्रदेश को एक विकसित राज्य बनाएंगे।
एक्सप्रेसवे प्रदेश, 7 चालू और 15 विकास के विभिन्न चरणों में एयरपोर्ट, 12 घरेलू, 4 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संचालित, 1 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहित 8 निर्माणाधीन, धरातल पर 15 लाख करोड़ के निवेश। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर से गरजती ताकत और जेवर से उड़ान भरती आकांक्षाएं, आज यूपी देश का पहला राज्य है जिसके पास सबसे बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क है। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में लंबी छलांग लगाकर हमने निवेश का नया इतिहास रचा है। डबल इंजन सरकार, डबल रफ्तार, विकसित भारत 2047, आत्मनिर्भर युवा, आधुनिक आधारभूत ढांचा, विकसित भारत का इंजन हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश।
Hello, I'm Belly Thomas and I'm covering the 2026 Kerala elections for NewsX from Thiruvananthapuram.
Hi, my name is Brian Anthony Thomas and I am covering the very 2026 West Bengal elections from the very Kuch Bihar seat.
Hi, I am Ranik. I am covering 2026 Bengal election for NewsX from Nandigram.
Hi, I am Anand Singh and I am covering 2026 Kerala elections for NewsX from Wayanad.
Hi, I am Nibir Deka and I will be covering the Assam elections 2026 from 5 constituencies of Guwahati for NewsX.
Mamata Banerjee has proved that she has become an elected autocrat.
People of Kerala have increasingly started seeing the BJP in its true colors as a development party.
बंगाल में सत्ता परिवर्तन करके बंगाल में लोगों का जिंदगी में परिवर्तन लाना ही हमारा उद्देश्य है।
It's a complete cheating what Mamata Banerjee has done for the people of Bengal.
The next chapter of human exploration is already beginning.
To go back to the moon, and we haven't had people on the moon for over 50 years.
I would like to see that there is a substantial growth in space economy and activity in India.
We have also promised to the people of Assam that we will invest rupees 5 lakh crore
In my book, somebody who is elected as an MLA or an MP is elected because he chooses to serve the people and solve their problems.
इसके पहले 2 बार मैंने चुनाव जीता यहाँ से MLA और MP। यहाँ लोगों का घर घर तक मेरा संपर्क है।
विकास के सिलसिले में जो सुनहरा मौका मिला है, इसकी वजह से आज दोनों वैली जाग उठा है।
वो लोग का साथ मेरा इंटरेक्शन भी हुआ था, तब ये पता चला जो लोग चाहता है जो एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए कुछ करें।
Welcome back. Assam has voted for what can be easily termed as one of the most historic elections in the state. On one side stands the Bharatiya Janata Party with sitting Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and his strong stance against infiltration as he pushes for development in the state. On the opposite front stands the Congress with the party's state president Gaurav Gogoi hoping to extend his father's legacy by securing a win this time. Stakes could not be higher for both the sides, with politics over fake passports, Pakistani links and affidavit wars. But how is the public reacting to this? What's the real pulse of the people there? Let's listen into some public accounts brought to you from the ground.
So like employment also required because we don't have much more private sectors in Jorhat.
जिस तरह से अभी तक चल रहा है, अभी तक वैसा ही चलने से अच्छा है।
मीन्स एक के बाद एक मेडिकल कॉलेज तो बन रहा है, पर मेडिकल कॉलेज के अंदर ना फैकल्टी है, मतलब फैकल्टी बहुत कम है। वन डिपार्टमेंट इज रन बाय लाइक 2-3 पीपल। बिल्डिंग मेडिकल कॉलेजेस और बिल्डिंग ब्रिजेस इज नॉट इनफ।
मतलब डेवलपमेंट अच्छा होना चाहिए। मेन इशू यही है, डेवलपमेंट और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट जो भी है असम में तो बहुत ज़्यादा ही है, वो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का थोड़ा।
होप दैट द वुमेन विल बी empowered and they will give the more what the topic which is going on, the reservation, regarding reservation. We want a reservation in the state assembly and the center. Women should get the opportunity in all the fields.
महिला को लिए अभी जितना मतलब गवर्नमेंट ने किया उससे और ज़्यादा करना चाहिए।
असम में जो डेवलपमेंट हुआ है वो दूसरे स्टेट से ज़्यादा है। नॉर्थ ईस्ट में असम इज द बेस्ट।
2016 तक जो यहाँ पे पिक्चर था, अभी पूरा सिनेरियो चेंज्ड है। तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट जो पहले सिनेरियो था, आपके पास पैसा नहीं तो आपके पास जॉब नहीं, तो अभी जो सिनेरियो है आपके टैलेंट के ऊपर बेस करके सारा सब कुछ यहाँ पे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन का। हमने
वोट कास्ट किया तो आप लोग देख ही सकते हैं हमारे असम में बहुत डेवलप हो रहा है अभी, तो इसी वजह से हम डेवलपमेंट की ओर से देखकर हमने वोट दान किया। कुछ साल पहले ये स्कूल का हालत बहुत ख़राब था, आज हम जब वोट दान करने आ रहे हैं तो ये स्कूल बहुत ज़्यादा ही डेवलपमेंट हो गया है।
डेवलपमेंट है, डेवलपमेंट सबसे
All right, well, development, that's what Assam is voting for. It's the one word that has been repeated by people. And leaders have said the same when it comes to the Assam elections in 2026. While some commend the present government for it, the other side has to say there is still some scope left. Employment is another issue that has taken center stage, proving out to be another factor that has brought people to the polling booths. Some have voted in high numbers, exercising their democratic rights, surpassing previous turnouts. Let's take a look at the constituency-wise voter turnout as well as some details on key constituencies, and then of course we will talk about this with our guests. I'm going to go over to the big screen and try and show you what were the figures when it comes to the voter turnout in Assam today. So here we go. The voter turnout in Assam till 5:30 p.m. was at 79.93%, almost 80% in Jorhat. In Bajali, by till 5:30 it was 86.89%. That's pretty high. If you look at Buxa, 5:30 p.m. 82.51%. People are extremely motivated to vote in Assam, as you can see. The Barpeta constituency 91.92% by 5:30. Biswanath 83.76% by 5:30, and Bongagayang 5:30 91.77%. That's a huge voter turnout. 5:30 in Kachar 82.19%, and in Charadio 82.91% by 5:30 p.m. this evening. In Chirang 86.06%, and in Darang 91% by 5:30 p.m. was the voter turnout. In Dhemaji almost 80%, in Dhubri 90.63%, and in Dibrugarh 80% by 5:30 p.m. In Dima Hasao 80% by 5:30 p.m. and going on in Golpara 92%, 91.34%, extremely good numbers. In Golaghat 81%, 80.96%, and in Hailakandi 78.9% by 5:30 p.m. In Hojai 87.13%, and in Karbi Anglong 75.42%. In Kokrajhar 86.59%, and in Majli 83.67% was the voter turnout till 5:30 p.m. In Morigaon 88.95%, and moving on to Nagaon 87.18%. So predominantly voter turnout, even in Nalbari 86.89%. The voter turnout in most constituencies has been very positive. 83.3% in Sibsagar, another important constituency in Assam. In Sonitpur 82.23%, and South Salmara 08% is perhaps the highest number we have seen in all these constituencies. In Sribhumi 83.35%, folks. Once again telling you that these numbers only tell you that people in Assam are highly motivated to vote and choose the next government. In Tinsukia 78.85% by 5 p.m. that is, and in Udalguri 82.29% by 5:30 p.m. In West Karbi Anglong 72.94%. And let's look at some key constituencies also. VIP constituency, Himanta Biswa Sarma, the incumbent chief minister, against Birisha Niyog of the Congress, and the winning margin in 2021 was over 1 lakh votes. Himanta Biswa Sarma, of course, earlier was with the Congress party, went on to join the Bharatiya Janata Party, is the incumbent chief minister as well, and this is a huge margin that we are talking about. In fact, in 2011, it was the last time that the Congress ruled Assam. Since 2016 and 2021. Last couple of tenures have belonged to the Bharatiya Janata Party. In Jorhat, Gaurav Gogoi was up against Hitendra Nath Goswami, and in fact, Mr. Goswami won by 6,400 votes against Rana Goswami from Jorhat. Another key constituency, another VIP constituency, and once again in this constituency the BJP has been a powerful force since 2016. The Congress in 2006 and 2011, along with the UPA at centre. 90% of Hindu voter base there, and Muslims at 6%, Christians at 2%. Nazira, another important constituency, Mayur Borgahan and Debabrata Sekia of the Congress party was the winner with a very thin margin of 683 votes in 2021 from Nazira. In fact, the trend continues. In fact, Congress has been a repeat winner in Nazira constituency in Assam. They won in 2016 and 2021 as well, and it was only in 2006 that they lost to the CPI. 76% of a Hindu population. In Dispur, Pradyut Bordoloi was up against Meera Goswami of the Congress party, and the results in 2021, there was a margin of 1,21,000 votes from Dispur in 2021 results. And as you can see, the Bharatiya Janata Party has been steady since 2016, but it was the Congress party that has ruled this constituency from 2001 to 2016. In Sibsagar, it is a matchup against Akhil Gogoi and Kushal Davari. And last time around, it was Akhil Gogoi who defeated Surbhi Rajkumari of the Bharatiya Janata Party from Sibsagar with a margin of 11,000 votes. Past elections, of course, the BJP has not been able to mark in this constituency. It was the RD that won in 2021, and chances are they will be repeating this performance in Sibsagar this time around as well. In Silchar, another important constituency, it's Dr. Rajdeep Roy against Abhijit Paul. Let's see what happened last time. It was Dipayan Chakravarti of the Bharatiya Janata Party who defeated Tamal Kanti Mainek of the Congress Party in 2021. Is the BJP since 2014 that has been going steady? 2016, I beg your pardon, and 86.31% of a Hindu population there and 12.17% of Muslims residing in this particular constituency. Dibrugarh, it was Prasanta Fukan against Menek Patra, and last time around it was Mr. Prasanta Fukan who defeated Rajkumar Lilantera Niyog of the Congress Party by 38,000 votes. And the trends continue in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party since the assembly elections which happened in 2006 with a predominant population of Hindus at 92.9% in Dibrugarh. Okay, Majuli, it was Bhuban Gam against Dr. Indranil Pegu of the Congress Party this time around. Last time it was Sarbanand Sonowal from the same constituency who defeated Rajiv Lochan Pegu by 43,000 votes. It's important to understand that the former Chief Minister was in fact expected to win this election, and in 2021-2016 it was the BJP, a population of Hindus predominant there with 99% of them representing this constituency. All right, let's talk about this. Joining us on the platform at this point in time is Advocate Manasvi Thapar, political analyst. Dr. Pooja Tripathi, Congress spokesperson, is also joining us on the show. Ashish Bharali, BJP spokesperson, with us on the program to talk about this as well. Dr. Pooja, I'll begin with you. Well, one thing that stood out from all the reactions that we also got to see, that people are looking for development, people are looking for employment, and people are looking for steady growth and the promise of Viksit Bharat to reach Assam. According to the Bharatiya Janata Party, it's on track to complete that mission. What are your views?
Good evening to everyone. This election, the massive voting percentage, I must congratulate first the people of Assam to come out and vote in such a huge numbers. I think it's a referendum on the massive corruption that has been unleashed by the first family of Assam, and it's a referendum on development. It's a referendum on Mati, Beti and Jati, and it's a referendum on, people are fed up of empty promises. 3 terms, the Bharatiya Janata Party has been there since 2016, and that's what, and nothing has developed. They are talking about still they are in the development phase. I think one person was actually developed. 556% development in assets is of Hemanta Biswa Sarma since just last election affidavit. He now has 53,000 crore of properties. Yes, his family has captured some 12,000 bighas of lands. And that's why, and while this Assam faces 25% unemployment, while Assam looks at 8,000 schools being closed in last 6 years, while Assam looks at, many districts flat prone, Assam looks at massive, labor migration that's happening. But the first family is ridden in corruption to the core, that the people have given this referendum on the anti-corruption thing, and I'm sure Congress government under the leadership of Shri Gaurav Gogoiji would form the government. It was not only development, the way this whole polarization campaign, I was watching a video, I can play it also, sure you must be having it. In 2016 Amit Shah ji was saying कि हम आप कमल के फूल पे वोट दे दीजिए, हम घुसपैठियों को बाहर करेंगे. 2021 he said the same thing, आप कमल के फूल को दबाइए, हम घुसपैठियों को बाहर करेंगे. 2026 he is saying the same. And there's Hemanta Biswa Sarma, who is toxic, who is abominable, who is pathetic to the core, to the language he uses against his political opponent, to the language he uses against the minority communities. And I think Assam, with the Assam in whose soul Zubinda still resides, Assam soul, Shankar's legacy lives on, is actually voting to give no further term to Himanta Biswa Sarma, and the massive voting percentage goes on to show that. And we have also given 5 guarantees, we have given 11 commitments, the manifesto was released, be it cash transfers to women, be it health insurance, 25 lakh health insurance, be it an anti-corruption SIT commission that's being promised, be it indigenous land rights. We all saw that viral video where, Assam's Guwahati High Court judge was actually asking 40,000 bighas of land have been given to Adani. And that's what crony capitalism has done. And we have promised an MSP to the T and things like that. And I'm sure people will want a clean, people will want a responsible government, and not a government that is run by an Himanta Biswa Sarma tax and is completely riddled in corruption. And that's what the whole voting percentage, that's what the whole referendum is for.
Okay, it's a referendum. Ashish Bharali is what Dr. Pooja Tripathi is saying. It's a referendum against, politicization of, certain salient aspects which the government is supposed to provide, which is development and employment in Assam. And of course, she's also pointed out to the unconventional ways in which the incumbent Chief Minister has been targeting his political opponents. Your response?
Actually, I want to congratulate the voters of Assam today. They have come out in large numbers, and they have come out in large numbers to support their government. You must be knowing that Assam was always known for guns and blood before, but now it is known for development. You'll be glad to know that since 2021, we are the fastest growing state in the country. We have grown by 45%, and that's a huge thing for us. When the whole country's growth is 28% or 29%, our state is growing by 45%. That's a marvelous thing, actually. And then people are seeing those developments through their eyes. It's not that it's in the papers or it's in the news channels or it's in the media or the social media. People are watching it, witnessing it with their eyes. If you have landed, if somebody who have come to Assam 10 years ago, now if you have landed in a new Guwahati airport, it's a sea change, sea positive change. And then if you travel to different parts of Assam, different districts of Assam, you will see new infrastructure development. So this referendum or this positive response from the people, or the large voting numbers that we are witnessing today is for the pro-incumbency actually. And people, Himanta Biswa Sarma ji is often called Mama by the people of Assam, especially the Gen Z people. So they have lots of faith in their Mama. And again, the people of Assam are again and again saying that this time it will be again a Mama Sarkar, that is Himanta Biswa Sarma's Sarkar. But not only in the development front, our government has also done a lot of things as far as Assamese culture is concerned. Assamese language, has got the classical language status during this tenure of BJP government. Along with that, you can point out to the, Soraigaon Moidams, which is now a World Heritage Site, So all those things have happened. The birthplace of Srimanta Shankardev, that has been built in a very, very nice way. So those development has happened, and people are seeing through the eyes. And I really congratulate people for their positive response for today's election, and the referendum that are showing is definitely the support to the Himanta Biswa Sarma's BJP government.
Okay, well, I was hoping you would answer what Dr. Pooja Tripathi brought in, but nevertheless, let me bring in Advocate Manasvi Thapad into this conversation. Manasvi, what did you make out of this exponential response from the people of Assam, this excitement and this exuberance, to come out and vote? Perhaps one of the very few states which votes in droves.
When turnout crosses 83+%, it means something new has come to vote. It has not voted last time, and there is some kind of a greater urgency because of which they're planning to vote. And the question is, who are they voting for? Are they voting for Himanta's development, or are they voting against his eviction? So these are things which are going to come out, and this is not a very a positive sign for BJP. If the surge is in lower Assam and tea gardens, BJP has something to worry. If this surge is on the upper Assam region and urban areas, BJP is safe. But having said that, if the voting share would have been around 81%, I think the loyalists of BJP, the women voters, Orondoi scheme have kept well for BJP. But it is more than that, so I feel it's a good thing for the opposition. This 1%, 2% swing is something which the opposition would be celebrating, and also the Muslim majority border districts have shown a significant strong voting percentage, be it at Durbari, Barbeta, Morigaon, Nagaon. It means that BJP's eviction in this region, specifically for infiltration drives, which have worked against the BJP in mobilizing the communities and targeting the Muslim belt, will make sure that the opposition comes in power, and BJP will be in these regions the biggest risky voters there. So having said that, I feel this could be a turnaround in the politics of Assam. Opposition for the first time, 6 political parties are coming together and voting together, participating together. So it's a tough fight. It's a very good fight, and the schemes which did not work well for BJP is going to come out very soon. And this is a very high voting percentage. And when high voting percentage comes around, last election also it was around 28%, and this time it is going to be 24 above percentage. And this 2% swing is something which is going to be very positive for the opposition. This is my analysis. And also in the region, which is in the lower Assam region, the tea garden region, the Muslim pocket areas. So these areas are going to concentrate on the opposition.
Manasvi, in 2016, the voting percentage, the total was around 85%. In 2021, it was 83%. It's pretty close to what it's right now as well. Should we be reading too much into this?
2016, I'm getting an echo. 2016, when the voting percentage was around 84.7%, it was about anti-incumbency against the Congress. And that is why this high percentage of people who came out and turnout happened. In 2021, it was around 82%. And the high turnout from 25% to 82, from 85 to 82%. The high percentage was on the pro-incumbency on Himanta Biswa Sarma's action, and as a developmental plan of BJP, it was trusted there. And now this 2% again higher up is on the anti-incumbency. It's on and in election. Let me remind you, it is very important that 1%, 2% where it is going to go. And the difference between the Congress-led UPA or the BJP-led NDA, the difference is not much. It is always between 1 to 2% only. And this 2% difference is going to hurt BJP because this is a higher voting percentage. And here also the opposition have united for the first time in large numbers. So the factors which are going to go against the BJP is the infiltration factor. It's the exam leakage done by the BJP own leaders is somehow not working well for the BJP, and the tea garden issue is also not working well for the BJP. And if we go a step behind, 2011 also it was around 76%, and then 2016 85%, then 2021 it was 82, so it went down, and the BJP loyalists voted for BJP. Now again there is a surge of around 2%, so this will go against the BJP. If there would have been loyalists who are voting for BJP and it would have been Congress or the opposition which is not performing well, it would have been around 82%, and BJP would not have had to worry about anything. Now it is over and above. So unemployed youth is voting, could be. It could be tea garden issue which is voting, could be. It could be exams leakage voting which is going in the favor of opposition. So pro voters are generally in an election not going to be there as much as for the first time. When you want to remove someone, when that kind of factor comes in, when anti-incumbency kicks in, it is only that time the voting percentage goes up. So as per the trend of electoral politics, pro-incumbency have not had such kind of voters. In fact, pro-incumbency would lose 1 to 2% of voting share. That happened in 2021 also. So that pro-incumbency factor is not looking like here. On the contrary, it looks like an anti-incumbency factor, throwing Himanta Biswa Sarma's politics out of Assam. That is what it looks like. I don't know what the voting, if it is in the upper Assam region, I feel BJP is safe. If the voting turnout is higher in the lower Assam region, it is going to hurt BJP. So that is what the analysis is all about right now. I don't know how it is going to come up on 4th May, but this is what I could read primarily out of what is happening in Assam right now at the grassroots level.
All right, fair enough. We've run out of time. Appreciate everybody who joined in. Thank you so much. Some breaking news coming in. UAE's Ministry of Defense has confirmed that the country's airspace is free of any threats during the past hours, with air defense systems not having detected any ballistic missiles, cruise missiles or UAVs launched from Iran. This comes after the US-Iran ceasefire, which has also seen Iran reopen the Strait of Hormuz. UAE asserted that it remains ready to address any threats and safeguard its national interests. All right, so what this means, viewers, is basically that the ceasefire is holding up. Just yesterday, there were reports coming in of drones and missiles still being launched in UAE, in Kuwait as well as Saudi Arabia. All of that has settled down now, and the UAE has confirmed that there is nothing to worry about. There are no threats in the sky, and perhaps business as usual could resume. Flights and flyers who were stranded or were not flying through the Gulf, an important layover point, can breathe easy, as there doesn't seem to be any threat in the sky. Ajay Chandyal, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast to talk more about this. Ajay, this is a bit of good news coming in that there are no missiles or drones in the UAE airspace anymore.
Yes, certainly it's good news for UAE, because what we have seen that Kuwait and the UAE were the most targeted in the Middle East countries during the ongoing conflict between US, Israel and Iran. And now present situation, that is what they have shared, Minister of Defense of UAE, that there is no airspace is totally free, and there is no drone or missile in the sky of UAE. That clearly indicates that now the ceasefire which they have announced, that have been implemented, and that is giving result to these Middle East countries, those who were affected, even they were not a part of that war.
All right, Ajay, appreciate you joining us. Thank you for that. We take a short break. Be right back.
Sip, sip, jeera, sip, jeera, sip. MDH का जल जीरा, जीरा sip, जीरा sip, जीरा sip. प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए, जीरा sip. MDH का जल जीरा, जीरा sip.
जीरा sip, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
महाशय धर्मपाल जी के 130वें जन्मदिन पर MDH मसालों पर पाइए 10% एक्स्ट्रा। अब स्वाद के साथ बचत भी, अब पाइए बचत ही बचत।
खाने में मेरी क्वीन के लिए क्या है? किंग मटर पनीर, किंग बैगन भरता, किंग वेज पुलाव, किंग पालक पनीर कोफ्ता।
ये सब किंग क्यों?
क्योंकि ये सब बना है MDH किचन किंग से आपका बॉस।
MDH किचन किंग, असली किचन किंग।
MDH।
आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत के सपनों को पंख लगा रहा है नया उत्तर प्रदेश। यूपी का संकल्प $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, भारत की जीडीपी में 9.1% का योगदान।
हमने तय किया है उत्तर प्रदेश को एक विकसित राज्य बनाएंगे।
एक्सप्रेसवे प्रदेश, 7 चालू और 15 विकास के विभिन्न चरणों में एयरपोर्ट, 12 घरेलू, 4 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संचालित, 1 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहित 8 निर्माणाधीन। धरातल पर 15 लाख करोड़ के निवेश। डिफेंस कॉरिडोर से गरजती ताकत और जेवर से उड़ान भरती आकांक्षाएं, आज यूपी देश का पहला राज्य है जिसके पास सबसे बड़ा एक्सप्रेसवे नेटवर्क है। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में लंबी छलांग लगाकर हमने निवेश का नया इतिहास रचा है। डबल इंजन सरकार, डबल रफ्तार, विकसित भारत 2047, आत्मनिर्भर युवा, आधुनिक आधारभूत ढांचा, विकसित भारत का इंजन, हमारा उत्तर प्रदेश।
Hello, I'm Belly Thomas and I'm covering the 2026 Kerala elections for NewsX from Thiruvananthapuram.
Hi, my name is Brian Anthony Thomas and I am covering the very 2026 West Bengal elections from the very Kuch Bihar seat.
Hi, I am Ranik. I'm covering 2026 Bengal election for NewsX from Nandigram.
Hi, I am Anand Singh and I am covering 2026 Kerala elections for NewsX from Wayanad.
Hi, I am Nibir Deka and I will be covering the Assam elections 2026 from 5 constituencies of Guwahati for NewsX.
Mamata Banerjee has proved that she has become an elected autocrat.
People of Kerala have increasingly started seeing the BJP in its true colors as a development party.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Expertometer. My name is Vineet Malhotra, and Expertometer tracks the daily mood through the lens of seasoned political analysts. We ask them to give us their view of where the elections are going with their sharpest estimates of the numbers and how they may stack up. They join us with their projections, breaking down their calculations and the logic behind. In Kerala, it's the ultimate three-cornered fight: LDF versus UDF versus NDA. Will Pinarayi Vijayan's left script history with a rare third straight term, or will anti-incumbency hand the edge to the Congress-led UDF? And in Assam, the big question: will Himanta Biswa Sarma and Prime Minister Modi deliver a thumping majority? Let's talk about this. Joining us on the program, first up is Preeti Priyadarshini, senior journalist. Preeti, appreciate you being here with us. Okay, let's dive in with you. We are going to start and talk about Assam with you. So, the picture is very clear that the NDA is going to bag 85 seats as per you, and the opposition, which includes the Congress predominantly, is going to walk away with 32 seats and others at 9. There is a strong, palpable, theory, if I can call it that the Congress is making a big comeback in Assam. It obviously seems to be that you don't believe in that. You don't think that's happening.
No, I absolutely think that is happening. And the main factor here, what I see on ground is Gaurav Gogoi. When he received the presidentship of APCC, Assam Pradesh Congress Committee, there was a huge wave in Assam that something will happen this time. And people has actually not shown as a Congress party, I don't think they have shown so much of support, but mostly this is about the leadership, Gaurav Gogoi, and also on other hand, the other alliance partner, we have seen Raigardos, Akhil Gogoi, and also AJP's Lurin Jyoti Gogoi. Other new candidates, young candidates who have come up for the election, those are also making a lot of difference, because although in BJP also, in NDA also, we see quite a few young leaders coming out for first time they are going for the candidature in their constituencies, but more vividly it is coming out from the opposition, because earlier Congress here was mostly predominantly there were very senior leaders, but young generation was not so much in the forefront. But this time they can see that young leadership is being given opportunity in opposition. That is also another factor. First factor is Gaurav Gogoi. Second factor is young generation taking leadership in the opposition. And also definitely it's been 10 years of BJP government. So certainly some kind of anti-incumbency can or might also be seen. But yeah, I have given you the figures. I still rest at 85 for NDA. And I have said that other 33 I have given for Congress and the opposition, because we have seen that there can be a huge comeback for particularly opposition and specifically for Gaurav Gogoi and Congress in Assam.
Preeti, we have also seen that the voter turnout in Assam has been extremely impressive. It's equivalent to what we saw in 2021. And 2016 as well. 2016 was the highest because there was a mandate against the Congress party that was delivered. What do you make of this turnout? Are people in Assam more motivated this time to re-elect the BJP, or are they motivated to bring about change?
This is very dicey actually, if I have to say, because even to opine about it, even to offer an opinion about it, there were so many things that happened just before the polls that it can confuse any voter today. But when we go about the incidents, about the things that have happened in the recent past, we have seen number one, the schemes. There might be the schemes have worked because the women voter turnout is huge this time. And when a women voter turnout is huge, there also can be a possibility that the schemes of the government which went for women maybe have worked. But also on the other side, you have rightly pointed out, the last time such kind of a voter turnout was seen, there was a, we can say, the resign change. So in Upper Assam also we have seen for the recent verses that has come out from Chief Minister, which did hurt a lot of emotions of a lot of young people, of a lot of tribes and communities at certain poll campaignings as well. Even Kunti Chaudhary was also hit by certain kind of hate speech, we can say, which was given because it's allegedly allegations even now, and it's not proved anything. Even for Gaurav Gogoi, there were attacks made on him. So that can be a resign change thing as well, that we have seen that in Upper Assam also people have come out in very high numbers to vote. But again, I have firstly pointed that this might also be the way the schemes has worked out, because a lot of schemes were distributed by the government, which the government in power claimed that these are in favor of women empowerment and development. So now, if it is pro-incumbency, massive voter turnout, or it's an anti-incumbency voter turnout, it is very, very difficult to say at this point of time. Even on ground, the things are very dicey. So this is the first time since I have been given the right to vote, I have seen that such kind of a dicey environment in politics has been seen. Frustrations amongst the political leaders are also being seen at different situations for different topics. So it has become very dicey. Who is confident? Who is scared? Nothing can be made out at any point of time. But definitely, this voter turnout will be something very, very significant, either for the government, pro-government, or maybe an anti-incumbent voter turnout. This can be anything.
Okay, let me also bring in Abhinav Borbora, senior journalist. Abhinav, I hope you can hear me, and thank you for joining us.
I can hear you.
Well, your numbers are pretty much similar to Preeti's as well. According to you, the BJP is making a comeback. The Congress and the opposition alliance is not getting more than 32 seats. Like I said to Preeti as well, there is a notion going around that the Congress, along with Mr. Gogoi, are looking for a comeback.
Yeah, I think the numbers that I have given, it is based on my experience of traveling across the length and the breadth of the state over the past 1 or 2 months. If you look at the 2024 figures for Assam Lok Sabha assembly wise, you would see that the 2024 outing for the BJP in Assam was not very favorable. Even under such circumstances, the BJP had, the NDA combined, had actually managed to take a lead in 92 assembly segments. So compared to 2 years back, the situation has actually improved for the BJP over the past 1 or 2 years, and that is why I feel that the number, the final tally for the BJP would rest around the figures that I have given you. On a very bad day, probably it might slide down to the 70s house, but on a good day, I think it would be reasonably in the mid 80s house. But the larger point is that the NDA combined is, I feel, in a comfortable position to form the next government in Assam. Having said that, it has to be also acknowledged that it is not as if there is no anti-incumbency at all. The way I would like to interpret the kind of anti-incumbency sentiments that I have seen on the ground is by calling it a mild level of anti-incumbency exists in a number of constituencies, including constituencies in Upper Assam, which is considered to be a stronghold of the BJP, especially if you look at the 2021 assembly results. But the problem is that while, yes, Gaurav Gogoi is also a factor, he's a good symbolic rallying point, at the same time, there is mild anti-incumbency. But there are two factors which would probably prevent the opposition from capitalizing on these kind of advantages that it has. One is that compared to the BJP, the Congress's organizational strength in most of the constituencies is not really adequate. Secondly, of course, if you look at a number of these seats, including seats in Upper Assam, North Bank, or even in the seats in Guwahati, the difference between the popular vote that the BJP and the NDA combined had got in the last election and what the Congress had secured is way too wide. So what happens is that while there would be a shift in votes from the BJP to the opposition, but the proportion of swing that is required is over 8%. Now, if you require a swing of over 8%, I think that requires a massive groundswell, which I don't think I see in Assam currently. There is, like Priti has also said, there is discontent to some extent, but not in proportion to the swing that is required to topple the government. Now, coming to the turnout figures again, it is actually it is a very impressive turnout, because if you had followed a section of the local media, if you had followed a section of the local intelligentsia, there was a certain sentiment amongst certain people that people were not very enthusiastic about the elections, and that was a sentiment that acquired more dominance after a number of candidates from both the parties were declared in a number of seats, including, say, there was an assumption that traditional BJP voters might not actually turn out to vote in Dispur or in Guwahati Central because of the kind of candidate choices. So it might be the case, or it might be otherwise, but the point is that we have seen a very impressive turnout in Assam. Now, of course, the literature on whether turnout helps the incumbent government or it helps the opposition, the literature itself is very divided until date. If you look at data trends from across the country, not just Assam, there is no conclusive theoretical evidence that how turnout actually affects voting choices. However, at the same time, why this turnout has happened, therefore, it can be because of anti-incumbency, pro-incumbency sentiments that the voter want to exert. But I think we should also acknowledge the kind of institutional factors that have gone behind motivating voters to actually come out. Look at the sweep initiative, for example. For the last 1 month, the ECI has been actually conducting a very appreciable initiative in terms of the kind of ways that they are roping in people from different walks of life to actually come out to vote, the awareness campaigns that are being conducted. At the same time, a number of other kind of institutional facilities that are being provided. For example, there is something that the ECI has done that's called a assured minimum facilities scheme, under which every polling station would have to have certain basic facilities, like, for example, a shade, some sitting area, etc., to make the voting experience more conducive. And that is why, if you have seen over the past decade in Assam, the voter turnout has consistently touched the 80s house. And at the same time, political parties, they also have they also play an important role in mobilizing their own support groups to actually come out. So in the past, it was very difficult for parties like the Congress to or the parties for mass parties in general to do it, and this was something that only communist parties with a fixed cadre could do. But now, over the past 1 decade, we see that even mass parties like the BJP or cadre parties like the BJP, they actually play a very important role in mobilizing their own voters, identified either through beneficiary scheme lists or such other resources. They also play a major role in bringing their own supporters out to the polling station. So institutional factors plus the mobilizing role that parties play, both factors I feel has combined to bring about the kind of turnout that we see. As far as, like I
All
said,
right, fair enough. Let me also bring in Mr. Jacob George, senior journalist, who's going to be opining on Kerala. Mr. George, UDF gets 62, the LDF 75, and the NDA 3. No luck for the NDA in Kerala, and the LDF is going to retain, its way of operating.
I would like to admit to you first that I am not at all good at predictions. I don't predict at all because as a journalist, my point is that my opinion is that we are not in the business of predicting election results. Okay, despite that, I have given you just as after going through all these observations of the people like that, opinion makers like that. It's only very, very a casual observation. That's all. Please mind you.
Okay, so you've given some numbers. Let's not get into semantics. You are saying that the LDF is going to get 75, the UDF is going to get 62. Isn't there anti-incumbency in Kerala at this point in time?
It is, anti-incumbency is always there. You should see the election scenario in the state of Kerala is that there are two powerful political forces in Kerala fighting each other. One UDF under Congress and the other LDF under CPM. These are the two powerful forces, traditional rivals ever since 1957, the first ever election in the unified Kerala state. And it has been a practice that people would give power to the alternative forces. If it is UDF that's elected this time, in the next election will go to the other force. But that has not followed in the 2021, where Polarization was elected again. He came to power again. And that was a shock to the Congress. So the two forces, UDF and LDF, this fight is very significant. Both of them want to power. See, you should know that CPM is not at all, will not be in power anywhere in the state, in the country, once they are defeated in the state of Kerala. For the Congress, they have to come back to power. They have been away from power for the last 10 years, 1 decade. They have been out of power, especially parties like once they are defeated in the state of Kerala. For the Congress, they have to come back to power. They have been away from power for the last 10 years, 1 decade. They have been out of power, especially parties like Muslim League. That is the second biggest party in the UDF. So they cannot survive for more than a term without power. So this election is very critical for both the parties, both the friends, and naturally the fight is very, very, very fierce. And because of that severity in the fight, the BJP finds it very difficult to come up. That's my opinion, and my opinion is reflected very well in the figures I have given.
Okay, fair enough, sir. Let me also bring in Mr. Ramaswamy Mayappan, political analyst. Mr. Meyyappan, as per you, it's the UDF led by the Congress that's coming back. What are your reasons for this anomaly, if we can call it that?
Bharat Mata or Bharatvachi ko mera pranam. It is an anomaly, yes. Like Mr. George said, I don't believe in exit polls either, but it is interesting to see those numbers as to how they pan out based on what data is put out there. My reliance is on the hypothesis, and the reason I think is UDF has a better, stronger machinery, and their information out to the public and the voters was uniform. But whereas the LDF, that wasn't the case. Therefore, I think that discrepancy with the number is purely because of that reason. But irrespective of what I think is going to be a major factor is with the NDA, the BJP is going to be a factor in how they determine who is going to win. Partly why I say this is on the last elections, there were about 15 odd seats where the BJP's numbers were close enough to the margins of the winning between the LDF and the UDF. And if you look at this time, the BJP is looking at increasing its numbers from about 11% in the parliament to 16 and now probably retaining it about that 16%. If that happens, that in each constituency can make a difference. So that could pull up a surprise is where I think things are at.
What do you have to say about the BJP, who's been trying to make inroads into Kerala since a very, very long time? How is this election looking for them?
See, Kerala is very interesting. The people have grown up with a couple ideologies for a long time. 3, maybe even 4 generations of people have not thought about an alternate political idea for a new young. It may be a fantasy to look at a third alternative. But for the existing people, they need concrete bridges, which the two are not able to provide. In leader as Narendra Modi, they do see that, but they probably need a strong leader in Kerala for the same purpose. I think they do not see that strong statewide leader. They may have district-wise leaders, maybe in Thrissur or in Thiruvananthapuram and constituencies. So the Kerala BJP needs that kind of a widespread strength. But the Kerala BJP, I think, will be doing better than the last assembly elections and maybe retaining its parliamentary numbers. That by looking at how their campaign went about, their ability to retain certain local bodies or to be able to win certain local bodies, that seems like a more obvious situation than not.
All right. Appreciate everybody who joined in. Thank you so much. Breaking news coming in. As per a report, Iran will allow no more than 15 vessels per day to transit the strategic Strait of Hormuz under the latest ceasefire deal with the United States. The move marks a partial reopening of the vital shipping route that carries about a fifth of global oil supplies. But carriers still face restrictions, coordination requirements and uncertainty is what we are learning at this point in time. Ajay Jandyal, my colleague, is joining us on the broadcast to talk more about this. Ajay, no more than 15 vessels. How is that going to work out, considering the fact there are 200 plus vessels that are still stuck or waiting to be cleared through the Strait of Hormuz?
Yes, you rightly said, because the number of vessels which basically are stuck, that is very high, and Iran is allowing that they will allow no more than 15 vessels a day. It means that there will be a huge, load over there, because those who are waiting, they will have to keep waiting for the number of days till the time the things are not improved. And Iran also knows, that could be the strategy of Iran, that they know that if they will allow everything and from the Strait of Hormuz, maybe Israel and America, they once again could try to disrupt things over there. So that seems to be the plan of Iran, because they know that they are not in the position of trusting America and Israel for a time. Except that could be the reason, but yes, that is true that Iran is not going to allow more than 15 vessels a day.
Just stay with us. Israeli airstrikes pounded Beirut and southern Lebanon last night, rocking villages including Kifun and other residential areas with intense explosions. The assault is part of the heaviest wave of strikes since the start of the war, coming as a US-Iran ceasefire was announced but not applied to Lebanon. Ajay, how is this dynamic likely to keep this ceasefire extremely hard to follow, with Lebanon still being pounded by Israel?
Yes, Israel says that they are, Lebanon is not in the deal, and that is a separate, things, because they are saying that Hezbollah, when